Okay, before we get into tonight's compilation, just want to say thank you to everybody who's been here this month, who's been here, since the beginning, whether you joined at the very beginning or you've recently found the channel. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your love and support. If you have been here a while, you know how this works. And every month I do one big mega comp of all the stuff that was produced that month, best performing stuff of that month. And that's what tonight's is, but for July. If you are new here, that is something I do every month. Once a month, at the end of the month, I do a big mega comp of the best performing videos of said month. So, nice long video, should be, well over 10 hours at this point. So, with that said, please enjoy and, drum it up in the comments, you guys. Talk to each other. We're a big old group, big old family here. What's your favorite story from this month? Which one really got to you the most? Which one helped you through a rough time this month? Because I see that, these stories help a lot of people get through a lot of things they got going on. Normally I drop this at the end of the month, the last day of the month, but as I, posted and notated, tomorrow I'm starting my infusions and medications, things like that for my MS, and I don't know how that's going to affect me, so I'm kind of planning to be down and out for at least a couple days, at least 48 hours. So this is my way of kind of giving you guys some content to get through while I'm down and out, because I know we look for new stuff every day. Won't be able to really do that for the next couple days, so this is my way to kind of make sure your guys' appetite is satiated, if you will. Anyway, as always, thank you guys. I really appreciate all the love and support you guys are always giving me. Appreciate it. Put a lot of work and effort into all of this stuff, and it really means a lot to me, especially during all this period of transition in my life and everything I got going on. It makes life a lot easier, gives me something to focus on. Just, I don't know, just gets a little light in the darkness, if you will. So, with that said, I'll stop rambling. I promise I'm done. Thank you guys again, and I hope you enjoy, and have a good one.
The truck door was locked from the inside, and I was still holding the keys. I remember that part. I remember my thumb had gone numb from pressing the keys against my palm the whole run down from the tree line, and when I finally got in the cab and slammed the door and sat there breathing. My thumb was white where the metal had bit into it. There was a smear of my father's blood on the back of my hand, and I stared at it for a long time before I understood what it was. The dashboard clock said 4:17 a.m. The rain had started sometime in the last hour, not hard, just enough to hiss on the roof of the cab. Somewhere behind me and up the slope was my father. Somewhere behind me and up the slope was the thing that had been my father's voice for the last 20 minutes, and was not my father anymore. My name is Cal. I was 15. That trip was supposed to be the one that fixed us. My dad and I had not been all right for a while. That is the shortest way to say it. My mother had left the year before. Not for another man, not for anything dramatic, just left the way tired people leave when they have decided that the version of themselves they are around you is a version they cannot live with anymore. She took the good car and a duffel bag and drove to her sister's in Boise and stayed. My dad had kept working his shift at the mill in Detroit, Oregon, and I had kept going to school in Sisters, and we had lived together in the little house with the sagging back porch and the wood stove that always smoked when the wind came from the south, and we had gotten into the habit of not saying much. I was 15 and my father was 44, and we did not know how to be alone together. That was the whole of it. Whenever I was in a room he was not in, I could breathe better, and I think it was the same for him, and I think we both hated that it was true. The trip was his idea. He came home from the mill on a Thursday in October with a topo map already folded to the right quadrant, and a look on his face I had not seen in a long time. It was the face he used to have when he came home from a shift and picked up my mom and spun her back when I was small. That face had rules. It came out when he had decided something. "We are going up Windfall," he said. "Weekend. You and me. I already called your school." I was sitting at the kitchen table doing algebra I did not care about. I said, "What for?" "Because it is time," he said. He did not explain what it was time for. He did not have to. I knew what he meant, and I did not want to go, and I also did not want to be the one who said no. So on Saturday morning I put my sleeping bag and a change of clothes in his old canvas pack, and I sat in the passenger seat of the truck while he loaded a Coleman stove and a case of water and his rifle behind the bench, and we drove east out of Detroit on Highway 22 and then north on a Forest Service road I did not know the name of, and for the first hour neither of us said anything at all. That is the part I have gone back to most, that first hour of quiet, because I keep thinking that if I had asked him one question about anything, we would have driven slower, and if we had driven slower, we would have been at the trailhead an hour later, and if we had been at the trailhead an hour later, we would not have been the only truck up there when the sun went down. Windfall Ridge sits above the North Santiam drainage, up past a chain of lakes with names I never learned. My dad had hunted the ridge every fall since he was 19 years old. Sometimes with his own father before he died, sometimes with a man named Denny who ran the feed store in Sweet Home, sometimes alone. Never with me. This was going to be the year, he said. He said it 3 separate times on the drive up, like he was trying to convince someone who was not in the truck. The road narrowed as we climbed. The pines got taller and closer together, and the light between them got thinner. There is a way the light works up there in October that does not work anywhere else. I have been. It comes through the trees in long yellow bars that look solid, like you could reach out and touch them, and if you look at them too long, you feel like you are somewhere older than yourself. I remember pointing that out to him. He looked and grunted and said, "Your grandpa used to say the same thing." His voice caught a little on Grandpa. He kept driving. We got to the trailhead at about 3 p.m. It was not a real trailhead. It was a wide place in the Forest Service road where a spur went off through the trees, marked with a wooden stake that had a number carved into it and nothing else. My dad backed the truck into the spur so the tailgate faced the woods, and we unloaded the packs, and he told me to help him pull a green tarp over the bed to keep the rain off the gear we were leaving behind. The tarp had a smell to it I had not thought about in years. It smelled like the garage back at the old house, before my mom left, when my dad still had time on the weekends to work on the truck. We hiked in maybe 2 miles. The trail was not marked, and I could not have found it on my own, but he moved through the trees like he had done it 100 times, which he had. We made camp in a shallow bowl where 2 ridgelines came together, next to a creek that was barely more than a trickle. The bowl was maybe 40 yards across, ringed with old-growth Douglas fir that grew so tall you had to lean back to see the tops. There was an old fire ring at the center, made of blackened river rock. My dad stopped when he saw it and stood there for a minute with his hands on his hips. "Your grandpa built that ring," he said, "when I was maybe 8. He said it the way you say something you have not said out loud in years and are surprised is still true." We pitched the tent, and we gathered wood for a fire, and my dad opened a can of chili and heated it on the Coleman, and we ate it with plastic spoons from a bag he had packed. It got dark fast up there in October. By 6 p.m. it was full night, and the sky between the tops of the firs was the color of a wet chalkboard, and the stars came out one at a time in that slow way they do when the air is very cold and very clean. I want to be honest about that first evening. It was good. It was better than anything we had done together in more than a year. He talked. That was the thing. He talked about my grandfather, who had died when I was 7, and who I only half remembered as a big man with a red beard who smelled like pipe tobacco. He talked about hunting up on the ridge with his own father, and about the time a bull elk had come out of the trees not 30 feet from him, and he had frozen up and not shot it, and how his father had not been angry, only quiet, and how the quiet had been worse. He talked about my mother a little. Not much. Just enough to say her name a couple of times and put it down again, like a hot coal. I found myself talking, too, about school, about a girl in my algebra class named Rachel Ochoa, who I did not really know but thought about too much, about how I had been thinking that maybe I would try out for wrestling in the winter. He listened to all of it. He nodded in the right places. When I told him about wrestling, he said, "Your grandpa was on the wrestling team at Cascade, 138-pound class, made state his senior year." I did not know that. I said so. He said, There is a lot you do not know about him. We sat there for a long time after that. The fire popped and settled. Somewhere out in the dark a great horned owl was calling, and another one, farther off, was answering. The trickle of the creek made a small soft sound just past the edge of the firelight, and I remember thinking, so this is what it is like. This is the thing that other people have that we have not had. I remember thinking, we are going to be okay. That was the last clean thought I had before it started. The first thing was the owls stopping. I do not know when they stopped exactly. My dad had just told me a story about the time he and Denny had gotten lost coming back down the ridge in a snowstorm in 1992, and how they had spent a night under a fallen cedar with a single wool blanket between them. He was laughing at the end of it, a small, quiet laugh I had not heard him make in a long time, and I was laughing too, and then in the middle of the laughing I realized the owls were gone. Both of them. All at once, like a switch had been thrown. My dad noticed a second after I did. He stopped laughing. He tipped his head slightly, the way he used to tip it when he was trying to hear if the wood stove was drawing right. He looked into the trees behind me for maybe 3 seconds. Then he looked back at the fire and picked up a stick and stirred the coals and said, "Cats, cats," I said. "Cougar somewhere up on the slope," he said. "Owls will shut up when there is a cat around. They are just being smart." "Should we be worried?" I said. "Nah," he said. "Cat is not going to come down to a fire. Cat wants to eat a fawn, not a full-grown human. Just means we do not walk far from camp tonight to pee." I remember he said it easy. He was still smiling a little from the story. He put another piece of wood on the fire, and he leaned back against his pack, and he said, "Come on." Where was I? Denny and the blanket. He picked the story back up. I laughed in the right places. But the whole time he was talking, part of my brain was listening past his voice, out into the dark past the ring of firelight, waiting for the owls to start again. They did not start again. We turned in around 10. He banked the fire down with dirt, and we crawled into the 2-person tent and got into our bags. His shoulder was 6 inches from mine. I could hear him breathing, and the breathing slowed, and after maybe 10 minutes he was asleep. He had always been able to fall asleep like that. My mother used to make fun of him for it. She said he could sleep on a fence post. I did not sleep. I lay in the bag and looked at the roof of the tent and listened. There is a way silence works in old-growth woods that is not really silence. There is always something. The creak of a big tree shifting, a pine cone dropping, a small animal moving in the duff. But that night, after the owls stopped, there was nothing. No creaks, no drops, nothing moving in the leaves. Just my dad breathing next to me and the small hiss of the banked fire outside, and past that, nothing at all. I do not know how long I lay there. Maybe 3 hours, maybe 4. Long enough that I stopped being cold and started being warm inside the bag. Long enough that my thinking got slow the way it does before you go under. I was starting to slide towards sleep when I heard the first footstep. It was on the other side of the tent from where my dad was sleeping. My side. Maybe 6 feet from my head. It was one clean crunch in the pine needles, the kind of sound a boot makes, not a paw. It was not close enough to be a deer coming to drink from the creek. It was walking around the edge of our camp. I stopped breathing. There was a long pause, maybe 10 seconds, then another step, same distance, moving around the tent counterclockwise, toward the foot of my bag, toward the tree line on the north side of the bowl. Cougar, I told myself. Just a cat. Cats walk on 2 feet the same as anything. They put their back paws down where their front paws were. It makes them sound like a person walking. Dad said so. Dad said cats will not come down to a fire. There was a third step, and then, from just past the tent wall, so close I could have touched it through the fabric, my mother's voice said, "Cal." Not a scream. Not loud. My name in her voice at conversational volume, the way she used to say it from the bottom of the stairs when dinner was ready. "Cal, come out here for a second." I did not move. I did not breathe. My body understood something my mind was still refusing to catch up to. My hands went cold in the sleeping bag, and I could feel my heart in my ears. She had not been out of Boise in a year and a half. She had not called me since June. She did not know we were up here. There was no way for her to know. The voice waited. Whatever was on the other side of the tent fabric was waiting. Cal, it said again. Honey. It is Mom. The word honey was wrong. She had never called me honey. She was not that kind of mother. She called me by my name, or she called me kiddo. Honey was a word from a television show. My dad was still asleep. I could hear his breath, slow and deep, 6 inches away. I turned my head very slowly on the pillow of my rolled-up jacket. I could see the outline of him in the dark, the rise of his shoulder inside his bag. I reached out with one hand under the covers, and I found his wrist, and I squeezed. He came up out of sleep the way he always did, all at once, no confused middle. His hand closed on mine. He did not say anything. He was listening. The voice on the other side of the tent said, Michael, Michael, wake up. That was when I felt him go rigid. She had called him Michael when she was angry, only when she was angry. In every other setting she had called him Mike. My grandfather had called him Michael too, but my grandfather was dead. Nobody else on earth used that name for him. My dad let go of my wrist. In the dark I could see him rise up on one elbow, very slowly, very quietly. He put his mouth close to my ear. His breath was warm. Stay in the bag, he said. Do not answer it. Do not move. The voice said, Michael, please, I need you. It sounded exactly like her. It sounded exactly like her, the way she had sounded that morning in June, when she had called him from the driveway of her sister's house and told him she was not coming back. I had not heard that call. He had been on the porch, and I had been in the kitchen. But I had heard him after, and I knew what she sounded like when she said his name that way. I had heard him play it back in his head for 6 months. My dad did not answer. The voice moved. I could hear it moving around the tent, still on foot, still one crunch at a time, coming toward the door flap. When it got to the door, it stopped. Michael, it said. It was very close now, right on the other side of the nylon. Michael, honey, open up. She had never called him honey either. I could hear something else now under the voice. A sound that was not a person's throat. Something wetter. Something breathing wrong. The voice sat on top of the wet sound like something painted on top of it, and if you listened past the voice, you could hear the wrongness underneath. My dad heard it. I know he did, 'cause I felt him shudder next to me in the dark. Under his breath he said, Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus Christ. I have thought about what he was thinking in that minute for the last 22 years. I think what he was thinking about was a story his father had told him, up on this ridge, when he was younger than I was that night. I think he had heard about this thing before. I think he had grown up hearing about it and had put it in the box where you put stories your dad tells you around a fire. And now the box had come open in the middle of the night with his 15-year-old son in a bag next to him, and he was trying to remember what his father had said to do. Whatever he remembered fast, because the next thing he did was reach past me in the dark, very slowly, and take his rifle from where it lay along the wall of the tent and pull the bolt back and forward without a sound. He had oiled it that morning at the kitchen table before we left. I remembered watching him do it. The bolt made no more noise than a fingernail on a tabletop. The voice on the other side of the tent stopped. There was a pause. Then it said, Michael, why are you doing that? It said it in my mother's voice. But there was something underneath. Something almost like a laugh, something almost like the wet sound, was cracking through. My dad said, very quietly, to me and only to me, when I say go, you go out the back. There is a slit at the bottom seam I cut when I set up. You go through it. You do not stand up. You crawl down the creek bed east. You do not stop until you get to the truck. The keys are in my pack, side pocket. Take my pack. Dad, I said. Do not talk, he said. Just go when I say go. The voice outside said, Michael, you are scaring me. Where is Cal? Is Cal all right? I could feel him breathing next to me. Slow, slow. He had picked up the rifle now and had it across his lap in the bag. He was pulling his boots into the bag with him one at a time. He was getting ready. I want to say I was brave. I want to say I was thinking about him. I was not. I was 15 and I was so scared. I thought I was going to be sick inside my sleeping bag. And I was thinking about my own hands and my own feet and how far it was to the truck and whether I could remember which way east was in the dark. The voice moved again. It went around the tent to the other side. It moved wrong. The pace between steps was not human pace. Too long a pause, then 2 crunches too close together. It got to the back of the tent, on the side where my dad had said there was a slit at the bottom seam, and it stopped there. Cal, it said, honey, come out and give your mother a hug. That was when my dad went out the front. He unzipped the tent with one movement. Fast, all at once, the way you tear off a bandage. He came out of the bag with the rifle already up, and he was shouting. Not words, exactly. Something that started as a shout and turned into words halfway through. Hey, he was yelling. Hey, over here. Get the hell over here. He was drawing it away from the back of the tent, away from where he had told me to go out. I heard footsteps on the other side of the tent move fast, faster than a person could move. They went around the tent toward him at a speed I could not process. The rifle went off once, twice. I heard the ejector kick the second brass out. I heard my dad shout something that was not a word. I went out the back. I did not think about it. My body just did it. I hit the slit he had cut in the seam, and I pushed through it, and I was in the dirt and pine needles behind the tent with his pack banging against my hip, and I was crawling east down the creek bed the way he had told me to, and behind me I heard the rifle go off a third time, and then I heard him scream. I have never told anyone what that scream sounded like. Not the state trooper who took my statement, not my mother when she came back for the funeral, not the counselor she made me see for a year afterward in Boise, not the girl who eventually became my wife, who has asked me twice in 22 years, and both times I have not been able to make my mouth work. It was not a scream of pain, though there was pain in it. It was a scream of a man understanding something. It was the sound of somebody being told the truth of what was actually happening to him. It stopped fast. That is the part I want to say. It did not go on. He was gone in maybe 4 seconds after the scream started. Whatever was up there was fast, and I think it knew what it was doing. I did not stop crawling. I got to the creek bed, and I got up on my feet, and I ran low in a crouch through water that was ankle deep and cold enough to burn. I did not look back. My dad had told me not to, and I did not. I fell twice. I got up twice. The first time I fell, I bit the inside of my mouth open, and I did not notice until I was in the truck an hour later and I tasted the blood. The creek bed curved south and then east and then south again. I lost the direction 3 times. I found it again 3 times. Partway down the drainage, I heard the voice again, and this time it was my father's. It called my name from up on the ridge behind me. It called it the way he used to call it from the driveway when I was late for school. It sounded exactly like him. It kept saying, "Come back, son," over and over, and my father had never in his life called me son. 20 minutes ago, the thing had been my mother. Now it was him. I do not know how a thing can learn a voice that fast, and I do not want to know. I ran harder. Somewhere in the middle of it, I stopped hearing anything from up on the ridge. I do not know if that means it was done with him and had turned back to look for me, or if it just means I had gotten far enough down the drainage that the trees swallowed the sound. I got to the truck at 4:17 a.m. I know because I looked at the dash clock the second I got the door shut. I fumbled with the keys because my hands were shaking so bad. I got the engine started on the 3rd try. I did not turn the headlights on until I had gone half a mile down the Forest Service road because I was afraid the light would tell it where I was. I drove down to Highway 22 with the pack in the seat next to me where my dad had been on the drive up. I drove all the way to Detroit before I stopped and then I stopped at the little gas station at the west end of town, and I sat in the parking lot until the sun came up, because I did not know what else to do. The clerk who opened the store at 6 a.m. was a man I did not know. He looked at me through the window of the truck, and he could see something was wrong. He came out with a coffee he had not been asked to bring, and he tapped on the glass. And when I rolled the window down, he asked me if I was all right. I could not answer him. He looked at the pack next to me. He looked at the blood on my hand that I still had not noticed. He said, "Son, whose blood is that?" I told him it was my father's. He asked me where my father was. I told him. He went inside and made a phone call. 20 minutes later, a Marion County Sheriff's deputy pulled into the lot behind me. 2 hours after that, there were state troopers, and a fish and wildlife officer, and a search and rescue team assembling at the trailhead. By noon, they had found what was left of him. I did not go back up. They did not want me to go back up. My mother had been called and was driving in from Boise. My father's sister, who lived in Bend, arrived at the gas station at about 10 a.m. and took me back to her house and put me in a shower and fed me eggs I could not eat. I sat at her kitchen table with a blanket around my shoulders, and I answered a state trooper's questions in a voice that did not sound like mine. The state trooper was a woman in her 40s. She was kind. She wrote everything down. When I told her what the voice had said, she did not react. When I told her the voice had sounded like my mother, she stopped writing for a second and looked at me and then went back to writing. 2 days later, the report came back. Mountain lion, most likely a female with a cub in the area, unusually aggressive due to what a fish and wildlife biologist described as a rough season for prey animals. The tracks around the camp were consistent with a large cat. The wounds on my father were consistent with a large cat. There had been a mountain lion attack on a hiker up near Detroit Lake the previous spring, and there was a general awareness that cats were coming down closer to trails than they used to. The story made the local news for a day and a half. The Statesman Journal ran a piece about how to hang food and how to make noise on trails. Fish and Wildlife put out an advisory. I heard my aunt on the phone with my mother that night in the kitchen, thinking I was asleep. She said, "They think it was a cat, Karen." She said, "That boy is going to say some strange things because of what he went through. He has been through hell up there." She said, "When he gets old enough, he will understand what it was." I understood what it was already. I had understood at the gas station. My mother came in the morning. She hugged me. She smelled the same as she used to smell. She was crying and I was not. And I remember thinking that I did not know how to make my face do the thing hers was doing. And I remember also that she called me kiddo and not honey. And I sat down on my aunt's couch and I cried for the first time since it happened, because that was how I knew she was really her. We went back to Boise together after the funeral. My mother did not ask me for a long time what had actually happened up on the ridge. I think she suspected. I think she had heard my father talk about things his own father had told him over the years, and she had put it in the same box he had, and now she was thinking about that box. When she finally did ask, we were in her car driving home from a dentist appointment. I was almost 17. She said, "Cal, 2 years ago, on the ridge, what actually happened up there?" I did not tell her about the voice. I could not do that to her. I told her instead about the owls going quiet and about the footsteps that were not the right kind of steps, and about the way my father had told me to go out the back. She listened. She drove. She did not look at me. When I was done, she was quiet for a long time, and then she said, "Your grandfather used to talk about things up there. Your father did not believe him. Your father wanted to believe him, but did not." She said, "I am sorry, Cal." She said it like she meant more than one thing by it, and I did not ask her to specify. I am 37 now. I have not gone back to the ridge. I have not gone back to the Cascades at all, if I can help it. I live in Boise still. I work at a plumbing supply. I am married to a woman who does not need to know what happened up there, and I have a daughter of my own who is 8, and I have made her a promise that I know I will keep, which is that I will never take her camping alone in the woods. Some nights I still hear that voice. Not always. Not often anymore. But some nights when the house is quiet and my wife is asleep and I am walking down the hallway to check on my daughter one more time before I go to bed, I hear it just at the edge of the sound of the furnace kicking on. My name in a voice that is close to my mother's but not exactly, said soft, said conversationally, said the way you might say it if you were standing on the other side of a door. Cal, honey, come out here for a second. I do not answer it. My father taught me that. I check my daughter. I stand in her doorway and I watch her sleep. I close her door quietly. I go to bed next to my wife, and I lie there in the dark and I listen to the house. The furnace clicks off. The house goes quiet, and I wait for morning. Kara, this is Danny. It is Sunday night, October 18th, and it is a little after 11. If you are hearing this, then something happened out here that I need you to understand, and I need to explain it before I run out of time, so I am going to try to talk plain and not waste any of it. I am recording this on the phone in the crew trailer at pad 19. The reception up here is bad, but the phone will hold the file, and if the phone survives what I think is coming, someone from the company or the sheriff will find it and get it to you. If not, then I am sorry. I love you. I love Jesse. I need you to know that first, before anything else I say. I have been on this rotation for 4 months. You know that. You have been counting the weeks the same way I have. 2 more months and I come home, and Jesse turns 4 in December, and we do the Christmas thing at your parents' place in Bismarck. I have been holding on to that picture in my head every single night I have been out here. I need you to keep that picture. Whatever else I say on this recording, please keep that picture. That is the real thing. Everything else that happened is not the real thing. I need to tell you about pad 19. I need to tell you about it because the company is going to tell you something else, and I need you to know the actual answer, even if you can never say it out loud to anyone, especially to the insurance people, especially to whoever comes from Continental to talk to you. Just listen to what I say and then keep it to yourself and take the payout and take Jesse and go somewhere green. The Bakken, up here past Williston, has been drilled to hell and back for 20 years. You know the map. The whole Fort Berthold reservation is a checkerboard of pads. Where I have been working the last 4 months is the western edge, up above the Missouri, where the country starts to break into badlands and the roads turn to gravel and the only lights at night are the flares off the wellheads. It is beautiful up there in a way I have not been able to describe to you on the phone. In October, the light comes off the buttes in the morning and it turns the whole prairie the color of a match head. I have been meaning to take a picture for you, and I keep forgetting to. I am sorry about that. Pad 19 is a expansion pad. That is the whole thing. It is not part of the original lease. The company got new mineral rights this summer through a deal I do not fully understand, and they wanted to punch 4 new wells into a section that has never been drilled. The section sits on land that a couple of the guys on the crew tried to tell the company to leave alone. That is where I need to start. There is a man named Emmett Yellowhawk who runs a small ranch about 6 miles south of the pad. Emmett is maybe 70 years old. He is 3 affiliated, MHA. He told me his family has been in that valley since before the Corps of Engineers put in the dam. He came up to the site the first week we were laying the pad, and he asked to speak to the pusher. The pusher was a guy named Rick Bergstrom from Pierre. Rick is a good pusher and a bad listener. Emmett stood at the fence with his hat off, and he told Rick that the section we were about to drill on had a bad history. He said it in a way that made it clear he was not talking about environmental impact or archaeology or a lawsuit. He was talking about something else. He used a word I did not catch. He said it low. He said the section was old ground and that it was watched, and that the watchers were not the kind of watchers that could be paid off. And he asked us to move the pad 400 yards north to a piece of scrub that his family owned outright, which he was willing to lease at a reduced rate. Rick listened polite. Rick shook Emmett's hand. Rick told him he would take it up with the company. Rick did not take it up with the company. I know, 'cause I was in the trailer when Rick came in after, and he laughed and said, "Old man wants to sell his own piece, so he does not have to look at the flare." And then he went and got a coffee. Emmett came back 3 more times. Each time he was more insistent. The third time he brought his son, who was maybe 40 and works as a lineman out of Minot, and the son said things his father would not say. He used the actual word. He said Skinwalker. He said his father did not want to say it out loud on our pad, but that was what he meant. He said the section had a story attached to it that went back before their family, and that people who lived out on that stretch did not go into that draw at night, and had not for a long time, and that if we drilled there, we would be waking up something that had been asleep, and that we should not wake up. I want to tell you what the crew thought of that. I want to be honest with you, because I owe you honest. Most of the crew laughed. They did not laugh at Emmett to his face. They waited until he and his son had driven off in the pickup, and then they laughed. Some of the older guys, the ones who had worked reservation leases before, did not laugh. A guy named Warren, who had spent 12 years on the Rosebud in South Dakota before he came up here, went quiet. So did a floor hand named Jimmy Little Bear, who was one of the 2 native guys on our crew, and who did not usually say much anyway. He went quieter than usual. He did not say anything against Emmett. He also did not agree with him where anybody could hear. But at chow that night he sat by himself, and he ate about 6 bites, and he pushed the tray away, and he went outside to smoke. I did not laugh. I did not agree either. I was somewhere in the middle. What I did was I picked up the phone and I called you, and I told you I loved you, and I did not mention Emmett. I regret that now. I should have told you about Emmett, and I should have told you what he said. I did not want to worry you. The drilling started on Monday, October 12th. That was 6 days ago. I need you to hold on to that number. 6 days. That is how long it took. The first 2 days were normal. Everything went to plan. Rick was in a good mood because the mud was behaving and the bit was chewing through the shale like it had been waiting for us. We got down past 3,500 feet on Tuesday night, and I remember Rick came into the trailer while I was eating dinner, and he clapped me on the shoulder and he said, "We are going to be off this pad by Halloween, Danny, and that will be 100% margin above the projections." He was in a very good mood. I remember I was eating a chicken sandwich the cook had made that was drier than I would have liked. That is the last normal thing I want to say about this rotation, because on Wednesday morning is when the first thing happened. Warren is the one who found it. Warren does the walk around at 4 a.m. before the crew change. He has done it every day of every rotation. I have worked with him. He walks the perimeter of the pad with a mag light, and he checks the fence, and he checks the pump jacks on the 2 producing wells south of us, and he checks the light plant, and he comes back. It takes him about 20 minutes. That morning he took an hour and a half. When he came back, he did not come into the trailer. He knocked on the trailer door and asked for Rick to come outside. I could see them through the window. Warren was talking and pointing back down the road, and Rick was rubbing his face. They stood out there in the dark for maybe 15 minutes. Then Rick came inside. Warren did not. Rick sat down at the table across from me, and he did not say anything for a while. Finally he said, "Danny, I need you to come look at something." He said it in a voice that was not his usual voice. It was flat. He was working to keep it flat. We walked with Warren about a quarter-mile south of the pad, off the access road, down into the draw, where Emmett had told us not to drill. There is a wash there that runs east to west, dry in October, sandy at the bottom. Warren pointed his mag light down into the wash, and there was a mule deer doe lying at the bottom. The doe had been arranged. I want to be careful about how I say this, because I do not want you to see it in your head the way I saw it. Just know that whatever had killed her had opened her up in a way that no coyote and no cougar and no wolf on this continent would do. The parts of her had been placed in a pattern. There were 6 stones around the pattern that I could tell had been carried down there from somewhere else, because they were river stones and there is no river in the wash. There were 3 tracks in the sand next to the doe. The tracks were shaped wrong. They were long, longer than a man's foot, and they had toes, and the toes were pointed the wrong way. They were pointed toward the head of the doe from the direction of the head of the doe, if that makes sense. Like whoever made them had been walking backwards away from her. Warren said, I have seen a version of this in South Dakota. He said, we need to shut down and pull off this pad, and we need to do it today. He said it with his eyes on Rick and his voice steady and his hand shaking a little on the light. Rick did not shut down. Rick called the sheriff's substation in Watford City and reported an animal carcass with signs of vandalism. A deputy came out that afternoon, looked at the doe for maybe 5 minutes, took 2 photos on his phone, and told us it was probably kids from Killdeer messing around, and that if we wanted a report filed, we could come to the substation and file one. He drove off. Rick had the site cleaned up before end of shift. Warren stayed in the trailer that night and did not come out for chow. Jimmy Little Bear did not come to chow either. I saw him standing outside by the light plant with his phone to his ear for a long time. He was talking to somebody in a language I do not speak. When he hung up, he stood there with his back to the pad for another 10 minutes before he went to bed. That was Wednesday. Thursday morning at 3:15 a.m., the crew mud engineer, a kid named Tyler out of Casper, was up on the platform doing a fluid check when he saw something in the tree line to the west of the pad. He came down and he woke Rick up, and he said there was a person standing at the tree line watching him, but the person was not shaped right. He said the person was too tall and the arms were too long, and the head was tilted at an angle a person could not do. Tyler was 22 years old, and he was not the kind of kid to make things up. Rick came out with a flashlight, and Warren came with him with a shotgun. There was nothing at the tree line, but there were 3 sets of the same wrong footprints in the mud 20 yards from the pad, coming from the tree line and going back to the tree line, and one of the tracks was inside the outer chain link at the perimeter. Rick called the company. I was standing next to him when he did it. He told them there had been an intruder on the pad and asked for guidance. Whoever was on the other end told him to file a report with the sheriff and continue operations. Rick said, "We have got a situation where the crew is going to want to walk." Whoever was on the other end reminded him that walking a pad mid-drill would forfeit his completion bonus. Rick was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Understood." Then he hung up. He called us all into the trailer at breakfast. He said there had been a trespasser. He said the sheriff was aware. He said if anybody wanted off the pad, they could go, but that anybody who walked would be walking on their own truck bill and would not be brought back for the next rotation. He looked at Warren when he said it. Warren looked at his coffee. Warren did not walk. I did not walk either. Kara, I am sorry. I am recording this, and I am telling you that I did not walk when Warren gave me the chance to walk, and I want you to know why. It was the money. It was the completion bonus. It was the picture of you and Jesse at Christmas at your parents' place in Bismarck. I was thinking about the picture, and I was not thinking about the tracks. I want you to know that I made the wrong choice, and I made it for a reason that I thought at the time was a good reason. If I could go back and take it back, I would take it back. I would drive off this pad right now, and I would drive to the Watford City truck stop, and I would fly home tomorrow, and I would take a job hanging drywall for half the pay for the rest of my life, and I would still count it a good trade, but I cannot take it back. So I need to tell you the rest. Friday night was when Jimmy Little Bear left. He did not walk out during the day. He waited until after chow, and then he took his truck and he drove off the pad and did not come back. He left a note in the trailer for Warren. Warren showed it to me. The note said, "I called my uncle. My uncle said, 'Do not stay. I am sorry.'" That was it. That was the whole note. Warren stayed. I stayed. Rick stayed. Tyler the mud engineer stayed. The floor hands and the derrick hands and the day shift and the night shift all stayed. There were 37 of us on pad 19 when Jimmy drove off Friday night. 37. I want you to remember that number. Saturday morning, we found Jimmy's truck. Well, Warren found it. Warren went out on his walk around, and this time it was 7 miles down the access road. And he came back and got Rick and me, and we drove down there. The truck was pulled off the road at the low place where the road crosses the wash we had been drilling near, the same wash where we had found the doe. The engine was cold. The keys were in the ignition. The driver's door was open. There was no blood in the cab. Jimmy's phone was on the passenger seat. We looked around the truck for maybe an hour. There were tracks in the sand of the wash, but they were not the same wrong tracks. These were regular boot prints, size 10 or so, moving from the driver's door of the truck down into the wash toward the west, toward the section we had been drilling. Jimmy's tracks. They went about 200 yards and they stopped in the middle of a flat piece of sand. They did not double back. They did not continue. They stopped. The 3 wrong tracks were there too, at the place where Jimmy's tracks stopped, coming out of the west and going back to the west. There were 3 of them. Still. Always 3. Whatever this was, there were 3 of it. Warren said, "I am done." He said, "It's standing there in the wash." He said, "I am driving to Watford City tonight and I am done." He looked at Rick and Rick did not say anything. He looked at me and I did not say anything either. He turned around and he walked back to the truck. He did not make it out. He was going to leave that night at 8 after chow. At 7:30, a call came in on the radio from the wellhead about a pressure spike on the number 2 producer. Rick sent Warren and 2 of the derrick hands to look at it. They took a truck. They went a quarter mile. They did not come back. We heard on the radio. It was Warren's voice. He got maybe 5 seconds on the radio. He said, "They are on the road." He said, "Oh God." He said, "There are 3 of them." That was all he got. There was a sound after that I am not going to describe on this recording. Then the radio went to hiss. Rick tried to raise them. Rick could not raise them. Rick called dispatch in Williston and told them to send the sheriff. And dispatch said the sheriff was 2 hours out and could he confirm the nature of the emergency. Rick tried to describe the nature of the emergency and could not do it in a way that dispatch understood. He hung up. He called the company. He got a voicemail. He hung up. He looked at me. He looked at Tyler. He looked at the 31 other men who were still on pad 19. He said, "Get in the trailers, all of you. Lock the doors. Nobody comes out until sunup." That was 3 hours ago. I am in the crew trailer with Tyler and 4 other guys. There are 2 other trailers on the pad, the tool pushers and the driller's bunkhouse, and there are men in both of them. The lights on the rig are still on. The flare is still burning. From my window I can see the flare, and I can see the light plant, and I can see about 40 yards of gravel beyond the light plant, and past that it is dark. I have been sitting at the little table in this trailer for the last hour listening. There is a way sound works in the Bakken at night that is different from anywhere else. Sound travels far. You can hear a coyote yip from 3 miles off. You can hear a train on the tracks by Watford City from 10 miles off. It is that flat and that open. 20 minutes ago, I heard Warren's voice on the wind from out past the light plant. Just his voice, calling my name, calling Rick's name, calling for help. Warren has been dead for 3 hours. He was killed on the radio, and I heard it. But his voice is out there right now and is asking me to come out to the road. I did not come out. I want to be very clear on this recording that I did not come out and I am not going to come out. I know what that voice is. I put it together. I have been putting it together for the last 4 days and I finally have it put together and I am sitting here at this table and I am not going to answer whatever is out there calling my name. But Kara, some of the other guys, Tyler went into the pusher's trailer 20 minutes ago to get a radio charger. He has not come back. There is no light on in the pusher's trailer now. There was a light on when he went in. I have not heard anything from the driller's bunkhouse in the last 10 minutes. There are 3 of them, and I do not know how they are getting in. I do not know if a lock is going to stop them, and I do not think it is. I have been sitting here trying to think what I have that could help me, and the honest answer is nothing. My rifle is in my personal truck, and my personal truck is at the north end of the pad, and the north end of the pad is between me and the road, and to get to my truck I have to walk out this door. I heard something on the roof about a minute ago, just once. Just one soft press, like a weight testing the metal. It has been quiet since then. Kara, listen to me. When the sheriff comes tomorrow, and when the company comes, they are going to tell you there was an accident on pad 19. They are going to say, gas. They are going to say the whole pad went up. They are going to have the physical evidence to make it look that way, because whatever is out there right now can arrange things, and I have seen how it arranged the dough, and I have seen how it made Jimmy's tracks stop in the middle of the sand. There will be a fire. There will be 37 bodies, or what is left of them. There will be an investigation, and it will conclude gas. They will pay you the death benefit and the widow policy, and they will offer you a settlement, and I want you to take everything they offer, and I want you to sign whatever they put in front of you, and I want you to not ask any questions, please. There's a man named Emmett Yellowhawk who has a ranch 6 miles south of Pad 19. If you ever want to know what actually happened out here, and I hope you never do, then he will tell you. I do not think you should ever ask him. I think you should let it be gas. I love you. I love Jesse. Tell him his dad loved him more than anything in the world. Tell him the picture I was carrying in my head of the three of us at Christmas at your parents' house was the last real thing I had. Tell him his dad was a coward for not walking when he had the chance, but that he loved him. Tell him that the light plant just went out. I can see the flare still burning off to the south, but the yard light is out and the trailer light is flickering, and there is something at the door. I can hear it breathing. It is trying my name in Warren's voice, and now in Rick's voice, and now in a voice that is my father's. And my father has been dead for 15 years. It knows the voice of my father. I do not know how it knows. Kara, I love you. I am going to try to hide this phone somewhere in the wall where the fire will not get it. I love you. I love you. I love you. Do not come up here. Do not come look. Just take Jesse and go somewhere green. The door is. My brother Ray had not answered the phone in 9 days when I drove up to his place in the Bitterroots. That is where this starts. That is what I need to say first. Because the temptation is to start it earlier, back before Melanie was sick, back when he and I were still the kind of brothers who talked. But the story that matters begins on the 10th day, on a Wednesday in November, when I turned off Highway 93 at the Stevensville exit and drove east up into the foothills toward his cabin with a bag of groceries on the passenger seat that I was not sure he would eat. Ray was 58. He was 3 years older than me. He had lived in that cabin for 22 years with Melanie, and he had lived in it alone for 8 months. Melanie had died in March of a cancer that had started in her pancreas and had done what that cancer does, which is to be already too far along by the time anybody knew about it. She had gone from a diagnosis in October to a funeral in March. Ray had been at every appointment with her. He had sat in every waiting room and asked every question and driven her to every treatment down in Missoula, and he had done it without complaint and without hope, because there had never been any hope, and both of them had understood that from the second week. I loved Melanie. I want to say that clearly. She was the best thing that ever happened to my brother, and I do not think he had a wrong day with her in 30 years. When she died, something inside him went out that had been the biggest and best thing about him, and by August he had stopped answering my calls the way he used to. By September, he had stopped answering them at all, except on Sundays, when he would call me back late at night with the kind of long pauses in the conversation that told me he had been drinking since noon. By October, he was not answering Sundays either. I had been driving up every 3 weeks or so to check on him. It was a 3-hour drive from my place in Kalispell, and I would go up on a Saturday and bring him groceries and stay one night in his spare room and drive back Sunday. He never asked me to come. He also never asked me to leave. Toward the end of October, I had noticed something I did not know how to talk to him about, which was that he had started leaving the porch light on all night. He never used to do that. Melanie had been the one who worried about lights and locks. Ray had always laughed at her about it. Now, the porch light was on when I got there at 3 in the afternoon, and it was still on when I left at 9 the next morning. I asked him about it the last time I was up. I had said, "Ray, you leaving the light on?" He had been at the kitchen counter making coffee with his back to me, and he had not turned around. He had said, "Yeah." I said, "Everything all right up here?" He had said, "Yeah," without turning. He had said, I just do not sleep as well with it off anymore. I let it go. I should not have let it go. That was in the middle of October. I called him twice a week after that, and he did not pick up. On Wednesday of the 9th day, I called our sister in Coeur d'Alene, who is the only other close family we have left, and I said I was going up. She said she would have gone if she could get away from her kids. She said, Mark, if he needs to come stay with you for a while, bring him. I said I would try. I do not think either of us believed that Ray would leave his cabin, but neither of us said so out loud. I got to his place at about 2 in the afternoon. The cabin sits at the end of a gravel drive off a Forest Service road, maybe 8 miles east of Stevensville, up in a fold of the mountains where the aspens run in long ribbons along the creek, and the ponderosa comes down the ridges behind. It is a beautiful piece of ground. Ray and Melanie had picked it out together in the summer of 1999 and had lived there ever since. In November, the aspens are bare and the ground is orange with the leaves, and if you have not been up there in November, you might not understand how the light works, how it comes sideways through the trunks and turns everything the color of a rusted stove. The porch light was on when I pulled up. In the middle of the day, Ray's truck was in the drive, and the woodshed door was closed, and there was a thin line of smoke coming from the stovepipe, so I knew he was home. I got out, and I got the groceries, and I went up on the porch, and I knocked. I could hear him moving around inside. It took him a long time to come to the door. When he opened it, I did not recognize him for a second. He had lost maybe 20 pounds. His beard, which he had always kept trimmed because Melanie had liked it that way, was down to his chest. His eyes were pulled back into his head. He was wearing the flannel shirt, I remembered, from the last time I had been up, and it had not been washed. He looked at me for a long time before he registered that it was me. Then he said, Mark. He said it like he had been expecting somebody else. I said, You have not been picking up. He said no. He stepped aside and let me in. The cabin was warm. That was the first thing I noticed. He had the stove going hot, and the front room was maybe 80 degrees. The second thing I noticed was that every curtain in the house was drawn. The third thing I noticed was that Melanie's reading chair, the big blue one by the window that she used to sit in every morning, had been moved from where it had always been. It had been turned to face the front door. There was a wool blanket folded on the seat. I did not comment on the chair. I put the groceries in the kitchen. I made coffee. I sat down with him at the kitchen table, and I asked him how he was doing, and he said fine. And I asked him if he had been eating, and he said some. And I asked him if he had seen anybody, and he said no. We sat there for a while, not saying anything. The coffee was too strong because I had not measured it right. He drank his anyway. After a while I said, Ray, is there something going on up here that I should know about? He looked at me over the rim of his cup. His eyes were very tired. He said, Why do you ask? I said, Because the curtains are all drawn, and the light has been on all day, and Mel's chair is turned around, and you look like you have not slept in a week. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said something that I did not understand at the time, and that I have not stopped thinking about since. He said, I have been sleeping fine, Mark. I have been sleeping great. It is the being awake I have been having trouble with. He got up and put his cup in the sink, and he said, I am going to lay down for a little. Make yourself at home. I did not stop him. He went back to the bedroom and shut the door. I sat at the kitchen table for a while. I got up, and I looked out the front window through the crack in the curtains. The yard runs down to a long field that Ray had cleared with Melanie their first summer up there, and past the field is a stand of aspens that goes for maybe 100 yards before the ground climbs into the ponderosa. It was late afternoon, and the light was doing what I said it does in November, coming sideways through the aspen trunks. There was somebody standing in the aspens. I want to be careful here. I have played this moment back many times. What I saw was not a person shape. What I saw was something more like the suggestion of a person shape farther back in the trees than I should have been able to make anything out, standing where the shadow of the trunks was thick and where the sideways light was not touching. I could see it in the way you sometimes see a deer standing very still in a stand of birch, where your eye picks out the vertical that is not a trunk before your brain names it. I saw a vertical that was not a trunk. It was maybe 7 feet tall. It was not moving. I looked at it for a long minute, and I told myself it was a trunk after all. I turned away from the window. I went and made another pot of coffee. When I looked back out the window 5 minutes later, the vertical was not there anymore. Ray came out of the bedroom at about 6:30. He was more himself. He had washed his face. He asked what I had brought, and I heated up a can of soup for him and made grilled cheese, and he ate half the sandwich and most of the soup. It was more than I expected. While he ate, I talked. I told him about my son, who was at Montana State, and about our sister, and about a bit of trouble I was having with the tenant in the rental property I own in Kalispell. He listened. He nodded in the right places. He did not say very much, but he was not gone, the way he had been when I came in. At about 8 o'clock, I said, "Ray, why do you keep the porch light on?" He was looking down at his coffee. He did not answer for a while. Then he said, "Do you remember what Mom used to say when we were kids about the light on the barn?" Mom had grown up in the Flathead. She had used to say, when Ray and I were small, that you left the light on the barn burning after dark because the light kept things where they were supposed to be. She had said it half joking. Ray and I had laughed about it when we were older. It was one of those things. I said, "Yeah, I remember." Ray said, "Mom knew what she was talking about." He did not elaborate. He got up and put another log in the stove. I asked him if he had been going for walks. He said not much. I asked him if he had been out to the aspen stand. He looked at me sharp when I asked. He said, "Why?" I said, "No reason." He said, "No, I have not been out there in a while." He looked back at the stove. He said, "You can sleep in the spare room. I have put clean sheets on." And then he said, "Mark, if you hear anything from the porch tonight, do not open the door." I said, "What am I going to hear from the porch?" He said, "Probably nothing. But if you hear something, do not open the door." I did not press it. I went to bed at maybe 10:30. The spare room is at the back of the cabin, off the kitchen, and it has one window that looks out onto the aspens. I closed the curtain. I lay in the bed, and I listened. The house was quiet. The stove ticked as it cooled. Wind moved in the trees. I was in that half-sleep place where you are listening for something and you are also drifting, and I do not know how long I was there before I heard it. Somebody said Ray's name. It came from the porch. A woman's voice. Soft. Familiar. She said, "Ray." She said, "Ray, honey, it is me." I sat up in the bed. My skin had gone cold. It sounded like Melanie. It sounded exactly like Melanie. It sounded like her, the way she had sounded in the last weeks, when she had been thin and her voice had gone quieter, when she had been in the hospital bed in the living room, and she had called Ray from across the room to bring her water. That voice. I heard Ray's bedroom door open. I heard him walk down the hall in his socks. I heard him stop at the front door. She said, "Ray, let me in. It is cold out here." I got up out of the bed. I moved to the door of the spare room, and I opened it very slowly, and I looked down the hall. I could see Ray from behind. He was standing at the front door with his hand on the deadbolt. He was not moving. The voice said, "Ray, please. I have been out here so long," Ray said, in a voice I had never heard him use in my life, a voice that was not asking a question so much as testing something. He said, "Melanie, what did I get you for your 40th birthday?" There was a pause on the other side of the door. Then the voice said, "Oh, Ray, you know what you got me." Ray did not open the door. I have thought about that pause for a long time. What was on the other side of the door did not know what he had gotten her for her 40th birthday. It did not have the memory. It had the voice and it had the words, but it did not have the memory. And Ray had asked the one question that whatever it was could not answer, and it had tried to bluff. And Ray had not opened the door. He stood there for a long time with his hand on the deadbolt. The voice on the other side did not speak again. After maybe 5 minutes, I heard Ray take a long breath and then let it out. He turned. He saw me standing in the hallway. He looked at me and he did not say anything. He walked past me into the kitchen and he sat down at the table and he put his head in his hands. I went and sat down across from him. Neither of us said anything for a long time. Finally he said, "It has been coming for 3 months." I said, "What is it?" He said, "I do not know what it is, but I know what it wants, and I know it is not her." I said, "Ray, have you called anyone? Has this been going on?" He said, "Mark, who am I going to call? Who would I even tell?" He looked up at me and his eyes were wet. He said, "I did not call you because I did not want you up here where it could see you. I am telling you now because you are up here and it saw you today at the window when you looked out, and now it knows." I did not know what to say. I said, "What does it want, Ray?" He said, "It wants me. It has been circling for a long time and it has been getting closer. It knows what I lost. It knows what I would give to have her back. It has been standing out in the tree line and it has been speaking in her voice, and it knows I am at the end of what I can hold. And every night it gets a little closer to the porch, and every night it knows a little more about her, and I have been fighting to remember the things about her that it does not know, so that when it uses her voice I can still tell it is not her." He said, "Tonight was the closest it has come. I got it with the birthday question, but it is going to learn. It is going to keep learning, and I am going to keep losing." He said, "Mark, you need to go home in the morning. You cannot stay up here. If it thinks you are protecting me, it is going to work harder. It is going to find out things about you. And if you sleep here tomorrow night, it is going to try you next. It is going to sound like Angie. It is going to sound like Dad. It knows what to do." Angie was his ex-wife from before Melanie. Dad had been dead since 1996. I said, "Then you come with me. We pack a bag right now and we drive out of here." He said, "I have thought about that. I have thought about it every day for 3 months. I do not think it is going to let me. I have driven down to the highway twice. Both times the truck died 2 miles down the road. I had to walk back. Both times when I got back to the cabin, the door was open and the porch light was off, and I had to sit on the porch until the sun came up before I could go inside, because I did not know what would be waiting for me." He said, "But you can go. It has not looked at you long enough yet. It has not learned you. If you leave at first light, you should be all right." I stayed up with him for the rest of the night. Neither of us slept. We sat at the kitchen table with coffee going, and we talked about things that had nothing to do with what was outside. We talked about our mother, who had died in 2006. We talked about a boat our father had built when we were kids that had leaked so bad we had to bail it every 20 yards. We talked about Melanie some. Ray told me a story about her that I had never heard, about the summer they had first met, about a night at a bar in Missoula where he had known within 20 minutes that he was going to marry her. It was a good story. He told it well. When he finished it, he was crying quietly, and I was crying too, and outside the wind was moving in the aspens, and no voice came to the porch again that night. At about 6 in the morning, before the sun was up, Ray said, "Mark, you need to go now." And he was right, and I knew he was right. I put my coat on, and I picked up my bag. He walked me to the door. At the door, he stopped, and he put his hand on my shoulder. He said, "Mark, I want you to know something. I am not going to let it win. I am going to hold out. I have been holding out for 3 months, and I can hold out for 3 more. Melanie would want me to hold out. That is the whole thing. That is what I have been repeating to myself every night when it starts up. Melanie would want me to hold out." I said, "Come with me." He said, "I cannot. Not yet. Not until I know for sure it will let me. I will call you next week. I will call you Wednesday. If I do not call you Wednesday, then you come back up here with the sheriff." I said, "Ray." He said, "Wednesday. Now go." I got in my truck and I drove down the drive. He was standing on the porch with the light off behind him. I looked back once at the top of the drive before it turned on to the Forest Service road. He was still standing there. Behind him the sun was starting to come up over the ridge, and the aspens were coming out of the dark, and the long field between the cabin and the trees was silver with frost. He did not call on Wednesday. I drove back up on Thursday morning. I called the Ravalli County Sheriff's Office from the Forest Service Road, and I asked them to meet me at the cabin, and a deputy named Halverson said he would be there in an hour. When I pulled up to the cabin, the porch light was on again in daylight, which I had known it would be, and Ray's truck was in the drive, which I had known it would be. The front door was standing open. I did not go in until the deputy got there. I sat in my truck and I waited. Halverson pulled up at about 10. He was a young guy, maybe 30, kind. He walked around the outside of the cabin first. He came back and he said, "Mr. Sikora, I need to ask you some things about your brother's state of mind." I told him what I knew. I did not tell him everything. I did not tell him about the voice on the porch or about the aspens. I told him that Ray had been struggling since his wife's death. I told him he had been drinking. I told him he had been isolated and that I had been worried about him. We went inside together. The house was empty. The stove was cold, which meant it had been out for at least a day. The kitchen was clean. There were 2 coffee cups in the sink from when Ray and I had been sitting at the table. There was no note. I want to say that plain. There was no note, no letter, no writing on the walls, no last words on the kitchen table. Ray had not written anything down. Whatever he had done it without leaving anything behind for me to find. The bedroom was empty. His boots were gone from the mudroom. His coat was gone from the hook. His truck was in the drive, but his keys were on the hook by the door, where they always were. I walked out of the cabin and I stood on the porch and I looked across the long field toward the aspens. The frost had been thick that morning and had stayed thick because the sun had not come around to that side of the property yet. I could see the field clearly, and I could see, running from the porch, steps out across the field toward the aspens, a single set of boot prints in the frost. Just his. Nothing next to him, nothing walking with him. Just his prints, one foot in front of the other, going out across the long field and into the aspens and out of sight. Halverson saw the tracks too. He and I walked them out across the field. The tracks went into the aspens in a straight line and they kept going up through the ponderosa on the ridge behind, and the deputy said we would need a search team to follow them any further. The search team came out that afternoon. They followed the tracks for about 3 miles up into the ridge before they lost them on rock. They searched for 4 days. They found no sign of him. In the spring, when the snow melted, a fish and wildlife biologist doing a survey on the drainage found a wool jacket about 6 miles from the cabin, hung on a low branch, not fallen from a body. The jacket was Ray's. There was nothing in the pockets. There was no body under the tree. They never found him. That is the plain fact of it. There was no funeral, because there was nothing to bury. My sister and I held a memorial at her house in Coeur d'Alene in June, and we scattered a photograph of him with Melanie's ashes in the garden she had made, because that was the best we could do. I want to say one more thing. This is the part I do not know how to say. I have gone up to the cabin twice since that morning, both times in the daylight, both times just to check on the place, because the property is mine now, and I have not been able to bring myself to sell it, and I have not been able to bring myself to burn it. Both times I have gone back down before dark, and both times, when I have looked back at the cabin from the top of the drive, the porch light has been off. But once, on the second trip in October, coming down the drive at about 4 in the afternoon with the sideways light on the aspens, I saw somebody at the tree line at the edge of the long field. He was not in the shadow this time. He was at the edge of it. He was standing on the frost side of the aspens looking at the cabin, and I could see the shape of him well enough to know it was the shape of my brother. And I could see the shape of him well enough to know it also was not. Whatever it is that took him is still up there. It is wearing him now. It stood at the tree line, and it watched me drive out. I did not stop the truck. I did not roll down the window. I did not call to it. I understood what it was, and I understood what my brother had understood when he walked out across that field, which is that grief opens a door in you that a certain kind of thing knows how to come through. And what came through my brother's door did not give him back his wife. It gave him a promise it never intended to keep. It got him to walk out into the cold with nothing on but his coat, and then it kept his shape. I do not tell people the details of this story. I told our sister some of it, but not all. When Halverson asked me at the cabin about Ray's state of mind, I let him write it down the way it needed to be written down for a report. Grief, isolation, drinking, missing person, presumed lost in the mountains, hypothermia, no body recovered. That was the finding. It is on paper somewhere in Ravalli County. It is also, in the ways that matter for a paper record, true. But it is not the whole of what happened. The whole of what happened is that a predator found my brother at the worst possible moment of his life and used the shape of the person he loved most to walk him into the woods. And that predator is still up there in the aspens where the light does not touch, and it is wearing my brother's face now. And it will use my brother's face on the next person who comes up that drive in the wrong season. I do not know what to do about it. I do not think there is anything to do about it. I keep the property because if I sell it, somebody else will move in, and it will get to work on them next. I leave the porch light on when I visit. I do not know if it helps. It did not help my brother in the end. But my mother used to say a light kept things where they were supposed to be, and my brother at the end said that our mother had known what she was talking about. So I keep the light on. It is something to do. I drive back down before dark. That is the other rule. I have made it a rule for myself, and I do not break it. I get in the truck and I turn the truck around, and I do not look at the aspens as I go. I hear it call my name sometimes anyway, in my brother's voice, right at the edge of the sound of the tires on the gravel. I do not answer. That is the only thing I know how to do. The fire finder was turned. I noticed it before I noticed anything else that morning, before the coffee, before I looked at the sky, because the fire finder sits in the middle of the room on its stand, and you walk around it the way you walk around a table you have had for 30 years. Your hip knows where it is. Your hand goes to it without asking you. The Osborne is a brass and steel thing, about as big across as a truck tire, and it sits on a pedestal in the exact center of the lookout with the map of the district laid flat inside it. It has a ring around the outside marked off in degrees, and a sighting aperture on one side and a crosshair on the other. And when you see a smoke, you swing the ring around until the smoke sits in the crosshair, and you read the number off the ring, and that number is a bearing. Elk Mountain does the same thing from 22 miles east. Where the two lines cross, that is the fire. That is the whole of it. That is the entire reason a man sits in a glass box on top of a mountain for 4 months out of the year. I had left the ring at 270 degrees due west. I always left it at due west because that was where the weather came from, and in the morning the first thing I wanted to see was whether the weather was doing what it had said it would do the night before. That morning the ring was at 116 degrees. I stood there in my socks with a coffee can in my hand, and I looked at the number, and then I bent down and put my eye to the aperture and sighted through the crosshair to see what the thing was pointed at. Southeast. Down the long timbered draw that runs off the point toward Bitter Creek proper, 4 miles of black timber, and then the burn from the '94 fire, gray snags standing up out of the green like whiskers on a jaw. There was no smoke there. There was no anything there. It was 6 in the morning, and the light was still the flat gray light you get before the sun clears the east ridge, and the draw was just the draw. Whoever had turned the ring had put it on a piece of ground where nothing was happening. I want to tell you that I stood there and understood something I did not. I stood there and I turned the ring back to 270, and I put my coffee on the shelf under the west window, and I thought, you turned it and you forgot. 14 seasons and it never happened once, and now it happened. I was 52 years old. I had started forgetting things that year. Where I set the pliers, whether I had already taken the humidity. Small things, the small things everybody starts losing at the far end of their 40s, and I had been keeping a private tally of them the way you keep a tally of a leak in a roof you cannot afford to fix. So I put it on that. I put it on getting old. The ring turned that night too, while I slept, and it went back to 116 degrees, and it was pointing at the same nothing in the same draw. I did not put that one on anything. Bitter Creek Point sits at 7,400 feet on the last high ground before the country drops off into the wilderness, and the tower is a staffed one, which means somebody sleeps in it. There are lookouts you drive to. Tourists climb the stairs and take a picture and ask you if you get lonely. Bitter Creek is not one of those. Bitter Creek is 9 miles of trail up from the end of Forest Road 1200, and the last 2 miles of that trail are switchbacks cut into scree that a horse hates and a mule tolerates, and a man on foot with a pack curses in a very specific and repetitive way, and there is no water on the mountain. Everything up there gets carried up there. The tower itself is 14 feet by 14 feet, glass on all 4 sides, a hip roof, a catwalk running all the way around the outside. Inside there is a bed, a stool, a propane refrigerator, a 2-burner propane stove, a shelf, a radio, and the Osborne in the middle. Everything you touch you can reach without getting off the stool, if you plan your sitting right. The legs of the bed sit in glass insulators so that if lightning takes the tower you are not part of the circuit, and there is a wooden stool with glass feet on it for the same reason. And in a bad storm you get up on the stool, and you sit there and you do not touch anything, and you wait, and the whole tower rings like somebody hit it with a spoon. You get to the floor of the tower by a set of stairs that runs up the outside of the substructure and comes through a hatch. The hatch is a trap door. It swings up and it lays back flat on the floor, and at night you close it and you drop a bar across it. Not because of anything, because it is a hole in the floor and you do not want to fall through it at 2 a.m. when you get up to look at a lightning strike. 14 seasons. I came up the first time when I was 38. Which is late to start. I had been other things. I do not spend a lot of time on the other things. There was a shop in a town I do not go back to, and there was a woman who was reasonable and patient about a great many things, and then one day was not reasonable and patient anymore, and she was right, and I did not fight her about it. I signed a paper, and I drove, and after a while I ran out of money in a town at the bottom of a mountain, and the Forest Service was hiring somebody to sit at the top of it. That is the whole story, and it is not much of one. It is the story of about half the people who take a lookout job. The other half are graduate students and retired school teachers, and a 19-year-old kid who wants to write a book. You can tell which half a lookout is by how long they last. The book kids do 1 season. The school teachers do 3. The ones who are up there because down there did not work do it until their knees give out. My knees were fine. My knees were the last thing about me that was fine. The days had a shape, and the shape did not change, and the shape was the reason the job worked for a man like me. 0800 weather. You go out on the catwalk to the north side where the instrument shelter hangs, a little louvered white box on a bracket, and you open it, and you read the dry bulb and the wet bulb, and you work the humidity off a table, and you read the max and min from the night before, and you look at the rain gauge, and you write it in the log. Then you get on the radio, and you give it to dispatch, Bitter Creek, Yellow Deer Dispatch, with the 0800. Dry bulb 61, wet bulb 52, relative humidity 38%, wind west at 8, no precipitation, visibility unrestricted, 1200, same, 1600, same, and that is the one that matters, because 1600 is when the humidity bottoms out and the fuels are at their driest, and if a fire is going to get up and run, it is going to do it in the 2 hours on either side of that reading. 2000, same, and by then the air has usually laid down and the inversion is setting into the drainages, and you can watch it happen. The cold air pouring down off the high country and pooling blue in the bottoms while the ridges are still gold. And then at 2100, dispatch calls you. They call all the staffed lookouts, one after another, going around the district in the same order every night. Elk Mountain first, then Sawtooth, back when Sawtooth was staffed, then Bitter Creek last, because Bitter Creek was farthest out and the repeater was worst there and it took the longest. That call is not about weather. That call has one purpose. It exists so that if a lookout has a stroke or falls down the stairs or puts a bear through the door, somebody knows about it inside of 24 hours instead of inside of 2 weeks. It is a welfare check. If a lookout does not answer at 2100, dispatch tries again at 2115, and then they try the other lookouts to see if anybody has line of sight or has heard from him. And then at 2200, somebody starts making phone calls, and by midnight, there are 2 engine crew kids in a green rig at the end of Forest Road, 1200, putting on their headlamps, and they are walking up 9 miles of trail in the dark with a radio and a first aid kit, because that is what you do. Nobody had to explain that to me. Every lookout on every district in this country understands that. You answer at 2100. If you do not answer at 2100, other people come up the mountain. There is no version of the job where you simply do not answer. The woman on the other end of that radio for all 14 of my seasons was named Sharon. I never met her. That is the thing about dispatchers. She was a voice, and the voice had a scratch in it. From 30 years of cigarettes, she told me she quit in the spring and picked back up around the 4th of July every single year of her life. And she knew every man and woman on the district by the sound of their transmissions, and could tell you which engine was calling before they gave the number. We talked. Not on the district channel, or not much. But the 2100 check is a slow business, going around the horn, and there are gaps, and over 14 years the gaps add up. I knew that her husband was named Dale, and that he had a back problem, and had been told to lose 40 pounds, and had lost 11. I knew her girl was named Trina, and had gone to school in Missoula and come back, and that Sharon had opinions about the coming back that she did not say straight out. I knew about the boy, Petey, who was not really a boy anymore, and who worked at a tire place, and was fine, was doing fine, everything is fine, in the voice of a mother who has decided to stop saying the other thing out loud. She called me Coop. Everybody called me Coop. My name is Raymond Cooper. It is on my driver license, and it is on the Forest Service paperwork, and it is on the roster page in the front of the lookout log, where every June the Forest Service requires you to print your legal name and your date of hire and sign under it in ink. I have not answered to Raymond since I was 19 years old. That was my father's name. I do not have a story about him that I want to tell. He was not the worst man in the county. He was in the top 10. He said my name, the way you say the name of a tool that keeps slipping in your hand, and when I left, the name was one of the things I left, and it stayed left for 33 years. I want that on the record, before the rest of it. Nobody living called me Raymond. Nobody living knew to... There was one other man on my end of the district that summer, and his call sign was Elk Mountain. His name was Nash, and he was 24, and it was his second season, and he talked too much on the radio, and I liked him, which surprised me. He would call me at odd hours for no reason. Bitter Creek, Elk Mountain. Coop, are you seeing this light on the north end? Bitter Creek, Elk Mountain. Coop, there is an eagle sitting on my roof, and I think he is going to be here a while. He kept a list of the birds he saw and would read it to me sometimes, and I let him, and I would sit on the stool with the microphone in my hand and look at the light on the snags and listen to a young man named Birds. He was going to be a good one. He had the thing you have to have, which is not courage and is not eyesight. It is the ability to look at the same 4,000 square miles of green for 6 hours without your eyes going flat, so that when the one thing changes, you see it change. Sawtooth Butte, 31 miles west-northwest of me, had a lookout on it once. A wooden tower built in 1934 by a crew of boys who were paid $1 a day and their board, and it was staffed every summer until 1971, when the district got an airplane contract and decided that 2 towers could do the work of 3. They took the glass out. They left the frame. It has been falling down for over 50 years, and it is still not all the way down. From my catwalk on a clear day, I could see it with the glasses. a gray splinter standing up off a bald ridge, and I had never once thought about it for longer than it took to look away. And there was Ambrose Teague, who packed for the district. Ambrose was in his 70s and had 4 mules and a bad hip and a way of speaking that used about a third as many words as most people find necessary. Every 2 weeks he brought me water, propane, and groceries, up 9 miles of trail, and he would come up onto the catwalk and drink 1 cup of coffee standing and look at the country and say something about the grass, and then he would go back down. He never stayed the night. Not once in 14 years, and there was a bed in the storage shed at the bottom of the tower stairs with a mattress on it, and every other packer who ever came up that trail slept in it, because 9 miles down with tired stock at the end of the day is a fool's errand. I asked him about it my second season. I said, Ambrose, why do you always ride out at 4 in the afternoon with 4 tired mules? He looked at the country for a while. Then he said, I like my own bed. That was the whole answer, and I took it for the whole answer because he was 70 and he had a bad hip, and it was a reasonable thing for a man like that to say. The logbooks are the last thing I need to lay out. There is a stack of them on the shelf under the east window, and they go back to 1946, which is when the current tower replaced the one the boys built. They are green cloth ledgers with the Forest Service shield stamped on them, and they have a column for date and a column for time and columns for dry bulb, wet bulb, humidity, wind, precipitation, and visibility, and then a wide column at the right side of the page headed remarks. Every lookout who ever sat in that box filled those columns 4 times a day, 4 months a year, for going on 80 years. Almost all of it is weather, column after column of numbers written by dead people. Halverson, who was there from 46 to 52, and wrote in a hand like a doctor. A woman named D. Rasmussen, 58 through 62, who wrote in a hand like a schoolteacher and used the remarks column to record every bird she saw, which is a thing I never told Nash because he would have gotten unbearable about it. Pruitt, who was there through most of the 70s and 80s and did not write a single word in the remarks column for 11 years. I read them at night. That is what I did with my evenings for 14 years. After the 2100 check, I would light the lamp and take a book off the stack and read the weather of 1953 out loud to myself, because a man alone in a glass box either talks or he stops being able to. I need that on the table because it matters later, and because it is the thing I am ashamed of, and it is not the thing a man expects to be ashamed of. I talk to myself constantly, out loud, all day, every day, for 4 months a year, for 14 years. I narrated my own coffee. I said the weather of the dead out loud into an empty room. Every June, when I signed in, I would read the roster page out loud the way you do when there is nobody to hear it, and the roster page said Raymond Cooper, and I said it aloud, in my own voice, in that room, once a year for 14 years. Nobody living called me Raymond. I did. The one book I went back to more than the others was Carl Ostrander's. Ostrander was there in 1967 and 1968. His handwriting was small and square, and he never wasted a stroke. And for 2 seasons he filled out the weather columns the way you would want a man to fill them out and put nothing at all in the remarks. Then, in the last 2 weeks of August in 1968, he started putting 1 word in. Nothing under remarks. On the 12th of August, after the 1600 observation, in that small square hand, nothing. The 13th, nothing. The 14th, nothing. It runs for 8 days like that. Weather, 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 and then 1 word in the remarks column, the same word, 8 times, and the word gets smaller each day. By the 18th, it is so small you have to hold the page up to the window. And then the entry for the 20th of August, 1968, which is the last thing Carl Ostrander ever wrote in that book. He took his 1600 weather, he wrote it out, and then in the remarks column, in letters bigger than any letters on the page, he wrote something, did not answer, and that is the end of the book. Half the pages are blank. The next entry is in June of 1969, in a different hand. I looked Ostrander up once, in the district office, on a rainy day in October when the season was over and I had time to kill. In a filing cabinet in front of me, there was a personnel card. It said he was hired in 1967. It said he separated from service on the 21st of August 1968. Under reason for separation, somebody had typed the word abandoned, and then somebody else later in pen had crossed that out and written did not return. I thought about that for a week, and then I stopped thinking about it, because I decided that Carl Ostrander was a man who spent too long alone in a small room and started hearing the room breathe, and that he walked down the mountain one morning and did not tell anybody and got on a bus. It happens. It has happened to lookouts every year since there have been lookouts. That is what I decided. I want it understood that I decided it, and that I was pleased with myself for deciding it, the way you are pleased with yourself when you find a reasonable explanation and it lets you go to sleep. I said that page out loud too, more than once, in my own voice in that room. The firefinder turned 3 more times in the last week of June. Each time it went to 116 degrees. Each time I set it back to 270 before I did anything else, and each time I stood a minute with my hand on the ring, because the thing you have decided to stop worrying about takes a certain amount of hand time to stay decided. I checked the trapdoor. It was barred every morning, exactly the way I had barred it. I checked the windows. The windows in a lookout are the whole wall hinged at the top, and you prop them open in the day with sticks, and you drop them at night, and they were dropped. I checked the catwalk door. Locked. So I decided it was me. I decided I was getting up in the night and turning it the way people sleepwalk, and I decided this without any evidence and against the fact that I had never sleepwalked in my life. Because the other thing you can decide is that somebody is coming into a locked room on top of a mountain 9 miles from a road, and you cannot live in a 14-foot box with that decision. I started tying a piece of orange flagging around the ring at night, threaded through the sighting aperture, so that the ring could not turn without the flagging binding up on the pedestal. In the morning, the flagging was on the shelf, folded. I mean folded. Not knotted, not torn, not chewed. Somebody had taken a 2-foot piece of orange plastic ribbon off a brass ring and folded it in half, and then in half again, and set it on the shelf under the east window on top of the stack of logbooks, square with the edge of the shelf, and the ring was at 116 degrees. I stood in that room a good while that morning. I did not do the 0800 weather. That is the only observation I missed in 14 seasons, and I missed it by 20 minutes. And I called it in late and told Sharon I had overslept. And she said something about how I was getting old, and I laughed, and it came out of me sounding like a cough. I did the only thing there was to do, which was to take the country apart with the binoculars. 9 miles of trail. Nobody hikes it for fun. There are no lakes at the top of it. It is a hot, dry ridge with a tower on it, and the only reason to walk up there is to see a man in the tower. I glassed the trail, every switchback of it I could see, and I glassed the meadow at the bottom of the point, and I glassed the black timber in the draw, and I glassed the burn. I found nothing, because you do not find anything, because 4,000 square miles is a lot of ground, and a man in it is smaller than a stump. But I will tell you what I did find, because it was nothing, and it stopped me cold. I looked at the burn scar down the southeast draw, the one the firefinder kept pointing at, the gray snag standing in the green, and I put the glasses on the middle of it and swept slow, the way you do, back and forth, and about halfway through the third pass, a snag moved. Not fell, moved. About a foot to the left, and then it was a snag again. I held on that spot for 11 minutes. I know it was 11 minutes because I looked at my watch when I started, and I looked at my watch when I gave up and my arms were burning. The snag stayed a snag. Every other snag in that burn stayed a snag too. I put the glasses down and I said, out loud, to nobody in an empty glass room on top of a mountain, it was a bird landing on it. That is what I said. out loud, in my voice. Ambrose came up on the 3rd of July with the mules. He came up the last switchback about 11 in the morning, and I heard the stalk before I saw them, the particular unhurried clatter of iron shoes on scree, and I went down the stairs and helped him unload, which was 5 cases of water and 2 propane bottles and a box of groceries, and my mail, which was a seed catalog and a letter from the Forest Service about my retirement contribution. He looked tired. He was 74 that year, and he looked it for the first time, and I made him sit down on the step of the storage shed instead of standing on the catwalk, and I brought the coffee down to him. We talked about the grass, which is what we talked about. The grass was better than last year. It had been a wet May. Then I told him about the firefinder. I do not know why I told him. I had made a decision not to tell anybody, on the grounds that a man who tells the district that his instruments are turning themselves at night gets a nice phone call from somebody at the office in October about whether he might like to think about a different kind of work. But Ambrose was sitting there on that step with his hat in his hand, and the mules were pulling at the grass, and the whole world was as ordinary as a Tuesday, and it came out of me. I made it funny. I said the ring was turning, and I was probably doing it in my sleep, and I was going to have to start tying myself to the bed. He did not laugh. He looked at his coffee for a while. Then he said, "What bearing?" I said, 116. Ambrose Teague set his cup down on the step. He did it carefully, the way a man does when he is buying time with his hands. Then he stood up, and he put his hat on, and he looked at the mules for a while like he was counting them, and then he looked up at the tower, not at me. At the tower, and then at the catwalk, and then along the catwalk to the corner over the trapdoor, and he stood there looking at that corner for about as long as it takes to say the alphabet. And then he said, "I have got to get down." It was 11:30 in the morning. He had come up in 3 hours. He had never once left before 4. I said, "Ambrose, it is 11:30. He said, "I know what time it is." And he threw the empty panniers on, and he cinched them, and he got up on the horse with more speed than his hip had any business allowing, and he took the mules down the trail. He stopped once. He was maybe 40 yards down at the first turn, and he pulled up and turned in the saddle, and he called back up to me. He had to raise his voice, and it did not sound like his voice raised. It sounded like a different man's voice altogether, and I have thought about that since. He said, "Coop, when they call you at night, do not go looking for who else it might be." I said, "What?" He said, "Just answer the radio. Do not go out." Then he rode down, and I stood there in the grass with 2 coffee cups in my hands. I have run that back 1,000 times. I have taken it apart word by word. And here is what I have come to. Ambrose Teague knew exactly one thing about what was on that mountain, and it was not enough. He knew a rule, and he did not know why the rule worked. And he gave me the rule, the way you hand a man a wrench when you can see the bolt but cannot reach it. Answer the radio, do not go out. The rule was good. The rule kept a man alive for a while. The rule was not the law. He never came back up. The district sent a different packer on the 17th, a kid named Whitehorse with 2 mules and a Bluetooth speaker on his saddle horn playing music I did not know. And when I asked after Ambrose, he said the old man had put in for medical. The first time I heard something on the catwalk was the 9th of July. There is a particular sound a boot makes on the catwalk boards, and after 14 years I could tell you which side of the tower a man was on with my eyes shut, because the boards on the north side are newer and they do not talk, and the boards on the west side over the stair landing have a spring in them, and the southeast corner has one board that pops. At about 2 in the morning I came awake, because somebody walked past the west windows. I lay in the bed with my eyes open, and my heart doing what a heart does, and I listened, and the steps went around the corner, and along the south side, and around the southeast corner, and the board popped, and they came up the east side, and around the north, and past the west windows again. A man walking the catwalk of that tower all the way around, at a normal pace, takes 31 steps. I know that the way I know the number of stairs in my mother's house. I have walked it in the dark 10,000 times. I counted 34. Not 31 in a shuffle. Not 31 and then a pause, and 3 more. 34 even steps at even spacing all the way around one time, which meant that whatever was walking my catwalk had a stride about 3 inches shorter than a man's, or it had more feet than a man. I did not let that thought finish. I got out of the bed, and I got the pistol out of the drawer under the shelf, an old revolver I kept up there for porcupines under the substructure, and had never once fired at anything. And I stood in the middle of the room with my back against the firefinder, and I waited. It walked the catwalk 4 more times, 34 steps each time, same speed, same direction. It never stopped at a window. It never touched the glass. It walked the tower like a man walking a fence line he means to fix in the morning. Then it stopped at the southeast corner on the board that pops, and the board popped and it did not pop again. I stood there in the dark until the sky went gray and my hand had gone numb around that pistol grip. At first light I went out. There was nothing. The catwalk was clean. There was frost on the rail and it was unbroken all the way around, and there was no track in it, and the frost on the top step of the stairs was unbroken too. I want to be careful here, because this is where a man in a story usually decides something. He decides it was a bear, or he decides he is losing his mind. I did not decide anything. I made breakfast. I took the 0800 weather and I called it in, and Sharon said, "Good morning, Coop," and I said, "Good morning, Sharon," and I gave her the dry bulb and the wet bulb and the humidity, and I put a hasp and a padlock on the inside of the trapdoor that afternoon, using a hasp I had brought up for the propane cabinet, and I told myself while I was doing it that it was for porcupines. I said that out loud too, screwdriver in my hand, kneeling on the floor over the hole. Porcupines. Whatever was out there had heard every word I had said in that tower for 14 years, and it had been listening the whole time, and it had a very good memory, and I was still handing it words. On the 14th of July, the radio gave me a smoke report from Sawtooth Butte. Here is how the district channel works. Everybody hears everybody. When Elk Mountain calls in a smoke, I hear it, and dispatch hears it, and the engines hear it, and the 2 lookouts start swinging their firefinders and calling bearings, and dispatch draws the lines on a map and sends somebody. It was 22 minutes after 4 in the afternoon, the hottest part of a hot day. I had just finished the 1600 weather, and I was sitting on the stool with my elbows on the window ledge, looking at nothing, which is the job. The radio said, "Yellow Deer dispatch, Sawtooth." I did not move. There was a 2-second gap, and then Sharon came back. "Station calling, say again." The radio said, "Yellow Deer dispatch, Sawtooth Butte, with a smoke." The voice was a man's voice. It was clear. There was no static on it at all, which is its own kind of wrong, because Sawtooth Butte is on the far side of a ridge from the repeater, and any transmission from there ought to be chopped to pieces. Sharon said, "Who is this?" The radio said, "Sawtooth Butte, bearing 116 degrees, and then it did not say anything else. I was on my feet. I did not remember standing up. I had the microphone in my hand and my thumb on the key, and I did not press it. And the reason I did not press it is that a thing had happened in my chest that I have to describe carefully, because it is the whole of what I understood that summer, and I did not understand it yet. Sawtooth Butte, bearing 116 degrees. Sawtooth is west-northwest of me. Bitter Creek is east-southeast of Sawtooth. A bearing of 116 degrees off Sawtooth Butte does not point into the burn in the draw. It points at my tower. Sharon came back on after a while. She was using her flat voice, the one she used for the engine crews. She said, "All stations, disregard. We have got somebody on the district channel who should not be on it." She said, "Elk Mountain, do you copy?" Nash said, "Elk Mountain copies," and he sounded young. She said, "Bitter Creek, do you copy?" And I stood there with the microphone in my hand. Everything in me said, "Do not put your voice on this channel." And underneath that, quieter and older and better trained, the thing the Forest Service had spent 14 years building into me said, "You answer when dispatch calls." I keyed the microphone. I said, "Bitter Creek copies." And the radio said, in a voice that was not mine, but that had all my parts in it, the way a photograph of your father has all your parts in it, and with no static at all. Bitter Creek copies, Sharon said. All right, that is enough. And she switched the district to a different channel, and the whole thing went in a report. And by the end of the week, two guys from the Forest Service law enforcement office were talking about somebody with a scanner and a mobile rig on a 2-track somewhere and how they were going to find them. They were not going to find them. I did not sleep that night. I sat on the stool with the glass feet with the pistol on my knee, and I watched the trapdoor. Nothing came. At about 3 in the morning, I understood, with the flat clarity you get at 3 in the morning, why nothing had come. It had heard my voice on the radio. It had gotten what it came for. It had gone off somewhere to work on it. The next 12 days were the best weather of the summer and the worst 12 days of my life up to that point, and I did my job. I want that understood, because it is the only thing about that summer I am not ashamed of. I took the weather 4 times a day. I called it in. I sat on the stool and I looked at 4,000 square miles of green, with my eyes not going flat. And on the 19th, I picked up a lightning start in the cut bank drainage 9 minutes after it lit, and gave dispatch a bearing that was good within a degree. And Elk Mountain crossed me, and they put 2 smoke jumpers on it before dark, and it never got bigger than a 1/4 acre. Sharon said, "Nice catch, Coop." I said, "Thank you." And every night at 2100 I answered the radio, and every night the answer cost me a little more, because I had started to understand what an answer was. What it was doing took me a while. I worked it out slow, over those 12 days, the way you work out a leak by watching a stain. The first week of July, it walked my catwalk in the dark. It did not knock. It did not test a window. It walked the tower like a man learning a building. And then it stopped, and I had 11 quiet nights, and during those 11 nights it was not gone. It was up on that burn scar, or down in that draw, or standing in my meadow at 3 in the morning while I slept, doing the only thing it ever did. It was listening. Everything it ever gave back to me, I gave to it first. It gave me a voice on the radio that had all my parts in it, and I had been putting my voice on that radio 4 times a day for 14 years, and out into that empty room 1,000 times a day besides. It gave me a bearing of 116 degrees, and 116 degrees off Sawtooth is my tower, and Sawtooth is a name I had said out loud maybe 40 times in 14 years, telling myself the history of the district on winter nights that never got cold enough to be winter. It gave me the firefinder turned to a piece of ground where nothing was. The firefinder is the instrument that answers the question where the whole tower exists to answer that question. And it had turned that instrument over and over to a spot in the draw and left it there for me to find. And the first thing I had done every single time before the coffee, before the weather, was put my eye to the aperture and look where it wanted me to look. That was practice. It was practicing on me. Not to make me look at the burn, to make me answer a question I had not been asked. On the 24th of July, at 2:10 in the afternoon, I saw the man in the burn scar. He was standing on a bald knob 4 miles down the draw where the 94 fire had run over the top and left the ground gray and open. I had the glasses on that country, 'cause I had the glasses on all my country all day. He was a long way off, at 4 miles through 15 power glasses, on a hot afternoon with the air boiling up off the rock. A man is not a face. He is a posture. He is a shape, and the way the shape stands. He was standing with his feet apart and his elbows up and glasses to his eyes, looking back at me. I did not move. He did not move. I have been glassed before. Hunters do it. Every fall, somebody on a ridge 4 miles out picks up the flash of my windows and puts a scope on me, and I put the glasses on him, and we look at each other for a minute, and then we both go on with our lives. This was not that. I stood on the catwalk and looked at him. and he stood on that knob and looked at me, and after about a minute of it, I got tired of it, and I took the glasses down. He took his glasses down. I got a cold thing at the base of my skull, and I put my glasses back up. He put his glasses back up. I raised my left hand. 4 miles away, on a bald burn knob, a man raised his right hand, and it was the same hand, because a mirror gives you your right hand when you raise your left. I stood there, and I did not raise anything else, and I did not lower anything, and after about half a minute the man lowered his glasses and turned and walked off the knob into the standing snags at a normal walking pace, and he was gone, and I stayed on that catwalk until the light went red. I called it in. I want that on the record. I called Sharon, and I told her I had a subject 4 miles southeast in the 94 burn, glassing the tower, and she took it seriously. And law enforcement flew a plane over that country 2 days later and found nothing. No vehicle, no camp, no fire ring, and the nearest road to that knob is 11 miles. The plane pilot said something on the radio that I did not think about for another week. He said, "Bitter Creek, there is no way anybody walked into that." He said, and there is no way anybody walked out. The name came on the 2nd of August. 2100, the check. Sharon went around the district the way she always did, and I sat on the stool with the microphone in my hand and the lamp not lit yet, watching the last of the light go off the snags, waiting my turn. She called Elk Mountain. Nash answered. He told her about a bird. She called Bitter Creek, and she said, "Bitter Creek, Yellow Deer Dispatch. You there, Ray?" I sat on that stool with my thumb on the key, and I did not press it. The radio said, "Bitter Creek, Yellow Deer. Ray, you copy." Sharon's voice. Sharon's scratch in it. The way she came down a half step on the last word of a sentence. Sharon, who had called me Coop 4 times a day for 14 years, who did not know I had another name, who would have had to go into a personnel file in a locked cabinet in a building in a town 90 miles away to find out that Raymond Cooper was a person, and who would not have used it if she had found it, because that is not how anybody talks on a radio. Ray, my father in the doorway of a shop with a rag in his hand. "Ray, get over here. Ray, you copy." I did not answer. The silence went on. 15 seconds. 30. And that was wrong too, because if a lookout does not answer, dispatch does not sit there breathing. Dispatch calls again with the call sign, twice, and then dispatch calls the other lookout. At 40 seconds, the radio said, "Bitter Creek, Yellow Deer Dispatch, 2100 check, do you copy?" It was Sharon. It was Sharon. I knew it in my body before I knew it in my head, the way you know your own front door in the dark. The scratch was there, but there was a fatigue under it, and a little sound at the front of the transmission that was her chair, that cheap office chair she had complained about for 4 seasons, and the thing in the burn had never sat in that chair. I keyed the microphone, and my voice came out of me like it had been left out in the rain. I said, "Bitter Creek copies. All secure." She said, "You all right, Coop?" "Coop." I said I was fine. I said the repeater was acting up. She said, "Yeah, it has been all week." She said, "Get some sleep, hon." And she went off the air, and I sat in the dark with the microphone in my lap, and I did the arithmetic that I had been refusing to do since the 9th of July. At 2100, on my radio, in Sharon's voice, something had called me Ray. There was one place in the world it could have gotten that name. It was written on the roster page in the front of the current logbook, in my own printing, in ink. And every June, on the first day of the season, sitting alone on that stool with the book open on my knee, I would say that page out loud, all of it. The way you read anything out loud when there is nobody to hear it and you have not used your voice in 8 months and you want to make sure it still works. Raymond Cooper, date of hire, signature, 14 times. It had not learned my name off the radio, because my name has never once been on the radio. It had learned it standing outside a window in June listening to a lonely man read to himself. The knocking started on the 6th of August, and it was polite, and that was the worst thing about it. I had gone to bed at 10. The lamp was out. The trapdoor was barred and padlocked, and I had, over the course of the previous week, put a second bar across it, made out of a section of steel pipe from the shed. And I had done all this the way a man does a thing he does not want to explain to himself. At 20 minutes past 2, I woke up because somebody knocked on the trapdoor. 3 knocks. From underneath. Knuckles on wood. A completely ordinary, apologetic, sorry to bother you kind of knock. The knock of a neighbor who has locked himself out. And then Ambrose Teague's voice from underneath my floor said, "Coop, it is me." I did not move. I lay on my side with my face toward the wall, and I did not move, and I did not breathe out, and the room was so quiet that I could hear the propane refrigerator ticking. The knock came again. 3. Same pressure, same spacing. Ambrose said, "Coop, my hip has gone out on me. I am on the stairs." And there is a piece of it I have never been able to hand to anybody who was not there. Everything in me wanted to answer, not to open the door, to answer, to say Ambrose, to say I am here, to say the one syllable that a human being says when a human being says his name in the dark, and I had my mouth open, and there was a word coming up out of my chest with its own engine, and it had nothing at all to do with what I believed, or knew, or had worked out on my stool with my glasses in my hands. It was in my throat, and it was going to come out. I put my forearm across my own mouth. I lay in that bed, and I bit down on my own arm hard enough that I had the bruise into September. And the knock came a third time, and Ambrose said, "Coop, please." And after a while, it went down the stairs. It went down the stairs the way a 74-year-old man with a bad hip goes downstairs. It took the landing slow. I could hear the hitch in it. Then it was in the grass, and it walked out into the meadow, and about 60 yards out it stopped, and it stood there for 4 hours. I know it stood there for 4 hours because I lay in that bed, and I listened to my own watch, and I did not sleep, and at some point, around 4 in the morning, it said, in my own voice, at a conversational volume, from 60 yards out in the dark, "Porcupines." And I understood then exactly how long it had been standing outside that tower, and exactly how much of me it had. The 7th, 8th, and 9th of August were the siege, though I did not have that word for it then. It stopped being polite. It came at 2100. That is the part I need to make plain, because that is the trap, and the trap is what makes this story mean anything. On the 7th, at 3 minutes to 2100, the radio went to hash, not silence. A wall of static, a scouring, the sound of 100 million things at once, and it did not come and go the way Skip does. It sat on the channel, and through it, faint, in the way of a station far off, I could hear Sharon calling Elk Mountain, and I could hear Nash answering, and it was like listening to people talk in another room in a house that is on fire. At 2100 exactly, the static stopped, and out on the catwalk, on the other side of the glass, 4 feet from my head, Sharon said, "Bitter Creek, Yellow Deer dispatch, 2100 check." I could not see her. The windows are glass, and the room was dark, and the night was dark, and there was nothing out there but the shape of the rail and the country falling away black underneath it. She said it again. The voice was on the catwalk, at the level of a mouth, and it moved. It went along the west side and around to the south, and it said the words at the pace a dispatcher says them. And the third time she said it, she added, "Coop, come on now." I sat on the stool with the glass feet in the middle of that room with the microphone in my hand, and I looked at the radio. The radio was quiet. The channel was open and quiet, and my radio was working. And I knew it was working because the little red light was on, and 40 seconds later I heard, coming out of that speaker, 90 miles away in a room with a bad chair, the real Sharon. She said, "Bitter Creek, Yellow Deer, 2100 check, do you copy?" And on the catwalk at the same moment, the other one said, "Do you copy?" They said it together. They were half a beat off, like a song played on 2 radios in 2 rooms. And I finally understood the shape of the thing that had been built around me over 6 weeks, patiently, the way you build a corral around stock that does not know it is being corralled. If I answered the radio, I answered the thing on the catwalk. It could not tell one from the other. Nobody could. My voice going out that window was my voice going out that window. And if I did not answer the radio, at 21:15 Sharon would call me again, and at 2200 she would start making phone calls. And by midnight, 2 kids off the Yellow Deer engine crew, 20 and 22 years old, would be standing at the end of Forest Road 1200 with headlamps and a first aid kit, starting up 9 miles of trail in the dark, calling my name into the timber the whole way. Calling my name, answering everything that answered them. I keyed the microphone. I said, Bitter Creek copies, all secure, out on the catwalk, in my own voice. Something said, all secure. And then it laughed, and the laugh was mine too. And I had not laughed in that tower for a long time. And it took me a minute of sitting there in the dark to remember when. It was the night Nash read me his bird list. Nash called me at 6:10 the next morning on the district channel, and he was scared and trying not to sound it. He said, Bitter Creek, Elk Mountain. He said, Coop, did you call me last night? I said no. He was quiet. Then he said, somebody called me at about 11 on the district. It said, Elk Mountain, Bitter Creek, and I answered, and it did not say anything else. And then about an hour later did it again. I sat on the stool and looked at 22 miles of morning air between my mountain and his, and I thought about how sound travels and how it does not. And I thought about a young man alone in a glass box with a bird list. I said, what did you say to it? He said, what? I said, when it called you the second time, what did you say? He said, I said, Coop, is that you? I closed my eyes. He said, Coop, are you all right up there? I can be over there by dark. I could get Whitehorse to run me around to 1200 and come up. And I did not have any way in the world to explain to that kid why the single most dangerous thing he could do that day was walk up my trail with my name in his mouth. I said, Nash. I said it slow. I said, do not come over here. I said, do not answer the radio to anything that does not say a call sign. I said, if it says your name, do not answer. There was a long gap. He said, Elk Mountain, copies. And I want to say that he stayed off my mountain because he trusted me. And maybe that is true. But I think the truth is that he had heard something at 11 at night and again at midnight, and some part of him had already decided, and all I did was give him permission. That afternoon I sat down on the stool and I stopped being a man that things were happening to, and I did the only thing I have ever been any good at, which is to look at a thing for a long time without letting my eyes go flat. I laid it out the way you lay out a fire. What is it doing? What does it want? What does it need? It wanted me outside. That was Ambrose's rule. And Ambrose was right as far as he went. Everything it had done for 6 weeks was aimed at getting my boots on the catwalk stairs. The knock at the trap door. Ambrose on the landing with his hip out. Sharon, 4 feet from my head. Every one of those was a hand held out in the dark. But that was not the shape of it. That was only the last thing in the shape. Because a bear wants you outside too, and a bear stands in the meadow and huffs. This thing did not want a man in a meadow. It could have had me in a meadow any afternoon in 14 years. It wanted me to answer. Everything. From the beginning. The firefinder turned to a bearing with nothing on it, 3 mornings running, and me bending down over the aperture every time to look where it pointed. Because the ring had asked me a question and my whole training was to answer it with my eye. That was the first one. That was the little one. And I had answered it 6 times before I ever knew it had been asked. The voice on the district channel giving a bearing off a tower that has been dead since 1971, and Sharon saying, station calling, say again, a question, and then, Bitter Creek, do you copy? And I keyed the microphone and said, Bitter Creek copies, and it took my voice off the air and folded it up and put it in its pocket, the way it had folded that orange flagging. The man on the knob raising his hand when I raised mine. That was not mockery. That was a demonstration. It was showing me what it did, and I did not have the sense to read it. And underneath, every single one of them, running back 14 years, was a man, alone, in a glass box, reading The Weather of the Dead out loud to himself for company. And there was one fact I had spent 6 weeks refusing to look at, and I looked at it that afternoon, and it turned the whole summer over. It had been inside my tower. In the last week of June, it had come through a barred door, or a dropped window, or some way I do not know, into a 14-foot room with a man asleep in it, and it had taken a piece of orange ribbon off a brass ring and folded it twice and squared it up on a shelf. That is all it did. It stood over me while I slept, and it folded a ribbon, and it left. A thing that can do that does not need a man to open a door. It never needed the door. It could have had me in the last week of June, and it did not want me, and the 6 weeks since had not been a siege at all. It had been a schooling. It could not make a sound it had never heard. Everything it had ever used on me, I had handed it. Sharon's voice came off my radio. Ambrose's voice came off my catwalk on a July morning. My own voice came off everything. 4 months, a year, 14 years. The one voice it had never once used, in 6 weeks of using every voice it had, was a woman's voice that was not Sharon's. It never used my wife's voice. It had 33 years of my life to work with, and it never used hers, because I had never said one word of hers, out loud, in that room. Not once. I had thought about her 10,000 times in that tower, and I had never let one syllable of her out into the air, and the thing standing in the meadow in the dark did not know she existed, because the only thing it knew about me was what I had said. That was the law. It is not a wise law. Nobody handed it to me on a porch. I worked it out on a stool with my hands on my knees on the 8th of August, and I was so tired that when I understood it, I laughed, and then I stopped laughing fast, because I did not want to give it that one again either. It has no mouth of its own. It has mine. And the way out was not to be silent, because a silent lookout brings 2 boys up a trail in the dark. And it was not to fight it, because I had a revolver with 5 rounds in it, and I had watched a snag move on a ridge 4 miles away. The way out was to go down that mountain saying nothing that belonged to me. I called Sharon at 8 the next morning. I did it the way I have done everything hard in my life, which is straight through the middle at a walk. I said, Yellow Deer Dispatch, Bitter Creek. I said, Sharon, I am coming off the hill. I said, I am resigning effective today, and I will be at the end of 1200 by 2 o'clock this afternoon, and I will drive myself out, and I will call the district from town. There was the sound of that chair. She said, Coop. I said, I know. She said, Honey, has something happened up there? I said, No. She said, Then what in the hell? And I said the only true sentence I said on the radio that summer. I said, Sharon, if I stay another night, I am going to answer the door. She did not say anything for a while. Then she said, All right. Then she said, Do you want somebody to come up and help you carry? I said, No. I said, I want you to promise me nobody comes up that trail. Not today, not tomorrow. Nobody comes up. I will be down. She said, Coop, that is not procedure. I said, Promise me. The chair again. And Sharon, who had never in 14 years been anything but the sound of a room with a coffee maker in it, and a woman who wanted to know if I had eaten, said in a voice I did not know she had, Yeah, okay, nobody goes up. I said, Thank you. And she said, Be careful on the scree. I did the 0800 weather, because there was no reason not to. Dry bulb 64, wet bulb 50, humidity 29%, wind southwest at 6, no precipitation, visibility unrestricted. I wrote it in the log in the columns, and I left the remarks blank. Then I took Carl Ostrander's book off the shelf and I put it in my pack. I did not take much else. I took the pistol, and I took my knife, and I took 2 bottles of water, and I left my clothes and my books and the seed catalog and a good pair of boots, and I left the fire finder at 270 degrees. And I closed the shutters, and I shut the door, and I went down the stairs and through the trap door at 9:10 in the morning with the sun already hot on the boards. There was no frost to read. There was nothing in the grass. The meadow was a meadow. I stopped at the bottom of the stairs and I opened the pack and I got the logbook out and I opened it to the summer of 1967, which is a season in which nothing happened at all. And I started walking and started reading. I read out loud. Every step, 9 miles. August 2nd, 1967, 0800. Dry bulb 58, wet bulb 51. Relative humidity 62%. Wind calm. No precipitation. Visibility unrestricted. August 2nd, 1967, 1200. Dry bulb 71. Wet bulb 56. Relative humidity 34%. Wind northwest at 4. I did not say my name. I did not say Ambrose or Sharon or Nash. I did not say hello, and I did not say what do you want, and I did not say leave me alone. Every word that came out of my mouth for 9 miles belonged to a man who had been dead longer than Nash had been alive, and every word of it was a number about the air. It came with me at about the second switchback. It was in the timber off the downhill side, 30 yards out, keeping pace, and it did not try to hide the sound of it, and it did not sound like a bear, or an elk, or a man. It sounded like a thing walking, and it never once broke stride the whole way down that mountain, not on the scree, not through the deadfall, not across the 200 yards of blowdown at the 4-mile bench where I had to climb over 11 trees on my hands and knees with a logbook in my teeth. August 14th, 1967, 1600. Dry bulb 82, wet bulb 54. At the third switchback, it said, Coop, relative humidity 19%. It said, Coop, my hip has gone out on me. Wind southwest at 11, gusting to 20. It said, Bitter Creek, Yellow Deer Dispatch, 2100 check. No precipitation. It said, Coop, is that you? Visibility unrestricted. That was Nash. That was the sentence Nash said into a radio at midnight on the 7th of August, alone in a glass box 22 miles from me, and I had asked him what he said to it, and he had told me, and now the thing in the timber had it, and I had to keep my mouth full of dead weather to keep from saying that boy's name. August 15th, 1967, 0800. At the 6-mile mark, the trail comes out of the timber and crosses a long open side hill of bare grass, and the sun was straight up, and I could see for a mile in 3 directions, and there was nothing in any of them, and it walked with me across that open side hill, and there was nothing there to walk. Dry bulb 60, wet bulb 54, relative humidity 71%. At about 7 miles, it stopped being clever. It went quiet for 400 yards, and I kept reading. And my voice had gone to rags by then, and I was reading numbers to a hot, empty trail, and then from directly behind me, close, at the distance a man stands when he wants to be heard and not seen, a voice said, Ray, get over here. My father died in 1991. He had been dead 35 years. There is no recording of him anywhere on this earth. But I had sat in that tower on a January thaw of a night, in some year I cannot even place, and I had gone down into the bad drawer, the way a man alone does about once every 4 seasons, and I had said it out loud. All of it. His words and his voice, the way you do, the way you cannot help doing, sitting alone at 2 a.m. with a lamp and no one to hear you. I had done his voice for it. I had rehearsed him. I did not turn around. I did not stop walking. Somewhere in my chest, a 19-year-old boy was already saying, yes, sir, and I put my forearm over my mouth again, and I bit down on the same bruise, and I looked at the page. Wind calm, I said. No precipitation. Visibility unrestricted. And I walked. It came the last 2 miles right behind me, not 30 yards off. Right behind me, close enough that when the trail switched back I could hear it turn, and it said my name in every voice it had ever collected. It said Ray in my father's voice, and Coop in Sharon's, and Coop in Ambrose's, and Coop, is that you, in Nash's. And at the very end, at the last quarter mile where the trail flattens, and you can see the sun on the roof of your own truck through the trees, it said, in the voice of a man narrating his own coffee in a glass room at 7 a.m. for 14 years. Porcupines. And it laughed, And the laugh was mine. June 11th, 1967, I said. 0800, dry bulb 49, wet bulb 44. The trailhead is a wide spot at the end of Forest Road 1200 with a rail and a sign and room for 3 vehicles. My truck was there where I had left it in the first week of June, with the tires soft and a bird nest under the hood. And there was a green Forest Service rig parked beside it, and a kid in a yellow shirt leaning on the tailgate. He was maybe 20, engine crew. He had a radio on his chest strap, and he was drinking a Gatorade, and he pushed off the tailgate when I came out of the trees, and he looked at me the way young men look at a man who has come down off a mountain with a logbook in his hand, and no pack and blood on his forearm. Sharon had promised nobody would come up. She had kept it. She had sent one kid to sit at the bottom. He said, "You, Cooper?" And I stood in the sun in the parking lot at the end of Forest Road, 12 feet from a living human being who had asked me a question and was waiting, with his hand already coming out, and my whole life came up my throat. 52 years of it. Every teacher who ever called roll. Every foreman. Every time a woman said my name in a kitchen and waited. I said, "Yeah, that is all." One word. Half a second. And out of the timber behind me, from about 40 feet back up the trail, in my own voice, at a conversational volume, something said, "Yeah." The kid looked past my shoulder. His face did a thing. I said, "Get in your truck." He got in his truck. I drove out ahead of him, and I did not stop for 11 miles. That was 11 years ago. I work at a mill now, on the green chain, which is a job for a young man, and I am not one, and my knees finally went the way I always knew they would. And I sit at a table with a scanner and a screen, and I do not talk to anybody for 8 hours, and nobody thinks that is strange because of the noise. Nash finished the season on Elk Mountain. He did 3 more after that, and then he took a job on a district in Idaho, and I got a Christmas card from him for a couple of years with a bird on it. He calls me sometimes. I have his number in the phone, and when it comes up, I look at it, and I let it ring, and I know exactly how that reads, and I have made my peace with how it reads. Ambrose Teague died the following March. His daughter called the district office, and the district office called around, and I heard about it from a man at a gas station in October. He never went back up any mountain. I do not know what he saw or when he saw it. I know he told me the only true thing he had, and they kept me alive for 6 weeks. And if I had known one thing more than he did, I would have gone down that trail in July. Sharon retired. I got a card. I did not send one back, and I should have. I do not have a radio. I have a telephone, because you have to have one, and it sits on the counter. And there is a habit I have not been able to break in 11 years, and have stopped trying to break. When it rings, I pick it up and I hold it against my ear, and I do not say anything. I wait. Whoever it is says hello, and then they say hello again, and sometimes they hang up, and the ones who know me just start talking, and after a while I say something back. There is a woman at the mill who thinks it is a joke I do. She calls me, and when I pick up, she says, "I know you are there, Coop." Once a year, in the first week of August, at 9 at night, the phone rings. I pick it up. I do not say anything. The line is not quiet, exactly. It is the quality of quiet you get on a line that is open, that has a room on the other end of it, and if you stand very still in your kitchen with the lights off, you can hear a little wind in it, and something that could be a board with a spring in it. We wait each other out. It has never once spoken first in 11 years. Neither have I. The logbook is in a drawer in the kitchen under the dish towels. I took it down that mountain, and I never gave it back to the Forest Service, and nobody ever asked for it. I never say it out loud. I do not open it at all, most years. But I took it out that first October in a rented room in a town I had never been in, and I turned to the last page Carl Ostrander ever filled out, the 20th of August, 1968, 1600 weather in that small square hand. And the remarks column, in letters bigger than any letters on the page, something, did not answer. Under it, there was another line. It had not been there in July. I know the pages of that book the way I know the stairs of a house. It was dated the 9th of August. It was that year, my year, the day I walked down. It was in my own printing, in ink. Neat, the way I print, with a little serif I put on the bottom of a capital A because a shop teacher made me do it once. One word, answered. The whistle came back with 4 blasts. I stood in the black with my hand still up and my own whistle still in my teeth, and I counted them again while they were happening, because that is what 19 years does to you. You do not think, you count. 1 blast is, where are you? 2 blasts is, come to me. 3 blasts is, I am hurt, or I have found something, and you had better get here now. There is no 4. Nobody teaches 4. In 19 years of searches, in training weekends and mock scenarios and one bad night in a whiteout on Grissom Ridge, I had never heard anybody blow 4, because 4 is not a thing, the way there is no third day of the weekend. 4 blasts came out of the burn about 600 yards north of me, even spacing, the same pitch as a Fox 40, which is what we carry, which is what the county buys by the case and hands out at the start of every season. I took my whistle out of my mouth, and I did not blow it. Sonny was 40 yards to my left, working his side of the line, and he had stopped too, and I could see him through the standing dead with his head cocked over, and he had a hand up. He said, "Was that 4?" And that is the moment. That is where the whole rest of it starts, and if you want to know what I would give to go back and stand in that spot and put my hand over Sonny Greaves' mouth, the answer is everything I have got, because I said, yeah, that was 4. And 600 yards north, in a burned forest where nothing else in the world was talking, a voice that was mine said, yeah, that was 4. The Rhone Divide fire burned 61,000 acres over 11 days in the September of 2023. If you have never been in a big burn 2 years after, I do not know how to give it to you. Everybody thinks a burn is a black field. It is not. A stand replacing fire and lodgepole kills the trees and leaves them standing, and then for about 10 years they stand there dead and gray with the bark sloughing off, tens of thousands of them per square mile. All the same diameter, all the same height, all with no limbs below 30 feet, and there is nothing green above your knee. You can see 400 yards in every direction, and you cannot see anything because everything you can see is identical. Then they start coming down. Wind gets them, or the roots rot, and they go over and they go over into each other, and after a couple of years you have got blowdown in every direction, gray logs stacked in crosshatch 4 and 5 deep, and under that you have got fireweed and young lodgepole coming in so thick you cannot see your own boots. You do not walk in a burn. You climb over a burn. A mile takes 3 hours. You come out of it with your shins striped like a zebra and your forearms full of splinters and your feet wet because everything under those logs holds water. And it eats sound. That is the thing nobody knows unless they have worked one. All that standing dead and all that fireweed and all that broken country, the sound goes into it and does not come back the same. A man yelling 400 yards away sounds like a man yelling 400 yards away in a completely different direction than the one he is standing in. Search managers hate burns. There is a line in the state manual about it, something about how in areas of extensive standing dead, aural search techniques may produce unreliable results. I have read that sentence maybe 200 times since. My name is Marty Kubiak, and I run a track hoe for a paving outfit, and I have done that since I was 23 years old. I say that first because that is what I am. The other thing, the thing that took 19 years, that is not a job. Nobody pays you. You have a pager and a duffel in the back of the truck with a helmet and a headlamp and 2 liters of water and an emergency sack and a first aid kit and 100 feet of webbing, and about 11 times a year the pager goes off and you tell your foreman and you drive somewhere. 2 fingers on my left hand do not bend. The middle 2 at the big knuckle, fused hard from a saw kick back in '99 when I was young and dumb, and it does not hurt, and I can still run a joystick, and it means I hold a whistle a certain way, pinched between the thumb and the flat of that dead hand. Everybody on the team knows my hand. Everybody on the team knew how I held the whistle. That is going to matter, and I want it in early. My wife is Deb. She was a hospital cook for 26 years, and she is retired, and she has opinions about my knees. When the pager goes off in the middle of the night, she does not wake up all the way. She rolls over and she says, "Take the other coat," and she is asleep again before I have got my boots on. 29 years. I got on the county team in 2006. There was a boy named Cody Farron who went missing out of a campground on the Upper Rhone on the 2nd of July that year. He was 9. He had gone down to the creek with a plastic cup to catch bugs, and by the time his mother stopped talking to her sister, he was not at the creek. They called out everybody. They called out the county team and the neighboring county and the guard and about 400 civilians, and I was one of the civilians. And I was 28 years old, and I had never done anything like it in my life. They put us on a line, shoulder to shoulder, arm's length, and they walked us up the drainage for 11 days. I want to tell you about the calling. They teach it now. There is a curriculum, but then it was just a man with a bullhorn saying, when you walk, you call his name, and you stop, and you count to 10, and you listen, and you call it again. 400 people. 11 days. Walking up a green drainage in the heat, saying the name of a 9-year-old boy over and over, and stopping and listening. Cody. And then everything in the world holding its breath. And then Cody. And then holding its breath again. You do that for 11 days, and it is in you forever. It goes into whatever part of a man works below the part that thinks. You do not decide to do it. It is a groove worn in the floor. We never found him. Not that year, not any year. Not a shoe, not a jacket, not a bone. 9-year-old boy, straight up gone, out of a campground with 40 people in it, and the last person to see him was a fisherman 200 yards downstream who said the boy had waved at him. I have thought about that fisherman at 3 a.m. more times than I will admit to, because he waved back. I never heard Cody Farron's voice. He was gone before I ever got there. He is a photograph in a case file, a school picture, red shirt, front tooth missing. Nobody alive who was not his mother knows what that boy sounded like. Keep that. I stayed on the team after. Most of the civilians did not. Most of them went home on the 11th day and got on with it, and I do not fault a single one of them. I signed up in October. I did the classes in a fire hall with folding chairs. I did land navigation, and I did tracking, and I did helicopter safety, and I did a class on crime scene preservation that made a man in the back row leave the room. I did it all in the winter of 2006, with my hands still smelling like diesel from the shop, and Deb sat at the kitchen table and quizzed me out of the book and never once asked me why. She asked me once, about 4 years in, at 2 a.m. with the pager going. She said, "Do you think you are going to find him?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Well," and she rolled over. She was right, whatever she meant by it. I have carried 100 and some searches since then. I have found 9 people alive, and I have carried 6 out under a tarp, and I have walked away from 11 more with nothing. And every single time I went in, there was a 9-year-old boy walking about a step and a half ahead of me in a red shirt. And every single time I called a stranger's name into the timber, part of my mouth was saying a different name. That is not a poetic way of putting it. I want it taken literally. There were nights I had to check myself. There were nights I opened my mouth to call for a lost hiker named Denise or Bill, and I had to stop and make sure of what was going to come out. You do not do that job for 19 years without leaving a door open. The Rhone Divide burn covers the upper Rhone drainage now. The campground is gone. It burned to the concrete pads. The call-out came on the 12th of September at 4:40 in the afternoon, which is a bad hour. It means you are starting your first operational period in the last 2 hours of daylight, and everybody knows it and nobody says it. Subject was Aaron Bick, 31, of Kalispell, an archery hunter, Solo, 4 days overdue. His truck was at the Wolf Head trailhead with a note on the dash saying he was going up onto the divide and would be out Sunday. His wife had called it in Tuesday night after doing the thing that wives do, which is talk herself out of it for 36 hours. Pell ran the incident. Her name is Regina Pell, and she was a nurse and then a paramedic, and she has run search and rescue in that county for a long time, and she does not raise her voice, ever. And she is the best operations chief I have ever worked under, and she is the reason I am alive. She stood at the tailgate of the command rig with the map on it, and she said what she always says, which is, here is what we know, and here is what we are guessing, and I will tell you which is which. What we knew was a truck, a note, a wife, and the fact that Aaron Bick had told his brother he wanted to look at a wallow up in the head of Cotton Creek, which is deep in the burn. What we were guessing was everything else. She said, the burn is 19,000 acres of blowdown. We are not going to grit it. We are going to run hasty teams up the drainages tonight and see if we can cut sign. And tomorrow, when the helicopter comes, we will do it right. She said, teams of 2. She said, sound sweeps. And then she said the thing she says at the end of every briefing, in the same flat voice, and I have heard her say it maybe 100 times. She said, do not become a subject. Sonny Greaves and me had been a team for 12 years. He was 58. He drove a school bus in the winter and did nothing in the summer, and he had a bad hip and a worse knee and about a can and a half of Copenhagen a week, and he could go all night. He was one of those men who was out of shape in a way that does not slow him down. He would grunt and swear on every log, and he would be there at 4 a.m, still going, still swearing. He talked constantly on a search. That is the thing about him. Most guys go quiet in the black. Sonny narrated. He would be 40 yards off your shoulder in the dark, and you would hear him saying, oh, that is a nice one. That is a beautiful log. I love that log. I want to take that log home and marry it. That noise was how you kept track of him. You did not need a light. You needed Sonny complaining. He had a way of calling the subject's name that I always thought was too casual for the work, and I told him so once, and he did not change it. He would say it like he was calling a guy in from a garage. Hey, Aaron. Hey, Aaron, buddy. We went in at the Wolf Head trailhead at 6:10 in the evening, and we had 2 hours of light. The first mile is up an old road that the fire got but did not erase, and there is still tread under you, and we made time. Then the road quits at the old bridge site, and you drop into Cotton Creek, and you are in it. The light was going orange through all that standing gray, and it made the whole burn look like the inside of something. That is the only way I can put it. Ribs. Everywhere you looked, ribs, and a low red sun coming through them. We started the sound sweep at 7. Here is how it goes, and I want to be exact about it, because the exactness is the trap. You walk a line. Your partner walks a parallel line the distance out that visibility allows, which in that country is not far, 60 yards maybe. Every 100 yards or so, one of you calls. Then you both stop, dead still, boots planted, and you listen for a slow count of 30. Not 10, 30. Because a man with a broken pelvis under a log jam takes a while to get enough air to answer, and because everything the subject has left is going into that answer, and if you walk on at the count of 11, you have killed him. Then, if you hear anything at all, a shout or a groan or a rock knocked or a whistle, you stop everything and you locate. You turn toward it, you take a compass bearing on it, you call again, you listen, you walk toward the sound. That is the method. That is what the training teaches. Turn toward it and walk toward it and keep calling until you have got your hands on him. The whole discipline, everything I had been building in myself since I was 28 years old on a line of 400 people saying a dead boy's name is one instruction. Go toward the voice. We swept up Cotton Creek for an hour and got nothing. Then the light went and we put the headlamps on and kept going, because a subject who has been out 4 days does not care about your bedtime. At about 10 o'clock we came up out of the creek onto a bench, a big flat shelf of blowdown, maybe 400 acres, and the wind was dead, and Sonny called. He said, Hey, Aaron, buddy. We stopped I got my 30 count, and at about the count of 22, off north, I heard a whistle. One blast. Where are you? Sonny said my name, and I said I heard it. And we both got our compasses out, and we got a bearing on it at 358 degrees, just west of north. And I got on the radio, and I called it in to Pell. She said, copy, one blast, 358 from your last position. She said, keep me updated. And Sonny said, well, and I said, yeah, because it is not nothing to hear a whistle. Aaron Bick's family said he carried one. Half the hunters in that country carry one. But it is not everything either, because we had whistles too, and there were 4 other teams in that burn. Sonny put his in his mouth and blew one blast. Where are you? And out of the north, from what sounded like 400 yards, came one blast back. And then about 6 seconds later, another one blast. And then 6 seconds after that, another one. 3 single blasts, evenly spaced from the same place, which is not 3 blasts. 3 blasts is a burst. This was one, wait, one, wait, one. Sonny said, that is not an emergency. That is a guy who does not know the code. I said, or that is a guy with a broken arm who can only get one out at a time. I want it understood that we said reasonable things to each other, standing on that bench at 10 at night with our lamps on, and everything we said was the right thing to say. And every conclusion we drew was the conclusion the training says to draw. We went north. It took us 50 minutes to make 400 yards, which is what a burn is. Every so often I stopped and blew one blast, and every time one blast came back, and every time it was still 400 yards north. Sonny said the thing you say. He said, sound is doing something funny in here. And it was. It was true. It says so in the manual. That 50 minutes is the last ordinary time I ever had. I have gone back over it looking for the seam, the exact place where it stopped being a search and started being whatever it was, and there is no seam. It is all one piece. 2 men climbing over logs in the dark, working. We crossed maybe 11 big jackstraw piles in that 400 yards. On the third one, Sonny went in up to his hip between 2 logs, and I had to get down and get under his arm and lift. And he swore at me the whole time and told me he was going to write a letter to somebody about the quality of the timber. He said, this is a badly managed forest. He said, I want to speak to whoever burned this. That is the thing about him. He was funny in the worst places. He was funny at a recovery in 2019 where we brought a 19-year-old girl out of a slot canyon in 3 loads, and he made me laugh on the 3rd load, and I hated him for about a week, and then I understood. We stopped at the top of the 3rd pile to blow. Sonny sat on a log with his knee out straight and got his can out and put a pinch in and offered it to me, which he had done at least 1,000 times, and I said no, which I had said at least 1,000 times. He looked out at the standing dead in the dark, all those pale trunks going away in the lamp beam like a hallway with no walls. He said, you know what this reminds me of? I said, what? He said, the Upper Rhone. Before, and I did not say anything, because I knew what he was doing. He had been my partner for 12 years, and he knew what year I got on the team, and he knew the name of the boy, and he had never once said it to me. And every September, when the anniversary came around, and I got quiet in the truck, he talked about football. He said, it burned right through the campground. Did you know that? Took the pads. I said, I know. He said, they never did find that kid. And I said, no. And he spat, and he stood up, and his knee popped, and he said, all right, and we went on. That is the last real conversation I had with Sonny Greaves. I have thought about the fact that we said the boys' drainage out loud, standing in the middle of it, at 11 at night, 400 yards from a whistle that was not a whistle. I do not think it needed us to say it. I think it had been standing at the edge of my light since the trailhead, listening to a man carry a 9-year-old boy around in his chest for 19 years, and I think it can hear that. We got off the last pile at about 11:15, and I blew one blast. Nothing came back. We stood there in a silence that had teeth in it, and Sonny said, "Huh," and I blew one blast again, and nothing came back. And then, from the south, from behind us, from the ground, we had just spent 50 minutes crossing one blast. Same pitch, same distance, 400 yards. I want to say what that does to a man's inner ear. We had been walking toward that whistle for 50 minutes into the north, and now the whistle was 400 yards south of us, and there was no possible route it could have taken to get there without crossing directly through the two of us. Sonny put his light on the ground between his boots, and he looked at it. He said, "It went around." And I said, "Yeah," and I put it in the same box I had put the tracks in, the box where you keep the things that are going to make sense in the morning. It is a big box. I filled it up that night. At about 11:30, we came up on a hard edge in the burn where the fire had laid down, and there was a strip of green timber, maybe 100 yards wide, running along a seep, unburned, an island. The manual has a word for that too. It calls it a fire refuge. Sonny went in first, and I will say that the second we stepped out of the standing dead and under green trees, both of us went quiet, and it was not a decision. Under those trees, the sound came back. Our boots came back. My jacket sleeve on a branch came back. After 4 hours in a place that swallowed everything, being able to hear yourself was like coming up out of water. There was a game trail through the seep, and Sonny put his light on it, and there were tracks in the black mud. Boot tracks, a lug sole, size 11 or so, worn on the outside heel. They came up the trail toward us and went past us back into the burn, and there was a set going the other way too, on top of them, so somebody had walked in and walked out. Sonny crouched down. He was better on sign than I was. He said, "Huh." I said, "What?" He said, "They are the same track. In and out, same boot." I said, "So he came in and went back out, so what?" Sonny put his light on the ones going out, and then on the ones coming in, and he sat back on his heels. He said, "No, Marty. The out ones are on top of the in ones. All of them. The whole length of the trail. That is what you would expect. But look at how the mud sits." And he showed me, and I looked, and it took me a while. When you walk, your heel bites first, and your toe pushes off, and the toe throws a little wall of mud back behind you. Every track is a small machine, and the machine tells you which way the man went. The mud goes the opposite direction from the man. The set pointed north had thrown its mud south. That is a man walking north. That is what a track is supposed to look like. The set pointed south had thrown its mud south too. I stood over it a long while, trying to make it be anything else. A man walking south throws his mud north. There is no other way for it to happen, unless the toes are pointed south, and the man is not. Both sets of tracks on that trail were laid down by something moving north. One of them was walking, the other one had its feet on backward, and it was moving north anyway. I said, "That is a bad casting. That is mud settling." Sonny said, "Sure." He stood up, his knee popped the way it always did, and he said something to the knee, which was a thing he did. And we had been under those live trees for about 6 minutes, in the only place in 19,000 acres where sound behaved itself. And out in the burn 400 yards north a whistle blew. 4 blasts. That is where you came in. That is the top of it. I said, "Yeah, that was 4. And my own voice said it back to me out of the black. What happened in me happened in about a second and a half. I did not think it is a monster. I did not think anything about the woods. I have been in the woods my whole life, and I have never once been afraid of them. I thought somebody is playing back a recording. That was it. That was the whole of my mind. Some idiot with a phone, some kid with a speaker, and my brain went straight to it, and there was even a little kick of anger in it, because you get that on searches. You get people. In 2014, a man drove a 4-wheeler into a search area to see if he could help, and we spent an hour finding him. Sonny said, "That is somebody screwing with us." I said, "Yeah, And out of the burn, 400 yards north, in Sonny's voice, with the little wet click he had in the back of his throat from the Copenhagen, that is somebody screwing with us. Sonny stood in the green under those trees with his headlamp pointed at nothing, and I watched every bit of color go out of a man I had known for 12 years. He reached over. He put his hand on my sleeve. He is not a man who touches people. He said, "Real quiet, Marty, I did not say that." And I said, "I know. I heard you not say it, because I had watched him." His mouth had not moved. Sonny got on the radio. He said, "Base. Team 3. Pell came back right away. Base." Sonny said, "Base. We have got somebody in our area who is not one of ours." He said, "We are on the green strip on the north side of the Cotton Creek bench, and we are hearing whistles and voices to the north, and it is not right." There was a pause, and then Pell said, "Team 3, say again the last." Sonny looked at me. He said, "Base, we are hearing our own voices played back to us." The radio said nothing for 11 or 12 seconds, long enough that I was already ashamed for him, standing there, the way you are ashamed for a guy who tells the truth on an open channel. And then Pell said, in exactly the voice she uses to tell you a subject is deceased, in the flattest voice a human being has ever used on a radio, "Team 3, base. Give me your coordinates and stand by." And then she said, "Do not move toward it." Sonny said, "Say again, base." And she said, "Team 3, do not move toward the sound. Give me your coordinates." Now this is the part that gets me. This is the part that has kept me up for 2 years. Regina Pell did not ask us a single question. She did not say, "What do you mean?" She did not say, "Are you sure?" She did not say, "Has anybody got a speaker out there?" She did not laugh, and Pell will laugh at you. She is not a gentle person about foolishness. She said, "Do not move toward the sound," like she was reading it off a card. Sonny read her our coordinates off the unit. And out in the burn, 400 yards north, a voice that was Sonny's gave the same coordinates back, in the same order, at the same speed, and got one number wrong, the last one. He said 4-1, it said 4-2. 100 feet. It moved us 100 feet. Sonny's hand came up and he pushed his headlamp back on his forehead, and he stood there and he laughed. It came out of him like a hiccup. He said, "Marty, why would it do that? Why would it change the number?" And I did not know, and I still do not. And it is the single most frightening thing that happened to me in the burn, worse than what came later, because everything else that thing did was copying, and that was not copying. That was editing. Pell came back on and she said, "Team 3, hold position. Do not use the radio for anything but emergency, and stand by for extraction at first light." Sonny keyed up and said, "Base, we still have a subject out here." And Pell said, "Hold position." And Sonny, who had been on that team for 20 years, who had never once in his life argued with an ops chief on an open channel, said, "Reggie, there is a man out here." Silence. Then Pell said, "Team 3, hold position," and there was something in the way she said it, and I did not know what it was at the time, and I know now. She was scared, and she was scared of something she was not allowed to put on the radio, and she was scared for us in a way that had nothing to do with hypothermia. We held position for about 40 minutes. We sat with our backs against a green spruce, in the middle of that green strip with our lights off, because the lights felt like a hand raised in a crowd, and we did not talk, and Sonny did not narrate. And I have never in 12 years spent 40 silent minutes with that man. The burn did not do anything. There was no wind. There were no whistles. At about 10 past 12, I started thinking the thing everybody thinks. I started thinking about the speaker again, and the kid, and the four-wheeler, and I started building it back up, brick by brick, because a man cannot sit in the dark for 40 minutes without either building something or coming apart. I said, "Quiet," out of the side of my mouth. "I bet there is a guy with a parabolic microphone and a speaker." Sonny did not say anything. I said, "Sonny." And Sonny said, from about 10 feet to my left, from a spot where nobody was sitting, out in the fireweed, "Yeah, I have gone over this. I have gone over it every night for 2 years." Sonny Greaves was sitting against the tree on my right side. His shoulder was against my shoulder. I could feel his shoulder. I could smell the Copenhagen. When that voice came out of the fireweed on my left, I felt his whole body go rigid against mine, and I heard him stop breathing. We were not fooled. Neither of us was fooled, not for 1 second. And I still turned my head. I turned my head to the left, toward it, fast, all the way you do when somebody says your name. That is all I did. I did not speak. I did not stand up. I did not move a boot. I turned my head about 80 degrees in the dark with my light off, and there was nothing to see because there was nothing to see with. And the thing in the fireweed 10 feet away went quiet, all the way quiet. The kind of quiet where you understand that something has gotten what it came for and is thinking about it. I did not understand what I had done. I did not understand it for another 11 hours. I sat there with my heart going, and I thought I had beat it. I had not said a word. I turned my head. At about 1 a.m, it started calling for Aaron. That is the part where I nearly lost my mind, and I will lay it out plain, because it was clever in a way that I still do not have a word for. It did not call in a monster voice. It called in my voice. It called exactly the way I call, which is by the book, because I have called by the book for 19 years. Aaron Bick. This is County Search and Rescue. If you can hear my voice, make any sound you can. Then a 30 count. Then again 100 yards further off. Aaron Bick. This is County Search and Rescue. And it worked its way north across that burn, calling, stopping, calling, the way a searcher does. And it was doing it right. The spacing was right. The count was right. It had watched me do it for 6 hours, and it had learned the job. And Sonny leaned over and put his mouth an inch from my ear, and he said, on almost no air at all, "If Bick is alive out there, he is going to answer that." I have wondered whether Aaron Bick was ever alive. I have thought about whether there was ever a wife, a truck, a note on a dash. There was. I have seen the truck. I have met the wife. Aaron Bick was a real man who went hunting. But I have also thought about the fact that the whole reason 2 men were standing in the middle of 19,000 acres of blowdown at 1 a.m. shouting a stranger's name into the dark was that somebody, somewhere, had gone missing. And that a thing that eats answers would have to start by making somebody go missing. I do not know. That is honest. I do not know, and Pell does not know. And the sheriff's office has a file with a red tab on it, and inside the red tab is a piece of paper that says the case is open. At about 2 a.m, Sonny said he was going out to the edge of the green to look. I said no. He said, "I am not going into the black. I am going to the edge, and I am going to sit and look with the binoculars and see if there is a light out there, because if there is a guy out there with a speaker, then that guy has got a light. And if I see a light, then this is a person, and I am going to feel a whole lot better. And I want to be fair to him." That was good thinking. That was the right thing. Under any other circumstance in the world, that was what a competent searcher does. He went about 60 yards. I could see the shape of him against the gray where the green timber ended and the standing dead started. He sat down on a log and he put the glasses up. He sat there for maybe 10 minutes, and then he stood up. I saw him stand up, and I saw him take the glasses down, and I saw him hold very still. And then, from out in the burn, 100 yards past him, a child said, "Are you Marty?" It was a boy's voice. 9, maybe. Not scared, not crying. A question asked politely, in the dark, from a place where no child was, in a burn where nothing had lived for 2 years. "Are you Marty?" I have never heard Cody Farron's voice. I have said that. Nobody I know has ever heard Cody Farron's voice. And every hair on my body stood up, because I recognized it. I do not know how to explain that, and I have quit trying. I knew. It was the same way you know a smell from when you were 4 years old. It was the voice that had been in my head for 19 years. Under everything, the voice I made up for a school picture with a missing tooth, and it was out in that burn asking for me by name. Sonny turned around and looked back at me across 60 yards of dark. I could not see his face. And then He did the thing that ended him, and it was not stupid, and it was not brave, and I will not let anybody call it either one. He faced the burn, and he cupped his hands, and he called out to a 9-year-old boy, the way he had called out to a 9-year-old boy every summer of his adult life, the way any decent man alive would have. He said, "Hey, buddy, hey, stay right there." I was up and running before he finished the sentence. 60 yards of blowdown at night with a headlamp bouncing. I made it maybe 20. I went down twice, hard, and the second time I put my chin on a log and split it, and I did not know that until the hospital. When I got my light up, he was gone. Not walked off, gone. He had been standing on a down log at the edge of the green with his hands still up around his mouth, and now the log was there and he was not, and there was nothing to hear. No brush. No crashing. Sonny Greaves weighed 230 pounds and had a bad knee and could not cross 10 feet of blowdown without a sound like a man dropping firewood down a staircase. I stood on his log and I put my light out into the black, and there was nothing but standing dead going away in rows, gray, 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 and past that the dark. I did not call his name. I want you to understand what it cost. I was standing on the log where my friend of 12 years had been standing 10 seconds before, and there is one word, one, that had been in the front of my mouth my whole adult life, and it was in there now with its hand on the door, and I stood on that log with my jaw locked and my eyes going, and I did not say it, because I had been standing right there when the burn learned Sonny's voice, and I could not stand the thought of what it would do with mine saying his name. The radio on my chest strap said, in Pell's voice, at full volume, Team 3, Base, Marty. What was that? I looked down at it. The little red light on the front, the one that comes on when a signal is coming in, was not lit. I turned the radio off. I turned it off, and I opened the back, and I took the battery out, and I put the battery in my pants pocket and the radio in my jacket, and I did all of that standing on a log in the dark with my hands shaking so bad I dropped the screw and never found it. Then I got down off the log with my light off, and I sat in the fireweed, and I put my back against the spruce, and I waited for morning. It came and stood over me twice. I am going to tell it flat because that is the only way I can. The first time was maybe 3 in the morning. I had my eyes shut, which is a thing you learn, because with your eyes shut in the dark, you stop trying to see and you start hearing what is actually there. And I heard it come through the green strip, and it came through that green timber the way a person comes through green timber, snagging, ducking, stepping on things. It walked up to about 6 feet from me and stopped. It stood there, and it breathed, and the breathing was wrong in a way I did not work out until later, when I was in a hospital bed with a light on, and it is this. It breathed in through the mouth and out through the mouth, in a 2-count and out a 2-count, perfectly regular, like a man doing an exercise out of a book. It did not have a body that needed the air. It had watched bodies use air. Then it said, in Sonny's voice, in a normal conversational tone, from 6 feet away, "Marty, my knee is out. I cannot get up." And I sat with my eyes shut and I did not answer. It waited. It waited a very long time. It was not in any hurry at all. Then it said, in Sonny's voice, "I know you can hear me." And then it said, in Sonny's voice, and this is the one that got in, "Hey, hey, it is me. Look at me. Look at me." And that is when I understood the first half of it. Not all of it, the first half. It did not want a word. It wanted me to turn my head. The second time was around 4:30, and it brought the boy. It stood off in the black timber, and it went back and forth. It did Sonny for a while, and I lay there in the fireweed with my eyes shut and my hands over my ears, which does not work as well as you would think. And then it did the boy. "Are you Marty? Are you Marty? I am at the creek. I am at the creek, and I cannot find the road." I am not going to write out the rest of what it said in that child's voice at 4:30 in the morning on the 12th of September. It went on for close to an hour. Some of it was about the water. Some of it was about being tired. None of it was for anybody but me. It had gone and looked in the deepest drawer I had, and it had not found it by rummaging. I had left it out on the table, 19 years of it, Every time I stepped out of a truck at a trailhead, I brought that boy with me, and I brought him into that burn, and I set him down. There is a thing about lying in the dark and being certain, all the way to the bottom, that a voice is not what it says it is. Certainty does nothing. Certainty is a room in the front of the house, and the voice does not knock on that door. It comes in through the floor. My chest was doing something on its own. My legs were tense to stand up. I had my eyes shut and my hands over my ears, and I was crying, and every single system in me under the neck was already answering, was already up and walking toward a creek to help a boy, and the only thing holding the whole thing together was 2 fingers on a left hand that do not bend, dug into the dirt. I dug a hole in the ground with a hand I cannot make a fist with. When it went gray, I was still there. The light came into the burn the way it does, no dawn to speak of, just the gray getting less, everything at once, 10,000 dead trees. I sat up, and my whole body hurt, and my chin was stuck to my collar with dried blood, and my hands were black. And I did the thing that a search and rescue man does, which is that I took stock. Water, about a liter. Food, 2 bars. Compass, yes. Map, yes. Radio, no battery in it, and I was not going to put one in. Global positioning unit, on Sunny. Sunny, gone. And out in the burn, in the gray light, a whistle blew 4 times. I did not look up. I want to say that I had figured it all out by then. I had not. What I had was a piece of it, from 3 in the morning, from 6 feet away. Look at me. I had spent the whole night thinking that not answering meant not talking. That is what everybody thinks. That is the rule you would come up with, and it is the rule that a man like Ambrose Teague hands down, and it is not wrong. It is just not the whole thing, and being only half right in that country will kill you. An answer is not a word. An answer is the thing a voice is asking for. When somebody calls your name across a parking lot, they are not asking for a word. They are asking you to turn around. The word is just how you confirm that you did. And every single time that thing had made a noise in the burn, I had done what 19 years of training had built into me, which is exactly what it wanted, which is that I had turned toward the sound and taken a bearing on it and made it the center of my attention. Sonny answered with his mouth, and it took him. I had answered with my head 20 times in one night, and it had been standing there patiently collecting each one, and the only reason I was still sitting in that fireweed was that I had not yet given it the last thing, which is my feet. I sat there in the gray and I put it together like a man reading a bad x-ray of his own chest. It calls. You turn. Turning is a small yes. Enough small yeses and you are already walking. And you never once said a word, and you go into the black anyway, and afterward, if there is an afterward, you tell yourself you never answered it. I got up. There is a compass in the lid pocket of my pack, a Silva mirrored sighting compass, and I have had it since 2007. The Wolfhead trailhead was southwest of me. I had a map, and I had a pretty good idea where I was within a quarter mile, which is as good as anybody gets in a burn. I did the declination in my head, and I set the bezel on 199 degrees. Then I sat back down on a log, and I made myself do the hardest arithmetic of my life, which was to decide, sitting still, before I took one step, exactly what I was and was not going to do for the next 10 hours. Because I knew that once I was moving, I would not be able to decide anything. I would only be able to do what I had already decided. I decided this. I would walk 199 degrees. I would sight the compass on a dead tree at the limit of visibility, and I would walk to that tree, and at that tree I would sight another one, and I would walk to that one. I would not raise my head from the compass and the next tree. If a sound came from any direction other than dead ahead on my bearing, I would not turn toward it. I would not turn my eyes toward it. I would not stop walking. I would not slow down. I would not hold my breath to hear it better. I would not use the whistle. I would not use the radio. I would not speak. And I would not stop for anything I saw that was not a tree on my bearing. Anything. I said that last one to myself, out loud, one time, quiet, sitting on that log, and then I did not say anything else out loud for 10 hours and 40 minutes. I have run a track hoe for 24 years. There is a thing that happens when you are trenching, when you get in a rhythm and your hands are doing it, and the top of your mind goes somewhere else and comes back an hour later, and there is 400 feet of trench behind you. That is what I did. That is the only skill I brought out of that burn. Sight the tree, walk to the tree. Sight the tree, walk to the tree. It came with me at about the first 200 yards. It did not try to be subtle. It was in the standing dead off my right shoulder, and it kept pace, and it did not care that I knew. It said, in Sonny's voice, "Marty, my knee. Marty, Marty, come on now. Sight the tree. Walk to the tree." It said, in Sonny's voice, "You son of a bitch, Marty, look at me. Sight the tree." At about an hour in, it stopped doing Sonny, and it did Pell, and it did her well. It had her exact flatness. And it said, "Team 3 base, we have got a location on Sonny. He is a quarter-mile east of you, and he is alive." East. I put my eyes on the compass needle, and I watched it sit on 199 degrees, and I walked to the next tree. It said, "Team 3, this is base. Marty, we have him. He is alive. He is asking for you." I have been asked since how I stood that. People say it like it is a compliment. They say, "I do not know how you did that." Here is how. 20 times that morning I understood that Sonny was probably lying somewhere in that burn with a broken leg, and that the thing following me had been listening to him scream for 6 hours and had all of it, and that if he was alive, walking east was the way to make sure both of us died out there, and if he was dead, walking east was the way to make it too. That is not strength. That is arithmetic. Any man can do arithmetic. And every single time it said his name, I felt my head start to come around, the muscles in the side of my neck engaging on their own, and I put my chin down against my collarbone and I looked at the needle. At around noon it changed. It quit trying to move me and it started trying to make me look. That is a different thing, and it is worse. It got out ahead of me. It got on my bearing, and it started leaving things. At the base of a dead lodgepole, about 120 yards ahead, sitting upright on a root, there was a whistle. Orange. A Fox 40 county issue. I walked past it at a distance of about 11 feet, and I did not turn my head, and I saw it anyway in the outside of my eye, and I have never worked so hard at anything as I worked at not looking down at that whistle to see whether the lanyard was Sonny's, whether it had the length of paracord on it he braided himself in the winter. Because Sonny braided his own lanyards, and everyone was different. Sight the tree. Walk to the tree. 20 minutes later, there was a boot. 20 minutes after that, there was a hunting pack, a good one, high-end, a color you do not see in a burn, propped against a log, and I have thought since that it was Aaron Bick's, and I do not know, and I did not look. And at about 2 in the afternoon, standing directly on my bearing, about 80 yards out, at the exact spot where my compass wanted me to sight my next tree, there was a man. He had his back to me. He was standing in the middle of the blowdown in a green rain shell, with the hood down. He had gray hair, cut the way an old man cuts it. He was not moving. He was standing there with his hands at his sides, on my bearing, waiting. And I am not going to tell you I was calm. I stopped walking. I stood there about 90 seconds, and my legs were going, and there was a sound in my ears like a shop vac. Then I picked a tree 12 degrees off my bearing, a dead lodgepole with a lightning scar, and I walked to it, and at that tree I reset the bezel, and I walked 199 degrees again, and I never looked back to see whether the man in the green shell had turned around. It cost me maybe 200 yards. It cost me nothing else. He was not there. I know that. If he was there, he was Sonny, or he was Aaron Bick, or he was a searcher off one of the other teams standing in the blowdown at 2 in the afternoon with his hands at his sides and his back to me, not moving, in a place where a man cannot stand still for 90 seconds without swatting a fly. I know it, and I want to tell you what 19 years of doing this work leaves in a man, which is this. I have thought about that man every day for 2 years, and I am not sure. And that is what the thing wanted. That is the last thing it did to me, and it is the only one that stuck. It went with me the whole rest of the way. The last 4 hours it did not use anybody's voice at all. It just walked 30 yards off my right shoulder, over blowdown I had to climb at the pace of a man on a sidewalk. At about 3:30, it started doing something I could not put a name on for the longest while. It made a small sound every 15 or 20 seconds. A tap, a knock, a stick against a log. And I understood after a while that it was doing the 30 count. Tap, and then a long space, and then tap. It had learned the sound sweep. It was running one on me. At 4:20 in the afternoon, I came out of the standing dead onto the old road above the bridge site, and my legs went out, and I sat down in the middle of the road. There were tire tracks in the dust, fresh ones, a four-wheeler. I got up and I walked down the road with my eyes on the ruts, and it followed me to the edge of the black, and then it did not come any further, and I felt it not come, the way you feel a dog quit at the end of its chain. I came around the last bend, and there were 3 rigs, and a command trailer, and 11 people, and a helicopter sitting in the meadow with its blades tied down. Somebody yelled my name. I did not turn around. I could not do it. I kept walking down the middle of that road toward the trucks, with my eyes on the ruts, and somebody yelled it again, and then they were running, and a woman got in front of me and put both hands flat on my chest, and I stopped. It was Pell. She looked at my face for about 4 seconds, and she did not ask me anything. She turned around, and she said, over her shoulder, to 11 people standing in a meadow in the afternoon sun with radios on their chests. Nobody says his name. They found Sonny Greaves on the 18th of September, 6 days later, 22 miles east-northeast, in a drainage on the other side of the divide, in country he had no business being in and could not have walked to in 6 days on a bad knee with no food. He was alive. He was lying in a creek bed with his boots off, hypothermic, dehydrated, 40 pounds of him gone, and both of his hands were cut to pieces in a way the doctor could not account for. He does not remember the burn. He remembers the tailgate briefing. He remembers Pell saying, "Do not become a subject." He remembers the first mile of the old road, and he remembers a log he liked, and after that there is nothing until a helicopter. They ask him about the 6 days, and he gets a look. It is not a frightened look. It is the look a man gets when he is asked about a movie he half-watched. There was an extraction team. I did not know that until the after-action review in November, in a fire hall with folding chairs, sitting in the back with a paper cup. At 2:40 in the morning on the 12th of September, after Pell lost radio contact with Team 3, she put 4 people at the Wolfhead trailhead and sent them up Cotton Creek with lights. They walked for 6 hours and 20 minutes. They kept a good log. They wrote down their turns, and they took bearings, and one of them was a Marine, and he was counting paces. At 9 in the morning they came down out of the burn and out onto an old road at a bridge site, and it was the same bridge site they had left from, and none of them could tell you when they turned around. And the pace count said 11 miles. Nobody in that fire hall said one word about it. Pell read the paragraph out loud and turned the page. The sheriff's office never found Aaron Bick. They ran that burn for 11 more days, with 140 people, and 2 dogs, and a helicopter with a heat camera, and the dogs would not work it. That is in the after-action report, in a paragraph nobody talks about. Both dogs alerted, repeatedly, on areas the handlers then cleared and found nothing, and by the 4th day neither dog would leave the road. The report says the results were consistent with scent pooling in complex terrain. Regina Pell retired that winter. She is 59 years old. I asked her once, at a barbecue, standing by a cooler with a beer I did not want, why she said what she said on the radio that night, why she said do not move toward the sound before she had one single fact. She looked at the cooler for a long time. She said, my dad worked a fire lookout when I was a kid. And that was all she said, and she went and talked to somebody else, and I did not follow her, and I have never asked her again, and I never will. 2 years. I still have the pager. It is in the drawer with the batteries and the tape measures, and I have never once turned it off, and about 11 times a year it goes off in the middle of the night. Deb rolls over and says, "Take the other coat." I get up, I put my boots on, I get in the truck, and I drive to whatever trailhead it is, and I park at the back of the line of rigs, and I sit in the cab with the engine off and the window down, and I listen to them do the briefing. And when the teams go up the trail, I sit in that truck until they come back out. Every time. 2 years. Nobody on that team has ever said one word to me about it. They walk past my window and they touch the hood. What I lost is not what people think. I did not lose my nerve. I would go into that burn tomorrow. I lost the answer. That is the only way I can say it. Somebody calls my name in a store and my head does not come around. Deb learned it inside of a month. She does not call me from the other room anymore. She comes and she stands where I can see her and she touches my elbow. The doctors have a word for it. They ran a hearing test and my hearing is fine. I went to see Sonny in the hospital the day they flew him out. He was asleep. They had him under about 4 blankets. And there was a nurse in there doing something with a bag, and I stood in the doorway with my hat in my hand. And I did not go in, and I did not say his name, and I was not going to. And the nurse looked at me like she was going to ask if I was family, and then she looked at my face and she did not. I stood there for maybe 2 minutes, and Sonny Greaves, asleep, with his cracked lips and his hands wrapped in white to the wrist, turned his head on the pillow toward the door, toward me, with his eyes shut. And he said, "Yeah, Marty," he said, "coming." Every phone on the mountain rang at once at 2:10 in the morning. There are 5 of them. There is one in the base office, one in the maintenance shop, one in the shack at the bottom of the sister chair, one in the shack at the top, and one in the warming hut on the summit that everybody has always called the nest. They are federal handsets from 1968, black steel boxes bolted to the wall with a crank on the side, and they are not telephones. They do not connect to the world. They connect to each other on a single pair of copper that somebody strung up the lift line before I was born, and the only way one of them rings is if somebody standing at another one of them turns the crank. I was asleep in the room over the shop. The shop phone is on the wall at the bottom of the stairs, 11 feet from my head, with the floor in between. They rang for 11 seconds. I know that because I was awake for all of it and I was counting, the way you count when you have got nothing else to hold on to, not one after the other. All 5, and I could hear the far ones through the open window, thin, coming down off the mountain out of the dark, the sister top shack and the nest ringing away up there in the cold air. 1 line, 5 stations. Crank any one of them and the other 4 ring. That is how they are wired. Anybody who has worked a ski hill knows it. So that was not the thing. The thing was the code. You do not just crank the phone. Every station has a ring code, and it is printed on a yellowed card thumbtacked next to each handset in a hand nobody living can identify. Base office is 1 long. Shop is 2 short. Sister bottom is 1 long, 1 short. Sister top is 3 short. The nest is 1 long, 2 short. Somebody, somewhere on that mountain, at 2:10 in the morning, in a resort that had been closed since the 12th of April and had exactly 1 human being on it, cranked out 4 long rings. 4 long? There is no 4 long. It is not on the card. I lay in that bed on my back, and I did not go down the stairs. Cold Sister Basin is a ski area at the head of the Chandler Drainage, 21 miles up a county road that the county gave up on maintaining sometime in the 90s. 3 lifts, a day lodge with a cafeteria that has not made money since the Carter administration, 22 employee cabins built out of surplus lumber in 1954, a maintenance shop, a pump house, a snowcat barn, a septic field, and 61 buildings altogether if you count the outhouses, which the insurance company does. It is open from Thanksgiving to the 2nd week of April. In a good year, there are 90 people working there. In a bad year, there are 40, and the owner does not take a paycheck. The rest of the year, there is 1 person. The job is called summer caretaker. It is posted every March on a corkboard in a grocery store in Chandler and on one website nobody reads, and it pays badly, and it comes with the room over the shop and all the propane you can burn. I want to lay out what the work actually is, because I have noticed that people hear caretaker and they picture a man sitting on a porch. You run the well pump twice a week so the pipes do not go stagnant. You walk the lift lines, all 3 of them, every week, top to bottom, on foot, which is 9 miles of steep grass and rock, and you look at every tower for a cracked weld or a bird nest in the wheel train, and you grease what needs grease, and you write down what does not. You mow 2 acres of it around the lodge and the cabins with a machine that hates you. You pull the plywood off the windows in June and you put it back in September. You chase out the marmots, and they are always in the ceiling of cabin 14, and it is always cabin 14, and nobody has ever known why. You inspect the fire extinguishers. You run the diesel generator an hour a month. You paint. There is always something to paint at a ski area, and the summer is exactly long enough to paint about a third of what needs it, which is how you know the job is honest. And on Tuesdays at 10 in the morning, you go into the base office and you answer the phone. That is a real phone, the only one, a copper line that comes up the road on poles from Chandler, and it goes out about 4 times a summer when a tree comes down on it. June Sackett owns Cold Sister. She has owned it since her father died. She calls at 10 on Tuesday and you tell her what broke, and she tells you what she can and cannot afford to fix, and it takes about 11 minutes, and then you have got another week. That is the job. It is a good job for a certain kind of man. I took it because it was 21 miles from a town of 900 people, and because the ad said no cell service, and because at that particular point in my life, I had come to the conclusion that I needed to be somewhere where a telephone could not find me, and that if I sat still in a place like that for 4 months, I might get somewhere with the thing I had been carrying. That is the honest reason, and I am going to say the rest of it in a minute. I got there on the 9th of June. I drove up the county road in a truck loaded with 4 months of groceries, and I let myself into the day lodge with a key June had mailed me. And I stood in the main room in the dark with the plywood still on the windows and the chairs upside down on the tables. I put my light on the wall behind the bar where they hang the old photographs. There are about 30 of them. Ski school classes, race teams, a man in 1956 standing next to a snowcat that looks like a tank, the crew that built the sister chair, and there is one with white letters printed along the bottom, Cold Sister Ski School, 1989, and 3 rows of kids in one-piece suits squinting into the sun. 3rd row, 4th from the left, is my brother, Daniel Pryor. He was 14. He has his goggles up on his forehead and his mouth is open because he is saying something to the kid next to him, which is what he was doing in every photograph ever taken of him. I stood in that dark room for a while. I had not known. I want that clear. I did not go looking for the place. Cold Sister was a name on a corkboard. Our folks took us up here twice, 3 times maybe, the winters we lived in Chandler before the divorce, and I was 9 and I remembered nothing. And Danny had come back on his own the winter he was 14 and taught little kids to snowplow, and I had known that the way you know a fact about somebody, which is not at all. I put my light on his face until my arm got tired. Then I went and got the plywood pry bar out of the truck and I started on the windows, because it was 3 in the afternoon and there was work. Danny was 4 years older. He was the one everybody liked. That is not a thing I say bitterly, and I have had a long time to check. He was funny, and he was easy, and he had the kind of face that made strangers tell him things, and by the time he was 22, he had a problem, and by the time he was 30, he had the problem instead of a life. I am not going to do the whole thing. There is a version of this that is a story about my brother, and it is not the story I am telling, and it is not any of anybody's business. What matters is the shape of the last 11 years. He called me. That was the shape of it. For 15 years, Danny called me, and it was always at night, and it was always collect or from a number I did not know, and he was always somewhere. He was in Elko, he was in Susanville, he was in a hospital in Boise, and then he was not in the hospital anymore, and he needed $140. And I always answered, every single time. I had a phone by the bed for that purpose, and Renee, who was my wife for 6 of those years, and is a good person, used to lie there with the pillow over her head while I sat on the edge of the bed at 2 a.m. saying, okay, Danny, where are you? Where are you? I drove to Elko. I drove to Susanville. I drove to a Chevron in Winnemucca at 4 a.m. and he was not there, and I sat in that lot until 8, and then I drove home. I did that for 15 years, and I am not telling it to make myself a saint about it, because there is a thing that happens to you when you spend 15 years going toward a voice, and the thing is that you start to hate the voice, and then you hate yourself for hating it, and the two of them twist around each other until you cannot tell one from the other, and one night the phone rings and something in your chest goes flat and cold before you have even picked it up. The last call was the 11th of March, 11 years ago, 2 a.m, a payphone. He said, Emmett, he said, hey, it is me. I am at a Sinclair station. And I sat on the edge of that bed and I looked at the floor. And I said, Danny, I cannot. That is what I said. Those 3 words. I did not yell at him. I did not tell him anything true. I did not say I love you. And I cannot do this anymore, which was the whole of it, and which he would have understood, because he was not stupid. He was the smartest one of the two of us. I said, Danny, I cannot. And he was quiet, and then he said, okay, and it was the gentlest thing I have ever heard, and I hung up the phone. I hung up first. That is the part. He said, okay, and I put the phone down while he was still on the line, and I lay back down in the dark, and my heart was going like I had run somewhere. Nobody has seen my brother since. He is not dead as far as anybody can prove. He is on a list somewhere in the state of Nevada. Every year or two, some clerk sends a form. He was 51 years old this June, and he does not have a grave, and there is no place to go and put anything down. And I have gone 11 years without one single day where I did not run those 3 words back and look for the seam in them where I could have gotten another sentence in. That is what I brought up the county road to Cold Sister Basin on the 9th of June. The first thing that happened, I did not even count as a thing. The second week I was up there, I went up the Sister Chair line on foot to do the tower walk, which takes the better part of a day. 16 towers, up the fall line through a cut in the timber, and the chairs hang there all summer, 68 of them, because it is cheaper to leave them on than to pull them off and store them. They hang dead still. There is not much wind in that basin in the morning. At Tower 9 I came around into the lift line, and one chair, 1 out of 68, was swinging front to back, about a foot of travel, the way a chair swings when somebody has just gotten off it. I stood there, and I watched it slow down and stop, which took about 2 minutes. And I looked around at the other 67 chairs hanging in the sun like nothing, and I thought about a raven landing on it, and I put it away. The chair at Tower 9 is not something I even remembered until August. The bull wheel was the second one, and it was the last thing that happened where I still had a place to put it. The bottom terminal of the Sister has a bull wheel, about 11 feet across, that the haul rope runs around, and it turns on a bearing the size of a dinner plate. And when the lift has been running, the bearing housing is warm to the touch and stays warm for a couple of hours. The lift had not been run since the 12th of April. The main breaker was off. I had the key to the operator's panel on the same ring as everything else on that mountain, and it was in my pocket. On the 28th of June, I walked past the bottom terminal at 7 in the morning on my way to the pump house, and I put my hand on the bull wheel housing without thinking about it, the way you touch a door frame. It was warm. I stood there with my hand on it. It was 51 degrees out, and everything else in that basin was cold, and I had my hand on a bearing that had a whole night of frost on the steel around it and no frost at all on the housing itself. I went and looked at the panel. Breaker off, lock on the breaker, my lock. I got up on the terminal deck and looked at the haul rope, at the way it sat in the wheels, and there is a thing you can see if you know a lift, which is a little bit of scale and rust dust that collects on top of the wheels when a rope is not moved. The wheel train at Tower 1 was clean. I called June that Tuesday, and I told her the bull wheel was warm, and she said, that is the sun. I said it was 7 in the morning, and the sun was not on it. And she was quiet for a second, and then she said, Emmett, do not let that mountain get in your head. She said it lightly. She said, "The first summer I did it, I heard a piano." I laughed, and she laughed, and we talked about the pump, and I hung up. I have thought about that. I have thought about it a great deal. June Sackett grew up on that hill, and she has been up there in the summer alone, and she said the word piano, and then she moved right along. And 11 weeks later, when it was all over, I asked her about it, and she said she did not remember saying that. The tracks were the 4th of July. I went into the maintenance shop in the morning, and there was dust on the floor, the way there is always dust on the floor of a shop, and coming in from the big roll-up door across the bay to the bottom of the stairs, and then back out again, there were boot prints. A lug sole, a common tread, the same tread that was on the boots on my feet, which is the same tread that is on about half the boots in the Mountain West. There were 9 prints coming in and 9 going out. I counted them twice, and then I got down on my knees and put my own boot next to one. It was the same size. Now, I had walked across that floor 100 times. What made me get down on my knees was that the dust had come in overnight. The roll-up door leaks and the dust comes off the road and it collects, and every couple of weeks I sweep it, and I had swept that floor on the 2nd. So there were prints in 2 days of dust made by my boot in a shop I had not walked into since I swept it, because I had been up on the ridge lift line the 3rd and I had come in the side door. I stood in that shop with a cup of coffee in my hand, and I did the arithmetic I am sure any man would do. I decided I was wrong about the side door. I decided I had come in the big door and not remembered. I have looked at that decision from every angle since. It was the right decision to make with what I had. That is the thing about all of it. Every single decision I made that summer was the right decision to make, with what I had, and I got where I got anyway. Then the phone started. The first time was the 16th of July, in the afternoon, in daylight. I was in the shop with the arc welder going, and there was nothing on this earth louder than a shop with a welder in it, and I stopped to change rod, and I heard the tail end of a ring. Too short. That is the shop's code. Too short means somebody is calling the shop. I stood there with my hood up and the rod in my hand, and I looked at that black box on the wall. And I want to tell you what I thought, because it is the most ordinary thought a man ever had, and I hate it now. I thought, huh, and I went and I picked it up. I said hello. There was a hiss on the line. Old copper on poles for 1.5 miles up a lift line makes a hiss. Under it there was nothing. No breathing, no wind, no static pop. I said hello again. Then I said, June? Which was ridiculous, because June is on the outside line in the base office, and the outside line does not talk to the intercom, and there is no way for June Sackett to be on that circuit, and I knew all of that, and I said her name anyway because a man with a phone in his hand says a name into it. I hung up. I went back to welding. That evening I did what a reasonable man does, which is that I walked up to the Sister Bottom shack and I looked at the phone. Then I got in the truck and I drove the service road as far as it goes, and I hiked to the Sister Top shack and looked at that one. Then I went up to the nest, all 4 hanging in the cradle, nobody up there. Grass across the doorway of the nest that had not been walked on since spring. I came back down at dark with the headlamp on, and I was cheerful about it, and I made a pork chop, and it was one of the best evenings of my whole life, and I did not know it. Between the 16th of July and the 9th of August, the phones rang 11 times. Always in the day at first. Always the shop code. Always the hiss and nothing. I stopped picking up around the 4th one. I want credit for that, and I am not sure I deserve any, because the reason I stopped picking up was not that I was afraid. It was that I had gotten annoyed. I had decided that there was a short somewhere in that line, that a limb was down on the wire up the lift line and swinging in the afternoon breeze and touching the pair, and that when the wind came up in the afternoon it made the ringer trip. That is a real thing that happens. Any lineman will tell you. So on the 24th of July I walked the whole intercom line, 1.5 miles, up the lift towers where it is lashed to the tower legs with binoculars, looking for a limb across it. There is no timber within 40 feet of that line. The cut is 100 feet wide. It was cleared in 1968, and it has been mowed by winter ever since. I found one thing. At Tower 11, About halfway up the hill, the pair leaves the tower on a standoff bracket, and the two wires had been separated. Somebody had taken the pair and pulled the two conductors apart from each other, gently, for about 18 inches, so that they made a long, thin oval, like an eye, and the insulation was not broken anywhere. Wire does not do that. Wind does not do that. It takes hands and it takes patience, and it does not accomplish one thing electrically. I stood at the bottom of Tower 11 and looked up at it until my neck hurt. Then I climbed the tower with the tools, and I twisted the pair back together. Because I am a caretaker, and that is what I am there for. And it never once occurred to me until I was on the ground again that I had just put a broken thing back in working order. Ollie Cardenas came up on the 6th and 7th of August to do the rope work. He is the lift mechanic. He is 62, and he has run rope on that hill for 31 years, and he is the only man June trusts with a splice. And twice a summer he comes up for 2 days and does the things a caretaker is not allowed to touch. He brought his own trailer and parked it behind the shop, and we worked. It was good. I had not talked to a person in 9 weeks, and I did not know how much I had wanted to until he got out of the truck. We ran the grip tests. We pulled a chair and looked at it. He told me about his daughter, and I told him about nothing, and he did not push, which is why he is welcome anywhere. At about 10:30 the first night, we were sitting on the tailgate of his truck with a beer, and the shop phone rang. Too short. Ollie looked at the shop. I said, "It does that." He set the beer down on the tailgate. He did it the way a man sets a thing down when his hands need to be empty. He said, "What do you mean it does that?" I said, "There is a short in the line somewhere. It rings a couple times a week." And Ollie Cardenas, who is not a nervous man, who has hung off a haul rope over a 200-foot gap in a snowstorm, said, "Emmett, I ran that pair in 96. Where is the short?" I said I could not find it. He said, "Is it always too short?" And I said, "Yeah, now that you mention it," and I laughed a little. He did not laugh. He sat there on that tailgate and looked at the black windows of the shop. He said, "A short does not know the code." That is all he said, and I have hung 11 years and a whole summer on that one sentence. A short does not know the code. The second night, at about 1 in the morning, all 5 phones rang 4 long, and Ollie came out of his trailer in his shorts. I was already outside. I had been sitting on the shop steps since midnight because I had stopped sleeping much. We stood in that parking lot together in the dark and listened to the phones ring up the mountain, the top shack and the nest, thin and far off, 4 long, and then it quit. Ollie went inside the shop and turned on the lights and stood in front of the phone with his arms folded. He said, "Run the crank." I said, "What?" He said, "Crank it. Call somebody. See who picks up." I turned that crank 1 long, which is the base office, which was locked and empty and 400 yards away. We stood there and listened to the office phone ring across the parking lot, faintly, through 2 walls. It rang 4 times, and then it stopped ringing. Ollie had the handset up to his ear. I watched his face. He is a dark-complected man, and I watched the color go out of the middle of it. He put the handset back in the cradle, very carefully, like it was full of something. He said, "We are going to sleep in the same building tonight." He would not tell me what he heard. He would not tell me that night, and he would not tell me in the morning. And in the morning he loaded his trailer at 6:30 without eating, and he stood by the door of his truck with his hand on it. He said, "Emmett, come down with me." I said I had a job. He said, "June will get somebody." I said, "There is nobody. It is August. Who is she going to get?" And he stood there with his hand on the door of his truck for a good while, an old man who had known me for 2 days, and he said the useless thing, the thing that people say, the thing that is true and is not enough. He said, "Do not answer it." I said, "Answer what?" And he got in his truck, and he drove down the county road, and he did not come back that summer. And June told me in September that he had told her he was done doing summer trips. I want to be fair to Ollie Cardenas. He gave me the only rule he had. It was a good rule. He was standing in a parking lot at 6:30 in the morning, trying to hand a man he barely knew the one thing he had learned in the night. And he did not have the words for the rest of it, because there are no words for the rest of it. Do not answer it. The night after Ollie left, I went up to the nest. I want to say why, because it was the last free choice I made up there, and I made it wrong. The nest sits on the summit at 8,100 feet. It is a hexagonal warming hut with a wood stove and a horseshoe of benches and windows on 5 sides, and the 6th wall has the phone on it and a door. In the winter, there are 40 people in there at any given moment drying their gloves on the stove and complaining. And in the summer, there is grass across the doorway and mouse droppings on the benches, and the whole thing smells like a barn. I hiked up the lift line in the afternoon and got there about 4. The grass across the doorway was flat, not walked through, flat, laid over in a fan going into the doorway, the way grass lies when something wide has come through it, and the width of the fan was a good deal wider than a man. I stood there for a while, then I went in. The hut was exactly the way I left it in June. Benches, stove, mouse droppings, and the droppings had not been walked on, and I went over that floor with the light an inch at a time. Nothing had crossed that floor, and the handset was off the cradle. It was lying on the bench under the phone, on its side, with the cord looped once, neat. Something had come through the doorway wide enough to lay a fan in the grass, taken a telephone off a wall, put it down on a bench without touching the floor, and gone away. I picked it up and I put it back in the cradle, 'cause I am a caretaker. Then I walked down the lift line with a headlamp in the dark and got to the shop at 10:30, and I lay in bed, and at 2:10 in the morning the shop phone rang too short. I did not go down. And at 2:20, from a spot in the parking lot about 40 feet from the shop door, somebody turned on the water spigot on the side of the building. I lay there and listened to it run for 4 hours. There is a thing about that I have not been able to get past. It ran until dawn, and when I went out at first light it was still running, and there was a gully cut in the gravel, and I went and turned it off. Whatever had come out of the nest and down the mountain that night had wanted me to know it was standing next to the building, and it had not knocked on the door, and it had not said my name, and it had not come up the stairs. It turned on a faucet and let me listen. Because a man will lie in the dark and listen to running water for 4 hours and never once close his eyes, and it did not need to do anything more than that. I did not answer it. Not for 3 more weeks. And it did not matter, and I am going to explain why, because that is the only thing I have got that is worth anything to anybody. On the 11th of August, the phones rang at 2:10 in the morning, and after the ringing stopped, the shop handset came off the cradle. I heard it. I was lying in the bed over the shop with my eyes open, and I heard the little click and rattle of a handset coming out of a steel cradle 11 feet below me through a floor. And then Danny said, "Emmett." The handset was hanging on its cord. I know that because I found it hanging in the morning, swinging maybe 2 inches, and I stood on the stairs and looked at it swinging, and I did not go down and put it back for 4 hours. But that night at 2:10, that voice came up through the floorboards from a phone hanging off the wall in an empty shop. It said, "Emmett." It said, "Hey, hey, it is me." I did not go down the stairs. I have to be careful here, because I know how this sounds. It sounds like a man in a bed listening to a ghost. That is not what it was. That is not what it was like at all. What it was like is that it was 2:10 in the morning, and my brother was downstairs on the phone, and he needed a ride, and I was lying in a bed like a coward. That is what it was like. That is the whole horror of it. There was no cold hand on my neck. There was no dread. What there was the most familiar feeling in my entire life. The feeling of the phone ringing at 2 in the morning, and the flat, cold thing in my chest going down like a stone, and underneath the flat, cold thing, running under it and around it and through it, the plane wanted to go and get him. I lay in that bed with my hands over my face. He said, "I am at a Sinclair station." He said, "Emmett, are you there?" He said, "I know you are there." And after a while he said, "Okay." And the handset did not go back in the cradle. It said okay, and then there was nothing on the line, and a phone in an empty shop hung off its cord in the dark and swung. The next 3 weeks were the worst weeks of my life, and I understand that I am the one who chose them. That is the part I have never been able to make anybody understand, and it is the part that matters, and it is the reason I am putting the whole thing down. I could have left Nothing was stopping me. The county road was open. It is 21 miles of washboard, and I had driven it 40 times. My truck ran. The road was dry. There was no snow in that country until October. Any hour of any day of those 3 weeks, I could have thrown a bag in the truck and been in Chandler in 50 minutes and had a beer at the Silver Dollar and been done with Cold Sister Basin forever, and June Sackett would have been annoyed and would have gotten over it, and the Marmots would have had Cabin 14. I want to say that again, because every story about a thing in the woods has a reason the man cannot leave. Snow, a broken leg, a wife who will not go. There was nothing. I drove down twice. The first time was the 14th of August in the middle of the day. I got in the truck and I drove 9 miles down the county road, and I stopped in the middle of it and I sat there for maybe 20 minutes with the engine running and the dust settling around me. And then I turned around and I drove back up and I unpacked the bag and I went and mowed for 4 hours. The second time was the 22nd. I got to the cattle guard at the bottom, 17 miles down, where the road hits the pavement, and I stopped at the stop sign, and there was nobody coming in either direction. And I sat at that stop sign so long the truck got hot, and I turned right, which is up. I have had 2 years to say why, and here it is, and it is not a good answer. I stayed because it was talking to me in my brother's voice. That is it. That is all of it. I knew what it was, or I knew what it was not, which is the same thing where it counts. I did not believe for 1 minute that Daniel Pryor was in the maintenance shop of a ski area in the middle of the night. I am not that kind of a fool, and grief does not make a man that kind of a fool, whatever people think. And I stayed anyway, because for the first time in 11 years there was a sound in the world that was my brother, and it was saying my name, and it was waiting for me to say something back. Ollie's rule held. I did not answer. But nobody ever told me that there is more than one way to answer a thing, and that the last one is standing still and letting it talk. It came off the phones on the 18th. There is a public address system at Cold Sister. Horn speakers on poles at the base area and along the lift lines run off an amplifier in the base office, so that on a race day somebody can call a kid to the start shack. It is loud. It has to be loud enough to be heard over a lift and 100 people and wind. On the 18th of August, at about 11 at night, the amplifier in the base office came on. You can hear it come on. There is a thump and then a hum, and every horn on that mountain starts hissing. The base office was locked. I had the key in my pocket, and my brother's voice came out of 11 horn speakers at once, at a volume you could have heard in the next drainage, all over a mountain, off the rock walls of that basin, 400 yards up the lift line and back. Emmett, I was standing in the parking lot. I had been standing in the parking lot every night by then. Emmett, hey, it went on for 2 hours. I have tried to write down what those 12 sentences were, and I get about 4 of them before my hand quits. One of them was, I am not mad at you. One of them was, you can just come to the bottom of the hill. One of them was my own voice. Not his. Mine. Coming out of 11 horn speakers bolted to poles on a mountain in the dark, saying 3 words at a volume that shook the windows of the day lodge. Danny, I cannot. It played it 4 times. My voice, the way it sounded 11 years ago when I was younger, cracked in the middle of the second word. And I stood in that parking lot and heard the exact sound of the worst thing I ever did, rolling around the walls of that basin and coming back off the rock. And then it went back to his voice, calm, patient, on a rotation, like a man reading a lift ticket number. It was not screaming. That is the thing. It was the exact volume and tone of a man on a public address system reading a lift ticket number, calm, patient, saying the same 11 or 12 sentences in a rotation. And I stood in the middle of the parking lot with my hands at my sides, and I listened to every word of it, and I did not answer, and it made no difference at all. Because on the 19th of August, I woke up at 11 in the morning. I had never in my life slept past 6, and I woke up on top of the covers in my boots, And there was a caretaker's log on the desk in the base office where you write down what you did each day. June wants it, and I went down there that afternoon in a fog and opened it up, and the entry for the 18th was filled out in my handwriting. Ran pump. Mowed lower cabins. Greased ridge, tower 6. I did not do any of those things on the 18th. On the 18th, I sat on the shop steps from noon until dark, waiting for it to get dark. The grease fitting on Ridge Tower 6 had been hit. There was a fresh bead of it squeezed out around the wheel, and the cap was on the gun in the shop, and the gun was not where I keep it. I sat in that office and looked at my own handwriting until the light went off the window. Then I went out and I checked everything else. The pump had been run. The lower cabins had been mowed, and mowed well, in overlapping passes with the discharge turned away from the buildings, which is how I mow. Which is how my father taught me to mow a lawn in 1984. The mower was in the shed with the fuel cap on and the gas shut off. And in the dust of the shed floor, there were boot prints, 9 in and 9 out, my size, my tread. I sat down on an upturned bucket in that shed, and I put my head in my hands, and I stayed there until my legs went to sleep. And it was the first moment in all of it that I understood I was in trouble, and not the kind of trouble I had been prepared for. I had spent 5 weeks guarding my mouth, watching a phone, refusing to pick it up, feeling righteous, in a small, ugly way, every night that I did not pick it up. And the whole time it had been standing at the edge of me the way a man stands at the edge of a field, and it had not needed my mouth at all. It had gotten in through the wanting. That is the thing nobody says. Everybody says, do not answer it, and they mean do not talk to it, and they are pointing at the door and telling you to lock the door, and they do not know that the wall is gone. Every hour of every day for 5 weeks, I had wanted to go downstairs and pick up that phone. Every hour, not once, constantly. It was the water I was swimming in. It ran under my sleeping and under my mowing and under my pork chops. A whole man, all of him, all the time. Leaning toward a voice. Leaning is answering. You cannot want a thing with your entire self for 5 weeks and call yourself silent. Your mouth is not the only door in the house, and it is not even the big one. The last week of August, I stopped pretending I was working, and I sat down and I thought. I sat in the base office, with the door locked, in the daylight, with the caretaker's log open in front of me and a pencil, and I did what I would do with any other problem on that hill, which is that I wrote down what I knew, and then I looked at it. I knew it had 4 long, a code that is not on the card. I knew it had my brother's voice. That was the one I could not get around, and I chewed on it for 2 days. There is not a recording of Danny anywhere. There is no video. He was gone before everybody had a phone in their pocket, and neither of us was the kind of family that took film of anything. So it did not get his voice from a machine. It got it out of me. There is no other place it could be. 11 years of a man in a bed at 2 a.m. running one phone call back and forth over the same 11 seconds of tape, and every time I ran it in his voice, and I ran it out loud sometimes. And once, in the truck outside a hardware store in a town I do not want to name, I said the whole thing out loud, both parts, mine and his, and then I sat there and cried for 20 minutes. Something had been listening for a long time, and it was not the kind of listening that needs ears. And I knew when I finally sat with it what it was asking for. It kept saying the same sentences. I wrote them out. It said, Emmett. It said, hey, it is me. It said, I am at a Sinclair station. It said, are you there? Every one of those is a setup. Every one of those is a straight line, and there is one answer to all of them, and I had given that answer 100 times in 15 years, in the dark on the edge of a bed with my head in my hand. Where are you? That is the sentence. That is all it ever wanted out of my mouth. Not a scream, not my name. 2 words a man says without thinking when somebody he loves tells him where he is. It is not even a question, really. It is a promise. Every man alive knows what where are you means when it is 2 a.m. It means stay put. It means I am coming. I sat in that office and I understood that if I ever said those 2 words into that phone, I would put my boots on and walk out into the basin, and I would keep walking, and everything after that would happen to somebody else in my body. And I understood at the same time, sitting in a wooden chair in a locked office in the daylight, that I'd already been saying it, not out loud, with my whole self, every night for 5 weeks, standing in a parking lot with my hands at my sides while a public address system said my name for 2 hours, and every fiber of me straining toward it, and my mouth shut, and my mouth being the only part of me that was shut. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? It did not need me to say it. It was going to wear the sentence out of me the way water wears a stone, and it had all the time there is, and every single night I stood out there and gave it a little more of the stone. What I decided, I have never once been able to explain to anybody in a way that did not make them look at me sideways. I decided that I was not going to leave, not because I was brave, because I finally understood that I was not going to get away from it by driving down a county road. It had not been living in the basin. It was not in the copper. It had come up that mountain in my truck on the 9th of June, sitting in a photograph of a ski school class from 1989, sitting in 11 years of a phone call, and it would go down that road with me, and it would use a different set of speakers. The thing had made an offer. I had been standing in that parking lot for 3 weeks not saying yes to it, and I had convinced myself that not saying yes was the same as saying no. It is not. They are not even in the same country. So on the 31st of August at 11 o'clock at night, I put my boots on and I walked across the parking lot and I unlocked the base office and I turned on the light and I sat down at the desk and I picked up the phone. I want to describe that room because I was in it a long time. Pine paneling, a metal desk from the 60s with the drawers stuck, a rack of first aid gear on the wall and a map of the trails under glass and a coffee maker with an inch of something in the bottom of it. The caretaker's log. The window over the desk looks out at the base of the sister chair and past that at the mountain, which at 11 at night in August is a black shape with no stars in it. The intercom handset is on the wall to the left of the desk. Black steel, a crank on the side. I took it off the cradle and I put it against my ear. There was the hiss, and under the hiss there was a room. I do not know how else to put it. You can hear a room on a phone line. There is a size to it. And what was on the other end of that line was not a shop and it was not a lift shack. It was very large and there was something moving in it a long way off. I said, Danny. I said it out loud in an empty office at 11 at night into a phone that goes nowhere. And my brother said, hey. He said, Emmett, hey, I have been trying to get you. And I sat in that chair and I put my free hand flat on the desk to keep it there. I said, I know. He said, I am at a Sinclair station, and I want you to understand what happened in me, because it is the reason a man does not walk out of that basin, and it has nothing to do with courage or cowardice or belief. My mouth opened, and where are you was in it. It was in there, and it had weight, and it was moving. 11 years. 15 years before that. That sentence has a groove worn in me that goes down to the bone, and I sat in that chair with my hand on the desk and my mouth open, and I heard the front half of it start to come out, the woo sound, and I bit it off. He said, Emmett, he said, it is cold. There is nobody here. He said, you always come and get me. I sat there. There was sweat running down my ribs. On the other end of that line, the room breathed, in through a mouth and out through a mouth. And I said the thing I had been trying to say for 11 years, and I said it to something that was not my brother in an empty office at 11 at night with a phone in my hand that was not connected to anything on this earth. I said, Danny, I loved you my whole life. There was nothing on the line. I said I could not do it anymore. That is all it was. It was not that I stopped. I could not do it anymore, and I did not know how to tell you that, so I said I cannot. And I hung up on you, and I have thought about it every day since. I said, I am sorry. And there was a long silence, and I sat in that chair, and my eyes were running, and my nose was running, and I was gripping the edge of that desk with my left hand. And then, on the line, my brother said, softly, in the exact gentle voice he had used at 2 in the morning 11 years ago on the 11th of March, "Okay." And then he said, "So where are you?" That is what it said. "So where are you?" It turned it around. 11 weeks of patience, 5 weeks of a phone, 3 weeks of a man standing in a parking lot, and it had never been trying to get me to say the sentence. It had been teaching me the shape of the sentence so that I would recognize it as love when it came back the other direction. "Where are you?" "Stay put. I am coming." I sat in that room and I looked at the black window and at the mountain in it, and out on that mountain, up the lift line, all the way at the top where the nest sits on the summit, with grass across the doorway. Something was standing at a wall phone waiting for a man to tell it where he was. It knew. Of course it knew. It had been in the shop. It had greased Tower 6. It wanted me to say it. It wanted the last door open from the inside. I said no, and I hung up first. I put that handset in the cradle while it was still on the line, with a click, the way you do, the same motion my hand has made 10,000 times, the same motion it made on the 11th of March at 2 in the morning 11 years ago in a bedroom in a house I do not own anymore. And then I sat there. Nothing rang. I sat in that office with the light on until about 3 in the morning, and nothing rang, and at 3 I turned off the light, and I sat in the dark, and at about 3:45 I heard it leave. It did not go up the mountain. It went down the county road. On foot, on gravel, a long, unhurried walking sound, going away, and I sat at that desk with my hands folded, and I listened to it for a long time, 20 minutes maybe, until the sound of it was thinner than the sound of the creek, and then it was gone. There is no cell service at Cold Sister Basin. I sat in the dark in a locked office, and I listened to something that had my brother's voice walk 21 miles toward a town of 900 people. The rest of September was the finest month of weather that Basin had in a decade. I mowed. I painted the north side of the day lodge, which had not been painted since June's father was alive. I did the tower walks. I ran the pump and the generator, and I found a marmot in cabin 14, and I ran him off. I slept 8 hours a night, every night. Nothing rang, not once. I checked the line at Tower 11, and it was fine. Nothing came off the cradle. The bull wheel was cold every morning. I have thought about it, and I think that is exactly right, and I think it means the opposite of what a man would hope. It did not stay to punish me. I have had 2 years on that, and here is where I have landed, and I do not like it. It never needed the sentence. It needed me to take the handset off the wall. Every hour of every night, for 3 weeks, it had been asking one question, and the question was not, "Where are you?" The question was, "Will you pick up?" And on the 31st of August, at 11 o'clock, I walked across a parking lot in the dark and unlocked a door and sat down and picked up. It got what it came for. Then it went and did the next thing. June Sackett came up on the 28th of September to close the hill. We put the plywood on the windows together, and we ate sandwiches on the tailgate of her truck in the sun, and she paid me, and she said the place looked better than it had in 15 years. And she meant it, and she asked me back for the next summer. I said I would let her know. She got quiet the way she does, and she looked out at the base of the sister chair for a while. Then she said, "That thing I said in June about the piano." I said, "You told me you did not remember saying it." And June Sackett, who is 66 years old and whose father built half of what is standing in that basin, looked at her sandwich and said, "I remember." And I said, "Well," and she said, "My dad used to say the mountain gets lonesome in the summer." And she looked up at me, and she was scared, and she was scared of me a little bit, and I understood that she had been scared since she got out of the truck. She said, "Emmett, you look all right." I said I was all right. She said, "Good." And she put her sandwich down, and she did not finish it. I drove down the county road at 4 in the afternoon on the 28th of September with everything I owned in the bed of the truck. At the cattle guard at the bottom, at the stop sign where I had sat in August with the engine getting hot, I stopped and I looked both ways, and there was nobody coming in either direction, and I turned left. That was 2 years ago. I live in Chandler. It is a town of 900 people, and I moved here on purpose, and I could not tell you why, except that it seemed important not to go far. I work nights at a warehouse on the highway. I load trucks. It is a young man's job, and I am not one, and my back tells me so, and I do not care. It is dark when I go in, and it is dark when I come out, and there is nobody to talk to for 8 hours, and the noise is the kind of noise that fills a man up. I sleep in the day. I do not sleep well, and I have made my peace with it. There is a man on my shift named Boyd who has tried for 2 years to get me to come to a card game on Thursdays, and last winter he finally asked me straight out what my deal was, and I told him I did not have one, and he said, "Everybody has one." I said, "All right." I said, "My brother went missing 11 years ago, and I did not look for him." And Boyd, who is 31 and has never lost anything, said the thing that people say, which is that I should not blame myself, and that Danny made his own choices, and that there was nothing I could have done. I said, "There was one thing." He waited for me to say what it was, and I went and loaded a truck. There was one thing. It was 2 words, and it took about half a second, and it did not cost anything, and it would not have saved him, and I know that, and I have known it for 11 years. Where are you? That is all. That is the whole of what I owed my brother and did not pay, and the only creature in this world that ever understood exactly what those 2 words were worth was standing at a wall phone on the summit of a mountain in the dark, waiting. Renee heard. Somehow. She sent a card. It said 1 line, and I keep it in a drawer. I did not go back to Cold Sister. June hired a kid from Spokane, and he lasted 3 weeks and quit, and she has not filled it since. And the summer before last, a tree came down on the county road above the switchbacks, and nobody moved it, and now nothing goes up there at all. Here is the part I have to put down, and then I am done. In April, a woman at the hardware store in Maine told me a fella had come in asking after me. She said he was polite. She said he did not leave a name. She said he asked if Emmett Pryor still came in, and she said sure he does, and the fella said okay, and he thanked her and he went out. I said, what did he look like? And she thought about it, and she said he was maybe 50-something, thin, kind of a long face. She said he had a way of talking to you, like he already knew you. She said, honestly, he looked a little like you. Daniel Pryor was 40 when I hung up on him. I never saw him at 50. Nobody did. There is no photograph, no description, no witness anywhere on this earth to what my brother's face looked like at 51 years old, except in the head of a man who has spent 11 years lying awake imagining it. I had the phone put in that same week. The company sent a boy out, and he ran a line into the kitchen, and he asked me if I wanted the caller identification service, and I said no. He put the jack in the wall by the table, and he plugged it in, and he handed me the handset and asked me to check for dial tone. I listened to it. It was fine. I have not given the number to anybody. It is not in a book. There is nobody in this world who would have any reason to call it. I sit at that table most nights when I get home at about 4 in the morning with the light off, and I put my hands flat on the table on either side of it, and I look at it. I do not know what I am going to say, but I put it in, and I keep the ringer on, and every night I sit down in that chair. So I already know what I am going to do. We were 300 feet from the pit when Wyatt stopped in the middle of the trail and told me not to answer if it called my name. The sky was that flat pewter you get above 8,000 feet in October when the sun is still up somewhere, but the light doesn't seem to come from anywhere in particular. There was old snow in the shaded folds of granite and a wind pushing down out of the higher country that smelled like nothing at all. I remember thinking that was the strangest part. Wind at that altitude always carries something with it. Pine sap, or lake water, or the mineral tang of wet rock. This one carried the smell of a room that had been closed up too long. Wyatt did not turn around when he said it. He kept his eyes on the tree line where the lodgepole thinned out into scree in his hand near his radio, and he said it low, like he was afraid the wind was going to catch it and repeat it back to us. I did not answer. The hiker's name was Owen Peary. His name matters less than the country he went missing in, because the country is most of the story, and everything else is what happened to us inside it. I had been a wilderness ranger at Yosemite National Park for 11 seasons at that point. Started in Tuolumne Meadows as a seasonal in the spring of 2013, worked my way through the NRP division for a year and a half, and moved into backcountry patrol the summer I turned 28. My permanent position was based out of the Tuolumne Meadows Ranger Station, which is the small board and batten building next to the campground on the north side of the Tioga Road, with a single stove and a locked evidence closet and a wall of maps that showed every trail, every drainage, every named lake in the northern half of the park. There were 274 of those lakes officially recorded. There were, I would learn, more than that. We worked a rotation. 10 days on, 4 days off. From Memorial Day weekend until Tioga Road closed for the season, which usually happened in the first week of November, but sometimes came earlier if the storms rolled in off the Pacific ahead of schedule. That October, the road was scheduled to close on the 11th. We had 8 days before the plows would run, and the gate would drop across the highway at Crane Flat, and the country north of the Merced River would be sealed under its winter quiet. My field partner that season was Wyatt Halloran. Wyatt was 53 years old and had been a Yosemite Ranger for 25 of those years. He had a face like a leather glove that had been left out in the rain and dried in the sun and left out again. He kept his hair short because it was going gray in patches, and he did not want to look at it. He wore the same vast boots he had bought in 1997, and he could tell you which drainage every stream in the park emptied into, and he did not talk much, unless he had something to say. When he did have something to say, you paid attention, because it was almost always right, and it was almost always something you should have thought of first. I had known him since my first summer. He had trained me in wilderness patrol protocols and swift water rescue and body recovery, and he had taken me on my first coroner's assist in 2016 when a solo backpacker got caught out above the Vogelsang High Camp in an early September lightning storm and did not come home. We had carried the body down together, Wyatt on the front handles, me on the back, and he had not said a word about it the whole way and had not said a word about it since. That was how he handled that kind of thing. You handled it or you did not handle it. There was no in between. The last week of September that year had been unseasonably warm. Highs in the mid-60s, even up in the meadows, nights barely dipping below freezing. Then the first week of October, the temperature dropped 40 degrees in 3 days, and a low-pressure system parked itself over the Sierra crest, and the country turned mean. Wet snow at 11,000 feet, sleet down to 8, wind at the passes bad enough to knock a person off their feet without a lean into it. On the 3rd of October, dispatch called and said we had a missed check-in. Owen Peary was 31 years old. He worked as a software engineer in Oakland and had a permit for a 4-day solo trip in the Ten Lakes Basin, which is the country you get to by hiking north from the trailhead at Yosemite Creek Campground. He had picked up his permit at the Wilderness Center in the valley on the morning of the 29th of September, drove up to the trailhead that afternoon, and started in around 3 p.m. His itinerary had him at Half Moon Meadow the first night, at Ten Lakes proper the second and third nights, and back out on the 2nd of October. His return check-in was scheduled for 6 p.m. on the 2nd. When he did not call, his sister called us. Her name is in the case file. She was calm and organized on the phone, and she was the one who had made him promise to check in, and she was the one who knew his gear list by heart. Deuter Air Contact 55-liter pack, red. MSR Hubba Hubba tent, 2-person model, green fly. Thermarest Neo Air pad. Marmot Never summer sleeping bag, rated to 0 degrees. Jetboil flash. 2 Mountain House meals per day. Iodine tablets. A paper map of the Ten Lakes area, and a Garmin InReach Mini. The InReach had last pinged on the afternoon of the 30th from a location about half a mile north of Half Moon Meadow, elevation 8,400 feet. After that, nothing. Not off, just no pings. Wyatt and I were on rotation that week. Bennett Rickles was our incident commander, working out of the search and rescue office in the valley. Bennett had been our SAR coordinator for 6 years, and she was one of the best in the Park Service, and she got things moving fast. By the time we hung up with Owen's sister, she already had our helitack pilot on the phone and a preliminary grid drawn up in Caltopo, and 2 more field teams staged for a morning insertion. Weather window closes at 1800 tomorrow, Bennett said over the radio. After that we are grounded until the front passes. That gives us 36 hours to find him before we lose the air. Copy that, Wyatt said. He was standing at the map wall in the Tuolumne station with his hand flat on the topo of the Ten Lakes quad and his thumb resting on the little cluster of blue oval shapes that made up the basin proper. We will start north from Yosemite Creek. Follow the trail up to Half Moon Meadow, sweep the drainage west of the trail on the way up, extend the grid past the last in-reach ping. Corbin's team goes in from the Ten Lakes side, Bennett said. They come south to meet you. If he moved off trail after the last ping, we catch him in the pincer. What about the country west of that? Wyatt said. The bowl. There was a pause on the radio. Then Bennett said, copy. West Bowl gets swept if the primary grid comes up empty. Not before. Copy, Wyatt said. He clicked the radio off and stood at the map for another minute looking at that bowl. I did not know what he was looking at exactly. I could see the topo lines closing tight around a low place west of the main trail, a granite basin maybe 2 miles across, with no named features and no trails and no lakes marked on the map. There were 3 small unnamed tarns shown by the little blue teardrop symbols, and a lot of white space where the ground got too complex for the 50-foot contour lines to catch it cleanly. That was all. You know that country? I said. Wyatt did not look at me. I know it, he said. Anything I should know? He was quiet for a while. Then he said, if we have to go in there, we go in and we come out the same day. We do not sleep in the bowl. Copy, I said. I did not ask him why. I had been working with Wyatt long enough to know the difference between the kinds of quiet he had. There was the quiet where he was still turning something over in his head, and the quiet where he had already decided and did not want to talk about it, and there was a third quiet, less common, that came out when something in him did not want the words on the record. This was the third quiet. We packed for 4 days. Winter-rated bags, extra fuel, 4 days of freeze-dried, 1 small silky saw between the 2 of us in case we had to buck a downed tree off the trail, 2 Motorola VHF radios, each with fresh lithium batteries, our own InReach Explorers, headlamps, snowshoes, strapped to our packs in case we ended up above 10,000 feet on the north-facing aspects, and the bag. The bag is what we called the body recovery kit, which is not really a bag as much as a nylon roll with a thermal liner and straps for a litter. Nobody wanted to say what the bag was for. Nobody ever said what the bag was for. You just pack the bag. We drove out to Yosemite Creek trailhead in the government Ford F-250 around 5 that afternoon. The parking lot was empty except for a Subaru Outback with an REI sticker on the back window and a National Park annual pass hanging from the rear view. Owen's car. His sister had described it. Wyatt walked around it once, looked in the windows, noted a coffee cup in the center console and a rain jacket folded on the passenger seat. Nothing else visible. He photographed the plate and the VIN through the windshield, and we left the vehicle where it was. We hiked in 3 miles before dark and set up at the little established campsite about a 1/4 mile short of Half Moon Meadow. Above the tree line the wind was already picking up in that dry rattle it makes through the granite chutes at the head of the drainage. Down where we were it was still calm, cold enough to see your breath, but not cold enough yet for the freezing rain that was coming. Wyatt boiled water for coffee, and we sat on our packs and ate freeze-dried spaghetti and did not talk much. Tell me about the bowl, I said finally. He was chewing. He took his time. He looked at the sky through the trees, and then at the ground between his boots, and then at me. There is a place west of 10 Lakes, he said, that does not show up right on any map we have of it. The contour lines lie. The GPS lies. Radio does not work well down in it. The bowl is maybe 2 square miles at the widest, and it drops about 600 feet from the ridge that separates it from the trail country. There are 3 little tarns down there. The lodgepole is thick along the north wall, and gives way to some big old junipers, and then to talus at the higher end. There is one way in that is not technical, which is a chute on the east side, and one way out the same way. Everywhere else is class 4 scrambling or worse. And people go in there and do not come out, he said. I waited. Not many, he said. Not enough to make it a thing in the record. 2, maybe 3 that I know of in my time here. Silas Farrow used to talk about it, and he worked the district for 40 years before I came in. He was the one told me not to camp there. Silas is the guy with the picture in the hallway. That is Silas. He is dead. He is. Then what did he tell you exactly? Wyatt looked at me. His eyes in the firelight were the color of iron. He said the bull is old, older than the park. He said there is something down there in the ground that has been down there a very long time. He said if you have to go in for a body, you go in fast and you come out fast and you do not answer if it calls your name. I did not laugh. 9 o'clock at night on a wet October evening. Cold coffee going gray in a titanium mug. A 53-year-old ranger telling a ghost story he learned from a dead man. In a different place, from a different person, it might have been funny. But Wyatt did not tell stories. Wyatt told what happened, and if he was telling me this, it was because he thought I needed to hear it. Have you been down there? I said. Twice. And? And I did not sleep in the bowl, he said. I went in and I came out the same day, both times. Did you find anything? He looked at me for a long moment. Then he looked back at the fire and pushed a stick of pitch pine deeper into the coals with the toe of his boot. I did not find what I was looking for, he said. That is what I found. We turned in early. My side of the tent was against a slope where a root pressed up under the fabric, and I could not quite get comfortable, and I lay awake listening to the wind coming down out of the higher country and the small percussive sounds of pine cones. Dropping onto the roof of the tent, I fell asleep somewhere after midnight thinking about the inReach ping and about the last coordinates and about the way the topo lines closed tight and white around the bowl. In the morning it was raining a little and Wyatt was already up. He had water boiling and a hot cup ready when I unzipped the tent. His face was neutral, professional. He looked like a man about to start a job. The story from the night before was gone from his face, and I would not have known it had happened at all if I had not been the one he told it to. Bennett confirmed the grid. He said, we take the main trail up past Half Moon and sweep west toward the last ping. Corbin's team is on schedule from the north. Air is out until 1500. Ceiling is too low. Copy, I said. Eat, he said, and handed me a bar. We move in 20. We broke camp under a sky the color of wet slate. The rain was thin and steady, the kind that soaks you slowly enough that you do not notice you are soaked until you stop moving, and then it hits you all at once. We were geared for it. Gore-Tex shells, wool base layers, gaiters over our boots. I had put my headlamp in the top pocket of my pack because we were going to be walking into the higher country, and I did not know if we would be back to camp by dark. Half Moon Meadow was a shallow saddle at 8,400 feet, where the trail crossed a small braided creek that ran east into Yosemite Creek proper. There was a designated campsite on the north side of the meadow marked by a metal post with a number stamped into it and a bear box chained to a lodge pole. The last inReach ping from Owen's device had been logged half a mile north of the meadow on the trail toward 10 Lakes. We reached the meadow at 9:30 a.m. The rain had stopped, and the clouds were coming apart in long shreds over the ridge to the east. There were patches of blue sky moving through the ceiling and a thin, high sun trying to come through in places. We sat on our packs at the creek crossing and drank water and ate bars, and Wyatt got Bennett on the radio. "Rickles copy," Bennett said. Her voice came through with a small hiss of static. "We are at the Half Moon Meadow crossing," Wyatt said. "No sign of subject at the designated site. Going to move upslope past the last ping and start the west sweep." "Copy that. Corbin's team is at 10 Lakes proper as of 09:15. They are sweeping south along the trail. Estimated meeting time at your last ping is 1300. Copy. What is the weather doing?" "Clearing until about 1700. Then the front stalls right over you. Winds picking up out of the southwest tomorrow morning, Air is going to be grounded again by 1900 tomorrow. Copy. Wyatt clicked off. He rolled up the antenna of the radio between his fingers and looked at me. We have until about 1700 today of decent weather, he said. Then we are into it again. Move. We moved. The trail north of Half Moon Meadow climbed steadily through a corridor of red fir and Jeffrey pine, switchbacking up a granite slab that had been chiseled and ramped by the CCC in the 1930s. The chisel marks were still visible on the treads where the boots of 100 summers had not quite worn them off. About 3/4 of a mile above the meadow, the trail crossed a small dry drainage lined with dead lodgepole snags. This was where the inReach had last pinged. Wyatt marked the coordinates with tape on a tree at the edge of the trail. Then he pulled out his own GPS unit, a Garmin 66ST, and stood in the middle of the trail looking at the screen. He tapped the screen. He tapped it again. He looked up at the sky through the trees, then down at the screen. Signal's fine, he said, but the elevation is wrong. Wrong how? He turned the screen so I could see it. The unit was reading our elevation at 8,642 feet. We are at 9,000, he said, give or take. I pulled out my own GPS and looked. Mine read 8,651. I looked at the topo map, then at the ground, then back at the map. The trail junction I was standing next to was labeled at 9,000 feet even. We were within 20 vertical feet of that mark, no question. Neither of our units was. Battery? I said. Fresh out of the charger last night. Sky view? Clear as it gets. That is not the problem. I looked at my GPS again. The signal bars were all showing full. The unit thought we were 400 feet lower than we actually were. Wyatt turned his unit off and turned it back on. When it came up, the elevation had corrected. It now read 9,001. He looked at it for a long time. Then he put it back in his hip belt pocket and pulled out his compass instead. Bearing to the west bowl is 276, he said. We hold that off the last ping. Grid pattern, quarter-mile transects. Copy, I said. We started the west sweep. The country west of the trail was thick lodgepole for the first half-mile. Then it opened out into a series of granite benches, with heather and dwarf willow filling the seams. It was easier country to move through than it looked. The granite was old and weathered smooth, and the slope was gentle. In another quarter-mile it started to drop, first in short steps, then in longer terraces, and we were coming to the edge of the bowl. We did not go over the edge that day. We worked the bench above it, 2 quarter-mile transects to the north and 2 to the south, calling Owen's name at intervals, blowing our whistles in the 3-blast pattern that is the standard SAR signal for a lost subject. Nothing came back except the wind coming up out of the bowl in slow, warm exhalations and the far-off knock of a Clark's nutcracker over the ridge. At about 11:30 a.m. I found the first thing. It was on the bench, above the bowl, about 150 yards north of where we had come out of the lodgepole. A red deuter pack lay on its side in a patch of dead grass at the base of a granite slab. The pack was empty. Not tipped out, empty. The top compartment was zip closed. The main compartment was zip closed. The side pockets were zip closed. There was nothing inside any of them. I called Wyatt over. He came at a jog, breathing hard when he got there. He crouched down next to the pack and did not touch it. He looked at it from 3 angles. He photographed it. He put on gloves. That is his pack, I said. That is his pack. There is nothing in it. There is nothing in it. He opened the top compartment, photographed the empty pouch, opened the main compartment. The interior liner was clean. There was no dust, no leaf litter, no sign of the mice that would have been in it inside of a week in this country. He photographed the interior. He opened the side pockets. Empty. He turned the pack over and looked at the frame and the shoulder straps. There is no sweat salt on the straps, he said. What? Someone had this on their back for 3 days, he said. There would be sweat salt on the shoulder straps. There is nothing. I looked at the straps. Fresh out of the box, they looked like. There was a small tag hanging off the sternum strap that I had not noticed before. Wyatt turned it over. It was the REI price tag, still attached. We stood there in the wet grass, in the thin sun. next to the pack of a missing man that looked like it had never been on a trail in its life. He unpacked and repacked out here, I said. Somebody did. Somebody wiped this pack down and put it in this spot. That is one explanation. What is the other? Wyatt did not answer. He looked past me at the tree line where the lodgepole gave way to the drop into the bowl. His face had gone still in the way I had learned to watch for. He was working something. Radio Bennett, he said. I got Bennett, told her what we had found. She was quiet on the other end for a moment. You were saying the pack is clean, she said. Clean as new. Tag still on. And no subject? No subject. No other gear. Just the pack. Copy, Bennett said. Mark and photograph. Do not remove. I need to talk to the family. Copy that. Halloran, Bennett said. Her voice had a different weight to it now. Wyatt took the handset. Halloran. We had a pack turn up like that in 2017, Bennett said. In the Illilouette. I remember, Wyatt said. You want to keep going? We keep going. Copy, Bennett said. Hold at your position. I am going to move Corbin's team south faster. I want you meeting sooner. Copy. Wyatt clicked off. He handed me back the radio and looked at the pack in the grass. He put his hands on his hips and stood there for a moment and let his breath out slow. What was the Illilouette? I said. A backpacker named Nathan Frisch, Wyatt said. 1978. His father hired a private search team when the park gave up. They found his pack on a bench above the Illilouette drainage. It was empty. Zipped. No wear on the straps. Body was never recovered. You were what, 6 years old in 1978? I read the file when I made lead ranger in '05. You are telling me a case from 1978 is relevant here. I am telling you, it is the second time in my career I have seen a pack look like this, Wyatt said. The first was in 2017. That was in the Illilouette. This is not the Illilouette, but it is the same pack. He looked at me. His eyes were steady, but there was a small tension in his jaw that I could see, and I understood, standing there, that what Wyatt had told me the night before at the fire was not something he half believed. It was something he believed all the way. He believed it the way you believe in the weight of your own pack on your shoulders. And now I was standing on a granite bench above a bowl that did not show up right on any map, next to a red backpack that had never been carried by a hiker, and Wyatt Halloran was telling me it had happened before. We keep going, I said. We keep going. We ate lunch on the bench. Then we resumed the transect pattern, moving south along the bowl's edge. The wind came up around 1 o'clock, dry and cold, and started pushing the last of the cloud shreds off to the east. By 2, the sky was clearing in earnest, and the light coming down through the thin, high air had that hard gemstone quality it gets over the Sierra in October when the storms clear out. The bowl was to our right, dropping away in long broken terraces. From up here, on the bench, you could see the whole of it. The 3 little tarns glittered like coins in the low places. The lodgepole was thick along the north wall. The junipers on the south side were old, twisted, silver-barked. It looked like beautiful country. Empty country. At 2:30 we found the boot. It was a single left boot. La Sportiva Nucleo, high, size 10, brown with orange laces. The lace was still tied. The boot was upright on a small flat spot of granite, about 30 feet off the transect line. It was placed. There was no debris around it, no sock inside, no matching right boot. Just the one, upright, tied. Wyatt photographed it. He knelt down and looked into it without touching it. Then he stood up and looked around the surrounding area and did not find anything else. Owen wears La Sportiva, I said. I had the gear list. Nucleo high, size 10. That is Owen's boot. That is not the way a boot comes off a foot. No, it is not. I stood in the sun on the granite bench and looked at the boot, and I could not think what to do next. I had done recoveries where a body was strewn over half a mile of avalanche chute. I had done a recovery in 2019 where a lightning strike had scattered gear across a peak in 3 separate directions. Debris fields, I understood. Debris fields had physics. This was not a debris field. This was a boot placed on a rock. Halloran to Rickles. Bennett came up. Rickles, second item. La Sportiva Nucleo High, single left boot, size 10, laced, placed on granite. No matching item, no other subject sign. Copy. Location? Wyatt read the coordinates. Bennett read them back. Then she said, Corbin's team is at your last ping site. Meeting time updated to 1500. Copy. Halloran. Halloran. Weather window is holding, but I have a new front coming in tomorrow at 0900. Sooner than we thought. If we do not have the subject by tomorrow at 0800, we ground the air and we ground the ground teams until it clears. Understood. Copy. Wyatt clicked off. He looked at me. Then he looked at the boot. We meet Corbin, he said. We regroup. We plan the bowl. Copy, I said. Corbin Wills was younger than me by 3 years and had been with SAR for 6 seasons. He came down the trail with his 2 team members around 3:15. Faces flushed from the walk, packs off within 30 seconds of stopping. Corbin was a wiry, mustached, methodical kid from Fresno who spent his winters teaching backcountry skiing at Mammoth and his summers on rescue teams. His 2 teammates were both new that season. One was a woman named Bo Kessler, an EMT out of Merced. The other was a big, quiet guy named Trent something. I never remembered his last name until later. We showed Corbin the pack. We showed him the boot. He listened while Wyatt explained the pattern. So we are calling this what? Corbin said. We are calling it a body recovery, Wyatt said. We are proceeding on that assumption. But we do not go into the bowl tonight. We camp on the bench, and we go in at first light. Copy, Corbin said. We set up 2 tents on the bench, about 100 yards from where the pack still lay in the grass. Wyatt had photographed and mapped the pack and the boot, but we had left both in place, per protocol. Corbin's team took the north tent. Wyatt and I took the south. Between the 2 tents, we built a small ring of stones and started a fire with dry lodgepole scraps. The sun set at 6:30 p.m. It went behind the ridge to the west, into the country above the bowl, and the shadow rolled up over us the way it does in the mountains, a hard line moving fast across the ground. Once we were in shadow, the temperature dropped 10 degrees in 20 minutes. We put on down jackets and knit hats and gathered close to the fire. You believe Wyatt about this country? Corbin said. He was drinking hot chocolate out of a titanium mug and his breath was steaming. I have not decided, I said. Trent thinks you all are full of it. Trent, sitting on the other side of the fire, said, I did not say that. You implied it. I said I would not want to camp in a bowl if a senior ranger told me not to. Same thing. Bo said, What is the theory? Just so we are all working from the same one. Wyatt was cleaning his stove. He did not look up. There is not a theory, he said. There is what we know. We know the subject went missing between the last inReach ping and now. We know his pack has been placed on this bench in a condition inconsistent with 3 days of use. We know a boot from his gear list has been placed on the granite 40 yards south of the pack. We know that the country west of us has been the site of previous unrecovered subjects going back at least to 1978. Beyond that, we are working the case. That is not a theory, Corbin said. No, it is not. What did Silas say? I said. Wyatt did not look up from the stove. Silas said, this country used to be walked before there was a park, before there was a road, before there was anything but the people who were here. He said they had names for places like the bowl. He said the names did not translate. What people? Mono, mostly, in this part of the range. Some Miwok influence up from the valley. Silas had a source, a woman he knew from Lee Vining, who told him things. He would not tell me what she told him. He said he wished he had not asked. You believe any of that? Wyatt tightened the fuel line on the stove and set it aside. He looked at Corbin. I believe I have been a ranger in this park for 25 years, he said, and I have been down in that bowl twice, and both times I felt like I was being watched by something that was closer than it should have been. And I believe I have not gone down there a third time, and would not have this time except we have a subject and there is nothing else to do. That is what I believe. Corbin did not say anything to that. We turned in around 8:30. The fire burned low, and Wyatt kicked snow onto it, and we crawled into the tents in our down jackets and our hats. My bag was rated to 0, and I stayed in my long johns for extra warmth. The wind was starting to pick up out of the west, and it was going to be a cold night on the bench. Somewhere around 1 in the morning I woke up because Wyatt was sitting up. I could not see him. The tent was pitch dark, but I could feel that he was upright, and I could feel that he was very still, and I could hear his breathing, and it was slower and more measured than the breathing of a man who had just woken up. He had been awake for a while. "What is it?" I said. "Quiet. Listen." I listened. I heard the wind in the lodgepole above us, coming down out of the higher country. I heard the small tick of the rain fly against the tent poles. I heard, from a long way off, the sound of an owl. And I heard, beneath all of that, a sound I did not know how to place at first. It was a low rhythmic sound, almost like the breathing of a large animal, coming from somewhere below us. From the bowl. "Coyote," I said. "Wind through a chute. Listen again." I listened. It was not coyote. Coyotes yip and howl in a set of frequencies that any Sierra Ranger knows the way he knows his own footsteps. This was not that. It was not the wind either. Wind through a stone chute makes a shaped sound with edges to it. This sound had no edges. It was smooth, and it was slow, and it was coming out of the ground. "How long has that been going on?" I said. "About an hour." "It is a long way off." "It is not a long way off," Wyatt said. "It is a big sound. It is at the bottom of the bowl." The bowl was 600 feet below us and half a mile to the west. Whatever was making the sound was making it big enough to carry through half a mile of granite and lodgepole and cold air. I lay in my bag and I listened to it, and I did not move. And after a while Wyatt lay back down, and after another while the sound stopped. I did not sleep the rest of that night. The morning was gray again and colder. There was frost on the fly of the tent, and the fire ring was iced over where somebody had spilled coffee the night before. Wyatt was up first. He was always up first. He had the stove going and water for coffee, and he was sitting on his pack with his hands wrapped around his own mug and looking out over the drop into the bowl. The sun was not up yet. There was that pre-dawn gray that has no color in it, the kind of light that shows you shapes but not textures. "Morning," I said. "Morning. You heard it again?" "No." I sat down next to him. He handed me the second mug of coffee off the stove. It burned my hands through the fleece of my gloves. "You want to go down there?" I said. "I do not want to go down there. We are going down there." "When?" "After sunrise. We wait for full daylight. I want another hour of light between us and the bottom before we start descending." "Copy." Corbin's team was stirring on the other side of the fire ring. Bo came out of the tent and looked at us and did not say anything. She had heard it too, I could tell. Trent came out behind her. He looked like he had not slept either. "Did anybody sleep last night?" Bo said. "No," Corbin said. He was already pulling out his stove. "None of us slept." "Then let us get some breakfast in us and get moving." We ate oatmeal and drank coffee, and Wyatt got Bennett on the radio. He gave her the situation report. 2 Ranger teams on the bench above the West Bowl, planning descent via the East Chute at 0900. Subject still missing. No further signs since the boot yesterday. He did not tell her about the sound in the night. I did not ask him why. "Copy," Bennett said. "Wind is picking up. The air was going to be grounded at 0900, but they think they can get a bird up around 11 if the ceiling lifts. I will have them do a flyover of the bowl." "Copy. Give me a heads up when they are inbound." "Copy." The East Chute was a Class 2 scramble that dropped 600 feet from the bench into the bowl proper. The chute was wide, maybe 30 feet at the top, narrowing toward the bottom where it opened into a fan of granite scree. There were use trails visible in the scree at the bottom. Not many, a few. Enough to suggest that someone, at some point, had come in and out this way often enough to leave a track. We roped up for the top 100 feet. The chute had a couple of exposed sections where a slip would send you 60 feet before you could stop yourself, and Wyatt was not taking chances. He led. I anchored. Then Trent came down with Bo anchoring for him, then Bo came down with me, then Corbin brought up the tail. We were down in the scree fan by 10 a.m. Standing at the bottom of the chute, looking back up, the bench we had camped on looked like nothing at all, just a lip of rock against the sky. From the top of the chute you could see all of the bowl. From the bottom you could see maybe a third of it. The junipers on the south side rose up around you like a wall and cut off the view. The three little tarns were somewhere ahead, hidden behind a fold in the ground. The air was still down there. There was no wind. The temperature was 15 degrees warmer than it had been on the bench. That was the first thing that was wrong. The bench, 600 feet above us, was in a cold westerly wind, moving at maybe 20 knots. The bowl was calm and warm, not warm like a heat sink from morning sun, because the sun was not on the bowl yet. Warm like a room with the door closed. Warm like something was down there breathing. Air is dead, Bo said. Yeah, Wyatt said. Is that normal for a bowl like this? No, Wyatt said. We started the sweep. Wyatt and I took the north side, working from the base of the chute in a west-northwest arc through the lodgepole. Corbin's team took the south side. We stayed within radio range and worked slow, calling Owen's name every 50 yards, watching the ground for signs. The soil here was different from up on the bench. It was dark, almost black, granular, and it held boot prints. Where we walked, our tread left neat, crisp signatures. There were no other tread signatures. Not a single one. I mentioned this to Wyatt at about the 11 o'clock mark. We had been down in the bowl for almost an hour by then. No prints, I said. No, not even old ones. This ground would hold prints for weeks. Yeah. So either nobody has been down here, or somebody swept the prints out. Or both, Wyatt said. Both? Somebody has been down here. But somebody also does not leave prints. That does not make sense. No, it does not. At 11:15 we found the headlamp. It was a Petzolactic orange body, the kind with an integrated lithium-ion battery. It was sitting on top of a flat granite boulder, about the size of a chest freezer. It was on. The beam was pointing down at the surface of the rock, and the battery indicator was showing full charge. In broad daylight, you could barely see the light, but it was on. It had been left on, and it had been placed carefully on the rock, upright, beam angled down at exactly the angle someone would set it to look at whatever was under it. Wyatt did not touch it. He crouched down and looked at the rock beneath the beam. There was nothing to look at, just gray granite, weathered smooth, faint feldspar crystals in it. Whatever the light had been focused on, if it had been focused on anything, was not there anymore. Owen's model, Wyatt said. I checked the gear list. Petzolactic, orange, his. He photographed the headlamp and the rock. He got out his GPS and marked the location. The unit was hesitating again. The elevation reading was jumping between 7,400 and 8,200 as the numbers cycled. He wrote down what he thought was the correct value based on the topo. Radio Bennett, he said. I got Bennett. Told her about the headlamp. Copy, she said. Same drill. Mark and photograph. Do not remove. Copy. Halloran, she said. Halloran, I have got 2 families now. Nathan Frisch's brother is in his 80s. He is in Sacramento. When I told the parks investigator about the second pack from 2017, she pulled up the old file, and Frisch's brother is listed as next of kin. I called him this morning. He remembers his brother's boots. Wants to know if there is anything left down there. Wyatt closed his eyes for a moment. Copy. How are you doing? I am doing my job. Copy. The radio clicked off. Wyatt was quiet for a moment. Then he opened his eyes and stood up. Move, he said. We moved. Past the headlamp, through the lodgepole, across a small pebbled beach, at the near end of the northernmost tarn. The water in the tarn was black and still. There was no wind on the surface. There were no bugs on the water. There were no minnows, no salamanders, no anything. It was a dead pond. Hey, Corbin said over the radio. His voice was thin. We have got something over here, west end of the bowl. You want to come look. Copy, Wyatt said. Coming to you. We hiked around the north edge of the tarn and picked up a small use trail that wound between two big junipers into the west end of the bowl. Corbin's team was standing in a little clearing at the base of a granite head wall. Trent was 10 feet away from the others, hunched over with his hands on his knees. Bo was watching him. Corbin was standing with his radio in his hand, staring at the ground in front of him. The ground in front of him had a hole in it. It was not big, maybe 5 feet across at the widest oval, running roughly east to west along a natural crack in the granite. The edges of the hole were smooth and rounded, worn like the lip of a stream chute in a way that granite does not weather in 10,000 years, let alone 100. Around the hole, the granite was clean and pale. There were no lichens, no moss, no old pine needles. Nothing had settled around it. Everything had been carried away, or nothing had ever been allowed to settle. Wyatt walked up to the edge and looked down. He stood there for a long time. His face had gone the color of the granite around it. "How deep does it go?" I said. "I do not know. You have been to this bowl twice. I have never seen this hole." He got his headlamp out of his pack and turned it on and shone it down. The beam went into the hole, and the hole ate the light. There was no reflection off a floor. There was no reflection off walls. The beam went 10, 15, 20 feet down, and then it just stopped, and the darkness beyond was as complete as if the light had run into a wall of black felt. "That is not right," Bo said. Corbin took a step back from the edge. Then he took another one. "There is a smell," he said. I moved closer. He was right. There was a smell coming up out of the hole. Very faint. Not the smell of decay. Not sulfur. It was the smell I had noticed on the wind the day before, when we had first started toward the bowl. A closed room. A room that had been closed a long time. Wyatt got his inReach out. He held it over the hole. The screen went blank, came back on, went blank again. He put it away. "Nobody stands closer than 10 feet from the edge," he said. His voice was low and flat and hard. Everyone moved back. "Rickles," Wyatt said into the radio. "Rickles, copy. We have found something. In the west end of the bowl. I need you to get me the topographic history for this quad. Every survey done. USGS, Park Service, internal, private. Anything about a cavity or fissure at these coordinates." He read her the coordinates from his GPS. The unit was reading elevation now at 8100 exactly. When I checked mine, I got the same. Whatever had been jumping in the readings had stopped. "Copy," Bennett said. She was quiet a moment. "What did you find, Halloran?" "A hole in the ground," Wyatt said. "Roughly circular, 5 feet across. I cannot see the bottom. My headlamp does not reach it. Radio and GPS are unreliable at the site. Karst? There is no karst in this part of the range. This is solid Yosemite granite. There should not be a hole here." "Copy," Bennett said. "Give me 20 minutes on the survey history." "Copy." Wyatt clicked off. He was still looking at the hole. He was standing about 10 feet back from it, arms crossed, his lips a thin line. "Wyatt," I said. "Yeah, you have been to this bowl twice, and you have never seen this." "No. So it is new." "It is either new," he said, "or somebody moved it. Or somebody moved the ground around it so it was not visible from the trail I took the first 2 times. Neither of those things is possible. No, they are not." We waited. The sun was climbing toward noon, and the light on the bowl was full and clean. It should have felt good. The light, the clean sky, the end of the storm. It did not feel good. Standing in that bowl with the hole 10 feet away and Wyatt's face gone gray and the air completely still, the light felt wrong. It felt like the light was landing on top of something, like there was a surface beneath us that was covered up by all this beauty, and beneath the surface was something else. At 12:04, Bennett came back on the radio. "Halloran, Rickles, Halloran. I have got the survey history in front of me. USGS did the original topographic mapping of this quad in 1948, updated in 1967, and again in 1990. Park Service internal survey in 2003. LiDAR flyover in 2015. No cavity or fissure noted at these coordinates in any of them. Copy. I also have the historic incident log. I have 3 unrecovered subjects in the general vicinity of the West Bowl over the last 50 years. 1978, Nathan Frisch. 1993, a solo climber named Silas Farrow. Wyatt did not move, but something in the air around him did. Say again the second name, he said. Silas Farrow. Solo scramble, September 1993. Reported missing when he did not return to his vehicle at the Yosemite Creek trailhead. Search called off after 11 days. No body recovered. I looked at Wyatt. You told me last night, I said, that Silas Farrow was a ranger for 40 years, that he trained you, that he told you about this bowl. He was, Wyatt said. His voice was very quiet. He did. He also went missing in this bowl in September of 1993. That was 2 different people. No, it was not. You just told me you met him. I met him after he went missing, Wyatt said. I did not know that when I met him. I thought he was retired. He came back to the Tuolumne Meadows Ranger Station in the summer of 2002 when I was a seasonal. He worked the Inter-P desk on weekends. He did not draw a paycheck. I checked later. There was no payroll record. He was just there. Everybody thought he was an old boy who liked to help out. Nobody looked into it because he knew everything about this park and everybody trusted him. When did he stop coming back? He stopped coming back in the fall of 2005. Somebody said he had moved to Lee Vining. Nobody checked. Corbin was staring at Wyatt now. So was Bo. Trent had straightened up and turned toward us. Nobody was moving. Halloran, Bennett said. Wyatt keyed the radio. Halloran. There is a third name I have not read you. Read it to me. Third unrecovered subject. 1986. A ranger named Wyatt Halloran, seasonal, 27 years old, reported missing on a solo patrol in the Ten Lakes Basin. Body never recovered. Search called off after 9 days. There was a very long silence. I looked at Wyatt. I looked at him the way you look at somebody you are seeing for the first time. He was a 53-year-old man in a Vask boot and a Filson jacket and a Park Service ball cap, and he was standing next to me on the rim of a hole that was not on any map, and his career file. According to the incident log Bennett was reading over the radio, he said he had disappeared in this same country in 1986 and had never been found. That is not me, Wyatt said. He said it slowly and clearly into the radio. I had a cousin, same name. He disappeared in 1986. I applied for the Ranger Service after his disappearance. I have his name because of him. I was 15 years old when he went missing. Look at my payroll history. Halloran, Bennett said. I have your payroll history in front of me. You started as a seasonal in the summer of 1999. Your cousin's file is closed. But the incident number was reassigned when your seasonal file was opened. That is why the entry looked like a duplicate. Copy, Wyatt said. He was not looking at me. He was looking at the hole. Copy, he said again. Bennett said, the air is up. They are going to do a flyover of the bowl in 10 minutes. I want you all clear of the fissure. Get 20 yards back. If the helicopter is going to see anything down there, I want its downwash to move it. Move now. Copy, Wyatt said. He turned to us. His voice was low and steady again. You heard her. 20 yards back. Move. We moved. We backed up to the base of the granite head wall at the west end of the bowl. From there we could see the hole, but we were not standing over it. The 5 of us pressed in against the cold stone. Nobody was talking. Nobody was making a sound. There was still no wind at the bottom of the bowl. There was still that faint closed room smell. At 12:22, we heard the rotor. The Yosemite Helitack ship is an Airbus H-125, blue and silver, based out of the Crane Flat Helibase. In the winter, it flies out of a hangar in El Portal. Its rotor makes a heavy fluttering sound that carries for miles in the mountains. Anybody in the backcountry who hears it knows somebody, somewhere, is having a bad day. We heard it long before we saw it. It came in from the northeast, high, and dropped down over the ridge in a wide arc and lined up on the bowl. Wyatt got Bennett on the radio. Halloran to hell attack. Do you have visual on our position? There was a burst of static. Then the pilot's voice came back. Her call sign was Rescue 2. Her name was Hayden something. I did not know her well. Rescue 2, affirmative on your position. 5 subjects at the base of the west head wall, coming in low for a look at the ground feature. Copy, Wyatt said. Feature is a fissure, or cavity, approximately 5 feet across, oriented east-west. Approach with caution. Copy. The helicopter came in low over the bowl. The rotor downwash hit the surface of the northernmost tarn 150 yards away and pushed the black water in a ring of white foam. It hit the junipers and the lodgepole, and everything shook and hissed. It came over the pit, and the pilot slowed to a hover and dropped to about 80 feet above the granite. Rescue 2 to Halloran. Halloran. I do not have a good visual on the feature. There is a shadow on the ground that could be it, but the surrounding rock is reading uniform on my downward camera. Stand by. The helicopter descended another 20 feet. The downwash was violent. It was throwing scree and pine needles against the head wall behind us, and I turned my face to the granite and closed my eyes to keep the debris out. Rescue 2 to Halloran, no visual on the feature. Repeat, negative visual. The camera reads solid granite at the coordinates. Am I in the wrong spot? Wyatt keyed his radio. His voice was very even. Rescue 2, verify coordinates. The pilot read them back. They were correct. Wyatt looked at Corbin, who had his GPS unit out and was looking at his own screen. Corbin nodded. Wyatt keyed the radio again. Rescue 2, coordinates are correct. Feature should be directly below your current position. Can you drop lower? Negative. The bowl is close on all sides. Any lower and I lose my rotor clearance to the junipers on the south wall. I am at my minimum safe altitude. Copy. Rescue 2. Are you sure the feature is there? Wyatt looked at the hole. It was there. It was 10 yards from us. We were all looking at it. It was a 5-foot wide oval opening in the granite with a smell coming out of it and no bottom. It is here, Wyatt said. Copy. I am not seeing it. I am going to move off and come back around. Stand by. The helicopter drifted off to the east, banked around the south ridge, and came back for a second pass. The pilot spent 5 more minutes over the bowl and the hole, and did not see the hole. Neither did the downward camera. Neither did Wyatt when he asked the pilot to describe what she was seeing. She described the ground exactly as it was, except for the hole, which was not there. The helicopter left for its fuel window at 12:40. We stood at the base of the head wall in the returning silence. The downwash had woken the bowl up. The still air had been disturbed. Now, for the first time since we had come down the chute, there was a small breeze moving. It came out of the hole. The pilot did not see it, Bo said. No, Wyatt said. How did she not see it? Wyatt did not answer. He was looking at the pit. Then he said, without turning around, we are going to have to go down. Say what now? Corbin said. We are going to have to go down. If the flyover cannot confirm the feature, no other team is going to be able to confirm it either. If we do not document this, whatever we find or do not find, it does not exist. The families do not get an answer. That is not our call, Wyatt. Bennett has to authorize a descent. She will authorize it. Wyatt. Wyatt turned around. His face was gray. His eyes were the color of iron. He looked at Corbin, and then at me, and then at Bo and Trent. I have been a park ranger for 25 years, he said. I have never asked a team to do something I did not think they could come back from. I am telling you right now that we need to do this. I am telling you that if we do not do it in 3 months, when Tioga Road opens back up, somebody else's family is going to be calling us about somebody else's missing hiker. And in 3 months after that, someone else's. I am telling you that we do it today in daylight, and we come out before dark, and we do it as fast as we can. 2 people go down, 3 stay up. Radio contact throughout. Who goes down? I said. Me, not just you. He looked at me for a long moment. You do not have to. I know. You do not have to. I know. He nodded once. Bennett was hesitant on the radio. She said no first. Wyatt asked for the incident commander of the day. She was the incident commander of the day. He asked for her supervisor. Her supervisor was a woman named Ryan Kohler, the chief ranger for the Wilderness District, who was working out of the valley. Ryan Kohler was old friends with Wyatt. She had trained with him in the 90s. She came on the radio 10 minutes later, and Wyatt explained the situation in his flat, professional voice, and Ryan authorized a rappel descent of no more than 100 feet, with 2 people in and 3 on belay, with the strict order to withdraw and return to the bench if the environment became hazardous in any way. Define hazardous, Wyatt said. You define it, Ryan said. You're the man on scene. Copy. We set up the rappel. We had 100 feet of Petzl static line, a set of ATC descenders, 1 Petzl ID self-braking descender we had brought as a backup, 3 sets of ascenders, and a heavy sling anchored to a substantial juniper about 15 feet from the lip of the hole. The juniper was probably 300 years old, its trunk 2 feet in diameter at the base. It was not going anywhere. Wyatt went first. He rigged himself into the ID, tested the anchor, sat back on the line, and lowered himself over the edge with slow, smooth control. I stood at the lip watching him drop. He shrank into the dark. His headlamp went from a beam that lit the wall around him to a small dot pointed downward as he oriented for descent. After 20 feet, the wall around him started to change color. It was still gray granite, but it was different. Where the top of the hole was pale and clean, the wall down at 20 feet had streaks on it, dark streaks running vertically. Old, dry, tar-black streaks that looked like something had run down the walls a long time ago and never washed off. Wyatt, I said into my radio. Yeah, there are marks on the wall about 20 feet down. Do you see them? I see them. What are they? I do not know. He kept descending. He passed the marks. At 30 feet he stopped and hung on the line and shone his light down. There is a floor at about 80 feet, he said, uneven, sloping to the south. There is material on the floor. What kind of material? Gear, he said. I can see gear. I lowered the second line. I clipped in. I looked at Corbin and Bo, who were on the belay for me. Corbin nodded. Bo nodded. Trent was standing back from the edge, not on the belay. He had told Wyatt he could not go near it. Wyatt had told him that was fine. Trent stayed back. I went over the lip. Going into that pit was like going into a room where the temperature had been controlled for a long time. The air on the surface had been 15 degrees warmer than it should have been. 20 feet down, it was warmer still. Not hot. 65, maybe 70 degrees. The kind of warm that is very carefully held. This was not thermal flow. Caves with thermal flow smell like sulfur, and they move air. This was still air, and it smelled like nothing you could name, and it was room temperature, and it was 80 feet under a granite bowl at 8,000 feet in the Sierra in October. At 40 feet down, I stopped and looked up. The disk of the sky was small and pale. I could see Bo's head at the edge, silhouetted against it. She raised her hand. I raised mine. I kept descending. At 60 feet, I could see the floor of the pit clearly. Wyatt was down there. He was moving slowly in a small circle around the pile of material at the center. The material was not a pile. It was arranged. It was laid out. I sat down next to him at 80 feet, unclipped, but kept the line in my hand. My headlamp swept across the floor. There were 3 backpacks, all of them empty, all of them clean. They were laid out in a triangle, with a gap between them, like place settings at a table. There were boots, 12 pairs, arranged in a semicircle at the north edge of the pit. Some of them were old. 1 pair was leather and hobnailed and looked like it had come out of a museum. Some were newer. There was a pair of green rubber wading boots. There was a pair of white sneakers. There was a pair of La Sportiva Nucleo High, size 10, brown with orange laces, right foot only. The left foot was up on the bench above us. There were headlamps. I counted 14 of them, all arranged in a rough circle at the west side of the pit. Half of them were on. Their beams pointed toward the center of the pit, and where they intersected they made a small bright spot on the granite floor. There were watches, wristwatches, laid out in a row along the south wall. There must have been 30 of them. There was a fishing lure, a silver spinner with a rusted single hook of a design that had not been sold since sometime in the middle of the 20th century. There was a rosary, wooden beads, black, an iron crucifix. The crucifix was intact. The chain that had held the beads together had corroded through in 2 places and been laid down carefully in the shape of a circle with the crucifix at the center of it. There was a Boy Scout patch, Yosemite Council, a troop number I did not recognize. The felt was faded to gray. There was a paperback copy of Cormac McCarthy's Blood Meridian, with the cover face down on the granite, spine intact, pages folded shut. The book was in decent condition. It looked like it had been out of the weather for a long time. There was a wedding ring, gold, plain, small, a woman's size. There was a small tape recorder, the kind reporters used in the 80s, with a cassette still in it. The battery compartment was closed. There was no rust on the housing. There was a plastic asthma inhaler, Ventolin. Prescription label torn off. The plastic was clean. There was a set of dog tags, steel on a ball chain, laid out in the same careful way as everything else. The name on the tags was legible. I did not read it. I did not want to read it. There was a child sneaker, left foot only, a blue and white Converse, a size that would fit a 9 or 10-year-old. The laces were still tied. There was a police officer's belt shield, brass, from a department that had not existed in California since 1962. It had been buffed clean. There was a small stack of letters, held together with a black ribbon. There was a compass, Silver Ranger, older model, sighting mirror missing. The bezel was set to 0. There was, at the center of the pit, a single small pile of what I first thought was cloth. When my light hit it, I saw that it was hair, human hair. Braids of it, loose strands of it, mixed together. Some of the hair was gray, some was black, some was red, some was blonde. The pile was about the size of a football. It sat on the granite in a way that was slightly wrong, the way it was not quite settled, as if it had been placed there recently, as if what was underneath it had been laid down more carefully than the hair on top of it. I stood there, and I could not speak. Wyatt spoke. His voice was quiet. "Look at the north wall," he said. I looked at the north wall. Carved into the granite, in a row about waist high, was a set of marks. They were shallow, and they were old, and I could not tell if they were words or symbols or numbers or something else. They ran the entire width of the pit at that height, maybe 40 of them, evenly spaced. My light traveled along them and could not settle on what they were. Every time I focused on one, the shape of it seemed to shift a little in my vision. "Tallies," Wyatt said. "What?" "Tallies, or names. I am not sure. I counted them. I got to 34 before I lost my place. Started over. Got to 39. Started over. Got to 32. My eyes could not hold them steady. "How old is this?" I said. "I do not know." "Wyatt." "Yeah." "The pack of boots." "There is a pair of hobnail leather boots down here." "Yes." "Those are 1800s boots." "Yes." I looked at the pile of hair, at the boots, at the watches, at the shifting marks on the wall. "How long has this been happening?" I said. "I do not know." Wyatt bent down. He was not touching anything. He was crouched next to the tape recorder. He was looking at it. Then he stood up, slowly, and turned in a small circle, and looked at each of the artifacts in turn. "Do you smell that?" he said. I smelled it. The clothes room smell had gotten stronger. It was thick down here, an inch of it, coating the back of my throat. "Yeah." "Now do you feel it?" I felt it. Something had shifted in the pit. The stillness of the air had changed. It was still, but it was a different kind of still now. It was the still of a room where somebody has walked in behind you and stopped and is standing very quietly, waiting for you to notice. Wyatt, do not turn around. I did not turn around. I heard from somewhere behind us a sound that was very small, and I did not know what it was, and I did not want to know what it was. And I stood facing the north wall with the shifting marks on it, and Wyatt stood facing the north wall with me, and neither of us moved. Then it said my name. It said it exactly the way my sister says my name. My sister lives in Portland, Oregon. Her name is not important. She has said my name a certain way since I was 7 years old, and she was 5, and nobody else in the world says it that way, and I would know it anywhere. I did not turn around. I did not answer. It said Wyatt's name. It said it exactly the way Silas Farrow said it in his voice from 30 years ago that Wyatt would still remember. Do not answer, Wyatt said, in the smallest voice I have ever heard from him. I did not answer. It said Corbin's name. It said it in Corbin's own voice. Perfect. As if Corbin was standing behind us, as if Corbin was reading a book back at the ranger station and had just looked up and answered his own name. Above us, in the sky over the pit, faintly, I heard Corbin's actual voice through my earpiece. Halloran, come back. You have been down there 10 minutes. Check in. Halloran, copy, Wyatt said. His voice into the radio was steady. It should not have been steady. We are coming up. Nothing usable. We are coming up now. Copy, Corbin said. Take your time. Line is set. Behind us, the voice that had used Corbin's voice used it again. Halloran, come back, it said. Every syllable perfect, every intonation exact. I clipped into my line without turning around. I looked at Wyatt. He was clipping in too. His hands were shaking, mine were shaking. We got locked in. Wyatt started up. I started up 10 feet behind him. I did not look down. I did not look back. I did not look anywhere except up at the small pale disk of the sky and Bo's silhouette against it. And I climbed the line hand over hand, and I did not slow down, and I did not speed up. And behind me I could hear breathing. Slow, steady breathing, right at the base of my neck. It followed me up. At 40 feet, the dark tar streaks on the wall passed by my face. I did not look at them. At 20 feet, the light started to change. The gray of the granite got paler. My breath started to condense in the cold. The temperature was dropping. At 10 feet from the top, I could see Bo's face over the edge. Her eyes were wide. Her mouth was open a little. She was looking past me. She was looking at whatever was following me up. At the lip, Corbin and Bo grabbed my harness and pulled me over. Wyatt was already out. He was on his back on the granite, breathing hard, eyes fixed on the sky. Move, Wyatt said. Everybody move. 20 yards back. Now. We moved. I did not look at the pit as I moved away from it, but I heard, from behind me, one more thing. It said my name one more time. It said it in my own voice. It said it exactly the way I had said my name to myself, in the dark, when I was very young and scared and trying to remind myself who I was. I did not answer. The 5 of us stopped at the base of the head wall. 20 yards was not far enough. Nothing was far enough. We stopped there because we were out of head wall. We stood in a rough line and we looked back at the pit and we watched it not do anything. Nothing came out of it. Nothing crawled to the edge and peered over. Nothing showed itself in any way. There was just a 5-foot hole in the granite 40 yards from us and a small breeze moving across the bowl and the sun overhead. Wyatt got Bennett on the radio. Halloran to Rickles. We are out. We are withdrawing to the bench. Extraction request as soon as air is available. Copy, Bennett said. Her voice had a new pitch in it. She could hear something in his voice. What did you find, Halloran? I will file the report in person. Copy. Halloran. Halloran. Are you all right? We are alive. Copy. He clicked off. He stood there. He was looking at the pit. Then he turned to us. East shoot, he said. Now, 2 hours to the bench. We do not run. We move. Nobody looks back. What about the pack and the boot on the bench? Corbin said. We photograph them one more time and we leave them. They are evidence. They stay in place until an investigation team comes back for them. We are not the investigation team. Copy. Nobody looks back, Wyatt said again. Nobody answers if anything talks to you. Nobody stops for anybody who is behind us on the trail, no matter what voice they use. If it is Bennett on the radio, treat the radio as suspect until we are up on the bench. Once we are on the bench and we can see the country, we can trust our own senses again. Not before. He looked at each of us. He waited until we all nodded. Move. We moved. We reached the chute at 14:30. We roped up. Wyatt led the first pitch. Nobody spoke. The scree was loose under our boots, and it went out from under Corbin once, and he caught himself on the line, and did not curse, and got his feet back under him, and kept going. We were on the bench at 16:40. The wind was up. The temperature had dropped 15 degrees from where it had been in the bowl. We stood on the bench, the five of us, and we looked back. From up here, the bowl looked normal again, empty, beautiful. The three little tarns glittered. The junipers moved slightly in the wind. The pit was not visible from the bench. The pit was not visible from anywhere except the west end, standing directly next to it, from within 30 feet. Wyatt was breathing hard. He had climbed the chute faster than the rest of us. His pack was heavy, and he was 53, and he had climbed 600 feet of scree in 90 minutes without stopping. Rickles, he said into the radio. Rickles, copy. We are back on the bench. Where is my extraction? Halloran, I have got you on the schedule for a helitac pickup at first light tomorrow, 07:15. I could not get you a bird today. The window closed 40 minutes ago. There is a front moving in tonight. Weather is going to be marginal at best. Copy. Are you, camping on the bench again? Wyatt did not answer right away. He looked at the bowl. He looked at the eastern horizon, where the light was already going soft. Halloran, Bennett said, we do not want to camp on the bench. Where do you want to camp? I want to be back at Half Moon Meadow before dark. There was a pause. That is a 5-mile hike from your current position with 2,000 feet of drop, Bennett said. You have got maybe 2 hours of daylight. Your team is exhausted. You just did a rappel descent, and it is going to start raining or snowing on you in about 4 hours. I know. Halloran, I need you to think about this. I have thought about it. Copy, Bennett said. You are the man on scene. Tell me you want to move to Half Moon Meadow, and I will support you. But I want you to tell me one more time you are sure. I am sure. Copy. Extraction location updated to Half Moon Meadow, 07:15 tomorrow. Copy. He clicked off. He turned to us. Half Moon is safer, he said. It is on the trail. It is off the bowl edge. It is at a lower elevation, and if the front hits hard, we are less exposed. And it is out of the sight line of the bowl. From Half Moon, we cannot see the bowl at all. That means the bowl cannot see us. You believe that? Corbin said. That the bowl can see. I believe what I heard down in that pit, Wyatt said, and I do not want to be within a mile of it when it gets dark. Corbin nodded. We shouldered our packs. Nobody argued. Nobody moaned. Nobody said the words tired or hungry or cold or afraid, though we were all of them. We pointed east. We started walking. We covered the 5 miles to Half Moon Meadow in 3 hours. The last mile was in the dark. Wyatt had known we would not make it in 2. He had known we would be walking the last stretch by headlamp. He walked point the whole way. Corbin took the rear. Nobody spoke on the trail, except to say things that needed to be said. Watch your footing. Hold up a second. All good. We came into Half Moon Meadow at 1940. The stars were out for a few minutes, and then the front started to move in and the clouds closed the sky. We set up the tents at the designated site. We hung the bear bags. We got a small fire going in the metal ring. We ate freeze-dried beef stroganoff and drank hot water with instant coffee in it, and we sat around the fire and did not talk for a long time. It was Bo who finally said something. What was that? She said. Nobody answered right away. The fire cracked. Wyatt was staring into it. I do not know, he said. You have theories. I do not have theories, Wyatt said. I have Silas Farrow's second-hand notes and the stories of a couple of old rangers who worked this district, and my own 2 prior visits to the bowl, and what happened today. That does not make a theory. It makes an outline of an unknown thing that I do not have any better name for than an unknown thing. What did Silas say? All of it. Not just the version you gave us last night. Wyatt looked at her. He looked at me. He looked at Corbin and Trent. Then he looked back at the fire. Silas said the bowl was old, he said. He said the Mono had a word for it, and the word did not translate. He said the woman he knew in Lee Vining told him it was one of several places in the eastern Sierra that people knew to stay out of. She said her grandmother's people had known about it. She said it had been there before they were, and it would be there after them, and it had a way of getting the people who came looking for it. She said her grandmother taught her 3 rules for that country. Do not go in when the sun is not high. Do not sleep within the sound of it. And if it calls your name, do not answer, because your name is the way it opens the door. The door to what? Bo said. She did not say. Silas told you this. Silas told me all of that in 1992, right before I left for a season at Devil's Postpile. That was 14 months before he disappeared in the bowl. When he showed up again in 2002, working the interp desk on weekends, I asked him about it once. He looked at me and said, I told you not to sleep within the sound of it. That was all he said. He was different then. Something in him was different. I did not push him. Was he Silas, or was he something wearing Silas? I do not know. Nobody said anything for a while. So what is the recommendation? Corbin said. Officially. What do we tell Bennett? What goes in the report? Wyatt thought about it. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of one hand. We are going to report what we found, he said. We are going to report the pack and the boot on the bench. We are going to report the headlamp in the bowl. We are going to report the fissure. We are going to report that we descended it, and that we recovered no subject, and that we withdrew when the environment became hazardous. Ryan Kohler gave us the discretion to define hazardous. You are not going to describe the artifacts down there. I am. I have to. The families of the previous unrecovered subjects have a right to know that their people's gear was found. That has to go in the report. And the voice. The voice does not go in the report. Bo looked up. Why not? Because if I put in a report that a 5-person ranger and SAR team heard a voice down in the bottom of a hole call our names and the voices of dead people, either they call me a liar, or they call me crazy, or they close the district and put a chain link fence around this bowl and post an interpretive plaque explaining it. And every kid with a YouTube channel from here to Sacramento is up here in 6 months trying to get its picture. That is not a good outcome for anybody. So it stays with the 5 of us, Bo said. It stays with the 5 of us, and the ones we tell in confidence when we tell them. But it does not go in the report. Copy, Corbin said. He looked into the fire. Copy. Trent had not said anything all evening. He was sitting on his pack with his arms wrapped around his knees. He was rocking very slightly. I only noticed because I was watching him. When Wyatt finished talking, Trent said, quietly, It said my daughter's name. What? Bo said. When you were down in it, Trent said. I stayed back from the edge. I told you I was afraid of heights. That was not true. I was afraid of the hole. I stood back from the edge, 20 feet away, and while you were down there, something called my daughter's name up out of the hole. It called it 3 times. He looked up. His face was wet. My daughter is 8 years old, he said. She lives with her mother in Fresno. She has never been to Yosemite. Nobody in this park should know her name. Nobody said anything. How did it know her name? Trent said. Wyatt looked at him. His face was very gentle. It surprised me, the gentleness in it. Wyatt could go from a gray granite face to a face like a father inside of a heartbeat when he wanted to. It knew, because it knows, Wyatt said. It knew mine, and it knew ours, and it knew yours. Do not spend the night wondering how. Spend the night not answering. Trent nodded. The rain started at 10. It was a thin, steady rain, the kind that soaks slow and stays cold. We turned in. Wyatt took the first watch outside the tent. He would not let anyone else take the first watch. He sat on his pack under the fly of the tent, with his headlamp off and his radio on his lap and his rifle across his knees. He had brought a rifle. I had not seen him unpack it. He had had it out of his pack before I noticed it. It was a lever-action Marlin, the little .336 carbine he had carried on backcountry patrol for as long as I had known him. It was for cats and for problem bears. Officially, it was for other things too on this night. I lay in my bag inside the tent, and I listened to the rain, and I listened to Wyatt's breathing outside, and I listened for the other thing. It did not come that first hour. Then, at about 11:30, it did. It came from the west, from the direction of the bowl. It was very faint at first. It was the same low rhythmic breathing sound I had heard the night before. But now, from Half Moon Meadow, it was quieter. It was farther away. It was still 5 miles off. It was still coming through 5 miles of granite and lodgepole and cold rain to reach us. Then, on top of the breathing sound, there was another sound. It was a voice. It was calling. It was faint. It was calling one word over and over at long intervals. The word it was calling was Wyatt. Wyatt did not answer. I could hear him outside the tent. His breathing had gotten slower and more measured, the way I had heard it the night before. He was not sleeping. He was sitting on his pack under the fly with the rifle across his knees, listening to the voice call his name from 5 miles away, and he was not answering. I lay in my bag, and I understood, in that moment, why he had been so certain we needed to camp at Half Moon Meadow and not on the bench. Because, on the bench, at half a mile, this voice would have been in our tent with us. At 5 miles, it was still audible, it was still coming, but it did not have the reach it wanted. The voice went on for a long time. Might have been an hour, might have been more. I did not check my watch. I did not want to move my hand. At some point I fell asleep. When I woke up, it was 5:30 in the morning, and the rain had stopped and there was no voice. Wyatt was still outside the tent. He was still sitting on his pack. His eyes were open. He had not slept. The rifle was still across his knees. "Morning," I said. "Morning. You did not sleep." "No." "Did it call all night?" "On and off. It stopped around 3. Was there anything else?" "There was something moving in the meadow around 2. I could not see it. I could hear the grass moving. It was heavy. It stayed at the west edge. It never came into the sight." "You are sure?" "I am sure. I would have known." He stood up stiffly, in the way of a man who has been sitting outside in the cold and the wet for 8 hours. He rolled his shoulders. He walked to the fire ring and squatted down, and began to build a small fire from tinder we had prepped the night before. His hands were steady. "Coffee soon," he said. "Copy." The extraction came at 7:20. The helicopter set down on a flat spot at the east edge of the meadow. Bennett had sent Hayden again. Hayden held the collective while we loaded up. Corbin's team went first. Wyatt and I went second. We were airborne by 7:38. I looked out the window as we lifted off. The meadow shrank below us. The trail dropped away east. The trees stretched out. Beyond the ridge to the west, the country of the bowl was still hidden by the granite. I looked at it as we banked south for the valley, and I saw only lodgepole forest and gray granite and the last strands of morning cloud lifting off the ridge lines. I saw no sign of what was down there, and no sign that there had ever been any sign. We landed at Crane Flat at 7:58. The debriefing happened at the Yosemite Search and Rescue Office in the valley, in a small conference room off the main dispatch area. Bennett was there. Ryan Kohler was there. So was a woman I had never met, an FBI special agent out of the Sacramento field office. Her name was Owens. She was tall and thin, in her 50s, with gray hair cut short and a face that gave nothing back. She did not sit with the Rangers. She sat at the end of the table with a notebook open in front of her, and she listened. Wyatt gave the report. He was calm. His voice did not shake. He talked for 2 hours. He described the packs, the boots, the headlamp, the fissure. He described the descent and the artifacts at the bottom. He described the marks on the wall. He did not describe the voice. Bennett wrote everything down. When Wyatt was finished, Ryan asked us if we had anything to add. Corbin said he had nothing to add. Bo said she had nothing to add. Trent said nothing at all. I said I had nothing to add. Wyatt had covered it, Owens asked, without looking up from her notebook. How many items of gear were at the bottom of the fissure? I did not take an inventory, Wyatt said. There were 3 backpacks, 12 pairs of boots, 14 headlamps, roughly 30 watches, and various other items I did not count. That is inconsistent with a single missing person, Owen said. Yes. You believe those items belong to previous unrecovered subjects? Yes. Going back how far? I do not know. One of the pairs of boots looked like 19th century hobnails. The rest could have been from any period between then and now. I did not touch anything. I did not photograph the artifacts. I could not photograph inside the pit. The equipment was unreliable. Owens made a note. She looked up at Ryan. You are going to authorize a return descent, she said. It was not a question. Ryan looked at Wyatt, then at Owens. I am going to authorize a return descent with an investigation team when weather allows, she said. Not before Tioga Road closes, which will be within the week, which means the investigation team goes in next spring. That is a 5-month delay, Owens said. Yes, it is. Chief Ranger Kohler, this is a potential mass fatality site. I understand that. Multiple decades of unrecovered subjects, potentially foul play. I understand that. And I understand also that I have a 5-person team who just spent 2 nights in that country and are telling me the site presented environmental hazards they could not characterize. I am not sending another team in with the road about to close and the storm season starting and no way to extract them if the weather turns next spring, not before. That is your call to make. It is. Owens closed her notebook. She left the room. Bennett looked at us. Go home. Sleep. Take the rest of the rotation off. We will handle the paperwork. Halloran, I want you and your team back in here in a week for follow-up, not before. Copy, Wyatt said. We were released around 11 that morning. Wyatt drove me back to Tuolumne Meadows in the government truck. It was a 2-hour drive up the Big Oak Flat Road and around through Crane Flat and up the Tioga Road. The road was going to close in 5 days. It was already deserted. We passed maybe 6 cars in the 2 hours. Neither of us talked much. When we got to Tuolumne, he pulled up in front of my ranger cabin, a small board and batten building behind the station, and put the truck in park. Get some sleep, he said. You too. I do not think I am going to sleep tonight. Wyatt. Yeah? You told me that Silas said your name was the way it opens the door. Down in the pit, when it called our names, it called mine and yours and Corbin's. Trent said it called his daughter's. Yes. Do you think it opened a door for us? Wyatt looked at me. His face was tired. His eyes were bloodshot. He had not shaved. His hair was flat under the ball cap. I think it tried, he said. I think we did the right thing when we did not answer. I do not know if that is enough. I am going to be honest with you. I do not know. What happens if it is not enough? Then, whatever it wants is going to come find us in its own time, and we are going to have to be ready for that when it does, if it does. Wyatt. Yeah? How ready can you get? He almost smiled. It was a small, dry, sad thing. You keep your rifle in the truck, he said. You do not go into rooms you do not know the layout of. You do not answer the phone when the caller ID says a number that should not be calling you. You do not open the door for anyone you did not invite. You do not sleep in a place where someone can watch you from outside. You keep salt in the cabin. You leave the light on. You call somebody every day so somebody knows you are alive. Everything else you do to be ready is the same as being alive, not sleeping in a bowl. Copy, I said. Copy. I got out. He pulled away. I stood in the gravel of the driveway and watched the taillights go up the Tioga Road toward the ranger station, and then he made the turn into the parking lot, and then his lights went out. It was noon. The sun was full. The air was cold. I stood in the driveway, and I did not want to go inside, because inside the cabin was a room I did not know the layout of anymore, even though I had lived in it for 6 seasons. Even though I had put the couch there, and I had put the desk there, and I had put the bookshelf there, it was a room I did not know the layout of anymore, because on the walk from the truck to the door of the cabin, in the middle of the day, in the sunlight, I could feel that something had come home with me from that bowl, and I did not know where it was. I went inside. I set my pack down. I stood in the middle of the living room. I stood there for a long time. Then I went to the kitchen, and I got the box of Morton salt off the shelf where I kept it for corn on the cob in the summer, and I unrolled a line of it across the doorway of the cabin on the inside. Then I did the same at the windows. Then I sat down on the couch, and I did not cry, because I did not have anything left in me to cry with, and I did not sleep, because I did not have anything left in me to sleep with either. I sat on the couch, and I watched the light move across the floor, from noon to sunset. When it got dark, I turned on the porch light. That was the 6th of October, 2024. The road closed the next day, 4 days earlier than scheduled, because a system moved in overnight and dropped 2 feet of snow at Tioga Pass. I was in the last convoy of parked vehicles that came down the Tioga Road on the morning of the 7th. When the gate closed at Crane Flat that afternoon, the bowl and the pit and everything in the pit were sealed inside the winter side of the park until the road opened again in the spring. The follow-up meeting at Search and Rescue was the following week. Bennett had gotten the tape recorder back. She had gotten it back from Owens, actually. Owens had wanted it. Ryan had told her the artifacts were Park Service property until an investigation team could take custody. There had been a fight about it. Ryan had won. The tape recorder had come back in the mail from the Sacramento field office in a small padded envelope with a chain of custody sheet inside. The cassette in the recorder was labeled in ballpoint pen. The label said TF March 83. Bennett played the tape for us in the conference room. Wyatt was there. Corbin was there. Bo and Trent had been given administrative leave and were not present. I was there. The tape was mostly hiss. There were sounds on it that were not hiss. There was a voice for a while, faint, that sounded like it was reading from something. I could not make out the words. It was like listening to somebody in the next room over, through a closed door, reading aloud. The rhythm was that of a person reading, not talking. There was a long stretch where the voice broke off, and there was nothing but hiss, and, faintly beneath the hiss, that same low, steady breathing sound Wyatt and I had heard on our first night at Half Moon Meadow. It was on the tape. Whoever had recorded the tape had been listening to it too. Then the reading voice came back. It stopped reading. It started to say names. The first name was a name I did not know. The second was a name I did not know. The third was a name I did not know. The fourth was Silas Farrow. Wyatt stood up from the table. He walked over to the window at the back of the conference room and stood with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders very straight and looked out at the granite of El Capitan across the valley. He did not turn around. Bennett let the tape run. The fifth name I did not know. The sixth I did not know. Bennett had counted the names later. There were 73 names on the list. The voice reading them was flat and slow, and it was not a voice any of us knew. Some of the names were common, some were not. Some sounded like they belonged to another century. Some sounded like they had come from other countries. The voice pronounced all of them the same way, evenly, without stumbling, as if it had said each of them many times before. It never sounded like it was reading from a written list. It sounded like it was remembering. The last name on the list was Nathan Frisch. After his name, the voice on the tape did not say anything else. There was a long stretch of silence. Then the tape ended. Wyatt came back to the table. His face was blank. He sat down. Silas was on there, Corbin said, quiet. Yes, you knew he was going to be. I did not know it. But it did not surprise me. When did the tape get made? Bennett said. The label said March 83. That was 10 years before Silas disappeared. Copy, Corbin said, more to himself than to Bennett. Wyatt did not say anything for a while. Then he said, the names on the list are the ones it has taken. The list gets updated. It was updating in 1983. It was updating up to 1978 the last time. Now it is going to be updating again, probably. You mean Miles Prager? Miles Prager was not on the list I heard today, but he was not missing when the tape was made. I would like to hear the tape again in a year or 2 or 5. I would like to see if his name is on it then. You cannot play the tape again in 5 years and hear a name that was not on it before, Corbin said. That is not how tape works. No, Wyatt said. That is not how tape works. He did not say anything else about it. I have run these names, Bennett said. 61 of them cross-referenced to missing persons reports that were opened in the park or in the surrounding federal land between 1890 and 1978. The other 12 I have not identified. Some of them may be from before the park existed. Some of them may be from after the incident log was digitized, and I have not caught them yet. Nobody said anything for a while. Bennett said, I have opened contact with descendants of the earlier subjects where I can. I am working my way through the list. I do not have anything to tell them yet. I do not know when I am going to. Wyatt said, You are going to tell them we found their people's things. Yes, that is going to be a hard call to make. Yes, it is. You want me to help. No, Halloran. I do not want you to help. I want you to take the winter off. I want you to fish. I want you to see your sister and Bishop. I want you to be somewhere that is not this office and not that country when the road opens back up in the spring. That is what I want. Copy, Wyatt said. But I could see, from the way he was sitting, that he had no intention of doing any such thing. We left the meeting around 2 in the afternoon. Wyatt and I walked out to the parking lot together. It was cold. There was a light snow falling in the valley, unusual for early October, and the granite of El Capitan was streaked with white on the upper faces. You are going to make those calls with her, I said. Yeah. She said not to. I heard her. You are going to do it anyway. Yeah. Why? He was quiet for a moment. He turned up the collar of his jacket. He looked at the granite. Because I have been in this park for 25 years, he said, and I know that country. And when Nathan Frisch's brother, who is 82 years old and lives in Sacramento, wants somebody to tell him what his brother's pack looked like when we found it, I want it to be somebody who was there. That is all. Copy. Also, he said, because if there is any part of this that stays open, any part of it that is not tied off, any file that stays unfinished, that is a way for the thing in the bowl to keep a hold on us. I want the files closed. Copy. He got in his truck. He drove off toward El Portal, where he lived in a small rental house he had shared with his ex-wife for 11 years and then had lived in alone for 8. His ex-wife had moved down to San Luis Obispo after the divorce. Wyatt did not talk about her often. When he did not sound angry. He sounded like a man who had missed a bus he had known was leaving and had made peace with waiting for the next one whenever it was going to come. I got in my own truck and drove north to Tuolumne, back up the road that was already gated for the season. I had special access as a permanent employee. I could get back into the ranger station and pack up my cabin for the winter and move my personal effects down to my off-season quarters in El Portal in my own time. I had 2 weeks. I did it in 3 days. I did not want to be up there. In the empty station. In the empty campground. In the country 5 miles from a bowl. When I closed the cabin door behind me for the last time on the 15th of October, I locked it and I looked at the porch light and I decided to leave the porch light on all winter. The station kept a small generator running through the season for security lights. My cabin was on the same circuit. It would be on until the road opened again in the spring. I did not want the cabin dark. Not for any night this winter. Not for any minute of any night. I drove down to El Portal that afternoon. I moved my things into the winter apartment. I bought more salt. I did not sleep well that winter. The fear did not pass. The sounds did not stop. The sensation of something in the corner of my eye did not stop. The follow-up work went slower than any of us wanted. Bennett called Nathan Frisch's brother in the first week of November. He was quiet on the phone. She described the pack. He asked her if there was any of his brother in the pack. She said no. He asked her if there was any sign of what had happened. She said no. He said thank you and he hung up. He died in January of natural causes. Bennett went to the funeral in Sacramento. She said afterward that she was glad she had made the call before he had gone. She kept working through the list. She got 21 families in the first 3 months. She got a call back from all but 2 of them. Most of the families were grateful. A couple were angry. One of them told her she was making it up. She said thank you and did not push. The names went on. Some she could not find any descendants for. Some she found descendants for and could not get past a receptionist. Some she gave up on. I saw her at a memorial service for a fire crew member in April at Wawona. She looked 10 years older than she had in October. Her hair had started to go gray in earnest. I asked her how the list was going. She said, slow. I have made 42 calls. I have 31 still to make. I asked her if it was getting easier. She said, it is not getting easier, but it is getting done. Ryan Kohler retired at the end of the winter. She was replaced by a chief ranger who had come over from Grand Teton the previous year. He decided the investigation of the bull would happen when the district ranger for the Northern Wilderness recommended it, and the district ranger for the Northern Wilderness was a woman named Beverly Wentz, who took Silas Farrow's old warnings seriously and who declined to recommend the investigation. She recommended instead that the coordinates of the bull be flagged as a hazardous area in the wilderness permit system and that all backcountry permits for the 10 Lakes area include a note advising the permit holder to remain on the maintained trail and not to enter the drainage west of the trail under any circumstances. The recommendation was adopted. The permits still have the note on them. That, officially, is where the bull stands. Unofficially, Wyatt Halloran did not take the winter off. He drove to Sacramento in November and interviewed Nathan Frisch's brother in person the day after Bennett called. He drove to Reno in December and interviewed a great-nephew of one of the 1890-somethings whose names had been on the tape. He drove to Portland in January and interviewed the granddaughter of a Mono woman whose grandmother had known Silas Farrow's source in Lee Vining. He filled a notebook. Then he filled another. He did not publish any of it. He mailed copies of the notebooks to me in El Portal and to Corbin in Fresno and to Bo in Merced and told us to hold them. He said they were the only copies. He said if anything happened to him, we should give them to Bennett. Nothing happened to him. In February, Wyatt called me from Sacramento. It was 10 at night. He had been drinking. Wyatt did not drink often. When he did, he called somebody. You still up? He said. I am up. I met the great-nephew today. Yeah? He is 58 years old. His great-uncle went missing in 1904. He grew up hearing about it. His grandfather made it a family thing. He kept the letters. There were 11 of them. Letters home from a young man who was working in the timber camps north of the park in the summer of 1904. The last one was from July. In August of that year, he went into the park to fish, and he did not come back, and nobody found him, and it broke his mother's heart, and she died in 1912, and her son kept the letters and passed them to his son, and his son passed them to his son, and his son passed them to this man I met today, who is not going to have anyone to pass them to, because his kids do not want them. That is a long story to carry. Yeah. Did you tell him what we found? I told him some. Not all. I did not tell him about the pile of hair. I did not tell him about the marks on the wall. I told him we found his great-uncle's compass. I told him it was a Silver Ranger, older model, and that the bezel was set to 0. And he looked at me for a long time, and then he told me that when his great-grandmother was cleaning out his great-uncle's things after he did not come home, she had a note from him where he had written that he was going to fish a set of streams that ran off the ridge west of the trail, and to keep his bearing, he was going to keep his compass set at 0 the whole day. And so when I told him about the Silver Ranger, he knew what it was, and I was watching him, and I could see him understanding that it was actually his uncle's compass, and I did not know what to do with what I was seeing on his face, and I do not know what to do with it now. Wyatt. Yeah. Get somebody there tonight. You should not be alone. I am not alone. My sister lives 20 minutes from here. She is coming over. I am not driving anywhere. Do not worry. I am worried. I know that is a hard thing you did today. Yeah, it was. You are going to keep doing it. Yeah, I am. He was quiet a moment. Then he said, the compass was a Silver Ranger, older model, and the bezel was set to 0. Can you write that down? Can you make sure it is on paper somewhere that is not just my notebook? I will write it down. Copy, he said. Copy, I said. He hung up. I wrote it down. It is on a piece of paper in my desk drawer at Wawona. It has been there for 2 years now. He came back to the district for the 2025 season in May, when the Tioga Road opened. He was quieter than he had been. He looked older. He was 54 then. He looked 60. He worked the season with me, and we did our patrols, and we filed our reports, and neither of us went near the Ten Lakes Basin. Bennett's list had by then dropped to 12 remaining calls. The bowl had not been investigated. It would not be investigated. The permit note remained. In August of that year, a solo hiker from Sacramento with a permit for the Ten Lakes area filed his intended route with the Wilderness Office. He was going to camp at Half Moon Meadow and at Ten Lakes proper and out again. He did not check in on his scheduled return date. Wyatt and I got the call from Bennett at 6 p.m. His car was still at the Yosemite Creek trailhead. His name was Miles Prager. He was 26 years old. He had been on trail 6 days. We went in the next morning. We found nothing. We swept the trail from Yosemite Creek to Ten Lakes and back. Wyatt went as far as the west edge of the bench above the bowl. He did not go over the edge. I did not go with him that day. I stayed on the trail. He came back and told me he had stood on the bench and looked down into the bowl and had not seen a thing. No pack, no boot, no headlamp, no fissure. He said the ground where the pit had been was solid granite. He said he had walked out to where he thought it was and stood on it and stamped on it, and the granite had rung under his boots like solid rock. He said he could not tell if it had moved or if it had closed or if it had never been there in the way he remembered it. We did not find Miles Prager. Bennett called his family. Bennett wrote his name in her notebook and kept it. She adds a name to the notebook now every year. Some years there are no names. Some years there are. She showed the notebook to me once. It goes back a long way now. She keeps it in her desk. Wyatt retired that winter in December of 2025. He is now living in a small cabin outside Lee Vining on the east side of the Sierra Crest, in a place where he can see the sun come up over the White Mountains and can look across the Owens Valley on a clear day. He goes fishing. He does not answer his phone if the caller ID does not show a number he recognizes. He does not open his door if he has not called for the person. He has salt at the windows of his cabin. He keeps a marlin lever action in the corner of his living room. He calls his sister in Bishop every night at 9 p.m. He and I talk on the phone every couple of weeks. We do not talk about the bowl. We talk about the trout in Rock Creek and the traffic in June Lake and the winter storms coming down out of the north. We do not talk about the tape or the names or Silas Farrow. What we do sometimes at the end of a phone call is one of us will say, "Still here," and the other will say, "Still here," back, and then we hang up. That started the winter after Miles Prager. Wyatt started it. I do not know if he thought it was funny or if he thought it was serious. I think it was both. The way most things Wyatt did in the last years of his career were both. It was a way of checking in without asking the question. It was a way of asking the question without saying it out loud. It was a way of not answering, which is what we were both practicing most nights in our different cabins on opposite sides of the range. I am still with the Park Service. I am district ranger for the northern wilderness now. Beverly Wentz retired, and I took her position. I inherited the notes she left on the bowl, and I have added to them, and I will pass them on to whoever comes after me. I have written the permit note myself in the version that is in use now. I signed my name to it. I stand behind it. I have not gone back to the bowl. I do not think I will. Sometimes, at night, in my cabin in Wawona, where I live year-round now, I will hear a voice from somewhere off in the trees. It does not come often. Twice a year, maybe. 3 times. It calls my name. It uses my sister's voice. It uses my father's voice. Once, last winter, it used my own voice, the way I used to say my name to myself when I was very young, in the dark, when I was scared. That is a voice nobody else has heard. Nobody else has any way of knowing it. It knew. I do not answer. I lie in my bed and I hold very still, and I listen to it, and I think about Wyatt on his pack outside the tent at Half Moon Meadow with his rifle across his knees, listening to the same voice call his name from 5 miles off and not answering. I think about the pile of hair at the bottom of the pit. I think about the tape and the 73 names. I think about the shifting marks on the north wall that I could not count. I think about all of the people who did answer in all of the years, and how the record of their answering is a 5-foot fissure in the granite in a bowl west of 10 lakes that closes when a helicopter tries to see it and opens when someone with a name walks up to it alone. I do not answer. I fall asleep. Eventually, in the morning, I get up and I make coffee and I go to work and I do my job. Yosemite has more than 1,100 square miles of country in it, and most of it is beautiful and safe and clean. The bowl is 2 square miles of that. 2 square miles out of 1,100. Hikers who stay on the trail and honor the permit note will never see it. They will never come near it. They will never hear anything call their names from it. 2 square miles is a very small piece of country. It is a good rule to leave that piece of country alone. But sometimes at night in my cabin, I lie awake and I listen, and I know, and Wyatt knows, and Bennett knows, that the country west of 10 Lakes is out there, that it is out there right now, in the dark, in the cold, in the winter, breathing slow and steady under the closed snow, waiting for the road to open in the spring, waiting for the next name. The wind moves through the pines outside my cabin. The porch light burns. The salt at the windows has not been swept off since October. It has thickened where the moisture has crystallized and rehardened, month over month, into a small chalky ridge along the sill. I do not disturb it. I check it once a week to make sure the line is unbroken. It has been unbroken every time. I do not answer. Ruby wash. The first one we found had been opened up along the belly in a straight line, edge to edge, the way you'd unzip a duffel bag, and there wasn't any blood on the ground under her. That was the part I kept coming back to that first morning, standing there with my breath smoking in the cold and the dogs hanging back by the truck, which they never did. Not the cut, the dry dirt. I want to tell it the way it happened, in order, because the order is the only thing about it that still makes sense to me, and because if I skip ahead you won't understand why I did the things I did, or didn't do the things I should have. I run cattle on the high ground east of Ruby Wash, out past the Nez place, where the county pavement gives up and turns to 2 ruts and a cattle guard that rattles your teeth. My father ran cattle there before me, and his father before him, and there is a photograph on the kitchen wall from 1951 of my grandfather, standing next to a Hereford bull with his hat pushed back, squinting like the sun owed him money. We are not folks who spook. I need you to take that as a fact and not as a man bragging, because everything that comes after depends on it. My name is Wade Coombs. I was 44 years old that winter, which was the winter of 2022, going into 2023, and I had spent the better part of the previous 3 years learning that a man can work 16 hours a day and still watch the ground go out from under him $1 at a time. My father had a stroke in the spring of 2019, and after that the running of the place fell to me all at once, the way a roof falls, not board by board, but the whole thing on your head in one afternoon. He was still alive, up in the assisted place in Farmington, in a room that smelled like powdered eggs and floor cleaner. I drove up to see him every other Sunday. He knew me maybe half those times. The other half he called me by his brother's name, a man who'd been dead since Korea, and I let him, because correcting him was a cruelty I didn't have the stomach for. We were carrying a note on the north pasture, and another on the equipment, and the price of hay had gone stupid. and my wife Dina had taken a part-time job doing intake at the clinic in town 3 days a week just to keep the lights honest. She never once threw it in my face. That was almost worse. She'd come home smelling like hand sanitizer and sit at the table and add up the month in a spiral notebook she kept in the junk drawer, and I'd watch her mouth move a little while she did it, and I'd think, I am going to fix this. I don't know how yet, but I am going to fix this. We didn't have kids. We tried for a stretch of years and then stopped talking about it, which is its own kind of grief, the kind that doesn't come with a casserole. What we had instead was the ranch, and each other, and 2 dogs, a blue heeler named Pete, and an old yellow mutt named Sugar, who'd showed up at the gate one winter and never left. I had one hand that season, a kid named Marcus So, who was 19 and worked hard and didn't talk much, which suited me fine. He wasn't full Dene. His mother was Anglo, but he had grown up on the checkerboard land where the reservation and the fee land lie against each other like 2 decks of cards shuffled halfway, and he knew things about that country that I didn't, and had the good sense not to make a show of it. He drove out 3 mornings a week from his grandmother's place near the chapter house. Some of what happened because of what Marcus wouldn't say, and I don't hold it against him. He was a kid, he was scared. So was I, at the end. I just didn't have the excuse of knowing better. Our nearest neighbor to the west was Leonard Nez, who I'd guess was somewhere north of 80, and who ran a few sheep and a garden he watered by hand out of a cistern. His place sat maybe a mile and a half off, at the foot of the mesa, and on a clear night I could see the one bare bulb over his door from my own porch. A little yellow point of light hung out in all that dark. Leonard and my father had known each other 60 years. When I was a boy, he'd give me hard candy out of his shirt pocket, the kind that comes wrapped in cellophane with a strawberry printed on it, and he'd talk to my father in a low voice in 2 languages, while I sucked on the candy and watched the sheep. He was a quiet man and a kind one, and I had let our friendship thin out to a wave across the fence line, like you do when you're busy and think you have all the time in the world. That's the whole cast of it. A tired rancher, his patient wife, a quiet kid, an old man, 2 dogs, and a lot of cold ground under a sky so big it makes you feel like a beetle on a plate. Hold on to them. By the end I couldn't hold on to all of them myself. The country out there is high desert, better than 6,000 feet, and it does not forgive. Sagebrush and rabbitbrush and juniper on the higher ground, and down in the wash is a little cottonwood where the water runs in the spring. The wind comes across it with nothing to slow it down, so that in the winter it finds every gap in your coat and every crack in your house, and gets in and sits there with you. The mesa stands up to the north, a long red wall, going blue at the top, and there are places up on it and back in the folds of it where I have never set foot and never wanted to. My father used to say there were parts of that country older than the idea of people, and that the smart thing was to tend to your own quarter section and leave the rest alone. And I thought that was just an old man's talk. I don't think that anymore. We'd been having a hard, dry cold that December, the kind with no snow in it, which is the worst kind for grass, but the best kind for finding tracks. I found the first heifer on a Tuesday morning, the 6th of December, out along the fence in the northeast corner, where the ground rises toward the mesa. I had gone out to check water because the float valve on the north tank had been sticking and I didn't like the look of the ice on it. I had Pete and Sugar in the bed of the truck and the 30-06 behind the seat, because we'd lost a calf to something in the fall, and I figured it for coyotes or maybe a lion come down off the high ground, and I had taken to carrying the rifle out of habit. She was one of my better heifers, a young red cow, not 2 years old, lying on her side maybe 40 feet off the fence. From the truck I took her for down and calving trouble even though it was the wrong season, and I got out swearing under my breath and started toward her, and that was when the dogs wouldn't come. Pete was a dog that had never in his life refused a thing. I asked him. He'd go into a badger hole after a badger if I pointed at it, but when I whistled him down off the truck, he stood in the bed with his feet planted and his hackles up in a ridge from his shoulders to his tail, and he made a sound I'd never heard out of him. A low, steady thing way down in his chest, and he would not come. Sugar, the old dog, had gotten down into the floor of the truck bed and pressed herself flat against the cab. I stood there in the cold, with my hand still up in the whistling shape, and I looked from the dogs to the heifer and back, and something in the day tipped a few degrees off level, and I couldn't have told you why. I went to her alone. She was opened up along the belly, like I said, one long clean cut from the brisket back, and the edges of it were dry, not clotted. Dry, like the cut had happened days ago, except she'd been alive and on her feet the evening before. I'd seen her myself at the evening feed. There was no blood on the ground. I want to be careful here because I've told this part to men who raise cattle, and I've watched their faces go careful and polite, the way a face goes when a man has decided you're either lying or you saw wrong. So let me just say it plain. A cow has a lot of blood in her. When you open one up, the ground knows about it. That ground didn't know about it. The dirt under her was the same pale, dry dirt as everywhere else, cold and undisturbed, and she lay on top of it like she'd been set down there, arranged, and the only tracks anywhere near her were mine coming in. Her eye was open, and there was frost on it. I stood over her a long time. I'm not a man who scares, and I've told you that, but I'll tell you, I felt the cold get into me in a new way standing there, and the back of my neck drew up tight, and I had the sudden clear thought, with no reason attached to it, that I should not be squatting down with my back to the sagebrush. I stood up. I turned around. There was nothing behind me but the fence and the rise and the mesa going blue in the early light, and a long way off. 3 ravens sitting on 3 fence posts in a row, not moving. All of them faced the same way, faced at me. I told myself it was a lion. A lion will cover a kill, I know that, but a lion will also feed on it, and nothing had fed on her. Coyotes, then, some sickness, some accident with the wire. I told myself a string of reasonable things all the way back to the truck, and I got the dogs settled, and I drove back to the house to get the tractor and a chain so I could drag her off before she drew every scavenger in the county. That's what a rancher does. You lose stock, it's a bad day, you clean it up, and you go on. I didn't call anybody. Who would I have called? Dina asked me at supper why I was quiet, and I told her about the heifer, just the facts of it, down and dead, a bad cut, probably a lion. I left out the dry ground and the dogs and the ravens. I don't know why I left them out. Maybe because saying them out loud would have made them into something, and I wasn't ready for them to be something yet. She reached over and put her hand on my wrist and said we'd make it up somewhere, and I said sure we would. And outside the wind came up and worked at the corner of the house, and far off one of the dogs started barking at the dark and then stopped all at once, like a hand had been laid over its mouth. The second one was nearly 2 weeks later. I'd half talked myself back into ordinary life by then. We'd had a little snow, a skiff of it that came in the night and went by noon, and the ranch had given me the mercy of a run of dull days, fixing the float valve, hauling hay, driving up to see my father who had called me by my dead uncle's name, and cried a little when I left, which he'd never done before. I came back down the mountain that Sunday tired all the way to the bone and slept 10 hours and woke to Marcus knocking on the door before it was full light. He didn't say anything. That was the thing about Marcus, he didn't waste words, and when I opened the door and saw his face I knew it was bad before he got a word out. He just tipped his head toward his own truck, and I put my boots on and went. This one was up along the wash, in the stand of cottonwood where the cattle like to shelter out of the wind. It was a steer this time, one of the bigger ones, and it was up in the fork of a cottonwood tree, maybe 9 feet off the ground. I need you to sit with that for a second, the way I had to sit with it. A steer will run 600-700 pounds. It was wedged in the crotch of the tree where the trunk split, folded over the fork with its legs hanging down on both sides, and its head was turned all the way around backward, so it was looking out over its own spine, back down the wash, back the way we'd come. There was no way to put it up there. There is no machine on my place that puts a 700-pound animal 9 feet up a cottonwood, and if there were, the ground under the tree would be torn to hell, and it wasn't. It was smooth. It was smoother than the ground had any right to be, like something had dragged a broom over it. Marcus stood back at the edge of the trees with his hands in his coat pockets, and he would not come in under the branches. I looked at him, and he looked at the steer, and then he looked at me, and he said one thing. He said, "We should go. We can't just leave it," I said. "Yes, we can," he said. He wasn't arguing. There wasn't any heat in it. He said it the way you'd tell a man to step back from an edge, flat and careful, like the wrong volume might bring something down. We should go now, and you shouldn't be looking at it that long. I was looking at the steer's face. Its eyes were dry and dull, and there was that same frost on them, and its tongue was out, and I was thinking that the neck was wrong, that a neck doesn't turn that far, that the whole animal was arranged the way a child arranges a toy. It doesn't understand yet, roughly, approximately, a thing made by something that had seen a steer, but had never been one. I made myself stop looking. I made myself turn around. My legs had already started walking before I decided to, and I didn't like how much I wanted to run. We got in Marcus's truck. He drove out too fast for the ground, and I didn't tell him to slow down. Halfway back to the house, he said, without looking at me, "You need to talk to somebody who knows about this." "About cattle mutilation," I said. "I'd read about it. Every rancher out here has heard about it. It goes around every 10 or 15 years. The helicopters, the government theories, the lights in the sky, and there's always some man with a website." "You think it's that? Some nut with a helicopter?" "No," Marcus said. And then he wouldn't say anything else, no matter how I came at it, and by the time we got back to the house his jaw was set and his hands were tight on the wheel, and I understood that whatever he wasn't saying, he'd been raised to not say it, and that pushing him was going to cost me the one thing I had going for me out there, which was a hand I could trust. So I let it lie. I have thought 1,000 times since about what would have changed if I hadn't let it lie. Probably nothing. That's what I tell myself. Probably nothing. I called the sheriff's office that afternoon, more to have done something than because I thought they'd help. A deputy came out the next day, a heavy-set young man named Ordonez, who I could tell wanted to be somewhere warm, and he looked at the steer in the tree for about 90 seconds and got quiet, the same as Marcus had. He took some pictures on his phone. He asked me if I had had trouble with anybody, if I'd fired a hand or crossed a neighbor, and I said no. He asked if it could be some kind of prank, kids, and I asked him what kind of kids put 700 pounds up a tree without leaving a track, and he didn't have an answer for that. Before he left, he stood by his cruiser with the door open, and he looked out at the mesa for a second, and he said, "You know old Nez, down the road, the Navajo fella?" I said I did. He said, "Might not be the worst idea to go say hello." Then he got in and drove off, and I never heard another word from that office about it. That was 2 men in one day telling me to go talk to somebody. I want it on the record that I was told. I want it clear that the knowledge was set right in front of me, and I stepped around it because I was tired, and because I had a note due in January, and because the part of my mind that keeps a ranch running had already filed the whole thing under bad luck and moved on to the float valve. And a man will believe almost anything before he'll believe the thing that costs him his footing in the world. I didn't go see Leonard Nez. Not then. That was the first real mistake, and I made it out of nothing worse than being busy. The dying eased off for a while after that, and if the whole thing had ended there, I'd have spent the rest of my life telling it as the strangest week I ever had and left it at that. But it didn't end. It only changed. It stopped being about the cattle, and it started being about the house and the yard and the closeness of things. Looking back, I think the cattle were only ever the announcement of it, the way a man clears his throat before he starts to talk. The next thing was the coyotes, or the thing that came in the shape of a coyote, and it started so small that I argued myself out of it 3 separate times before I couldn't anymore. We'd always had coyotes. You raise stock out there, you know coyotes the way you know weather. In the evenings, they sing up on the flats, that yipping call that rises and breaks apart, and I'd lived with it so long I mostly didn't hear it, the way you don't hear a clock until it stops. But that January the singing changed. It started coming from closer in, first from the fence line, then from the yard, and it started answering itself wrong. I know how that sounds. Let me try to be exact. A pack of coyotes calling to each other has a shape to it, calls and answers spread out across the country, and your ear learns that shape without you ever deciding to. What came into the yard that January had the shape of it, but the timing was off? A call would go up out by the corral, and an answer would come back from the woodpile not 15 feet from the house. And then the first voice would answer the answer, so that it sounded like two coyotes having a conversation, except no coyote paces a conversation like that. It was too even. It had the rhythm of two men talking, that back and forth, and once I'd heard it that way I could not unhear it. And I lay in bed with Dina asleep beside me and listened to two coyotes that weren't coyotes talk to each other in the dark right outside the wall, and I felt the sweat come up cold on me, even under the blankets. Pete wouldn't go out, that's the other thing. A healer is a dog that wants to work, that wants to go put himself between you and whatever's out there, and Pete had taken to lying pressed against the back door with his ears down, and when the calling started in the yard, he'd get up and go to the far corner of the kitchen and stand facing the wall, shaking. Sugar had stopped eating. She'd come to her bowl and stand over it, and then walk away, and she'd lost weight so fast I made an appointment to take her to the vet in town, and the morning of the appointment she was gone. We never found her whole. I found a part of her out past the corral 3 days later, and I buried it before Dina could see it, and I told Dina the old dog had wandered off to die, the way old dogs do. And Dina cried, and I held her, and I looked over her shoulder out the window at the mesa, and I thought, with a coldness that scared me worse than any of the rest of it, that whatever had done it had left that part of Sugar where I would find it and Dina wouldn't, that it knew the difference, that it had watched us long enough to know the difference. I started carrying the rifle everywhere after that, even to the barn, even to the woodpile. I told Dina it was lions. The stock started leaving. That's the part nobody tells you about in the stories, the way the ordinary animals vote with their feet. My cattle bunched up on the far southwest corner of the place, as far from the mesa as the fence would let them get, and they stood there in a tight knot day and night, packed together the way cattle pack in a blizzard, except there wasn't any blizzard, and when I brought hay out to them they wouldn't scatter to feed like they always had. They'd only shuffle a little and close the gap again, and go back to standing with their heads up and their eyes rolling, facing north. I had a good bay gelding named Chuck that I had had 11 years, steadiest horse I ever owned, a horse I'd have trusted my own mother on. And one morning I went out to the corral and Chuck had run himself through the fence in the night, just torn straight through 4 strands of wire and gone. I found him 2 days later down along the county road, foundered and wild-eyed and lathered white in weather cold enough that a horse shouldn't have been able to work up a lather. And it took me and 2 other men the better part of a morning to catch him, and he was never right again after that. Something had put a fear in him that 11 years of gentle handling couldn't reach the bottom of. I understood how he felt. I was starting to feel it myself, that fence-breaking thing, that old animal certainty that the only sane move left was to run through whatever was in your way and keep running. It was around then that I saw the thing myself for the first time, in daylight, and could no longer make it into anything I had a word for. It was a bright cold afternoon toward the end of January, and I was up on the rise fixing the fence where the second heifer had been found, because a rancher fixes fence no matter what else is happening. Fence doesn't care about your troubles. I had the truck parked down the slope, and I was working the stretcher on a run of wire when I got the feeling of being looked at, that old animal feeling on the back of the neck. And I straightened up and looked out across the flat toward the foot of the mesa, and there was an animal standing out there watching me from maybe 200 yards off. At first I took it for a coyote, and then for a dog, and then I couldn't make it be either one. It was too big for a coyote, and it was standing wrong for a dog. It stood square and still, and it held its head level and pointed straight at me, and it did not move at all, not the small constant movements that a live animal makes, the ear flick, the weight shift, the sniff. It stood the way a photograph of an animal stands. And the longer I looked at it, the more the proportions came apart in my eye, the legs a little too long, the shoulders a little too high, the whole of it built to a plan that was close to a coyote and missed. And I had that same thought I'd had over the steer in the tree, that this was a thing that had studied a coyote very hard and gotten it nearly right. I had the rifle in the truck, down the slope, 40 feet away. I have gone over that 40 feet 1,000 times. I started down the slope toward it. walking sideways, keeping my eye on the animal, and the animal kept its head pointed at me and turned to follow me without moving its feet, without moving its body. Just the head coming around smooth and slow, tracking me, until I got to the truck and reached in behind the seat and got my hand on the rifle, and when I looked up again, it was gone. Not run off, gone. 200 yards of open flat with no cover taller than a man's knee, and nothing on it, and no dust and no shape going away over the rise. Gone the way a thought goes when you turn to look at it. I drove down to Leonard Nez's place that same afternoon. I didn't wait for the excuse of being busy to talk me out of it again. He was in his yard when I pulled in, splitting a little kindling on a stump, and he straightened up slow with his hand on his back and watched my truck come, and I saw him take in my face through the windshield, and something in his own face went still and old and sad. He set the hatchet down on the stump. He didn't say hello. He said you should have come sooner. I don't remember how I started telling it. I remember it came out of me in a rush, all of it, the heifer and the dry ground and the steer in the tree and the coyotes that talked like men and the dog and the thing on the flat that turned its head and vanished. And Leonard Nez stood there in his yard in the cold and listened to the whole of it without saying a word, and his face got older and older as I talked. And when I got to the part about the animal turning its head to follow me, he closed his eyes for a second. Just for a second, the way a man closes his eyes when he hears a thing he'd hoped not to hear. When I was done, he was quiet a while. Then he said, "Come inside, it's cold." His house was small and warm, and it smelled like cedar smoke and coffee and something else underneath. Some dry herb I didn't know, and there was a wood stove ticking in the corner and a percolator on it. And he poured me a cup without asking and set it in front of me and sat down across the table, and he wrapped both his old hands around his own cup and looked at them for a while before he looked at me. I'm not going to tell you everything Leonard Nez said to me that afternoon, and I'm not going to use the word he used because he asked me not to, and because I've come to understand that the word is not mine to carry around and hand out to strangers. Some things you don't say out loud, not because they aren't real, but because saying them is a way of calling them, and he'd spent his whole life in that country learning exactly how careful a man has to be about what he calls. I'll tell you what I can. He asked me first if I'd taken anything. Off the land, off the mesa, out of the old places, bones, pots, anything. I said no, and I meant it, and then I remembered, and my mouth went dry, and I told him. Back in the fall, before any of it started, I'd been running fence up along the base of the mesa where I'd never had cause to go before, in a fold of the rock where the wind had cut a little overhang. And back under the overhang out of the weather, there had been some old things. A few pots broke and whole, and some other things I hadn't looked at close. And I'd known what they were. I'm not going to pretend I didn't. And I'd taken 2 of the whole pots and put them in the shed with a mind to maybe sell them, because I had a note due, because everything that winter came back to a note due. I hadn't thought about it since. I'd forgotten them the way you forget a thing you don't want to have done. Leonard Nez looked at me across the table for a long moment, and I watched something go out of his face, some last small hope, and he said, very quiet, "You have to put them back. Tonight, before dark, you have to put them back exactly where you found them, and you have to say you're sorry for the taking of them, out loud, and you have to mean it, and that fixes it." I said, "No," he said. He didn't soften it. That was the thing about Leonard Nez. He wouldn't lie to me even to make me feel better, and I've come to be grateful for that even as I hate it. It doesn't fix it. Once it's noticed you, it's noticed you. But you don't add to the debt. You put them back, and you don't take anything else, and you don't say its name, and you don't look at it, and you don't answer it when it calls in a voice you know. That's the one I need you to hear, Wade. It's going to learn the voices of the people close to you. When it has them, it will use them. It will call you in a voice you love from out in the dark, and it will want you to come out, or it will want you to open the door, and whatever you do not open the door. You don't answer. You don't go out, no matter whose voice. The stove ticked. Outside, the light had already started to go long and red. I sat there with my coffee going cold in front of me, and I thought about my wife asleep in our bed with two coyotes talking under the window. And I thought about the note due in January, and I thought, God help me, that this was an old man's story, that Leonard Nez was 80-some years old and had grown up in that country and believed the things his people believed, and I could respect all of it and still not have it be true. And even as I thought it, I knew I was lying to myself, because I had seen the thing turn its head, and no story turns its head. Put them back, I said. Tonight. Before dark, he said, and Wade. He reached across the table, this old man, and put his dry hand over mine, and his grip was stronger than I expected. After tonight, some evening soon, you and your wife should go stay in town a while. With her people, or a motel, I don't care. Just be gone from that house at night for a while. It's stronger there now than it should be. You built your whole life in the wrong quarter section, and your father did before you, right up against the foot of it, and it has had a long time to get used to you. I should have listened to all of it. I listened to half. That was the second real mistake, and unlike the first one, I can't blame it on being busy. I can only blame it on being the kind of man I've told you I am. The kind who won't spook, which turns out to be another way of saying the kind who won't run when running is the only sense left. I drove home in the last of the light with the 2 pots, wrapped in feed sacks on the seat beside me, and I took them up along the base of the mesa to the fold in the rock. And I'll tell you the truth. It was harder to go up there than anything I'd done yet, because the sun was down behind the mesa by the time I got to the overhang, and the cold came off that rock like breath off a freezer. And the whole time I was setting the pots back under the overhang where I'd found them, my hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold them, fine little shakes I couldn't stop. And I couldn't get the knot in the feed sack undone, a knot I'd tied 10,000 times. My fingers just wouldn't do it. And the whole time I had the feeling of being watched, not from any one direction, but from the rock itself, from the fold of it, from up in the dark of the overhang where the light didn't reach. I set the pots down where they'd been. I said I was sorry for the taking of them out loud into the cold, feeling like a fool and not feeling like a fool at all, both at once. My voice came out of me wrong, thin and small in all that space, a stranger's voice saying a stranger's words. And when I was done, I stood up, and from somewhere back up in the dark of the mesa, a long way off and yet not far enough, something answered me. It was not a coyote. It was not any animal I knew. It started low and climbed, and had almost the shape of a word in it, almost my own name in it, stretched and pulled like taffy, and I did not wait to hear it finish. I got down off that mesa faster than was safe in the dark, and I drove home with the heater roaring and my knuckles white on the wheel, and behind me in the mirror the mesa stood up black against the last green light in the sky, and I did not look at it any more than I had to. I didn't tell Dina. That was the third mistake, and it's the one I'll answer for the longest, because it wasn't fatigue and it wasn't stubbornness, it was shame. I couldn't find a way to sit at our table and tell my wife that I'd stolen pots to sell against the note and brought this down on us, and that an old man had told me we needed to leave our own home in the dark, and that I believed him. So I didn't. I told myself I'd move her to town in a few days, once I'd figured out how to explain it, once I had it worked out. I told myself we had time. We had 3 days. They were the worst 3 days I have ever lived through, and I'm not going to be able to make you feel the length of them, because on the page 3 days is a line, and in the living of them it was a year. It came every night after that, and every night it was closer, and it knew more. The first night after I put the pots back, it was out by the corral, and it was walking. I heard it from the bedroom, and against every instinct I've got, I made myself get up and go to the window instead of pulling the blanket over my head like a child, because I had to know. There was a moon, most of one, and by its light I could see out across the yard to the corral, and there was a shape moving along the corral rail, and at first I thought it was a man, because it was walking upright. And then it went down onto all fours and crossed a stretch of open ground faster than a man can run, low and wrong, the elbows going up over the line of the back, and then it stood up again on the far side by the shed, and it was a man's height and a man's shape again, and it stood there, facing the house, facing my window, and I stepped back from the glass, and I did not breathe. It knew I was there. I know it knew. It stood facing my window for the better part of an hour, and I stood back in the dark of the room and watched it through the gap in the curtain, and did not let it see me move. And Dina slept. Thank God, Dina slept. The second night, it had the dog's voice. We'd buried what I'd found of Sugar, but that second night there came a scratching at the back door, low down at the bottom of the door, the exact sound of a dog wanting in on a cold night. And then a whine, and it was Sugar's whine. It was exactly Sugar's whine, that particular rising note she made. And Pete came off his corner in the kitchen and went stiff-legged toward the door, with his whole body shaking and his lips pulled back. And I got between him and the door, and the scratching came again, patient, and the whine came again. And I stood there in my bare feet, on the cold linoleum with the rifle in my hands, and I did not open the door. I put my hand flat on the wood of the door, and I could feel it there on the other side, not the cold of the night, something else, a warmth wrong for the hour, and the scratching stopped, and the whine stopped, and then very softly, right against the other side of the door where my hand was, so close it was almost in the house already, it said my name. It said it in Dina's voice. It said Wade in my wife's voice, soft, from the other side of the door, and behind me in our bed I heard Dina stir and half wake and say, "Wade," in the exact same voice, the real one, thick with sleep, wondering where I'd gone, and for one whole second I could not tell you which voice was my wife. For 1 second I stood between two voices that were the same voice, and I understood exactly what Leonard Nez had meant, that it would learn the voices of the people close to me, and that when it had them, it would use them. And I understood that it had been listening at our walls for weeks, patient, gathering us up voice by voice, and that this, all of this, the cattle, the dog, the pots, had only ever been it learning the house so it could get inside it. I went to the bed. I did not open the door. I lay down next to my wife, and I held on to her so hard she woke up all the way and asked me what was wrong, and I told her I'd had a bad dream. And outside the door, the thing that had her voice waited a while longer and then went away. And I lay there holding my wife and listening to it go, its feet on the frozen ground, unhurried, in no rush at all, because it knew as well as I did that it had all the time in the world, and I had 3 days. The next morning I finally told her. Not all of it, even then, God forgive me, but enough. I told her we had to go to town, to her sister's, that night, both of us, that there was something wrong at the ranch, something I couldn't explain, that a man I trusted had told me we needed to be gone from the house at night for a while. She looked at me across the kitchen for a long time. She'd heard the coyotes. She'd seen Pete gone strange and Sugar dead. She was not a foolish woman, and she knew me. She knew I was not a man given to fear, and I watched her decide to believe me, watched her set aside every reasonable thing in favor of the look on my husband's face. And she said, "All right, tonight. I'll call Renee." We should have left that morning. I've thought about that too. But there was stock to see, to water to break the ice on. A life doesn't stop being a life just because something's hunting you. And I told her the daylight was fine. It only came at night. And that much, at least I still believe, was true. We packed a couple bags. She called her sister. And all that short gray day I did my chores with the rifle on my back and the sky pressing down close and yellow with a storm that wouldn't quite come, and Marcus didn't show, and I couldn't raise him on the phone, and I told myself he'd just decided he wanted no more part of it, and I couldn't even blame him. We meant to leave at 4, before the light went. That's the thing I hold on to, that we meant to leave in time, that I'd finally done the sensible thing, that we were an hour from being gone. But the truck wouldn't start. It had started fine that morning. That afternoon it turned over and wouldn't catch, and I got out and got the hood up, and there wasn't anything wrong that I could see. No reason for it, everything where it should be. and Dina's little car had been dead in the barn since November, waiting on a part, and the light was already going long and red across the yard. And I stood there with my hands in the guts of a truck that had no reason not to start, and I understood that we were not going to be allowed to leave. I want to be careful and honest here. I don't know that the thing stopped my truck. A truck is a truck, and they quit for their own reasons. But I know what the timing of it did to me, standing there in the last light with my wife watching me from the porch. And I know that from that moment, I stopped thinking about running and started thinking about the house as the last thing between us and the dark. And I know that this is exactly what it wanted me thinking, and that even knowing it, I couldn't think anything else. I got Dina inside. I checked every window, and I bolted the front and back doors, and I pushed the kitchen table up against the back door because the back door was the weak one, the one it had scratched at, and I built up the fire in the wood stove until the house was too hot, because I could not stand the thought of the cold getting in with the dark. And I loaded the 30-06 and set a box of shells on the table, and I loaded the 22 as well and leaned it in the corner. Not because a 22 LR was going to do anything, but because a man wants everything he's got in reach. I put Pete in the bedroom with Dina and told her to keep the door shut and to not come out no matter what she heard, no matter whose voice she heard. And that was the hardest thing to explain, and I saw her not fully understand it, and I made her promise anyway, no matter whose voice. She promised. She was so pale. I have never loved her the way I loved her right then, promising me a thing she didn't understand because she trusted me, and me knowing I'd brought it on her. The sun went down. I sat at the kitchen table with the rifle across my knees and the one bulb burning over the stove, and I waited. And for a long while there was nothing but the wind and the tick of the stove and the small settling sounds of a house getting cold on the outside and staying hot on the in. I thought maybe I'd been wrong. I thought maybe putting the pots back had been enough after all. Maybe Leonard Nez was wrong about the debt. Maybe it had lost interest. And I want you to know that even that late, even then, part of me was still reaching for the reasonable thing, still trying to build a floor under my feet out of maybes. Then Pete started up in the bedroom, that low chest sound, and I heard Denna hush him, and the first thing touched the house. It came at the back door. At the table I'd braced against it. A slow, steady pressure, not a pounding, a leaning, like a great weight settling against the wood, and the table legs squealed an inch across the linoleum and stopped, and I got up and put my own weight against the table and my shoulder to it, and through the wood I could feel it on the other side, that wrong warmth, that patience, and it leaned and I braced, and for a while it was just the two of us, me and it, pushing on a door in the dark with an inch of pine between us. And it could have come through. I've thought about that since. It was strong enough to fold a steer into a tree. It could have come through that door like it was paper. It didn't. It leaned, and it tested, and I understood that it was not trying to break in. It wanted me to open the door. All of it, everything was bent toward getting me to be the one who opened the door, because a threshold is a threshold, and there are rules even for a thing like that. Rules I don't understand and Leonard Nez wouldn't fully say, and the one rule I could feel in my bones through the wood of that door was that it needed me to invite it, and I was not going to. I was not ever going to, and it knew that now, and so it stopped leaning. And it started to talk. It went around the house in the dark, slow, and at each window it stopped and it talked, and it had all of us. It had Sugar's whine and Pete's bark, it had the coyotes, and then it started in on the people. It had my father's voice. It stood outside the kitchen window, and it talked to me in my father's voice, and it did not sound sick or old the way my father sounded now. It sounded the way my father sounded 20 years ago, strong, and it called me son. And it told me to come out, that everything was all right, that it had been a mistake, all of it. And I sat at the table with tears running down my face and the rifle shaking in my hands, and I did not answer. because my father was in a bed in Farmington and did not know my name half the time, and the thing outside the window did not know that, or knew it and didn't care, and either way, it was not my father. Then it had Marcus's voice, out by the corral, calling for help, saying he was hurt, saying his truck had gone off the road, saying, Wade, Wade, please. And I thought about Marcus not showing up that morning and not answering his phone, and I want you to know it took everything I had, everything, to stay in that chair. Because what if that's how it works? It doesn't need you to believe it. It only needs the what if. It only needs you to not be able to live with the one time it might be real. I sat in the chair. I held onto the seat of the chair with one hand until my fingers ached. I did not go out to Marcus, and Marcus, the real one, I found out later, had been in town the whole day with a truck that wouldn't start, same as mine, and had tried to call me and couldn't get through, same as me, and had been half out of his mind with worry and was fine. It was never Marcus at the corral, but I didn't know that then. I only knew I couldn't be the one who opened the door. And then, near the worst hour of the night, it came to the bedroom window, and it used Denna's voice, and it called for me, and it called me the pet name she calls me that nobody else in the world knows. And behind the bedroom door I heard my actual wife make a sound, a small broken sound, because she was hearing it too. She was hearing her own voice calling her husband from the other side of the glass. And I heard her get up, and I was already up and moving. I crossed the house, and I hit the bedroom door with my shoulder, and I got in there, and she was standing at the window with her hand on the latch, not because she believed it was her, but because the sound of it, the wrongness of hearing your own voice from outside, had pulled her up out of the bed toward it like a hook. And I got her hand off the latch, and I pulled her back, and I held her on the floor in the corner of the room with Pete pressed against us, both shaking, and outside the window her own voice called, and then slowly ran down and changed and stopped sounding like her and started sounding like all of them at once. My father and Marcus and Sugar and the coyotes, and under it all something that had never been any of them, and then it stopped. And that was the worst part. Not the voices, the stopping. Because when it stopped, the quiet that came down was total. And in that quiet I understood that it had run out of voices it needed us to answer. That it had tried every door it knew how to try, and we had not opened any of them. And that now it was going to do the last thing, whatever the last thing was, and I did not know what the last thing was. And I lay on the floor of my bedroom holding my wife and my dog with a rifle I did not believe would help me, and I waited for the last thing in a silence so complete I could hear the frost forming on the window glass. A tiny sound, a small dry ticking, like something very lightly tapping. I have gone over what happened next more times than I can count, and I still cannot give it to you clean, because I did not see all of it, and what I saw in pieces, in the moonlight, through a gap in the curtain, and my mind has never agreed to put the pieces together into one thing. The window went dark. The moon had been coming through it, a gray square of light on the floor, and the square of light went out, all at once, blocked, filled, and I heard the glass make a sound, not breaking, a sound like a wet finger drawn across it, and the whole house seemed to lean, to tip the way the day had tipped that first morning over the heifer, everything going a few degrees off level, and Pete stopped shaking and went absolutely still against me, and I raised the rifle at the dark shape filling the window, and I did not fire. Because Leonard Nez's voice was in my head saying, "You don't look at it," and some deeper thing than sense was telling me that firing was answering, that pulling that trigger was me opening a door too, and I lowered the rifle, and I turned my face away from the window, and I put my face down against my wife's hair, and I told her, don't look at it, keep your eyes shut, and she did, and I did, and we lay there on the floor of our own bedroom with our eyes shut like children while the thing at the window looked in at us, and the temperature of the room dropped until I could see my breath even in the heat from the stove, and the smell came in, a smell like a chest freezer that's been unplugged a week, like meat and cold and something underneath that I have never smelled before or since, and hope to God I never smell again. And it spoke one more time, right against the glass. And this time it did not use anyone's voice. This time it used a voice that was only its own, and I will not tell you what it said, partly because I did not understand the words, and partly because the few I did understand I have worked very hard to forget, and I am not going to dig them back up to put in a story. I will only tell you that it was not asking anymore. The voices at the doors had been asking. This was not asking. This was telling us what it was going to do, and when, and it had all the patience in the world, and it wanted us to know that a locked door was not a no, it was only a not yet. Then the moon came back into the window, and the smell thinned out, and Pete let out a long breath against my chest, and it was gone. We stayed on the floor of that room until the sky went gray, and then until the sun was full up, and neither of us said a word the whole time. When it was good and light, I got up and looked out, and the yard was empty and ordinary and cold, and there was frost on everything, and there were no tracks anywhere, not one, not under the windows where I'd heard it walk for hours, not by the corral where it had called in Marcus's voice, nothing. The frost lay smooth and unbroken right up to the walls of the house, like the house was sitting in the middle of a clean white sheet, and that was somehow worse than 1,000 tracks would have been. The truck started on the first try. We left. We didn't pack anything more than the bags already by the door. I put Pete in the cab between us, and we drove out over the cattle guard and down the 2 ruts to the county pavement, and I did not look in the mirror, and Denna did not look out the window. And we drove to her sister's in town, and we did not talk about it, and we have never really talked about it since, not straight on, only around the edges. The way you talk about a death. I called Leonard Nez from town that afternoon to tell him we'd gotten out, and a woman answered his phone, a granddaughter, I think, and she was crying, and she told me that Leonard Nez had passed in the night. In his sleep, she said. Peaceful, she said. An old man, 86, it was his time. And maybe it was. I want it to have been. But I have never been able to stop the cold arithmetic of my own mind from lining up the hours, from putting the time of the thing leaving my window against the time an old man 1.5 miles away stopped breathing, and I have never been able to decide whether Leonard Nez did something that night to turn it away from us, something that cost him what it cost him, or whether it simply went from our house to his because his was the last door in that country that knew how to say no to it, and it wanted that door shut for good. I don't know. I will never know. I lit a candle for him that I did not know how to light right, and I said I was sorry, out loud, the way he'd taught me, and I hoped it reached him. We never went back to live there. I leased the grazing to a man from Aztec who runs his cattle on it now, and who has never mentioned any trouble, and I have thought about warning him, and I have never been able to figure out how or what I'd even say, and I have come to believe that it was never about the land or the cattle, it was about me, about the taking, about the debt, and that the man from Aztec is fine because the man from Aztec never went up under that overhang and put his hands on what wasn't his. I hope that's true. I lie awake some nights and hope that's true. My father died that spring, up in the home in Farmington, and near the end the nurse told me he'd been talking to somebody in his room at night, having whole conversations, laughing sometimes, and the nurse thought it was sweet, an old man talking to the people from his past. And I did not tell her to move him, and I did not tell her to keep the window covered, and I did not tell her any of it, because what would I have said? And because he was going to die anyway, and because some part of me could not bear to find out whose voice it was in that room with him at night, whether it was still working its way through the people close to me one at a time, patient, in no rush, taking its time the way it had all along. We live in town now, in a rental, on a street with other houses close on both sides, and we are getting by. Dina went full-time at the clinic. I do diesel work at a shop off the highway, and I am good at it, and it is honest, and I do not have to go out in the dark. Pete died 2 years ago, old age, in his sleep on the kitchen floor, and I like to think there was nothing in it but old age, and mostly I believe that. I still park the truck facing the road. Every time, without thinking about it, nose out, keys in the cup holder, like a man who might need to leave in a hurry. Dina's asked me about it once or twice, and I tell her it's just a habit from the ranch, and she lets it go, and it is a habit from the ranch. That much is true. And I keep the porch light on all night, every night, the way my father did the last years of his life, and I never asked him why he did it, and now I can't, but I think I know. I think he knew that country better than he ever let on, and I think he'd made his own arrangements with it, quarter section by quarter section, night by night. One bare bulb hung out in all that dark. Last week the neighbor's dog got out and came scratching at our back door in the small hours low down at the bottom of the door and whined to be let in out of the cold. And I lay there in the dark of a house in town on a street, with street lights and other houses close on both sides, and I listened to it scratch and whine, and I did not get up, and I did not open the door. And after a while my wife rolled over and asked me, half asleep, why I wasn't letting the poor thing in. I told her I was fixing to. I never did. The long empty. The coyote had been keeping pace with my truck for 4 miles, and it was doing it at 60. I want to be clear about that number, because everything after it depends on the number being true, and I have spent a long time now trying to make it not true. 60 miles an hour. That is what the needle said. Steady. My hand loose on the wheel, the way it gets after 22 years of driving, and off the shoulder to my right, down in the borrow ditch where the reflectors quit and the desert started, there was an animal running level with my cab. Not falling back, not gaining. Just there, the way the moon is there, pacing me across a country that had no reason to hold anything alive at that hour. I remember I laughed, not because it was funny, because the mind does that. It reaches for the small explanation and holds it up like a lantern. A dog off a ranch. A spooked pronghorn cutting a diagonal that only looked like it matched me. I even said it out loud, alone in the cab with the radio down low. "Run, buddy," I said. "You'll blow a gasket." It ran another mile. Then the ditch swung wide around a culvert, and it should have had to break stride, and it didn't. It came up out of the low ground and crossed a fence line that I saw plain in the wash of my headlights, 4 strands of barbed wire strung tight on cedar posts, and it did not jump the fence, and it did not go through the fence. It was on one side, and then it was on the other, and the wire never moved. That was the first time. I want to lay it down in order, because order is the only thing I still own about that night, and even the order has started to soften at the edges like a photograph left too long on a dashboard. Gone pale and then gone blank. Let me back up. My name does not matter, and I would rather not put it down anyway. I drove for a carrier out of Oklahoma City for most of my working life, and toward the end I was pulling a dry van on a lane that ran me from the yard down through Amarillo and across into New Mexico and Arizona and back. 3-4 days at a stretch, sleeping in the bunk at the truck stops when the hours ran out. Reefer work pays better, but I never liked hauling other people's groceries. Dry van, you haul boxes. Boxes do not spoil, and boxes do not care if you are 2 hours late into Winslow. I liked that. I liked a load that did not need me to be anybody in particular. I was 51 that year. My knees were shot from climbing in and out of the cab, and I had a knot of scar tissue on the back of my right hand from a load bar that let go in 1996 and split me open to the bone. And I still felt that hand in the cold. My wife had been gone 11 years by then. Not dead, just gone, back to her people in Tulsa, and I did not blame her. You cannot be married to a man who was home 9 days a month. My daughter I talked to on the phone. She was grown, she had her own kids. She called me on Sundays if I was parked somewhere with a signal. I lived in the truck more than I lived anywhere. That is not a sad thing when you are the one doing it. It is only sad from the outside. She had called me that Sunday, my daughter. I was parked at a rest area east of Amarillo eating a gas station sandwich, and she called, and we talked about nothing, the way we always did. Her kids' soccer, a leak under her kitchen sink, whether I was eating all right and I lied and said I was, and she told me she loved me at the end like she always did, quick, offhand, like it was punctuation, and I said it back, and I did not think anything of it. You do not think anything of it. That is the trap of a life. You spread it out thin over a lot of Sundays because you think there will always be another Sunday, and mostly you are right, and the one time you are wrong is the time that teaches you, and by then it is too late to have done it different. I did not know when I hung up that phone that I would spend a good part of the next 3 days trying to get her voice back into my head to push another voice out of it. You do not get to know things like that in advance. The desert does, maybe. I did not. I had a routine on that lane, worn smooth as a saddle. Fuel at the same 3 stops. Coffee black, no sugar, because sugar makes you crash at 2 in the afternoon, and 2 in the afternoon is where the accidents live. A candy bar in the door pocket for when the coffee was not enough. I kept a little travel Bible in the map pocket that I never read. My grandmother's, soft-covered, the spine gone white, more a thing I carried than a thing I used. I kept a tire thumper behind the seat and a good flashlight and a folding knife, and under the mattress in the bunk, a pistol I had a permit for in the States that would honor it and did not talk about in the ones that would not. I mention the pistol because you will want to know later why I did not use it, and the answer is that I did think of it that night at the Scale House. My hand went back for it once, and I will tell you what stopped me when I get there. I knew that country the way you know a hallway in your own house in the dark. I knew where the state cops sat and where the deer came down to the road and where the wind hit you crossing the high open ground so hard it would push a light trailer over into the next lane if you were not leaning into it already. I knew the good stops and the bad ones and the closed ones. I knew the closed Scale House I would end up behind. Knew it like, a landmark, a dark building you have rolled past 100 times without a single thought. And if you had told me on the Sunday my daughter called that I would spend the worst night of my life parked behind it, I would have laughed at you, and then I would have driven right to it anyway. Because a man does not get to pick the building. The night picks the building, I know that now. I am telling you the ordinary parts because I need you to understand that I was not a man who was looking for anything. I did not believe in much. I believed in air pressure and logbooks and the fact that if you keep your following distance, you will mostly get to keep your teeth. I had driven the high desert at night, maybe 1,000 times, Interstate 40 across the top of it, US 491 running up north out of Gallup, the little state roads that go out to nowhere and then keep going. I had seen everything the desert does at night. I had seen dust devils lit up by lightning. I had seen a whole herd of elk standing in the fog on the road up by the Continental Divide like they were waiting for a bus. I had seen the northern lights once, way down south, where they had no business being. None of it ever scared me. It was just the country being big. There was one thing, though, that I had heard, that I had put away and not looked at like a man does. Years back, in the late 90s, I was fueling up in Gallup at 3 in the morning, and there was another driver at the island. An older man, Navajo, ran a flatbed for an outfit out of Farmington. And we got to talking the way drivers do at 3 in the morning. And somewhere in it, he asked me if I ran the roads north of there, the reservation roads, the empty ones. And I said, sometimes. And he got quiet. And then he told me, not like he was trying to scare me, just flat, the way you tell a man where the ice is, that there were things on those roads a man should not talk about after dark, and that if I ever saw something out on the road at night that made the hair on my arm stand up, an animal that moved wrong, a person walking where no person should be, I should not look at it, and I should not name it, and I should, for the love of God, not stop. Then he capped his tank and he got in his truck and he pulled out, and I stood there at the island in the cold thinking, well, that was a strange old bird, and I filled my tank and I forgot about him. Or I thought I forgot about him. He came back to me that night at the Scale House, whole, every word, the way things do when it is finally too late for them to help you. It was just the country being big. That is what I told myself for 20 years. It was just the country being big. The load that week was auto parts, palletized, headed for a warehouse outside Flagstaff. I had picked up in Oklahoma City on a Monday, and I was running behind because of a closure on Interstate 40 near Albuquerque, some jackknife that shut the westbound down for 3 hours. And by the time I cleared Grants, it was pushing 11 at night, and I was tired in the particular way you get when you have already told yourself you will make it, and you are not sure anymore that you will. I stopped for fuel and coffee at a place I had stopped 100 times, a little independent truck stop off the interstate that I will not name, because the family that runs it are good people and they do not need my story attached to their sign. I got my coffee, I did my walk around, kicked the tires, checked the load straps out of habit even on a sealed van. The night was clear and cold, the kind of high desert cold that has no wet in it at all, that just pulls the heat off your skin and gives you nothing back. The stars were out hard. Out there, away from the towns, the sky is not black. It is gray with stars, so many that they stop being points and start being a kind of weather. There was an old man by the ice machine. I noticed him about as much as you notice anything at a truck stop at 11 at night, which is to say barely. He was Navajo, I thought, older, in a denim jacket gone pale at the seams and a cap with no logo on it, and he was just standing there by the ice machine not buying ice. He had his hands in his jacket pockets. When I came out with my coffee, he looked at me. Not hard. Not the way a man looks at you when he wants something. He looked at me the way you look at a weather front coming in, like I was a thing that was going to happen whether he watched it or not. I gave him the little nod you give. He did not give it back. He said something low in a language I did not have, and then he said one thing in English, and I have gone over it 10,000 times, and I am sure of the words even now. He said, "Don't stop for it." I thought he was drunk. I thought he was one of the ones the road produces, the men who have come loose from their lives and drift around the fuel islands asking for change and telling you things. I said something like, "You have a good night, sir," and I climbed up in my cab and I pulled out, and I watched him in my west mirror, standing by the ice machine getting small, and he did not move. He just watched me go. And the last I saw of him, he had taken one hand out of his pocket, and he was holding it up, not waving, just holding it up flat, like a man taking an oath, or like a man telling a truck to stop. Then the ramp took me back up onto Interstate 40 westbound, and I put him out of my mind. That is the thing I keep coming back to. He told me the one true thing anybody told me that whole night, and I put him out of my mind before I was through second gear. The coyote came about 40 minutes later. I have already told you about the coyote. I told you it ran at 60 and crossed the fence without the wire moving. What I did not tell you is what I did after, because after is where it starts, and I have been putting it off the way you put off the part of a story where you come out looking like a fool. I slowed down. I want to be honest. When the animal came up over the fence line and I lost it out past the reach of my lights, my foot came off the fuel on its own. I told myself I was being careful, that if there was one animal, there might be a herd, that a full-grown pronghorn through the windshield at highway speed will kill a man just as dead as a bridge abutment. That is what I told myself. But the truth is that some older part of me, the part that runs the body before the mind gets a vote, had already decided the animal was worth slowing down for, and it slowed the truck. So I was down around 45, coasting, my brights up, sweeping the ditch on the right, when the thing stood up on the left. It came up out of the median. There is no cover in that median. It is graded flat and graveled, 100 feet of nothing between the eastbound and the westbound, with a dip in the middle where the water runs in the 2 weeks a year it rains. Nothing can hide there. A jackrabbit cannot hide there. But it came up out of the median on my left side the way a man stands up out of tall grass, unfolding, taller than it had any business being, and for 1/2 of 1 second my lights caught it broadside. It was the coyote. I knew the coloring, the gray and the rust, the black tip on the tail, but it was standing up, not sitting up like a dog begs. Standing on 2 legs, its front legs hanging down in front of it, and the joints of those legs were wrong. They had an extra bend in them, an angle where no angle goes. And the head was a coyote's head, but it sat too high on the neck, tilted, cocked over to the side and looking at me, and the eyes through my headlights back, green and flat like 2 chips of bottle glass. Then I was past it. I did not slow down anymore. Both my feet did something at once, one coming off nothing and the other going down on the fuel. And the turbo spooled up, and I felt the load settle back against the fifth wheel, and I put my hands at 10 and 2 like a kid taking his first road test. And I got that truck back up to 70, and I held it there, and I did not look in the mirror. That is a lie. I looked in the mirror. There was nothing in the mirror but my own running lights and the dark closing up behind me, like water behind a boat. For a long time I drove and did not think anything at all. The mind will do that too. It goes quiet, it goes flat, it takes the thing you saw and it puts it in a box and it sits on the lid, and you drive. I drove. The mile markers came and went. The road was empty. That is the thing about that country at that hour. You can drive 40 miles and not see another set of lights, and a road with no other trucks on it stops feeling like a road and starts feeling like a hallway. I got my breathing back. I got my hands loose. I told myself the thing I have already told you, that I was tired, that I had been up since 4 that morning, that a tired mind will build a monster out of a shadow and a set of eyes, tapetum lucidum. I actually thought the word, or most of it, the shine behind an animal's eyes that throws your light back. Cats and dogs and deer all have it. Coyotes have it. And if a coyote reared up on a rock in the median with the light hitting it, just so, a tired man could put an extra joint in its legs. I built the whole thing back down into something I could keep in the truck with me. I am good at that. I have talked myself down off of black ice at 70 with a load pushing me, and I did not so much as lift, and I talked myself down off of the thing in the median the same way. By the time I saw the sign for the next town, I almost had it beat. Then the CB crackled. I ran a CB out of habit more than use. Most of the traffic on the road now is on their phones, and the channels are dead most nights, or it is 2 drivers 100 miles apart cussing about a scale house. But I kept it on low, channel 19, the way you keep a window cracked, just to have a little of the world coming in. And it crackled, and a voice came out of it, and the voice said, "My handle." Nobody had called me by my handle in 3 years. It was an old one, from when I ran with a couple of other drivers out of the Oklahoma City yard, before 2 of them retired and 1 of them died. It was a joke handle, the kind you get stuck with, and I will not put it down here either, but it was mine, and it was not a handle anybody on that road in that state would have known. "You out here," the voice said, not a question, flat, and there was something under it, a hiss, a wrongness in the shape of the words, like a man talking around a mouth that had too much in it. I did not key the mic. I sat there with my thumb off the button and my coffee going cold in the holder, and I watched the little red numbers on the radio, 19, and I waited. "You slowed down," the voice said. "Back there. You slowed down for me. That was kind. I want to tell you I did something. I want to tell you I keyed up and told it to go to hell, or that I killed the radio, or that I did any single thing a man is supposed to do. I did not. I drove. I held 70, and I stared at the road, and I let it talk, because turning it off felt like turning my back on it, and I did not want to turn my back on it. Some animal part of me had decided that too. "Long way to Flagstaff," it said. "You want the company. You've been alone a long time. 11 years. I had not told a living soul on that road that my wife left 11 years ago. I had told the old man nothing. I had told the truck stop nothing. That number lived in me and in my daughter and in a lawyer in Tulsa and nowhere else on this earth, and it came out of my CB radio at midnight in the mouth of a thing that had stood up out of a median on 2 broken legs, and that was when the last of my talking down went out of me all at once, the way the air goes out of a tire when the sidewall lets go, not slow, not a hiss, just gone, flat, done. I reached over and I turned the CB off. The silence after was worse than the voice. I want that understood. As long as it was talking, I knew where it was. It was in the radio. It was a thing coming through wires and a speaker. It was outside. When I turned the knob and the little red numbers died, the quiet that came in was the quiet of not knowing. And I have never been so aware of the inside of my own truck, the bunk behind me in the dark, the reach of the sleeper where a man cannot see without turning around, the passenger seat, the space in the footwell. I drove with my eyes on the road and my whole skin turned backward, listening. Nothing. Engine, tires, wind. The small tick of the turn signal I did not remember turning on that I reached over and shut off. Nothing. I did the math, like a driver does. I was maybe 30 miles from the state line, another 40 past that to a truck stop I trusted. A big one, chain, lit up like a ball field. 40 islands, 100 trucks in the lot on a slow night. Showers, a diner that never closed. People, lights. I got it in my head, like a harbor. I would run to the big stop, and I would park in the middle of all those trucks under all those lights, and I would not be alone. And whatever this was, whatever I had let follow me out of the dark, it would not come in where the people were. That is what I told myself. I built the big truck stop up in my mind into a fort, and I ran for it. For a few miles, I let myself believe I had left it behind. The road ran flat and straight and empty. The white lines coming at me and going under, the mile markers ticking off, and I got my speed up and I kept my eyes moving. Road, mirror, road, ditch, road, over and over, and there was nothing. No coyote in the ditch, no eyes in the median, nothing pacing me. I remember I turned the radio back on, the FM, not the CB, just to have a human voice. And I found a station out of Albuquerque playing old country, and it was Merle Haggard, and I turned it up. And for about 4 minutes, I was just a tired man driving a truck at night, listening to Merle Haggard, and it was the last 4 minutes of my old life, and I did not know to be grateful for them. Then the man was standing on the shoulder up ahead in my lights, way up, at the far reach of my brights, a figure on the right shoulder, standing, facing me, and my foot came off the fuel like it always will. An old reflex. You see a person on the shoulder at night, you back off, and I got my eyes on him as I came up, and he was just a man, a regular man, standing on the shoulder in the cold with his hands at his sides, not waving, not thumbing a ride, just standing, facing the oncoming lane, facing me. And I want to tell you the exact thing that was wrong with him, because a feeling you can wave off and a fact you cannot. And the fact was this: he was not squinting. My brights were on him, full, the kind of light that makes a deer freeze and a man throw his arm up over his face, and he did not squint, and he did not flinch, and he did not turn his head. He stood in the full white of my high beams and looked straight into them with his eyes wide open and his face slack, and as I came up level with him, close enough to see the pale of his hands, he turned his head to keep looking at me, slow, tracking me, the way the coyote's head had tracked me, the head going around on the neck while the body stayed square to the road, further than a head goes, a little further than a head goes. I did not stop. I got a fast breath of him, and then he was behind me, and I put my eyes back on the road, and I told myself out loud, keep driving, and I did not look in the mirror. And then, because a man cannot help himself, I looked in the mirror. He was gone off the shoulder. That did not surprise me. What surprised me, what put the cold all the way down through the middle of me, was the sound that came a second later, not from the mirror, from beside me, from the right, out past the passenger door, out in the black, beyond the reach of my lights, where the desert ran flat and open, with nothing on it, no ranch, no road, no fence a man could run along. It was footfalls, running, keeping pace. Out there in the dark to my right, level with my cab matching me, and I was doing 72. I looked 72, and something was running along beside me in the open desert at 72 miles an hour. And I could hear it. A fast, light, rhythmless patter. Too many beats in it. More feet in it than a thing that runs on 2 feet has, and then, worse, it changed mid-stride. The rhythm of it opened up and slowed, and evened out into the long-reaching gait of something big running flat out on four legs, and it never lost a step doing it. It just changed what it was in the middle of the running, the way you change gears, and it stayed right with me. I did the only thing left. I pushed the truck. I ran her up past 80, past where I ever run a loaded van. The whole rig shaking, the wind screaming in the mirror brackets. The engine wound out, and the thing in the dark stayed with me, easy, not straining. And it did not gain, and it did not fall back. And I understood the way I had understood at the scale house before I ever got to the scale house, that it was not chasing me. It was walking beside me. It was pacing me because it wanted to, and it would go however fast I went. And the going fast was for me, not for it. It was letting me tire myself out and burn my fuel and scare myself hollow. And it could do this all night, and it knew it, and it wanted me to know it. And that was when the check engine light came on, and the power started to go, and the temperature needle began to climb. And I knew, sick all the way down, that the running was over, and it had let me run only as far as it wanted me to. I did not make it to the big truck stop. About 12 miles short of the state line, the check engine light came on, and then the truck started losing power, and I knew the sound. I had heard it before, a fuel problem, the engine starving and catching and starving, the whole rig starting to buck, and the temperature needle climbing. I nursed it. 22 years, you learn to nurse a sick engine. You feather it, you keep the revs where it will still pull, you look for a place to get off the road before it quits somewhere it will get you killed. And there was a place. There is always a place. That is the thing the road provides. And I have thought since that maybe the road provided that night on purpose. Maybe the place was set out for me the way you set out bait. It was a scale house, a way station, state port of entry, the kind they built in the 60s, and half of them are closed now, bypassed, the newer ones automated so a truck never has to stop. This one was closed. I knew it was closed. I had rolled past its dark windows 50 times. There was a wide apron of cracked concrete, a set of scales grown up with weeds in the seams, a low-block building with a flat roof and a light on a pole that had gone orange and dim, the way those old sodium lights do at the end, and past all of it a chain-link fence, and then the desert, flat and pale, and going out to a horizon you could not see, only feel, the place where the stars stopped. I got the truck onto the apron and around behind the building where the shoulder widened, and I set the brakes, and the engine died on its own before I even reached for the key, just quit, and the quiet came down over everything like a lid. It was 12:41 in the morning. I remember because the dash clock was the last lit thing in the cab after the engine died, the little green numbers 12:41, and I sat and looked at them, and I did not want to turn the key back and find out if she would start, because as long as I did not try, I could still believe she would. I got my phone out. 1 bar, then no bars, then 1. I have never in my life wanted to see those little bars so bad. I got a text to send, I think, to my daughter, or I started one, I do not even remember what it said, and then the bar was gone, and it hung there with the little spinning wheel, and it never sent. And I have wondered since if it went out into the dark and got caught the way everything else that night got caught. Then I heard the first footstep on the concrete. I know the sound of a boot on concrete. Everybody does. It is one of the most ordinary sounds there is. A weight coming down on a hard, flat surface, a little grit under the heel, the small scuff of it. That is what I heard. Out past the driver's door. Out on the apron behind the building, where there was no reason on God's earth for a man to be at 12:41 in the morning at a closed scale house 40 miles from the nearest anything, 1 footstep. Then a pause. Then another, coming slow, coming around the back corner of the building toward my truck. I did not move. I have talked to men who were in firefights, and they say the same thing, that the body knows before the mind does, that you go still the way a rabbit goes still, that stillness is older than running and older than fighting, and it comes up out of the bottom of you without asking. I went still. I sat in the dark of my cab with my dead phone in my hand, and I listened to a man I could not see walk toward my truck on the cracked concrete, one boot and then the other, unhurried, taking his time. And I understood in my gut, before I understood it anywhere else, that whatever was walking out there had all the time in the world, and knew it. The footsteps stopped under my window. There is a thing that happens to your hearing when you are that afraid. It narrows. All the little sounds you live inside of every day, the ones you never notice, they fall away, and what is left is huge and close and terrible. I could hear my own pulse, not feel it, hear it. A soft, heavy sound in my ears, like someone across a room turning the pages of a book. I could hear the tick of the engine cooling under the hood. And I could hear, right outside my door, 4 feet below my window, the sound of something breathing. It was not right, the breathing. That is the only way I know to say it. It had the shape of breathing, the in and the out, but the rhythm was off. It came too slow and then too fast, and there was a catch in it. A click at the top of each breath, like there was a part in the throat that did not fit. And under the breath, very low. So low I felt it more than heard it. There was another sound, a kind of dry rubbing, like 2 pieces of leather worked against each other, or like the sound a big dog makes deep in its chest before it decides what it is going to do. Hey, it said. Just that. A man's voice. An ordinary man's voice. Tired, friendly, the voice of a driver who has broken down and seen your truck and walked over to bum a ride or a phone or a jump. If I had heard that voice come up out of the dark on any other night of my life, I would have rolled my window down. That is what it was built to do, that voice. It was built to make me roll the window down. Hey, you awake up there? It said. Man, am I glad to see you. I've been broke down back there a couple hours. You got a phone that works? Mine's dead as a hammer. I did not answer. I sat in the dark, and I did not answer, and I did not move, and I heard it shift its weight down there, the boot grit on the concrete, and it tried again, patient, still friendly. But there was a thing coming into the friendly now, a thinness, like paint going on too thin so the wood shows through. Come on, man. It's cold out here. I ain't gonna hurt you. Just need to make a call. Roll it down a crack. I can see you sitting up there. And that was the wrong thing to say, because it was dark in my cab. I had killed every light, and there was no way a man standing on the ground below my door could see me sitting up in the blackness behind the tinted glass. No way. And yet it knew I was sitting up. It knew I was awake. It knew the same way the voice on the radio had known about the 11 years, from somewhere that was not eyes. I reached over, slow, and I pushed the lock down on the passenger door with 2 fingers, and I heard the click, and outside, right under my window, the breathing stopped. The quiet stretched. I counted it. I have always counted things when I am scared, mile markers, seconds, my own breaths. It is a thing I do. And I counted 1, 2, 3, up past 30, and nothing breathed and nothing moved, and I began to let myself think it had gone, that maybe it really had been a man, a live man, a stranded driver who had gotten spooked by my not answering and walked off. At 41, it laughed. Not down by the door. Up, level with my window, level with my face, on the other side of a 1/4 inch of glass, at the height of a head that had no business being that high, because the ground was 4 feet down and there was nothing to stand on, no step, no rock, nothing. And yet the laugh came from right there beside my head, soft and low and delighted, the laugh of somebody who has been let in on a good joke. And then the voice came again, and it was not friendly anymore, and it was not tired, and it was not quite a man's. 41, it said. I heard you counting. You always count? I want to tell you what the fear did to my body, because a man ought to tell the truth about that part, and most men never do, and the truth is that it went to my hands. My hands quit. I reached for the key, to try the engine, to try anything, and my right hand, the one with the old scar that aches in the cold, would not close on the key. It buzzed. It hung in the air between me and the column, shaking, my fingers spread and stiff, and I looked at my own hand in the dark like it belonged to somebody else, and I could not make it do the one thing I needed it to do, which was turn a key I had turned a million times. You don't want to start it, the voice said, close, patient, reading me. It won't start. I fixed that. Roll the window down. I got my hand back. I put it in my lap, and I held it with the other one, like you would hold a hurt animal, and I looked straight ahead through the windshield at the dim orange light on the pole, and the weeds in the scale seams, and the fence, and the desert, and I did not roll the window down, and I did not say a word, and it went on talking to me, from right outside the glass, for a long time. I am not going to write down everything it said. Some of it I have made myself forget, and the forgetting cost me, and I am not going to pay for it again by digging it back up. But I will tell you the shape of it, because the shape is the part that matters. The shape is how it worked. It started with kindness. It told me it understood. It told me the road was hard, and a man got lonely, and there was no shame in it. It told me it had been watching me a long time, longer than that night, that it had seen me at the fuel islands, and the rest areas, and the long empty stretches where a man's face goes slack because he thinks nobody is looking, and that it knew me, that it knew the sadness in me, the way I ate alone and slept alone and drove alone and called my daughter on Sundays and lay in the bunk after and stared at the roof of the cab. It said all of this in the friendly voice, the stranded driver voice, and every word of it was true, and that was the horror of it, that it had gone through me like a man goes through another man's wallet, and it had found every true thing, and it was laying the true things out on the ground in front of me, one at a time, to show me it had them. Then, when I did not answer, it changed voices. This is the part I have the hardest time with. This is the part I have never told anybody, not my daughter, not the doctor they made me see after, nobody. It changed voices, and the voice it changed into was my brother's. My brother died in 2009. He was younger than me, 4 years younger, and he went the way a lot of men in my family go. His heart, on a Tuesday, at his kitchen table, with a cup of coffee, getting cold in front of him, and the radio on. I was in Elko when they called me. I did not make it back for 2 days, because I had a load, and I could not just drop a load, and I have carried that for a long time, that my brother lay in a funeral home for 2 days waiting on me because I would not leave a trailer full of somebody's boxes. We had talked on the phone the Sunday before. That was the last of him I got, his voice on the phone, and I did not save it. There was nothing to save. It was just a call. And I have wished 1,000 times I had some way to hear him again. And the thing outside my truck gave him back to me. It's all right, it said, in his voice, his exact voice, the little rasp he had, the way he came down soft on the ends of words. It's all right, big brother. You couldn't have made it back in time. Nobody could have. I never blamed you for that. You hear me? I never blamed you. Roll the window down and I'll tell you the rest. There's things I never got to tell you. I put my hands over my ears like a child. I am a grown man. I was 51 years old. I had buried a brother and a marriage, and I had faced down black ice and blowouts, and one time a man with a knife at a truck stop in Barstow, and I sat in the dark of my cab with my hands over my ears, and my eyes shut and tears running down into my collar, because the worst thing that has ever happened to me was not the fear, it was the wanting. It knew I wanted my brother back, it had found that too, and it held him up outside my window like a lure on a line, and it reeled. Slow, patient, and part of me, God help me, part of me wanted to roll the window down. Part of me had my hand halfway to the crank before I knew it was moving. That is when I remembered the old man by the ice machine. Don't stop for it. He had known. However, he had known, and he had tried to tell me one true thing, and I had put him out of my mind before I cleared second gear. Don't stop for it. And I understood, sitting there with my hands over my ears and my dead brother's voice coming through the glass, that the whole night had been the it stopping for me, and that the only thing I had left, the only card I had not thrown, was to not stop for it back, to not answer, to not roll the window down, to not give it the one thing it could not take, which was my saying yes. So I did the only thing I could think of. I started to pray. Not out loud, I did not have the voice, but in my head. The old words, the ones my grandmother put in me before I was old enough to keep them out. And I do not know if it was the words or just the turning of my mind away, the deciding not to listen, but the brother's voice cut off in the middle of a sentence like a radio unplugged. And for a moment there was nothing, and then it screamed. I cannot describe the scream, and I am not going to try. I know a man who calls a thing indescribable is mostly telling you he did not want to do the work, and maybe that is fair, but there are sounds. The human throat is not built to make, and there are sounds no throat is built to make. And this was the second kind, and it went on too long, longer than a breath, longer than 3 breaths. One continuous sound of rage right outside the glass, and the truck rocked. The whole truck, 80,000 pounds of rig and load, and it rocked on its springs like something had hit it or grabbed it or leaned its whole weight against the side of it. And then the sound went up and over the top of the cab, across the roof, boots or claws or hands. I could hear it moving across the metal roof of my own truck above my head, and then down the other side, and it was at the passenger window, and I heard the handle move. I had locked it. I had locked both doors. The handle moved anyway, up and down, testing, and then it stopped, and there was a long scrape down the passenger door, slow, deliberate, the sound of something being drawn down the metal, and then quiet. That was when I went for the pistol. I told you I would tell you why I did not use it, and here it is. My hand went back over the seat to the bunk, under the mattress edge, and my fingers found the grip, and I got it out, and I brought it around into my lap, both hands on it. And the weight of it in my hands was the first thing all night that had felt like it belonged to the world I knew, cold and heavy and solid, a thing men made, a thing that worked the way things are supposed to work, and I nearly wept from the plain relief of holding it. I thumbed the safety off. I got it pointed low at the passenger door, where the handle had moved, and I sat there with it, and I waited, and the longer I waited, the more the relief drained back out of me, because I understood, sitting there in the dark with a loaded gun in my hands, that I did not have anything to point it at. I want to be careful here, because this is the center of it. It was not that I was afraid to shoot. I would have emptied that magazine into the door and been glad to do it. It was that there was nothing on the other side of the door that a bullet was for. I thought about the fence, the 4 strands of wire it had crossed without touching. I thought about the median, the flat graded ground with no cover, where it stood up out of nothing. I thought about the desert running level with my cab at 80. I thought about my brother's voice, my brother who I had helped carry to a hole in the ground in Oklahoma, coming through the glass soft on the ends of the words. And I understood that whatever was out there was not made of the kind of thing a gun ends, and that if I fired, all I would do is put 9 rounds through my own truck and blow out my own windows, the glass, the only thing standing between me and it, the one thing it had been trying all night to get me to open, and that if I put a hole in that glass with my own hand, I would have done its work for it. It wanted the glass open. Any hole would do. I understood that a bullet hole would do. So I put the safety back on. I laid the pistol on the seat beside me where I could reach it, because a man does not put the last hard thing down all the way. But I took my hands off of it, and I have thought 100 times since that setting that gun down was the single smartest thing I have ever done, and that it went against everything in me to do it, and that most men would not have, and that most men who ran that road and did not come back the same, or did not come back at all, I think a lot of them had a gun in their hands at the end, and I think that is exactly how it got them, by making them break their own glass. I sat back against the door, and then, in the windshield, in the dim orange wash of the pole light, it let me see a piece of it. Just a piece. It came up in front of the truck, out of the low ground, past the scales, and it did not come all the way into the light. It stopped at the edge of it, where the orange went to gray, and it stood there and let the edge of the light find the edge of it, and I could not make it hold still in my eyes. That is the closest I can come. It was a shape that my eyes kept trying to finish and could not. Tall, too tall, hunched down on itself like it was folded up to fit under a low ceiling that was not there, and where the light caught it there was hide, gray and matted coyote hide, but stretched wrong. Stretched over a frame it did not fit, the way a tarp sits wrong over a load that is the wrong shape under it. And up top there was the head, the coyote head, hanging forward and down off a neck that was too long and too upright, a man's height of neck under a dog's skull, and the ears were up, listening, turning, and under the edge of the hide, where it should have been more coyote, there was an arm. There was an arm, thin and long and pale, where the hide did not cover it, and it hung down past where a foreleg ends, past the knee that was not a knee, down, and at the end of it there was a hand. And the hand was almost right. That is the thing I have never been able to shake out of the whole night. That is the image that comes up out of the dark when I close my eyes at the wrong time. Not that the hand was a claw or a talon or some made-up movie thing. That it was a hand, a human hand, long-fingered, and that it was almost right. That whatever wore that hide had gotten a hand nearly the way a hand goes and had missed by the smallest amount. One joint too many in the fingers. The thumb set a hair too low, so that it was a hand you would shake and only feel the wrongness of after, once it had you. Then it lifted the hand, slow, into the last of the light, and it turned it over, palm up, and it opened the fingers, all of them, the too many joints unfolding, and it held the hand out flat toward me across the hood of the truck. Palm up, open, the way you hold a hand out to a dog you want to come to you, the way the old man by the ice machine had held his hand up flat, and it waited, and I did not move, and after a while it drew the hand back into the dark, and the piece of it I had seen folded down and was gone, and the windshield was empty again, and I sat there and shook, and did not know how long I sat there. I do not know how long I sat there. I told you the fear does something to time, and it does. It takes it away from you, and when I came back to myself, the dash clock said 2:17 in the morning, and I had lost an hour and a half that I have never gotten back. I do not know what happened in that hour and a half. I have thought about it more than anything else, and I do not know. I was in the same position, my back against the door, my knees drawn up, my hands in my lap. I had not moved. Or I had moved and did not remember it. Either way, there was a hole in the night the shape of an hour and a half, and I have never wanted to fill it in, because I do not think I would like what is in it. At 2:17 the tapping started. It was on the windshield. Just a tap. One finger. One tap. On the glass right in front of me. Then a pause. Then 2 taps. Then a pause. Then 3. Counting. It was counting for me the way I count, showing me it had learned it, and it went up 4, 5, 6, patient, 1 tap at a time, and I stared at the windshield in the dim orange light, and I could not see anything out there, nothing. The apron was empty, the scales were empty, there was nothing standing in front of my truck, and the taps kept coming out of the empty air, 7, 8, 9. At 9 it stopped, and a voice said, right against the glass, in the old man's voice now, the Navajo man from the ice machine, low and sad, I told you not to stop for it. And I have never known, from that night to this one, whether that was the thing wearing the old man the way it had worn the coyote and the stranded driver and my brother, or whether it was the old man himself, dead now maybe, or worse than dead, taken like it was trying to take me, made to walk out into the dark and say the one true thing over and over to men in trucks who would not listen. I do not know. I have decided I do not want to know. Some doors you leave shut. The last hour was the worst, and it was the worst because it went soft. The screaming was easier than what came at the end. Toward the end it stopped trying to break me with fear, and it went back to kindness, and it worked its way through all of them again, one at a time, patient, the stranded driver, and the old man and my brother, and then it found new ones, and this is the part I have never said out loud to anybody living. It found my daughter. It put her voice against the glass, grown, tired. The voice I had heard on the phone that very Sunday, and it said, Daddy. It said, Daddy, I need you to open the door. And I sat there with my hands over my ears, and I said inside my own head, over and over, You are not her. You are not her. She is safe in her bed in Tulsa. You do not have her. You only have the sound of her. And I do not know to this day if that was true, if she was safe, if it only had the sound, and I have never asked her about that night, and I never will, because if she tells me nothing strange happened to her that night, I will believe her and be glad. And if she tells me she woke at 2:17 in the morning with no reason and could not get back to sleep, I do not think I could stand it. Then I found the last one. It went small. It went high. It put a child's voice against the glass. A little girl counting 1, 2, 3, 4, the way my granddaughter counts, except my granddaughter was not born yet. She would not be born for 2 more years. So it could not have had her. It could only have reached forward somehow into a thing that had not happened and taken the shape of it. And I did not understand that then. I only understood it later, when she was 3 and started counting the stairs out loud and the bottom fell out of me in the middle of my own daughter's kitchen. That night, at the scale house, I only heard a child counting where there was no child, and it was the last thing it tried, and it counted up, slow, 1 number at a time, and I knew, the way you know the shape of a hill you cannot see in the dark, that it was counting towards something, that when it reached the number it was counting to, it was going to be done being patient. So I counted with it in my head, against it, and I got ahead of it, and I was praying and counting both at once, and I do not know what number it was climbing to, because it never got there, because the sky went gray. I sat in that truck until the sky went gray. That is the part nobody believes. That a thing like that could be beaten by nothing more than a man sitting still and refusing to answer until the sun came up. But I think now that is exactly the size of it. That it was never going to break the glass, that it could not break the glass, that the whole of its power was in getting me to open the door myself, to say yes, to stop for it. And when the light came up in the east over the desert, slow, the way it does, the stars going out one at a time and then all at once, and the orange pole light snapping off on its timer, and the first real color coming back into the world, the weeds green in the scale seams, and the block building gray, and the fence, just a fence. I turned the key, and the engine started on the first try like there had never been a thing wrong with it. And there was not. They checked it later, top to bottom, and there was never a thing wrong with that engine. I drove to the big truck stop with the sun coming up behind me, and I parked in the middle of all those trucks under the last of the mercury lights, and I sat in the diner and I drank coffee I could not taste with my hands wrapped around the cup to keep them still. And a waitress named Dolores, who I had seen 100 times, asked me if I was all right, and I said I was fine, I was just tired. And she said, Honey, you look like you seen a ghost. And I laughed, and it came out wrong, and she went away and left me alone. There was a scrape down the passenger door of my truck, a long one, from the top of the door to the bottom, through the paint and into the metal, 4 lines of it, close together, the way 4 fingers would sit on a hand if the hand was too big and if the fingers were too long. The shop said it was probably a low branch or a fence post. There is not a tree for 40 miles of where I was parked, and there was no fence within reach of that truck. I had them buff it out anyway. You could still see it if you knew where to look. I sold the truck 8 months later, and I did not tell the man who bought it about the marks, and I have felt bad about that, a little, but not bad enough to have called him. I did not drive that lane again. I asked for the northern runs after that, up through Denver and Cheyenne and across Wyoming, and I told my dispatcher it was my knees, the mountains, that I wanted flatter, and he did not ask. Dispatchers do not ask. And I ran the North Country for 2 more years, and then I hung it up. I am home now. I have a little place outside of Tulsa, close to my daughter, close to my granddaughter, who is 7, and who thinks I hung the moon, and who I will not let out of my sight after dark. And my daughter thinks that is sweet, and I let her think it. I sleep with a light on. I am too old to be ashamed of it. I park my car facing the road, every time, in the driveway, at the store, everywhere, nose out, and I do not fully know why, except that some part of me still wants to be able to see a thing coming and to be able to leave without backing up, without that one moment of turning around. My granddaughter counts things. She counts the stairs when she goes up, the peas on her plate, the cars that go by, out loud, in her high little voice, 1, 2, 3. And every time she does it, something goes cold in the middle of me and I have to leave the room. And my daughter thinks I am going to get a drink of water, and I let her think that too. Last Sunday my phone rang. It was late, past 11, and the number on the screen was one I did not know, out of area, and I let it go to the machine. I always let the late ones go now. And after it beeped, there was a long stretch of nothing, just an open line, a little hiss, the sound of a lot of empty air, the sound of the long empty out past the last light of a town, and then, right at the end, before it clicked off, soft, close, a little rasp on it, coming down easy on the ends of the words. My brother's voice said, "It's all right, big brother. I saved it. I did not delete it. I have not listened to it again. I keep the light on, and I park facing the road, and on Sundays I do not answer the phone, and I have not driven west of Amarillo in 9 years, and I do not intend to. Not for any load, not for any money, not ever again. The desert can keep the desert. There is a thing out there that stops for men on the long empty roads, that wears whatever it needs to wear, the coyote and the stranded driver and the man you loved and buried, and it is patient, and it has all the time there is, and it is still out there, past the last light, waiting on the next set of headlights to slow down. Do not slow down. That is the one true thing I have to give, the way the old man gave it to me, and I do not expect it to do any more good in your ears than it did in mine. But I said it, and now it is yours. And out here, in the small hours, with the light on, and the road in front of the house gone quiet and pale, that is the only thing I have found that helps it all. To have said it, to have told somebody, to hold it up flat like a man taking an oath, or like a man telling a truck to stop and to let it go. What came down from Lookout 7? The keys were in her car, and the driver door was open, and the dome light had been on long enough to kill the battery, which is how I knew before anybody said a word that this one was going to be bad. It was parked crooked at the Trail 217 trailhead, a little gray Subaru with a coexist sticker and a lot of Oregon dust, and it was cold. Not engine cold, night cold. It had been sitting since the day before at least, and it was already going on 4 in the afternoon when we rolled in. I put my hand on the hood the way you do. Nothing. Cold as the gravel. My name is Del Ackerman, and I ran a planer at the mill in Prineville for 31 years before my knee gave out and they gave me a clock and a handshake. After that I had too much day and not enough to put in it, so I signed on with the county search and rescue, which is mostly old men and a couple of ranch kids, and one nurse named Patty who is worth the rest of us put together. We find lost hunters. We find hikers who took the wrong fork off the loop and burned their phone battery trying to get a bar. Twice a year we find somebody who is not lost anymore in the way that matters, and you learn to tell which kind of call it is by little things. The cold hood, the open door, the dome light that ran a battery flat because whoever got out of that car meant to come right back. Her name was Dana Reyes, 26 years old, a school teacher out of Bend, and she had told her roommate she was going up to do the Trail 217 loop, which is a nothing hike, 8 miles, a couple of good overlooks, back by dark. The roommate called it in when Dana did not come home and did not answer and did not post any of the pictures she always posted. The county pinged her phone and got one last hit off the tower on Cinder Butte the afternoon before, and then nothing. That tower has a long reach. Nothing after that could mean her phone died. It could mean she went down into the drainage where there is no signal. It could mean a lot of things, and most of them are fine, and I have learned not to say the ones that are not. I want to tell you a little about myself before I tell you the rest, because the man who tells you this matters, and because I have read enough of these kinds of accounts to know that the first thing a reasonable person wants to know is whether the fellow telling it is the kind who sees things. I am not. I will say that plainly. I am a Lutheran who goes twice a year, Christmas and the other one, and I could not tell you a thing about my own religion, let alone anybody else's. I have never seen a ghost. I do not believe my house is haunted, and I do not knock on wood. And when my daughter went through her phase of tarot cards in high school, I told her it was a way for a company in China to take her allowance, and I still think that. I have hunted these mountains since I was 9 years old, walking behind my father, and I have spent more nights alone in the woods than most men have spent in their own beds, and the woods never scared me, not once. Not in 50 years. The dark is just the dark. An elk bugle in the black timber will lift you out of your boots the first time, and then you learn it and it never touches you again. That is the man I was going up that trail. I am setting it down so that when I tell you what I saw, you will know it was seen by a man who spent his whole life not seeing things, and who would give a great deal to go back to being him. My wife is named Carol, and we have been married 34 years, and she is the reason I came down off that mountain, which I will get to. My daughter is Erin. She is a labor and delivery nurse at a hospital in Portland. She brings new people into the world for a living, and I mention her now because the thing up there used her, or something near enough to her that my body could not tell the difference, and you should know she was real and she was mine before I tell you how it used her. We staged at the trailhead, 6 of us that first evening, plus the deputy, a young one named Cordero, who mostly stayed by his truck and ran the radio. The incident number they gave it was Incident 4412, and I remember that because Patty wrote it on the back of her hand in ballpoint like she always does. And I remember looking at those 4 numbers on her freckled skin and thinking it was a small hike, and we would have this girl wrapped in a blanket and drinking cocoa out of Cordero's thermos before 10. That is the last clean thought I had about any of it. I am writing it the way it happened, so it lives somewhere besides my own head, because my head has not been a safe place to keep it. The light was already going gold and long. Late September, that high desert light that comes in sideways and turns the bark of the ponderosas the color of a rusted nail. It smelled like it always smells up there. Pine pitch and warm dust, and under that, the cold coming up out of the ground the way it does the second the sun quits. There is a particular good smell to those woods at the end of a hot day, and I mention it because that was the last evening those woods smelled only like themselves. We split into 2 teams. Patty took the nurse's kit, and the ranch kid Tyler up the east side of the loop. I took the west with a man named Roy Bittner, who had been doing this longer than any of us, and a fellow I did not know well who had transferred in from Deschutes County, name of Grant. Roy was the tracker. He is the reason I want to tell this right, because Roy Bittner was the least excitable human being I ever stood next to. A retired brand inspector, 70 years old, hands like cured leather, and by the end of that night, Roy Bittner would not get out of the truck, and I need you to understand what kind of man that took. We found her first footprints inside the first quarter mile. The trail up the west side runs along a cut bank where the tread is soft, powder-fine dust that holds a print like wet cement, and there she was, a woman's hiking boot, size 7 maybe, a good clear waffle tread heading up the trail the way she'd gone. Roy crouched over it and pointed, with a pencil not touching, and said she was moving easy, not hurt, not running, a normal gait. He could tell you her weight off the depth of the heel. He said she stopped here to look at something, both feet together, turned a little toward the overlook, and then went on. It was the most ordinary thing in the world. A young woman stopping on a trail to look at a view, and it made me like her. You start to build a person out of the little things they leave. She stopped to look at the mountain. She was in no hurry. We followed her up the switchbacks in the last of the good light, Roy calling it soft over his shoulder. She stopped again here. She sat on this rock. See the scuff. She came back down onto the trail. And then, a mile and a half up, right where the trail crosses the old 2-track that used to be Forest Road 250 before they decommissioned it and let the alders take it, Roy stopped and stood up straight and put his hands on his hips and looked at the ground for a long time without saying anything. "What?" I said. "She met somebody," Roy said. There was a second set of prints in the 2-track. They came out of the trees on the uphill side, crossed the road, and fell in behind hers heading up the loop. Bare feet. I want to be careful here because this is the first thing that was wrong, and I did not know yet that it was wrong. I thought I did. I thought some barefoot hippie kid, some Vision Quest type, we get them up here, and I said as much, and Roy did not answer me. Which I did not think anything of at the time because Roy not answering was Roy's whole personality. Grant took a picture of the barefoot print with his phone. It was long. Longer than my boot, and I wear a 12. The toes were spread the way a foot spreads when it has never been in a shoe, and the arch barely marked the dust, like the foot was near flat, and there was something about the way the print sat that I could not name. A wrongness I put down to the failing light, and the fact that I was tired and had not eaten since a gas station burrito on Highway 97 at noon. Roy put down to nothing. He just looked at it, and then he looked up the trail where the 2 sets of prints went off together into the blue shadow under the trees, and he said we should get back to the trucks and wait for morning and more people. And that was the second wrong thing, except this one was Roy being wrong. Roy who once tracked a downed elk hunter through 2 miles of lava rock in the dark because the man's daughter was crying at the trailhead. Roy Bittner did not turn around for weather, and he did not turn around for dark. But the sun was gone behind Cinder Butte, and the temperature was dropping the way it does, 10 degrees in 10 minutes, and Grant agreed with him, and my knee was singing, so we turned around. We had not gone 50 yards back down when the child started calling. It came from up the drainage, off to the northeast, thin and high, and carried on the cold air the way sound carries when the ground gives up its heat. A kid, little one, 4 or 5 years old, by the pitch of it, and it was saying, "Help." Just that. Help, help. The word stretched out long the way a scared little kid says it, and every hair I had stood up off my arms. Cordero came over the radio almost the same second, his voice cracking with it. "Base to teams, we are getting reports of a possible second subject, a minor, possibly a child. Does anybody copy a voiceover?" I keyed my radio. My mouth had gone dry and metallic, like I'd been sucking on a nickel. "West team copies a voice," I said. "Northeast of our position, up the drainage. Sounds like a little kid." "Do not," Roy said. He had his hand on my arm. Grant was already 3 steps up the slope toward the sound with his flashlight coming on, and Roy said, "Do not," again, louder, and Grant stopped and turned around with this look on his face like Roy had slapped him. "There's a kid up there," Grant said. "There's no kid up here," Roy said. "There was never any report of a kid. 1 woman, 1 hiker. Reyes. You heard Cordero, he said reports. He means us. He means that." Roy pointed up the black slope, where the voice was still going, "Help, help," at the exact same interval, the exact same length. The same 3 notes over and over like a bird that only knows 1 call. "You count the time between," Roy said. "Go on, count it." And I did. God help me, I stood there in the dark and counted, and he was right. Every time. The same gap, the same word, the same length, the same little upward hitch at the end. A scared child does not do that. A scared child speeds up and slows down and sobs and stops to breathe and screams your way when it hears you coming. This did not change when we made noise. It did not come toward the flashlight. It stayed exactly where it was and said help on a timer, and the more I listened, the more it stopped sounding like a word and started sounding like something that had heard the word once and was doing an impression of it. "It's an animal," Grant said. His voice had gone up. "Fox. It's a fox. They sound like people. They sound like women screaming." "Sure," Roy said, and started down the trail. "It's a fox. I have hunted these mountains my whole life, and I have heard a fox scream, and it will freeze the blood in you the first time. But a fox does not say help. And Roy Bittner knew what a fox was better than any of us. And Roy Bittner had just agreed that it was a fox, and started walking away from it as fast as his old legs would carry him. And that is the moment, if I am honest, that is the exact moment the night changed for me. When the man who knew everything agreed with the easy answer and ran. We came off the trail into the trailhead in full dark. Patty's team was already back. She had found Dana's tracks too, on the east side, and here is a thing I did not put together until much later. Dana Reyes could not have made both sets. The loop is 8 miles. Her east prints and her west prints were laid down the same evening by the depth and the weather in them, Roy said so later, and you do not walk a loop in both directions at once. Somebody wanted us to find her going every way there was. Somebody wanted us up in there, spread out, in the dark, calling her name. I did not think about any of that yet. Yet is a word I have learned to hate. Cordero wanted to push through the night. That is protocol when a subject is exposed and the temperature is dropping and hypothermia is on the table, and Dana Reyes had been out at least one night already in a fleece and a day pack. But Roy took the deputy aside by his truck, and I do not know everything Roy said to him. I only caught pieces, because Roy talked low, but I caught him say, "We do not have the people," and I caught him say, "Not with a child call, we cannot confirm," and I caught, at the very end, Roy Bittner say a word I did not expect to hear out of him, which was "please." Roy said, "Please, Sheriff, wait for the sun." And Cordero, who was 25 years old and out of his depth, and could see that the oldest, steadiest man on his team had gone the color of the moon, called it for the night. We would stage back at first light with the county's full call-out air support if the budget cleared it, dogs from La Pine. We drove out down Forest Road, 250 in a line, 3 trucks, headlights swinging through the trunks. And a mile down, right where the road crosses the creek at the culvert, my headlights came across the tracks in the dust of the road, and I slowed. And Roy, who was riding with me, said, "Don't stop, Del," and I did not stop. But I saw them. They came out of the creek bottom on 4 legs. A big animal, deer-sized. The prints staggered in a walking gait, cloven, like a mule deer. And I thought, deer, of course, a deer crossed the road. And then in the middle of the road, in the space of 1 stride, the 4 legs became 2. The cloven prints stopped, and a set of those long, bare human feet went on up the far bank, upright, walking like a man, and there was no scuffle in between, no place where a thing got up onto its hind legs. 1 print was a deer's. The next print, 18 inches on the length of 1 step, was a foot, as if it had not changed so much as remembered, halfway across the road, that it was supposed to be walking on 2. I have gone over that 18 inches of road 1,000 times since. That is the thing that will not leave me, more than the tower, more than any of it, that little piece of ground in my own headlights where a deer's track became a man's between 1 step and the next. Because a track is a document. Roy taught me that, standing over Dana's first blueprint. A track is a document, and a document cannot lie. The ground writes down exactly what stood on it and nothing else. And the ground had written down a thing that walked into the light of my truck on 4 legs, and out of it on 2, and did not stop to change in between. There was no lie in it, and there was no explanation in it. It was just true, the way a broken bone is true, and I drove past it, doing 40 on a bad road because Roy told me not to stop, and because some part of me, older than my thinking part, knew that stopping was the last thing I would ever do. "Don't stop," Roy said again, though I hadn't, and I put my eyes back on the road and I drove, and behind us in the dark the child up the drainage was still saying, "Help, help, help," fainter now, and perfectly evenly spaced. We came down onto the pavement of Highway 97, and the world turned back into the world. Gas station lights, a cattle truck going north. Roy did not say anything the whole way down, except once, near the bottom, without me asking. He said his grandmother was Dene, Navajo, from down near Chinle, and that she had told him things when he was a boy that he had spent his whole life not believing, and that he was too old to start being a fool now, and that we should have never called that girl's name out loud up there in the dark. Calling a name, he said, is an invitation. Then he shut his mouth and did not open it again, and I dropped him at his truck at the county barn, and we did not talk about the deer that stood up. I did not sleep. I lay in my bed in my house in Prineville with the light on, and I listened to my own furnace tick, and I told myself all the things you tell yourself. A prankster with a speaker. Some backcountry lunatic on foot. A trick of soft ground and bad light. I am a practical man. I have wired a house and rebuilt a transmission, and set a broken finger with a popsicle stick. I do not believe in things. By 4 in the morning I had it mostly talked back down into the world of the explainable, and I got up and made coffee in the dark and drove back up to meet the full call out, because a girl was still out there. And whatever else was true, that was true. Morning made it worse. That is the thing nobody tells you. You think the sun fixes it, and the sun only shows you more. By 9 we had 30 people at the trailhead, and 2 dog teams, and a bird up out of Redmond doing grid over the drainage. In daylight, with all those people, and all those radios, and the good hard smell of coffee and 2-stroke exhaust from the ranger's saw, it seemed impossible that I had watched a deer stand up and turn into a man. I had almost decided I hadn't, and then the dogs would not go up the trail. They were good dogs, big shepherds. A handler named Bev, who had been doing this 20 years, and they came off the trucks all business, tails going, and Bev scented them off one of Dana's shirts, and they hit the trail hot, and about a quarter-mile up, right around where Roy had found the first clear prints, both dogs quit at the same time, not tired, not confused. They put their tails down and their ears back, and they turned around and pushed at Bev's legs to get back down the trail, and one of them, the male, was making a sound I have never heard a dog make, a high, thin whine way back in his throat, and he would not stop looking up the trail, backing down it, whining, watching. Bev worked them for 20 minutes and got nowhere, and finally walked them back to her truck and put them in their boxes, and I saw her hands were shaking when she lit her cigarette, and Bev did not strike me as a woman whose hands shook. Roy did not come back that morning. He called Cordero and said he was sick, and everybody figured 70-year-old man, cold night, fair enough. But I had his cell number, and I called it standing behind my truck where nobody could hear me, and he picked up on the first ring like he'd been holding the phone. "You saw it too," I said. There was a long quiet on the line. I could hear a TV going somewhere in his house. Then Roy said, "Dell, listen to me. You go up there today, because that girl is somebody's daughter, and you cannot not go. I know that. I'm the same. But you do your grid, and you come down before the sun gets behind the butte. You do not stay up there past dark. You do not answer anything that calls you by your name. And whatever you do not let it get you off by yourself." He stopped. "It's already got the girl. I'm sorry, but it has. What's up there now isn't looking for her. It's wearing her." Then he hung up, and I stood there with the phone hot against my ear, and up the mountain the bird went droning back and forth over the trees, and I told myself that Roy Bittner was an old man who had gotten a scare and let his dead grandmother's stories get into him, and I got my pack, and I went up with the rest of them, because a girl was somebody's daughter, which was the only true thing left standing. We gridded the west drainage all day. 30 people, arm's length apart, walking a slope, and it is hard, ugly work. Deadfall and blowdown and stobs that take your shins off. And by 2 in the afternoon, we had turned up exactly one thing, and the one thing was hers. It was a boot, a woman's hiking boot, size 7, the waffle tread that had made all those prints, sitting upright and neat in the middle of a little open bench under the big pines, laces still tied. Just the one. Tied. Set down careful and level like somebody had placed it there for us to find, toe pointed downhill, laces done up in a double knot. There is no way to take a lace boot off a foot without untying it. You cannot. Try it. And there it sat, tied, alone. No sign of the other one, no drag, no blood, no sign of her at all, in the exact center of a clearing where you could see 200 feet in every direction, like the middle of a stage. I was the one who found it. I called it in, and I flagged it, and I stood over it, while the deputy and the crime tech came up, and I looked at the ground around it while I waited, the way Roy would have. And this is the part I have never told anybody. Not Cordero, not my wife, nobody, and I am writing it down now. There were prints, around the boot, bare feet, the long spread-toed kind. They came up to the boot and stopped, all around it, close, the way you would stand looking down at something you had set on the ground. But there was no track coming in and no track going out. The bear prints were only there, in a ring, around that boot, in the middle of the clearing, and the dust of the clearing, everywhere else was smooth and unbroken. 200 feet of soft-holding dust in every direction, and nothing crossed it, as though whatever stood there and set that boot down and admired it had not walked in and had not walked out. Had only for a while been there and then not. I did not say anything about the prince. I have thought 1,000 times about why not, and the truth is small and shameful. I did not want to be the man who said it. I did not want 30 people looking at me. So I stood on them. I stood on the prints while the tech photographed the boot, and I scuffed my own boots around like a nervous old man, and I ruined them. And when the tech asked me to step back, I had already put my size 12s over every one of those long bare feet. I have to live with that. There were people up there with me, and I made sure nobody else saw the thing I saw, because I wanted it to not be real more than I wanted anybody to believe me. There is a thing that happens to a search when it goes on too long and turns up nothing, and I have felt it 12 times, but never the way I felt it that afternoon. People stop talking. The line gets ragged. Somebody who was calling the subject's name every 30 seconds when we started, Dana, Dana, is not calling it anymore by 2 in the afternoon, and you notice you have gone quiet too, and you tell yourself it is, because your throat is dry, and it is not. The whole line had gone quiet. 30 people spread across the mountainside in the good light, and nobody was calling her name, and I did not understand why until I did, which was that every one of us had stopped wanting to say her name out loud in that place, the same way you stop wanting to say a thing in an empty house at night, the same animal part of you that pulls your hand back off a stove. We did not decide it. We just, all of us, quit calling for her. And there is nothing in the search and rescue manual about that, about a whole team going silent on a slope in daylight because saying a lost girl's name had started to feel like ringing a bell you would not want answered. Bev's dogs had not come back out of their boxes. I went by her truck around noon to top off my water, and the dogs were lying flat in their crates with their chins on their paws and their eyes open, both of them, not sleeping, watching the mountain through the wire. And when I came near, they did not so much as flick an ear at me, which no dog does. A dog always reads you. And these two would not take their eyes off the tree line long enough to notice a man 3 feet away. Bev sat in her cab with the door open and her feet on the running board, and she was not working. She was just sitting there. I asked her, was she going to run them again after they rested, and she looked at me for a second too long and said, "They won't take the scent, Dell." And I said, "They hit it hot this morning." And she said, "They'll take a scent. They won't take that one." And she looked back at the mountain, and I left her alone. The afternoon got long. The light started coming in sideways in gold, that same rusted nail light, and I felt it in my gut before I felt it anywhere, a loose, cold feeling, because the sun was going toward the butte, and Roy's voice was in my head, "Come down before the sun gets behind the butte." And that is when the radio said Patty's voice. I need to say this exactly. I was standing at the top of the grid with maybe 8 other people within sight of me, strung out along the bench, and Patty was one of them. Patty was 40 feet from me. Uphill, I could see her orange vest. She had her radio on her chest strap, and her hands were both down at her sides working a granola bar out of her pocket. I was looking right at her, and my radio, on my chest, crackled and said, in Patty's voice, clear as a phone call, "Dell, Dell, come here. I found her. Come quick, I got her. She's alive. Come alone. Hurry, over." Patty's voice, her exact voice, the little rasp in it from 40 years of camels, the way she runs her words. Come alone, hurry. And Patty was standing 40 feet uphill from me, with her radio silent on her chest, and a granola bar half out of the wrapper, looking at me, because she had heard it too, come out of my radio, and out of everybody's radios all down the line, her own voice telling me to come alone. Nobody moved. 8, 9 grown men and women on a mountainside, and not one of us moved or breathed. I looked at Patty, and Patty looked at me, and her mouth was open a little, and the granola bar dropped out of her hand, and she did not bend to get it. And the radio said it again, patient, exactly the same words in the same order. Come alone, hurry, over. The way the child had said, help, 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 on its timer. And I understood, standing there in the gold light with the cold coming up out of the ground, that Roy was right about all of it, that it did not want the girl anymore, that it had learned her, and then it had learned the boot, and then it had spent a whole day learning us, learning our voices off the radio traffic, learning our names off the way we called to each other across the grid, and that it had picked me. Come alone, Dell. It knew which one I was. Cordero got on the radio and said, all teams, hold your positions, in a voice that was trying so hard to be a cop's voice and was just a scared kid's voice. And then he said something that ended the search for the day. He said, everybody down to the trailhead now. Buddy up, nobody walks alone. And we went. 30 people came down off that mountain in a hurry, with the sun going red behind Cinder Butte, and nobody talking, and Patty walked next to me the whole way with her arm hooked through mine like we were going to a dance. And neither of us said a single word about the fact that I had just heard her call my name in her own voice while she stood there with her mouth shut. We should have all gone home. I want that on the record. Every good instinct any of us had said, get in the trucks and go down to the pavement where the world is still the world. But there was a complication, and the complication is why some of us stayed, and it is the reason I spent that night where I spent it. And I have gone over it 10,000 times, and I still do not know what the right call was. The bird had to break off at noon with a hydraulic problem, and before it did, the observer had reported a possible sighting. Something down in the bottom of the far drainage, past the decommissioned road, in the timber below Lookout 7. A shape he thought might be a person, moving near the old fire lookout tower that sits up on the point there. Cinder Butte Lookout. Lookout 7 on the district maps. Staffed in fire season, empty now, the last week of September, the fire watch stood down for the year. If that was Dana, if she had made it up to the lookout and was holed up and it hurt, then leaving her a second night was leaving her to die, and Cordero could not do it, and I could not do it, and so a small team was going to go up to Lookout 7 before dark, confirm or clear it, and come back down. 4 of us. Me, because I knew that country, and I could still walk, despite the knee. Grant, the Deschutes transfer, because he was young and strong, and had not learned yet to be as afraid as he should have been. A big, quiet, sour man named Willard, who had been a Marine. And Cordero, the deputy, because a deputy has to go where the evidence is, and he was not going to send us without him, which I will give him. That took something. 4 of us in 2 trucks up the far side, while everybody else pulled back to the trailhead to run comms and wait. We had maybe an hour of light when we started up. I remember thinking that was enough. Get to the lookout, clear it, get out. An hour is a long time. An hour is nothing. I have learned that both of those are true, and which one it is depends on what is in the hour with you. The road up to Lookout 7 is a bad one. A single lane cut of red cinders that switchbacks up the point with a drop on the outside that gets your attention, and it was full dark before we made the top, because the road ate more time than I figured. The truck's headlights swung out over the drop into nothing on the turns, and I did not like it. I did not like being up on that exposed point with night coming. But then we came up out of the last switchback onto the flat top of the butte, and there was the lookout standing up against the last green light in the west, and for 1 second it was the most welcome thing I ever saw. A fire lookout is a little glass house on stilts. 14 feet of open steel legs, and then a cab, glass on all 4 sides, a catwalk running around the outside, and a steep stair going up. Cinder Butte Lookout is an air motor tower built in the 1930s by the CCC boys, and it has stood up there through 90 winters, and I thought, if that girl is anywhere alive up here, she is up in that cab where she can see, and there is light, there is a wood stove, there is a radio. We swept it with the headlights, and the truck spots, and it was dark and still. No light in the cab. The door at the top of the stair was shut. We got out, and the second my boots hit the cinders, I knew we were alone up there in the way that a place tells you, and I knew that Dana Reyes was not in that tower, and I knew we should get back in the trucks, and I did not say it, because Grant was already at the bottom of the stair calling her name up into the dark, Dana Reyes, County Search and Rescue, and his voice went up into the cab and did not come back, and the last of the green went out of the west, and the stars came on hard the way they do up high with no town for 60 miles, and it got cold. The dry kind. The kind that cracks your lips and pulls the water out of your eyes. We went up, all four of us, up the steel stair, our boots ringing on the treads, and Cordero had the key from the district office, and the cab was empty. Of course it was empty. A cot with a bear-striped mattress rolled up. A little wood stove, cold, and I opened it and put my hand in, and it was cold ash and had been cold a long time. A table with the Osborne fire finder bolted to the center of it, that brass instrument they used to shoot a bearing on a smoke, a ring of degrees around a map with 2 sights you look through, a logbook, a wall of windows going black, and the 4 of us reflected in them, 4 scared men with headlamps floating in the dark over the whole county. "Nobody's been here," Willard said. He was right. Dust on the sills. No boot. No girl. The observer had seen something moving down the timber, and it had not been Dana Reyes coming up to safety. It had been something else, moving toward the one lit-up structure on the whole mountain. And we had just driven up and turned on every light we had and stood in a glass box on 14-foot legs and shouted her name into the night, and I understood all at once, standing in that cab, exactly what we had done. We had rung the dinner bell. We had done the one thing. We had come up here alone, the 4 of us, off by ourselves, away from the 30 people at the trailhead, and we had called a name into the dark. And we were up in a glass box you could see from every direction with one road down. "We need to go," I said. "Right now. Back in the trucks." That was when the first truck's alarm went off down below us, the panic honk, headlights flashing, that sound a key fob makes. Except nobody had the fob out. All 4 fobs were in that cab with us. And we looked down through the black glass, and Cordero's Tahoe was sitting down there on the cinders, with its lights going and its horn blatting into the night, all by itself, and then it stopped. Just stopped. And in the ringing quiet after it stopped, from the timber at the edge of the flat, a voice said, "County Search and Rescue. Dana Reyes. Are you up there?" It was Grant's voice. It was Grant's exact voice, the words he had called up the stairs 10 minutes before, played back at us out of the tree line, and Grant was standing right next to me with all the blood gone out of his face, and he had not said a word. Nobody moved. We stood in the glass cab in the beams of our own headlamps, and I reached over slow and clicked mine off and said, "Low, lights, turn them off." And one by one the headlamps went out, and we stood in the dark in the glass box, 4 men, and outside the stars were enough to see the shape of the land, the black points of the trees, the pale cinders below, and nothing moved down there. Nothing at all. And then Grant's voice came again from a different place, from the other side of the tower now, from the north. "Are you up there? Are you up there? Come alone. Hurry." It was stitching our sentences together. It had Grant's calling of the name, and it had my "come alone" from the radio that afternoon, and it was sewing them into new sentences and getting them almost right, almost the rhythm of a real person. But not quite. The words a half beat too even, no breath between them, the same flatness the child had, the same flatness the boot had, sitting tied in the dust, approximate. It had gotten us nearly right. That was the whole of the horror of it, and I did not have a word for it then, and I am not sure I have one now. It was not that it sounded like a monster. It was that it sounded almost exactly like us, and the almost was a cold place you could fall into forever. Cordero got on his radio to call the trailhead, and the radio gave him back a burst of static, and then, in the static, Patty's voice saying, "Come alone. Hurry. Over." our own dead air talking to us and the voices it had stolen, and Cordero dropped the radio like it was hot. It swung on its cord. And down below, from directly under the tower now, from the base of the stairs, something put its weight on the first steel tread, and the whole tower rang with it, one soft, deep note, the way a tower rings when a person starts to climb. Then the second tread. Then the third. The trap door, Willard said. There is a hatch in the floor of the cab that the stair comes up through, and a door that folds down over it, and Willard already had it. He was folding the heavy door down over the top of the stair and throwing the barrel bolt, and it was a good bolt, a real one. And I do not think for 1 second that it would have held if the thing on the stairs had wanted to come up, but it came halfway and it stopped. We heard it stop. It stood on the stair in the dark under our feet, and the tower quit ringing, and it was so quiet I could hear Grant breathing through his mouth next to me and hear Cordero's radio still hissing on its cord. And here, under all of it, the little tick of the cold metal in the legs of the tower contracting in the night air, and I thought, this is it. This is the whole world now, this cold glass box, and everything else is gone. And then it started talking, and it talked all night. I am going to try to set down what that night was, and I already know I am going to fail, because words on a page have a shape, and that night did not have a shape. It just went on, hour after hour. And the human mind is not built to hold that many hours of it, and mine has been dropping pieces ever since, which is a mercy and a theft at the same time. It went around and around the tower. On the ground first, we could hear its feet in the cinders, and then up on the catwalk, which meant it had come up the outside somehow, up the steel legs, and it walked the catwalk around the glass. Slow, unhurried, and we could not see it, because to see it we would have had to put our faces near the glass, and none of us would do that, none of us. So we sat in the middle of the cab floor, the four of us, backs together in a little knot on the bare boards, with a firefinder over us on its table, and we listened to it walk around and around us on the catwalk in the dark, its feet slapping soft on the boards, that long, flat, barefooted slap, and every so often it stopped at a window and looked in, and you could feel it looking in even without seeing it, the way you can feel a hand held near your skin without it touching, and it talked. It used all our voices. It had them all by then. It said, in Cordero's voice, "Base to teams. We are getting reports of a possible second subject." It said, in my voice, my own voice, God hearing your own voice come out of the dark saying words you said. It said cold as the gravel, and I did not know where it had that. And then I remembered I had said it out loud with my hand on the hood of Dana's car, cold as the gravel, and it had been listening even then. It had been there the whole time, from the very first hour, from the parking lot. It had been standing in the trees learning us since before we ever started up the trail. It said Dana's roommate's name, which none of us had ever spoken, which was not in any radio traffic, which it could only have gotten one way. And late, in the deepest part of the night, it stopped using our voices, and it used a child's voice, the same help from the first evening, and then it changed the child's voice, and it started saying, in that little 4-year-old's voice, "Help, Daddy," and my whole body went to ice, because I have a daughter. She is grown now. She is a nurse in Portland, but she was 4 once. And it said, "Help, Daddy," in a voice that was not my daughter's voice. It could not have known my daughter's voice, but it was near it. It was in the neighborhood of it. It was a 4-year-old girl calling for her father, and it was close enough. It was almost... And I put my hands over my ears like a child myself, and Willard put his big arm around me and held my head against his chest so I would not do anything, and I have never told anybody that either. That a 70-year-old man had to be held like a baby on the floor of a fire tower so he would not open the trapdoor and go down the stairs toward a voice, because that is what it wanted. I understand that now. It never tried the bolt. It never broke the glass, and it could have... It walked the catwalk all night on the other side of a 1/4 inch of old glass, and it never so much as tapped it. It did not want to come in. It wanted one of us to come out Come alone, hurry, come, Daddy. Every single thing it did, all night. Every voice, every stolen sentence, every trick. It was all one thing. It was all an open door, an invitation. And Roy's voice was in my head the whole time. Calling a name is an invitation, and I finally understood that the whole trap was built out of our own wanting. It could not make us open the door. It could only make us want to, so badly. Want to go to the child, want to save the girl, want the nightmare to be a thing we could fix by being brave. And it would stand out there in the dark and be as pitiful and as human and as almost right as it needed to be for as long as it took, all night, all week, forever, because it had forever and we had until dawn or until one of us broke. There was a stretch, I could not tell you how long, where it went quiet and did not talk and did not walk, and that was worse than the walking. When it was moving on the catwalk, you knew where it was. When it went quiet, you did not, and your ears reached out into the dark for it and found the little sounds a tower makes and turned every one of them into a footstep. The tick of the cold steel became a foot on the stair. The catch of the wind in the guy wires became a hand on the glass. Willard had a watch with a glowing face, and I made him turn it against his wrist, because the little green light of it in that black cab felt like a candle in a window, like something you were showing them. We sat in the dark and did the math that men do, which is to say we did not talk about the thing at all. We talked in whispers about the road down, about whether Willard's truck would start, about how many hours to gray, and Cordero, to his credit, tried twice more to raise the trailhead on the radio, and both times it gave him back our own voices, spliced, patient, and both times he turned it down a little further, until it was just a low hiss we could pretend was the wind. I thought about Carol. I want to put that down, because it is the thing that kept me on that floor. Grant had a child's voice pulling at him, and I understood it. I understood the pull of it in my own chest, the animal need to go to a thing that is crying. It is the oldest wiring there is, and the thing out there knew it and was playing us on it like a fiddle. But I had 34 years of Carol, and every time the pull came up in me, every time my legs wanted to stand and my hand wanted the bolt, I put my mind on her back under my hand in our bed, the exact real weight of her. And I thought, that is real and this is not. That breathes and this does not. And you do not trade the one for the other. And I held onto her like a man holds a fence post in a flood. I have never told her that she is the reason I came down off that mountain. I do not have the words for it. That would not scare her. But she is. Grant broke a little, around what I think was 3 a.m, though time had come apart by then and I could not swear to it. The voice had settled outside the north window into Dana Reyes's voice. We all knew it was hers now from her outgoing voicemail that Cordero had played for us that first day. "Hi, you've reached Dana." And it used that, Hi, it's Dana. I'm hurt. I'm so cold. Please, I've been calling all night. Why won't you come?" And Grant started to get up. He just started to stand, his face wet, saying, we can't. She's right there." And Willard took him by the belt and the collar and put him back down on the floor without a word, and held him there. And Grant cried into his own knees, and the thing outside the glass said, in Dana's voice, so soft, so reasonable, "Why won't you come?" And then it laughed. It should not have laughed. That was its one mistake, if a thing like that makes mistakes. It laughed in Dana's voice, a girl's laugh, and it was almost right. It had the pitch and the shape of a laugh, but there was no breath under it. A laugh is made of breath, and this had no breath in it. It was the idea of a laugh performed by something that had never needed to breathe, and it went 3 seconds and stopped dead. No tail on it, no fade, just off, and then it did it again, the exact same 3 seconds, and again, the same, a laugh on a loop, and whatever spell of pity it had been building in us broke on that mechanical little laugh, and even Grant stopped crying and went still, because you cannot pity a thing once you hear the machine in it. It had held the mask on all night, and it dropped it for 1 second to laugh at us, and behind the mask there was nothing. There was just the same 3 seconds over and over. And that nothing was the truest thing I saw or heard all night, and it is the thing I have left is the thing that lives behind my eyes now, not a monster, a loop, a laugh with no breath in it, going around and around forever. After that, it seemed to know it had lost us, or maybe it just grew bored, if that is a thing it can be. It stopped talking. It walked the catwalk a while longer, slower, and then it went down, and we felt it go down the outside of the legs, the whole tower shivering with its weight, and then the cinders below took its feet, that soft slap going away, and then even that was gone, and there was just the tick of the cold steel and the four of us breathing and the great wheel of the stars going over, and none of us moved, and none of us slept, and none of us said one word for hours, until the glass in the east windows started to go gray. When there was enough light to see the ground, we looked. All around the base of the tower, in the red cinders, there were prints. The long, bare human kind, and the cloven deer kind, and in places one turning into the other mid-stride the way I had seen on the road, and they went around and around the tower in a circle, hundreds of them. A whole night of pacing worn into the cinders, and at the bottom of the stairs, on the first 3 steel treads, there was mud. It had stood on the stairs and left mud, and the mud was still wet in the cold morning, and pressed into it, on the 3rd tread, plain as day, was one clear print, and it was not a foot, and it was not a hoof. It was a hand, a long-fingered hand with too many joints in the fingers, pressed flat into the mud where it had steadied itself, reaching up, and the thumb was on the wrong side. We went down when the sun was full up over the far rim and warm on the glass, and not 1 minute before. We went down the stairs, stepping over the mud, without touching it, and we got in the one truck that would start, Willard's, because Cordero's Tahoe had a dead battery, and every door standing open though we had left it locked, and we drove down that bad cinder road too fast, and we came off the mountain onto Forest Road 250, and down to the pavement of Highway 97, where the world was the world, gas station lights, and a cattle truck going north, and Cordero pulled over onto the shoulder and got out and was sick in the borrow ditch, and none of us said anything about it. They found Dana Reyes 11 days later. A grouse hunter's dog turned her up, off trail, down in the bottom of the far drainage below the lookout, a long way from where anybody would walk. What was left of her was not right, and I will not put down here what the hunter said or what the state medical examiner wrote, because it does not help anybody, and because some of it I do not believe, and some of it I believe too much. They ruled it a cougar that had, they said, cached the body and returned to it, which cougars do, and that accounted for the condition, and that accounted for the scattering. And it went down as case 8391, animal predation, cause of death undetermined, and the file is closed, and I am sure the young medical examiner in Bend sleeps fine. I will tell you the one thing about it that is mine to tell. When they recovered her, she still had one boot on, the left one, laced up, double knotted, on her foot, and the right one, the one that matched the boot, I found tied and alone and set out neat in the middle of that clearing 4 miles away. That boot was never found. I know because I asked, I badgered Cordero about it until he stopped taking my calls, where is the other boot, and the answer was they only ever found the one I found, sitting laced in the dust in the middle of a clearing that our body never came within 4 miles of, with a ring of bare prints around it that walked in from nowhere and walked out to nowhere, and no coroner and no cougar and no closed case has ever once explained to me how the boot she was wearing when she died came off, her foot still tied, and got itself carried 4 miles and set down gentle as a shoe in a store window before we ever started looking for her. Roy Bittner never went back up. He turned in his SAR card that fall, and he did not give a reason, and nobody who had been up there asked him for one. He and I had a beer once that winter at the tavern in Prineville, and we did not talk about it. We talked about the Beavers and his grandkids, and only at the end, out in the parking lot in the cold, Roy said one thing. He said, "Don't go looking into it. Don't read about it. Don't try to learn what it is. Don't say its name. Don't give it your attention, because attention is a door too." He said his grandmother told him, "You do not study it, and you do not chase it, and you do not even hate it too hard, because all of those are ways of knocking on the same door." You just live clean and you keep your distance and you do not answer when it calls." Then he shook my hand, and his hand was cold and dry and steady, steadier than mine, and he got in his truck, and I never saw Roy Bittner alive again. He went in his sleep the next March. 71 years old, and I have chosen to believe that a man who kept his distance, that carefully got to go the ordinary way in his own bed, and that this is a thing you can earn. I quit the search and rescue. My knee, I told them. The knee is real. The knee is genuinely shot, but the knee is not why. I turned in my card the same as Roy, and I have not been up past the pavement since. I do not go into the mountains. My wife thinks it is the knee, and I let her think it, and that is the only lie I tell her, and I tell it every year when the elk tags come out and the boys ask me up, and I say the knee, and I stay home. Here is how I know it is not over, and then I am done, because there is nothing after this. There is no lesson in it, and no comfort, and I am not writing it for either of those. Grant, the young one from Deschutes, he stuck it out on the job a while, and then about a year on he transferred back to the coast, and about a year after that his people got a call, and it was Grant's voice on the phone calling his mother at 2 a.m. From a number that when they checked it later had been disconnected for years. And Grant on the phone said, "Help, Mom. I'm hurt. I'm so cold. Come get me. Come alone." And Grant's mother, who did not know one thing about any of this, who only knew her son's voice at 2 a.m. saying he was hurt and cold and needed her. Grant's mother got in her car in her nightgown and drove out toward where the call seemed to come from. Out a Forest Service road she had no reason to know, and she made it about 6 miles up before the road got too bad and something ran across her headlights that she said, later, to the deputies. She said it went across on 4 legs, and then it was standing up on the far side on 2, and she stopped the car and it stood in her headlights looking back at her, and it had her son's face, and she put the car in reverse and she did not stop until she hit pavement. Grant was fine. Grant was asleep in his own bed on the coast the whole time. He never made any call. His phone never dialed his mother. It just used his voice the better part of 2 years after that night, 150 miles from that mountain, to try to walk his mother alone up a dark road, and I do not think it was trying for her. I think it was still trying for one of us, one of the 4 who did not come out the trap door when it called, and it will keep the voices, and it will keep trying, patient as a boot, set out in the dust, patient as a laugh that does not need to breathe, and it has forever, and we do not. So here is the end of it, the only end there is. I sleep with the hall light on, which my wife thinks is for getting up to the bathroom, and I let her think that too. I keep my phone in the kitchen at night now, across the house, on silent, face down, because twice in 5 years it has lit up at 2 a.m. with a number that is no number, no name, just a string of digits, too long to be a phone. And I have not answered it, and I will not answer it. And in the morning, there is nothing in the call log, no missed call, no voicemail, nothing, as though it never rang. And I lie there in my bed with the hall light on, and I listen to it buzz once, far off in the kitchen, and then stop, and I do not get up. I put my hand flat on my wife's back so I can feel her breathe, real breath, in and out, the thing it never once got right, and I wait for the gray to come up in the window, and I do not answer, and I do not answer, and I do not answer. The barrel stove was going full, and I could still see my breath. I had been awake in the bunk room long enough to know that was wrong, because Russ packed that stove tight before we turned in every night, and a stove packed the way Russ packed it does not let a man watch his own breath come up off the cot at 3 a.m. I lay there and watched the little clouds hang and fall apart, and I thought about nothing else for a while, because there was nothing else worth thinking about. The cold was coming from the wrong direction. That was the thing I could not get past. It was not coming off the window or up through the floor. It was coming across the room from the far wall where there was nothing but a plank shelf and a calendar 2 years out of date, and the stove was between me and that wall and glowing, and the cold walked right past it like the stove was not there. I want to go back before that, though, because that night in the bunk room was near the end of it, and none of it makes sense told out of order. And I want to say up front that I am not the kind of man who goes looking for this. I do heating and cooling now, residential, and when a customer starts telling me about the noises in their attic, I find a reason to get back in the van. I do not read the books. I do not watch the shows. So you can believe me or not, but I am not somebody who was hungry for a story. I already had one, and I have spent a fair amount of money trying to not have it. The job came through a guy named Petey I had worked drywall with a couple winters back. He texted me the week before Thanksgiving asking did I want to make real money on a winter cut up on the Gunflint side, near the border, his cousin's outfit, 3 weeks of work in a bunkhouse and food thrown in. I was in a bad spot that fall. I had been laid off in September, I was behind on the truck and behind on rent, and I had gotten one of those letters from the county about the truck that has a tone to it. So when Petey put a number on it, and the number was more than I would clear in a month of anything else I could find in November, I said yes before I had really run it through. That is the part I keep coming back to. I did not ask enough questions. I did not ask why a cut that paid like that had not already filled up with men, this being Iron Country where every third guy has run a saw. I did not want to ask, because I did not want to give Petey a reason to give the spot to somebody else. The outfit was two brothers and their uncle, and the uncle was the one who ran it. His name was Ambrose. I met him at a gas station in Grand Marais the morning we were set to head up, and he was somewhere in his 60s, built thick and low, the way older men who have swung tools their whole lives get built, big through the hands and the neck, with a face that had been out in weather for 50 years, and showed all of it. He did not waste words. He bought me a breakfast sandwich and asked me a short list of things. Had I run a saw? Could I keep my feet in deep snow? Could I do 3 weeks straight, with no day off in the middle, without falling apart, because there would not be a day off in the middle? He watched my face the whole time I answered, and I got the sense he was not listening to the words so much as watching to see if I was the kind of man who lies when he is nervous. At the end of it he nodded once and said, "All right, follow the plow truck up," and then he looked at me a beat longer than was comfortable, like he had decided something he was not going to tell me. And he got up and paid, and we went out to the trucks. Petey was not coming. It turned out he had just been the connection, the way those things go. So it was me following Ambrose and his two nephews up out of Grand Marais that morning, up the Gunflint Trail with the lake going gray and huge off to the right, and then falling away behind the trees, and then off the Gunflint onto a Forest Service road, and then off that onto a private track that ran back into a chunk of leased timber up against the border country. And I remember the drive, 'cause the country up there in the first week of December is about as good as country gets. The snow was already deep, 1.5 feet of it laid down clean and cold, and the pines stood up black and heavy under it. And every so often you would break out of the trees along a frozen lake, laid flat and white, and going a long way back toward the ridges. It was beautiful. I want that in here, because of how I came to feel about it. It was one of the most beautiful places I have ever been, and I will not go back to it for any money. The two nephews were named Wade and Russ. Russ was the older of the two, maybe 40, a steady, quiet man, married with kids from what I gathered, the kind of guy who does the work and does not need to talk about it. He is the reason I am alive, so I want to get him right. He was not a big talker, but he was easy to be around, and he had that thing that good crew guys have where he could tell you that you were about to do something stupid without making you feel stupid about it. Wade was younger, my age, 26 or so, and Wade was the one it took. I have thought a lot about Wade. He was not a bad guy. He was in a worse spot than I was, is the thing. He had a kid down in Duluth he owed money for, and an ex he owed money to, and he had taken this cut for the same reason I had, which was that the number was good and he could not afford to ask questions either. But there was something about Wade that was always reaching. He ate fast and he ate a lot, and I do not mean that as a knock. I mean he ate like a man who had gone without enough times that food made him nervous when it was there. The first night in the bunkhouse he went back for thirds on the stew Russ made and then sat there kind of embarrassed about it, and Ambrose watched him do it, and I did not think anything of it then. I want to be honest that I did not think anything of it then. It was just Wade being hungry. Later on, I could not stop thinking about it. He talked to me that first night after the others turned in, the two of us feeding the stove, and he told me more than he probably meant to. He told me about the boy in Duluth and about being behind on the support, and how he had eaten one meal a day since October so the money would stretch. Sometimes just crackers and the free coffee at the gas station where he had been pumping part-time before this. He said he had not had a real hot meal in a long time before Russ's stew, and he said it a little ashamed, and then he laughed it off. He said this cut was going to fix everything. He kept saying that this fixes everything, 3 weeks, and I am square with everybody, and there was a hunger in the way he said it that had nothing to do with food, a man reaching for the thing that was finally going to make him whole. I told him, yeah, it is good money, and I meant it plain. And I did not understand until much later that I had watched him hold up a lantern to himself in the dark, that I had watched him show the whole cold country exactly which door in him was unlocked. He was not greedy. I want that clear. He was not a man who wanted more than his share. He was a man with a hole in him where a normal life should have been, a boy he could not afford to be a father to, and he wanted that hole filled the way a starving man wants a table. And there are things out in that country that can smell a hole like that from miles off. And one of them was already coming down off the ridge toward the light in our windows while Wade sat there telling me how everything was finally going to be all right. The cut was on a lease that Ambrose had picked up cheap. I learned that early, the first day, not because he told me, but because Russ mentioned it while we were unloading, said his uncle had gotten the timber rights on this piece for about half what it should have gone for, that nobody local had bid on it, and that Ambrose had bid on it anyway, because the wood was good and the price was practically a gift. Russ said it, the way you say a thing you have already decided not to think about too hard. I did not catch the weight in it. It was just business to me. A cheap lease is a cheap lease. It was only later, when Ambrose finally said a little more, that I understood a cheap lease can be cheap for a reason, and that the reason can be one that everybody local knows and nobody local will say. The bunkhouse was an old trapper's cabin somebody had added onto one main room with the barrel stove and a plank table and a 2-burner propane setup and a bunk room off the back with 4 cots in it. There was a generator for a couple of lights and to keep the well pump from freezing, and there was a lot of split wood already under a tarp, more than 3 weeks of men would burn, and there was a good deep snow all around it, and the black trees standing close on 3 sides, and a frozen lake off the 4th side, going back flat and white toward a low ridge. That ridge is important, so hold on to it. It ran along the north edge of the lease, up above the far shore, and the good timber we were there to cut ran back toward it. The first day was just work, and it was some of the hardest work I have done. Winter logging is a different animal from summer. The cold takes something out of you that the labor does not put back. You are fighting the saw and fighting the snow and fighting the cold all at once, post-holing to your knees to get to a tree, wrestling a saw that does not want to start when it is 20 below, and the sweat you work up freezes on you the second you stop moving, so you do not stop moving. By the middle of the afternoon of that first day, I was wrecked in the good way, the way where every part of you aches but your head is scrubbed clean and empty, and a hot cup of anything back at the cabin tasted like the best thing I had ever had. There was one thing that first day that I did not think anything of at the time and only went back to later. We were working our way back toward the ridge, felling and limbing and dragging the logs down toward the landing with the little skidder Ambrose had, and up a shallow draw we came on a place where the timber changed. There was a stand of old cedar and tamarack up there, dense and dark, older wood than what we were cutting, and it was good wood, better than good. And Ambrose walked us right up to the edge of it, and stopped and said we did not cut past the creek. He said it flat. Not that stand is off the lease, not the county wants that left as buffer, just we do not cut past the creek. Wade asked why. Because that was the best wood we had seen all day and it was right there. And Ambrose looked at him and said, because I am telling you we do not. And that was the end of it. And there was one more thing. Up at the base of the biggest of those dead cedars, a snag gone, silver gray with all its bark stripped off. Somebody had stacked bones at the foot of it. Not scattered, not a kill site. Long bones, laid out on purpose, and a kind of ring around the trunk, set down into the frozen ground and the snow like they had been there a long time, the way old things sit into the ground. I asked Russ about it as we dragged the log back down. I said, "What is that up there?" Somebody marking a corner. He looked at it, and he did not answer me for long enough that I thought he had not heard, and then he said, "No, that is not a corner marker." And he put a little more into the log, and we left it behind us, and he did not say anything else about it. I figured it was some old trapper thing, 100 years old, a line marker or a luck thing. I let it go. But I bring it up because of what I came to understand later about what a ring of bones at the foot of a stripped tree is supposed to mean, and who lays them there, and why. That first afternoon, it was just a curiosity I dragged a log past. We got back to the cabin before full dark, which up there in December is not saying much, because full dark comes on about 4:30. Russ made a stew, and we ate it at the plank table by the light of one propane lamp, and Ambrose told a couple of stories about cuts he had run and men he had worked with, and Wade went back for thirds, and it was for one night, just 4 men in a warm cabin at the front end of a hard job. I keep coming back to that first night because of everything that came after. That first night was normal. I slept hard and I did not dream anything I remember. And then it was morning, and the cold came up out of the floor to meet my boots. And we did it again. It was the second day that the deer started acting wrong, though I did not have a word for it as anything but deer being deer. We had put out a couple of doe carcasses at the edge of the cut. Roadkill Ambrose had scavenged coming up to draw the coyotes and wolves off toward the open ground and away from where we were working, which is a normal thing to do. And by that second afternoon, there should have been sign all over those carcasses, tracks and drag and scavenged bone, because nothing wastes meat in deep winter, nothing. But there was nothing on them. They lay out there clean and untouched, with the snow undisturbed all around them for 30 yards in every direction, and there were deer standing off past them at the tree line, a little bunch of them, 4 or 5, not feeding, not moving off, just standing with their heads up, facing back toward the ridge. Deer, in deep winter, are half-starved, and they do not stand around burning what little they have got. These stood. Ambrose came over and looked at the carcasses, and looked at the deer standing off past them, and he did not say anything for a while. Then he said we would work the lower ground the next day. He did not say why. He just said it, and he walked back toward the skidder. And about halfway there he stopped and looked off toward the ridge himself for a second, up past the far shore of the lake, toward that low line of trees. I had nothing I could see, and then he kept walking. That night the propane lamp seemed weak, or the cabin seemed to eat the light, one or the other, and Wade said he was cold and pulled his cot closer to the stove, and Russ packed the stove tighter than usual, and I lay in the bunk room that second night and listened, and I do not know what I was listening for. There was the tick of the stove and the little settle of the cabin in the cold, and out past all of it there was the lake, which in that kind of cold makes a sound, a long low crack and boom as the ice works, and any man who has spent a winter up there knows that sound and does not think twice about it. I told myself that was all it was. But somewhere in the deep part of the night I came up out of sleep without knowing why, and I lay there, and the cabin was dead quiet, and then I understood what had woken me, which was that the cold on that far wall had gotten worse. I could feel it across the room like a draft off an open door, except there was no door on that wall, there was nothing on that wall but a shelf and a calendar. I pulled the bag up over my head like a kid, and after a long time I got back to sleep. I mentioned it to Russ in the morning, kind of made a joke of it, said his cabin had a cold spot, said I thought the chinking had gone on the north wall. He did not laugh. He looked at me for a second, and then he looked at the stove, and then he said, "Keep your boots by the cot," and he went to get the generator started. That was the second morning. Keep your boots by the cot. I did not understand it, and I did not ask, and I have thought since that not asking was a kind of choice I kept making all the way through, right up until the choosing was taken away from me. The third day is when I saw the thing on the ridge, and it is the day I stopped being able to tell myself it was deer and cold spots and a cabin with bad chinking. We had moved down to the lower ground like Ambrose wanted, farther from the ridge, and we spent the morning felling and dragging with nothing out of the way about it except that all three of the others were quieter than the day before. There is a way that a mood travels through a crew without anybody saying a word. Ambrose was carrying something, and Russ had caught it off him, and by the third day even Wade had gone quiet, and I had caught it too. That thing where you find yourself keeping half an eye on the tree line while you work without deciding to. Around the middle of the day, Ambrose needed a part off the plow truck, a hydraulic fitting for the skidder that had started weeping, and rather than walk all the way back himself, he sent Wade down to the cabin on foot to fetch it and to bring the plow truck back up the 2 tracks so we could haul some more logs. Wade took off down toward the cabin, and Russ and I kept working, and after a while we could see the truck come crawling up the track with a little tail of snow blowing off behind it and Wade at the wheel. And I happened to be looking up past the truck, up at the ridge, which by then was maybe half a mile off across the frozen lake and a few hundred feet up, and there was something moving along the top of it, keeping pace with the truck. I am going to try to be careful here because this is the part where people decide whether you are worth listening to. It was moving along the ridge line at the same speed as the truck. The truck on that 2-track was doing maybe 20, 25, bouncing over the ruts and the drifts, and this thing up on the ridge was staying even with it, moving across the top of that ridge over ground that was all deadfall and rock and deep snow under the black timber, the kind of ground you would break trail across slow and careful and gasping, post-holing to your waist. It was too far off to make out anything true about it. It read as dark and tall and thin and low to the ground more often than not, moving in a way that I would have called 4-legged, except that twice while I watched it came up. It rose up off the snow to about the height of a standing man, held there a second, and then dropped back down low and kept pacing the truck. It stayed even with that truck for what I would guess was a quarter mile, and then it went over the backside of the ridge and was gone. I said something to Russ. I said, "What is that on the ridge? Is that a guy?" And I heard my own voice come out thin. Russ turned and looked, and he watched it the whole time until it dropped over the far side, and he did not say a word while he watched. And when it was gone, he turned back to the log we had been working, and he said, in a flat voice with nothing in it at all, "We are not going to talk about that. Not, I do not know what that was. Not, probably just a moose. We are not going to talk about that." And the flatness of it shut my mouth all the way. Wade never saw any of it, down in the truck with the angle and the snow blowing and watching the track. We loaded logs, and Ambrose drove the truck back down himself, and we finished out the day. And that evening Ambrose did a couple of things he had not done the first 2 nights. He built the fire up bigger than usual and kept feeding it, a real fire, not a hold-the-cabin fire. And at one point he got up without a word and walked a slow circle all the way around the outside of the cabin, the whole thing, the woodpile and the generator and both trucks, stopping every few steps to look off into the trees, toward the lake and the ridge beyond it. When he came back in, he told all 3 of us to keep our boots on that night. Wade asked why, and Ambrose said, "Because I am telling you to," and we did. We slept in our boots. I want to say something about Wade because he changed across the middle of that week. He had come in loose and hungry and a little bit of a talker, and by the 3rd and 4th day he had gone quiet and watchful, and worse than that, he had started listening. That is the only way I know to say it. He would stop in the middle of what he was doing and turn his head like he had caught a sound, and there would be nothing, and he would go back to it. I asked him once what he kept hearing, and he said nothing, forget it, and he did not meet my eye. I think now that he had started hearing it before the rest of us did, and that this is how it works, that it finds the one who is reaching for something and it reaches back, and it had found Wade, because Wade was the hungriest man on that crew in every way a man can be hungry. On the 4th morning we found the tracks. I went out first that day to get the generator going, and the light was just coming up gray over the lake, and the new snow from the night had laid down clean over everything, and the tracks were in it. They came out of the tree line on the north side, where the good timber ran back toward the ridge, and they crossed the open ground toward the cabin, and they went all the way around it once. A full, slow circle around the outside of the cabin in the fresh snow, close in, right up against the walls, and then back out the way they had come, and they were the wrong tracks. I stood there in the cold with the pull cord of the generator in my hand, and I could not make them be anything I knew. They were not a wolf, and they were not a moose, and they were not a man in boots. They were bare feet. A man's bare feet, near enough, except the stride was too long, twice what a walking man leaves, and the toes were spread too wide and pressed in too deep, and there was no drag, no stumble, no sign anywhere that whatever left them had felt the cold at all, and it was 40 below. I got Ambrose and Russ out to look. Ambrose walked the circle slow, with his hands in his coat, and he did not say anything. Russ crouched down over one of the prints where it came in close under the bunk room wall, the cold wall, and he took his glove off and he put his bare hand down flat in the snow next to the print, and then he put his fingers down into the print itself, and he pulled his hand back fast. I asked him what. He did not answer me, so I did it myself, because I am the kind of fool who has to know, and I put my fingers down into the bottom of that print in the snow, and it was warm. The snow all around it was 40 below and squeaked when you stepped on it, and the bottom of that print was warm, like something had stood there a long time and left its heat in the ground, and the heat had not gone out of it yet. I have laid awake over a lot of things from that week, and that is near the top of them, the warmth in the bottom of that print, because a living thing that warm does not walk barefoot in 40 below, and a thing that walks barefoot in 40 below is not living, and both of those were true of the same track under my 2 fingers. Ambrose told us to come inside. He told me to quit staring at them. He said the same thing he had been saying all week without saying it, which was that looking was a way of answering, that the more attention we put on it, the more of us it had. And he said the tracks would be gone by afternoon, and to leave them be until they were gone by afternoon. Not filled in by wind, because there was no wind that morning. Gone. The circle around the cabin was clean snow again by the time we came in for the noon meal, unbroken, like nothing had ever walked it, and that was worse than the tracks had been, because tracks at least are a thing that happened once and is over. There was a daytime thing on the 4th day, too, before the night it came to the cabin. We were working the lower ground, and the wind had come up out of the north across the lake, steady, the way it does midday up there, hard and dry and cold enough to take the skin off your face. And on that wind, 2 or 3 times over, maybe half an hour, I heard somebody call out, a man's voice, far off, up toward the ridge, calling a word I could not make out, the way you would call across to a partner working the other side of a cut. The first time I heard it, I straightened up and looked around to see which of us it was, and Ambrose was off to my left a couple 100 yards, and Russ was off to my right about the same, and Wade was down at the landing, and none of them had their heads up. None of them was the one calling. The second time I heard it, I went over toward Ambrose and I said, "Is there another outfit up here? Somebody working the next lease over." And Ambrose said, "There is no other outfit up here. This whole side is our lease." And he said it with no surprise in it at all, like he had already heard it and already decided what it was, which was the thing he had already decided about everything that week, which was that we were not going to talk about it. The voice came one more time after that, fainter, farther up the slope, and then the wind did not carry it any more. What I keep landing on, thinking back, is how good it was at sounding like the thing that would bring you out, a voice calling the way a working partner calls. Every wrong thing it did that week was shaped like an invitation, like a reason to walk out toward it. It was never trying to scare us off. It was calling us in, and it had picked its voice, and it had picked its man, and it was just waiting on the weather to turn. The weather turned on the 5th day. A front came in off the border and dropped the temperature through the floor, 30 below and then colder with the wind. The kind of cold where the snow squeaks under your boots, and your breath freezes in your beard, and the saws will barely run. Ambrose called the day early. He said we would work the morning and be back at the cabin by noon and stay in through the worst of it. And there was a weight on the words "be back" that I heard and tucked away without understanding. We came in around noon, and it kept dropping through the afternoon, and the wind came up out of the north across the lake and drove the cold into every seam of that cabin, and the barrel stove ran full, and it was not enough. That was the 5th night, the night I started this with The night I lay in the bunk room and watched my breath come up off the cot at 3 a.m. with the stove between me and a cold that was walking across the room from a wall that had nothing on it. And it was that night that Wade got up. I heard him. The cot ropes creaked and his boots came down on the floor, and I heard him cross the bunk room slow, and I thought he was going out to the propane bucket in the corner, which is what you did rather than go out in that. But he did not go to the corner. He went to the door between the bunk room and the main room, and he stood there. And I lay still and watched his shape against the little bit of stove glow coming through, and he stood there a long time, too long, with his head tilted, listening, and then he said, real quiet, almost not out loud at all, he said, just a minute, like he was answering somebody. I said, Wade. He did not move. I said, Wade, what are you doing? And my voice came out wrong, too loud in that dead cold room. And across the bunk room, Russ was already up. I had not heard him get up. He was between Wade and the main room door before I had my legs under me, and he had Wade by the shoulder, and Wade came around slow like a man waking up underwater, and he looked at Russ and then at me, and he said, in a voice that was trying to be normal and not making it, he said, somebody is out there. He said, it is Ambrose. He is at the woodpile, and he needs a hand. And Ambrose was 3 feet away, asleep on his cot in the main room. We could see him through the doorway. Russ said, Ambrose is right there. Wade, look. And Wade looked, and I watched it hit him. I watched the confusion come down over his face like water. And he looked at the main room door that he had been about to open, and he took a step back from it, and out past the door, out past the cabin wall, out in the dead cold 30 below dark, something said, Wade, come here, soft, in Ambrose's voice. From the woodpile, nobody moved for a second. Ambrose was awake now, up on one elbow, and he had heard it, and his face in the stove glow had gone to something I had not seen on it, which was not fear exactly, but the face of a man who has been proven right about something he had been praying he was wrong about. And he got up, and he did not go to the door. He went to the stove, and he opened it, and he built the fire up, fast, feeding it hard until it roared in the pipe, and the light of it came up and filled the cabin, and the voice at the woodpile said, Wade, one more time, and then it did not say anything else, and after a while, a long while, the cold on the far wall pulled back, and it was just a cold cabin on a cold night again. We did not sleep. Ambrose kept the fire high, and the 4 of us sat up around it with our backs to the stove and our faces to the walls. And along toward what must have been 4 or 5 in the morning, Ambrose finally said a little more than he had said all week. He said it low, looking at the stove, not at us. He said he had grown up on the res down by the lake, that his people were Anishinaabe, and that he had left young to go run tools, and had spent his whole grown life around white loggers, and had mostly set the old things down. The things you grow up around, you just stop saying them out loud. But, he said, there are things you learn as a boy that you do not ever really unlearn. He said this piece of ground, this lease, ran right up against country that his family did not go into, country that was understood to be left standing. And he said that when this timber had come open a couple of years back, it had gone cheap, real cheap, cheaper than wood this good should ever go, and that no local outfit had touched it, and that he had known exactly why no local outfit had touched it, and he had bid on it anyway, because the wood was good and the price was a gift, and he had told himself, at his age, after the life he had lived, that he did not believe in any of that anymore. I asked him what it was. I could not help it, and he looked at me across the fire the way you look at a boy who has said a thing he does not understand, and he said, do not do that. He said, you put a name on it out here, you say what it is out loud, and you are calling it. He said, that is how it works. You give it your attention, and you give it a name, and you have told it to come. And then he said the other thing, the one I have turned over more than anything else from that whole week. He said the reason it wants Wade is that Wade is starving, and it knows a starving man when it finds one, because that is the only thing it is starving, and it does not want to eat him. It wants him to be it, and he would not say any more than that, and he told us to keep close to the stove and try to rest, and none of us did. We should have driven out at first light. I know that. Everybody always knows that afterward. But at first light, it was near 40 below with the wind, and the plow truck would not turn over. And Ambrose said we would not run that road in that cold with a man who might get us all killed reaching for the door handle. And he was right, and so we stayed, and we did the one thing we could do, which was keep the fire high and keep Wade in the middle of us and get through the day. The 6th day was the longest day of my life, and almost nothing happened in it, which is its own kind of bad. The cold held near 40 below, and the wind never let up off the lake, and we stayed in the cabin, and we did not let Wade out of the middle of us. He was bad by then. Not sick in the way you could name, more like a man who had not been alone in his own head for 2 nights running. He had gone gray under the eyes, and he kept his hands in his lap and turned them over like he was looking for something on them, and every so often he would start to say something and stop. Around the middle of the afternoon he told me, low, so the others would not hear, that he could smell food. He said he had been smelling it since the night before, cooking, meat cooking, coming from outside, and that it was making him crazy because there was nothing to eat in the cabin but the dry stuff and the last of Russ's stew. And out there past the wall something was cooking meat, and it smelled like the best thing he had ever smelled in his life. I did not smell anything but the stove and 4 men who had not washed in 6 days. But I believed him that he smelled it, because his face, when he said it was the face of a starving man looking through a window at a table, and I did not want to see that face again, and I have seen it 100 times since with my eyes closed. Ambrose heard the tale of it, and he came over, and he crouched down in front of Wade, and he took Wade by both wrists, hard, and he said, listen to me. He said, whatever you smell, it is not there. He said, you do not go toward it. He said, you have a boy down in Duluth, and you are going to see that boy again, but only if you sit here by this stove, and you do not go toward anything you smell or anything you hear, no matter whose voice it is, no matter how much you want it. And Wade nodded like a kid, and for a while it seemed to reach him, and then the light started to go. 4:30, and the dark coming down blue, and then black over the lake, and I watched Wade start to listen again. The 6th night is the night it came in, and I have gone back over it more times than I can count trying to get the order right, and the honest truth is that pieces of it are just gone, cut clean out, the way things go when your whole body dumps everything it has into your blood at once, and your memory stops writing anything down. But I will tell you what I have. We were all 4 of us up, boots on, the fire high. It started with the smell. It got into the cabin all at once, and this time I smelled it too, and it was not cooking meat. Whatever Wade had been smelling to draw him, that was for Wade. What came into the cabin that night was the other thing, the true thing under it, and it was the smell of a chest freezer that has lost power and stood shut for a week. Sweet and wet and organ heavy and wrong. A smell with the memory of meat in it and no life. Russ gagged and put his sleeve over his face. Ambrose stood up off his stump by the stove. Then the horses of it, if you want to call them that, the sounds. There was a weight that came onto the roof. Not a branch, not snow load sliding. A weight that moved, that shifted its footing up there on the low roof over the bunk room, and then held still, and the whole cabin felt it, the way a small building feels a big man on the roof. And then from the bunk room, from the back wall, the cold wall, came a long dragging pressure, something hauling its weight down the length of the outside of that wall, slow, from the roofline to the ground. And then the low knock. Down at the bottom of the bunk room wall, near the floor, 3 slow knocks, patient, the way you would knock on a thing to see if what is inside is going to answer. And it started talking. It went through voices, the way a man goes through keys on a ring looking for the one that fits the lock. It was Wade's boy first. A little kid's voice, 4 or 5 years old, crying somewhere out past the bunkroom wall in 40 below dark, calling Daddy, calling it the way a scared kid calls it. Daddy, where are you? I'm cold. And Wade came up off the stool like he had been stung, and Russ caught him and put him back down and held him there. And Wade was crying, saying, "That's him, that's my boy." And Ambrose said in a hard, low voice, "That is not your boy. Your boy is asleep in a warm bed in Duluth. That is not your boy." And the voice out in the dark heard that, or something like it, because the crying stopped, and after a quiet it came back as a woman, an older woman, and Wade made a sound and said, "Mom." And it was his mother, and she was saying his name soft and tired from right outside the wall, saying she had driven all the way up, saying she could not feel her feet, saying, "Let me in, honey, I am so cold. Let me in." It went on like that. It ran through everything it had, and the worst of it was how it did not hurry. It had all night, and the cold was on its side, and it knew both those things, and it just kept laying voices down against the wall, soft, one after another, waiting us out. It did my voice for the others. I heard it. It said, "Russ, come here," in my voice, from out by the woodpile, while I was sitting 3 feet from Russ with my mouth shut. And Russ looked at me, and I looked at him, and neither of us said anything because there was nothing to say. It is a thing I cannot describe, hearing yourself from outside, from somewhere you are not. It hollowed something out in me that has never filled back up. And then it stopped being polite. There was a long quiet, the longest of the night, and I remember thinking, God help me. I remember letting my shoulders come down off my ears and thinking it had finally quit. And then the whole back wall of the bunk room came in. Not torn, not yet, driven. The logs of that wall were chinked tight, and they did not break. But the whole wall bellied inward with a groan like something big had thrown its full weight against it from outside, and the cots jumped, and the calendar came off its nail. And then it hit again, and the third time it came through. It came through the chinking and the gap between 2 logs high on that wall, and it got Wade. I did not see all of it. I have made my peace with the fact that I did not see all of it, and that what I did see is enough. There was an arm. That is the part I will not soften for anybody. It came through the gap in the logs, and it was too long, and it was thin, past what a living thing should be and live, wrapped in a hide gone gray and patchy, and the hand at the end of it, the fingers were too long and the nails were black and packed, and it closed around Wade's shoulder, and it started to pull him up the wall toward the gap. And Wade screamed, a sound I had never heard a man make and do not want to hear again, and I do not think he was screaming from the pain. I think he was screaming because a part of him wanted to go, because it had spent 2 nights working on the part of him that was starving, and now that part wanted up that wall and into the cold, and the rest of him was screaming at it. Ambrose got to him first, both hands on Wade's arm, and Russ got Wade around the waist, and I got a fistful of the back of Wade's coat, and for a few seconds it was just that. A tug of war over a screaming man, us hauling him down and in, and the thing up in the gap in the logs hauling him up and out. And I want to tell you about the strength on the other end of it, because it is the thing that stays with me more than the smell or the arm or the voices. It was not a man's strength, and it was not a bear's. I have braced against things. I have pulled a stuck truck and been on the wrong end of a come-along that let go. The pull on the other end of Wade was stronger than the 3 of us together, and leaning back with everything we had. And the worst of it, the part I come back to at 3 in the morning my whole life now, is that it did not feel like it was straining. It did not feel like we were close to winning some hard contest. It felt like it was barely working at it, like it could have taken him whenever it wanted, and was only seeing whether we would let go. What ended it was the fire. It is always the fire. Ambrose let go of Wade with one hand, which nearly cost us, and he reached back to the stove, and the stove was open and roaring, and he took up a length of split pine that was burning at one end, a good hard chunk gone to flame, and he came up with it, and he drove it into the gap in the logs, into the dark where the arm came out of, and he shoved it into whatever was up there in the cold pressing against the wall. And there was a sound, not a roar, not a scream, a hard, sharp huff and exhale, low and close, and felt in the chest more than heard, the sound a big animal makes when it takes a blow it did not expect. And the arm let go of Wade, and Wade came down on top of the three of us, and we all went over in a heap on the bunk room floor. And up above us, the wall stopped moving, and the weight went off the roof. Not fast, unhurried, even then, and the smell started to thin, and after a while there was nothing pressing on that wall but the cold. We did not wait for morning. We could not. There was a hole in the wall now, and the cold poured through it, and we could not keep that room above freezing. But we could not run either, because the plow truck was dead in the cold, and the road out was miles of bad two-track and near 40 below, with a man in the truck who might reach for the door. So we did the only thing left. Ambrose said, "We go to the trucks, and we get them running, and we do not stop for anything, and we do not open a door for any voice." And we got Wade up between us, and Russ took the propane torch we used to warm the saws, and we went out into it. I am not going to spend long on the drive out because parts of it are gone, and the parts that are not, I do not like to visit. Ambrose ran the torch under the oil pan of the plow truck, and we got it turning over on maybe the 10th try, and we put Wade in the middle of the bench seat between Ambrose and Russ where he could not reach a door, and I took my own truck behind them because it had started, and we went down that two-track in the black cold with the headlights bouncing wild on the drifts. And for the first mile, up on the ridge that ran along above the road on the north side, something kept pace with us. I caught it twice in the swing of my lights, where the road bent that way, up on the rock and the deadfall, even with the trucks. That long, thin, low shape, eating up ground. No animal could cross at that speed in that snow, pacing us, not closing, just staying even the way it had stayed even with the truck on the ridge on the third day, letting us know it was there. And then we came down off the lease. There was a gate at the bottom where the private track met the Forest Service road, a plain wire gate we had left open, and past it the road had been plowed for the first time in days by the county. And we went through that gate and out onto the plowed road, and it was not on the ridge anymore. I watched the mirror. The ridge behind us was just a black line under the stars. It had not come past the gate. It stopped at the edge of that ground like there was a line drawn across the world that it would not step over, and behind us the lease sat dark and cold and empty, and we drove. We got to the hospital in Grand Marais a little before dawn. Wade had 4 long gouges raked down his shoulder and his upper back, deep ones, and the skin around them was the wrong color, gray-white and hard. And his arm on that side had gone cold to the touch all the way to the hand and would not warm. The staff there took him in and did what they do, and there was a lot of asking what had gotten him, and Ambrose did the talking, and he kept it flat and short. An animal had come into our camp in the night, he said, and we had not gotten a clear look at it in the dark, and it had raked the boy, and we had driven him out. And the man cleaning the gouges, an older man, stopped for a second when Ambrose said which lease we had been cutting, just stopped with the gauze in his hand, and then he went back to the work, and he did not ask anything else. He did not ask what animal again. He just finished and taped it and did not look at any of us for a while. The gouges did not heal right. I want to say that much about it without making more of it than there is. The ones that were just cuts, closed up, more or less on schedule. But the cold in that arm did not leave. For weeks it stayed cold to the touch below the shoulder when the rest of him was warm, and the flesh around the deepest of the gouges went a bad gray that the doctors kept treating like frostbite, even though Wade had never had that arm bare in the cold for a second. It had been under a coat the whole time. They talked careful about tissue that was not coming back, about whether he might lose the use of the hand. And then, slow, over a couple of months, it turned and the color came back and he kept the arm. But he tells me it never gets warm the way the other one does. He says on a cold morning it aches down deep in the bone, below where the cuts were, which cuts in the skin have got no business doing, and he keeps it covered. long sleeves all year. It is easier than the questions. Ambrose gave up the lease. He did not go back up there himself for the trucks or the saws or any of the wood we had already dropped and stacked at the landing. He hired a couple of men out of town to go in during full daylight and pull the equipment out, and once it was out, he let the lease lapse, and he never set foot on that ground again. The last real conversation I had with him, he told me, plainer than before, that he had known better the whole time. That his family had told him their whole lives that the country up past that creek was to be left standing, and that he had let cheap good wood talk him out of 50 years of knowing better, and that Wade was the one who paid for it instead of him. He did not say it broken up. He said it the flat, steady way. He said everything, the way a man states a fact he has made his peace with carrying. And here is the part that, for me, settles it. The part that keeps me from lying awake wondering if I talked myself into something out there in the cold and the exhaustion. A couple of years after all this, I had a furnace call take me up the Gunflint in the winter, and I had an hour to kill, and I drove up the Forest Service road to the bottom of that private track, just far enough to see. The gate was gone. In its place, somebody had run a real fence across the mouth of the track, welded pipe set in concrete, and hung a sign that just said "No entry, private." And the 2-track behind it had grown in with young popple already, years of it, faster than a 2-track grows in on its own, like nobody had driven it since we drove out. And later, back in town, I got to talking with an old man at the hardware who knew that country, and without my leading him to it, he told me that a fellow had picked up the timber rights on that piece the season right after Ambrose let it go, on account of how cheap it went, the same cheap that had pulled Ambrose in, and that this fellow had lasted part of one winter and then walked away from it and left Goodwood standing, and that after that nobody had touched it. He said the county or the state or somebody had gone in and closed the road for good. So it just sits, he said. Good timber, some of the best on that side, standing up thick over that ridge and that lake, and nobody cuts it and nobody goes in and the road has grown shut. I do heating and cooling now. I never took another cut. I never will. Wade and I still talk, a couple times a year, mostly around the holidays. He got straight with the mother of his kid, and he sees his boy every other weekend, and he is doing all right, better than all right, considering what had hold of him through that wall, considering that I felt through his coat how easily it could have just taken him. He told me once, late on the phone, that the hardest part is not the arm. The hardest part is that he still smells it sometimes. The cooking, out of nowhere, in his own kitchen with his own dinner on the stove, he will catch that other smell under it, meat cooking somewhere he cannot see. And for just a second there is a part of him that is still hungry for it, that still wants to go find out where it is coming from. And he says the only thing that gets him through that second is Ambrose's voice in his head telling him it is not there, do not go toward it, you have a boy to see. Ambrose passed a few winters ago. He was an old man, and it was his heart, and there was nothing strange about it, and I drove up for it, and Russ was there, and we did not talk about the lease, and that was right. But I will tell you, the one thing that Ambrose kept putting to us out there that I have held on to, the thing that is the whole of what I learned up in that cold country, and the only thing I have to show for it. He said, you do not say what you want out loud out here, and he said, you do not say what it is. So, I have told you this whole long thing and gotten all the way to the end of it, and I have not once said the word for what came in through that wall. And I am not going to start now. I keep my house warm. I keep it too warm, my wife says, all year, even in July, and she has stopped asking why. And I keep a fire laid in the wood stove in the front room with dry pine and kindling and a lighter on the mantel above it, ready to go, in a house with gas heat that does not need it. I do not tell her why I do that either. She thinks it is for the power going out. That is fine. Let her think that. I know what it is for. The flag tripped on the far tip-up around 2 a.m, and Cole was out of his bag and across the shack before I even had my eyes open. And by the time I got the lantern turned up, he was already yanking the door open on the cold, and I remember thinking, real clear, that a man does not move that fast for a walleye. Nobody wants a fish that bad. I had known Cole since we were kids, and I had never once seen him get out of a warm sleeping bag with any speed at all. And here he was, going out the door of an ice shack at 2 in the morning into 30 below. Like the flag on that tip-up was the last thing on earth he wanted. That was the third night. I want to go back before it, because it does not make any sense told out of the middle, and because I need you to understand who Cole was before, so that you understand what happened to him was not him. It was not a thing he did. It was a thing that was done to him, because he was the one of us with the hole in him, and it went straight for the hole, the way water goes for the low place in a floor. The three of us had been friends since middle school, me, Cole, and Danny. We grew up in a town south of the range that does not matter to this, except that it was the kind of town where ice fishing is not a hobby. It is just what you do from December to March, because the alternative is sitting inside looking at the same four people. Danny had a good job by then, welding, married, a baby coming. I was doing okay, driving truck regional, home most weekends. Cole was the one who was not doing okay. Cole had been laid off in the fall when the mine idled a shift, and his wife had left around the same time and taken their girl to her mother's over in Wisconsin. And Cole was living back in his dad's house at 30 years old, sleeping in his childhood bedroom, and he was not right. He was too loud when we hung out and too quiet in between, and he had gotten this thing about winning that he never used to have. Cards, the pull tabs at the bar, anything with a score. He needed to come out ahead of something. I think when a man loses enough all at once, he starts needing to win at whatever is in front of him, because it is the only lever he has left. So when Cole called in January and said his uncle had a permanent shack out on the big lake up north, a real nice wheelhouse, sleeps four, propane heat, and that the uncle said we could use it for a long weekend, all we had to do was tow it back off the ice. When we were done, I could hear in Cole's voice that this was not a fishing trip to him. This was going to be the thing that turned it around. He kept saying we were going to limit out. He kept saying it. We are going to load the truck, he said. We are going to come home with more fish than we can eat. And I remember Danny giving me a look on the phone that Cole could not see, because Danny heard it too. That reaching in Cole's voice, this weekend fixes everything, which is a thing no fishing trip has ever done for anybody. I should say more about Cole before, because the man who went out onto that ice was not the man I grew up with, and I do not want him remembered as the man on the ice. The Cole I knew was the easiest guy in the world to be around. He was the one who never kept score, is the thing. In middle school, when the three of us played everything, ball in the summer and cards in the winter and video games until Danny's mom kicked us out, Cole was the one who did not care if he won, who would spot you points, who would throw a game so it stayed close and stayed fun. That was who he was. So when I tell you that by that winter he had gotten a thing about winning, you have to understand how wrong that was on him, how backward, like watching a left-handed man suddenly do everything with his right. It was the clearest sign that something had come loose in him, and I saw it and I did not know what to do about it, and I told myself a good weekend would help, and that is the closest I come to blaming myself, that I looked at a man coming apart, and I prescribed him a fishing trip. Danny saw it clearer than I did. Danny always saw people clearer. On the drive up, Cole was in the back seat, and he fell asleep somewhere past the last real town, and Danny, who was riding shotgun, watched him in the mirror for a while, and then he said, low, so as not to wake him, that we needed to watch Cole this weekend. I said he is fine, he is just excited, and Danny said no. Danny said his cousin got like that before, that winning thing, needing to come out ahead of everything, and that it is not about the winning. He said it is about a man who has lost so much that he cannot stand to lose one more thing, even a hand of cards, even a fish, because every little loss lands on top of the big one. Danny said we just make sure he has a good time, and we do not let him make it into a contest. And I said, okay, and I meant to, and it did not matter at all, because The contest was already out there on the lake waiting for him, and it had been set up by something a lot older and a lot patient than any of us. There is one more thing about the drive I have to put in, because of how it sat with me later. We stopped for gas at the last station before the lake, a little place with one working pump, and Cole woke up and went in and came back out with an armful of junk food, more than 3 men could eat. Chips and jerky and a box of donuts and a couple of those big gas station sandwiches, and he was happy about it, dumping it all on the seat, saying we were not going to run out of anything this weekend. We were going to eat like kings. And Danny laughed and I laughed, and there was nothing wrong with it. A man buys too many snacks for a fishing trip. But I have thought since about the way Cole said it, we are not going to run out of anything, the way he looked at that pile of food on the seat, and I think about the fact that a week before he had been a laid-off man eating 1 meal a day in his father's house, and I think the hunger in him was already close to the surface by then, close enough that a thing waiting on a lake 100 miles off could maybe already feel it coming up the road toward it, the way you feel a truck on a bridge before you see it through the deck in your feet. We drove up on a Thursday. It was a long drive, 4 hours, and then some, north and north, until the towns got small, and then stopped, up to where the big lake sits against the border. So big that standing on the shore of it in winter is like standing on the shore of an ocean that has frozen white and flat, and going back so far you cannot see the far side, just white running into gray sky. We stopped at the access, which was a plowed lot next to a bait shop and a boat landing that in winter was just a plowed ramp down onto the ice where the trucks went out. And the bait shop is where we met the old man. He was behind the counter, an old man, native, Ojibwe, I would guess, though I did not ask, somewhere past 70. And he sold us minnows and a couple of spud bars and let Danny use the bathroom, and he asked us where we were setting up. Cole told him his uncle's wheelhouse was already out on the ice, out past the second pressure ridge, and gave the uncle's name, and the old man nodded like he knew the uncle. And then Cole said the thing that changed the old man's face, which was that we were thinking about towing the shack even farther out toward the far point, because his uncle said the big fish had moved out that way, out toward where the point came down off the far shore into the lake and made a long, shallow flat. The old man stopped counting out our change. He looked at Cole for a second, and then he looked at all 3 of us, and he said, "Do not set up past the point." He did not say it spooky. He said it the way he would have told us the ice was thin out there, flat and plain, like a fact about the lake. Cole laughed a little and said his uncle fished out there all the time, and the old man said, "Your uncle fishes up to the point." He said everybody fishes up to the point. Nobody sets up past it. And Cole asked why, because Cole always had to know the score, and the old man went back to counting out the change, and he said the fishing is no good past the point. He said it in a way that meant it was the end of it, and it was not a way that made me believe the fishing was the reason. He gave Cole the change, and he said one more thing as we were going out the door with our minnows. He said, "If you hear somebody out on the ice at night, you stay in the shack." He said it to Cole's back. And Cole said, "Thanks, man. Have a good one. The way you do." And we went out to the truck, and I remember Danny said that guy was a trip, and I laughed, and Cole did not say anything, and I did not notice at the time that Cole did not say anything. We drove out onto the ice. That is a thing that does not stop being strange, no matter how many times you do it. Driving a loaded pickup out onto a frozen lake, the ice booming under the tires, cracks running away from you across the white with a sound like a rifle, which is the ice getting thicker and is supposed to happen and scares the hell out of you every time anyway. We followed the plowed ice road out past the pressure ridges, which are these long buckled walls where 2 sheets of ice have pushed up against each other and heaved, and you cross them where somebody has plowed a gap. And we found the uncle's wheelhouse out past the second ridge, right where he said it would be. A nice one, dark green, up on its wheels, with a couple other shacks scattered a half-mile off in either direction. Little dark boxes on all that white with here and there a light in a window. The first night was good. It was just 3 guys in a warm shack out on the ice at the front end of a long weekend, and I keep coming back to it because of everything after. We got the heater going and the holes drilled and the lines down, and we drank beer, and Danny cooked brats on the little propane stove, and Cole was good that night, the old Cole, telling stories, giving Danny hell about the baby coming, and we caught a few fish, nothing big, and threw the little ones back and kept a couple. And Cole was happy about the couple we kept, in a way that was a little too much, but that I was glad to see, because it was better than the quiet. We turned in late, and out on the big lake at night the ice talks, those long booms and cracks rolling away under you in the dark, miles of it, and any man who has slept on the ice knows that sound and does not think twice. And I lay in my bunk that first night and listened to the lake work, and I thought this was a good idea. This was going to be good for Cole. It was the second day that the fishing went wrong, though at first it just seemed like slow fishing, which happens. We fished hard all that second day and caught almost nothing, and it was the wrong kind of nothing. Slow fishing is slow fishing. You sit and you jig and you wait, and eventually something comes through. This was not that. The flags on the tip-ups would drip, which means a fish took the minnow and ran, and we would go out and take up the line, and there would be nothing on it, and the minnow would be gone, cleaned off the hook, not chewed, not torn, just gone, and no fish. That happened maybe a dozen times that day. Danny said it was pike stealing bait, and I said maybe, but pike leave a mess, and these hooks came up clean, and the more it happened, the quieter Danny got about it. And down the holes, when I put the underwater camera down that Cole's uncle kept in the shack, there was nothing. No fish, nothing. No weeds moving, no minnows, no bottom detail, just green water going down into dark, and once, only once, I thought I saw the water down there move. Not a fish, a kind of pull in the water, like something big had passed through, off to the side, out of frame, and I took the camera up and I did not put it back down. The other shacks bothered me by the afternoon. There were 3 or 4 of them scattered out on the ice within sight of us, dark boxes on the white, and a couple of them had lights on in the windows come dark, but I never once saw a truck at any of them. And I never saw a person go in or out the whole time, and no smoke off any of their heaters, which in that cold there should have been. I mentioned it to Danny, and he said, "People leave lights on." And I said, "With no truck." And he did not have an answer for that, and neither did I, and we let it go, the way you let things go when you do not want them to be what they are. It was late that second afternoon, the light already going flat and blue toward dark, that I saw the figure out on the ice. I had gone out to the truck for another case of beer, and I was looking off toward the nearest of the dark shacks, the one maybe half a mile off toward the point, the one with a light in the window and no truck. And there was a man standing next to it, out on the ice by the corner of that shack, standing. And I stood there by our truck with the case of beer going cold in my hands, and I watched him, because a man standing dead still out on the ice in that cold with the dark coming on is a thing you watch. He did not move. He did not go into the shack, and he did not walk anywhere. He stood at the corner of it facing us, half a mile off across the flat white, and he was the wrong size. That is the only way I know to say it. A shack out there is a known size, and a man next to it is a known size against it, and this one was too tall against the shack, a head and shoulders taller than the door he stood next to, and too thin the way a dead tree is thin, and he stood there facing our shack and did not move, and the longer I looked, the less I wanted to be looking. I went and got Danny. I did not say anything, I just said, "Come here." And Danny came out, and I pointed, and Danny looked, and Danny was quiet, and then Danny said, "That is a guy. That is just some guy ice fishing." And I said, "Look how tall he is against the door." And Danny looked longer, and then Danny did not say anything else at all. We stood there together and watched it, and then the light dropped another notch, the way it does at that hour, and I looked away for 1 second, to see was Cole coming out. And when I looked back, it was not by the shack anymore. It was farther out. It had gone a couple 100 yards, farther out toward the point without either of us seeing it move, and it was lower now, down low to the ice, and while we watched it came up. It rose up off the ice to the height of a standing man, all at once, straight up, no bracing to it, nothing that stands the way a man stands can stand up, and it held there facing us a moment, and then it dropped back down low and went out toward the point and was gone into the blue dark. Danny went inside after that and would not talk about it, and I stood out there alone by the truck for another minute like a fool, and I heard, from out toward the point, faint and carrying flat across the ice the way sound does out there, a voice. It called a name I could not make out, once, the way you call across the ice to somebody working a hole on the far side. And there was nobody out there to call and nobody out there to answer, and I took the beer inside and shut the door. Cole spent the whole second day talking about the far point. It was all he wanted to talk about. The fishing was dead here because the fish had moved out to the point, he said. The shallow flat out there was where they were stacked up. His uncle had said so. And we were sitting here catching nothing when we could tow the shack out past the point in an hour and be on top of them. And I kept saying the old man at the bait shop told us not to, and Cole kept saying the old man was selling minnows, what does he know, and there was an edge in it, a need in it. And I understood that for Cole this was not about fish anymore. He had come up here to win at something, and the lake was telling him no, and he could not stand it. He needed the far point, the way he needed everything that fall, the way a drowning man needs the thing just past his fingers. That night, the second night, he barely ate, and he sat up after Danny and I turned in, and I woke once and saw him at the little window of the shack, the propane light off, just sitting there in the dark looking out the window across the ice toward where the point was, and I did not say anything, and I went back to sleep. And I have been sorry about that particular going back to sleep for a long time. And that second night is the first time I felt the cold. The heater was going, and the shack was warm, and I woke up cold anyway. Cold on the side of me that faced the far wall, the wall that faced the point. A cold coming across the shack like a draft off an open door, except there was no door on that wall, and the heater was between me and it, glowing, and the cold walked right past the heater like it was not there, and laid itself against my back. I pulled the bag up over my head. It is a childish thing to do, and I did it, a grown man, and I did it every night after that too. We moved the shack the third day. I want to be honest that I helped. Cole worked on us all morning, and by noon Danny had gone along with it because Danny was tired of arguing, and I had gone along with it because I did not have a good reason not to, that I could say out loud without sounding like the old man. In the bait shop, and the truth is, I did not fully believe the old man in the bait shop, not in daylight, not yet. So we hooked the wheelhouse to the truck, and we towed it out toward the far point. An hour of slow driving across the ice with the shack swaying behind us, out past the last of the other shacks, out past the long, low-pressure ridge that we had to hunt up and down to find a place to cross, and the far shore came up slow out of the gray with the point coming down off it. A long finger of black timber coming down to where it went under the ice, and we set up out past it, out on the flat, farther out on that lake than anybody was, alone, with the whole white world running back. The way we had come toward a shore we could no longer see. The fishing out there was incredible for about 2 hours. That is the part that got Cole, and I think it was meant to. The second we got lines down, the flags started tripping, and this time there were fish on them. Good fish, big walleye, a couple of pike as long as my arm, one after another, more than we could keep up with. And Cole was out of his mind, happy, whooping, running from tip up to tip up in the cold, and we filled the bucket and started a second bucket, and Danny got caught up in it too. And for a while it was the best fishing any of us had ever seen in our lives. And I want to tell you the thing I noticed at the time and said nothing about, because I did not want to be the one to say it and ruin it. The fish were wrong. Every one of them we pulled up through the ice was thin, starved. Big fish, long fish, and under the length no weight to them, the skin loose over the bones, the eyes sunk, like every fish in that part of the lake was starving to death. And they came up onto the ice, and they did not flop and fight the way a fresh fish does. They lay there slow, working their gills, looking up at us. I told myself deep winter is hard on fish. I put one in the bucket and I did not look at it again. While the fishing was still going, I walked out a little way from the shack out toward the point to stretch my legs and get away from Cole's whooping for a minute, and I found the hole. It was an old auger hole in the ice out maybe 80 yards toward the point, and it was open, that is the thing. In that cold, a hole you drill skims over with ice in 10 minutes and is frozen shut, solid, in an hour. And this one was open, black water sitting in it, not a skim of ice on it, and there was no shack over it, and no heater near it, and no reason on this earth for it to be open. And it had the look of a hole that had been open a long time. And around it, laid out on the ice, were the fish. Dozens of them, big ones, walleye and pike, stripped down to the bone, clean, the way I have never seen a thing eaten clean. No gnaw marks, no scatter. The skeletons whole and laid out flat on the ice around that open hole, in a rough ring, frozen down into the surface, old, some of them, and some of them not old at all. It was a place where something came to eat. That is what I was looking at, and I knew it standing there, a table, a place a thing came back to. I heard Cole behind me before I could make myself walk away from it. He had come out from the shack, and he was standing over the open hole looking down into the black water, and I said, "Cole, come on." And he did not answer me for a second, and then he said, quiet, without looking up, "It is warm." He had his glove off and his hand down, near the water in the open hole, and he said, "The water in this one is warm, feel it." And I did not feel it. I got him by the arm, and I walked him back to the shack. And the whole way back he kept looking over his shoulder at the open hole and the ring of stripped fish around it, and I told myself the reason he kept looking was that he had never seen anything like it either, and I knew even then that was not the reason. It got dark at 4:30 the way it does, and the fishing shut off like a switch had been thrown, and the cold came down harder than any night yet, and that was the third night. The night the flag tripped on the far tip-up at 2 in the morning, and Cole went across the shack and out the door faster than any man wants a fish. I got the lantern up, and I went to the door after him, and Danny was awake now too, and we looked out, and we could see Cole out on the ice in the lantern light and the moonlight, out at the far tip-up, which was maybe 40 yards off, and he was not tending the flag. He had gone past the tip-up. He was standing out past it looking farther out into the dark toward the point, and he was not moving, and there was no fish. The flag had tripped on nothing again, and Cole was just standing out there in his long johns and his boots, with no coat and 30 below, 40 yards from the shack, facing away from us, out toward the dark. I called his name. He did not turn. And then, from out past him, from farther out on the ice, toward the point, a voice said his name back. A woman's voice. It came across the ice, the way sound comes across ice at night, clear and flat and caring, and it was his wife. It was Cole's wife, who had left him and taken their girl to Wisconsin, and she was out there on the ice, in the dark, saying his name, saying, "Come here," saying, "I brought her, she wants to see you, come here." And Cole took a step toward it. Danny went out the door. I have to give Danny that. Danny went out in his socks and got to Cole before I did, and grabbed him by the arm, and Cole came around slow, dreaming, and he said, "That's her, that's them, they came up." And Danny said, "There is nobody out there, Cole." And he started walking him back, and Cole fought him for a second. Not hard, more like a man being woken from something good. And then the fight went out of him, and he let Danny walk him back to the shack. And the whole time we were walking him back, the voice out on the ice kept saying his name, and then it said mine. It said my name in Cole's wife's voice, and then it said Danny, and then it did a thing that I have never told anybody until now. It laughed. His wife's laugh out on the ice in the dark, once, and then again exactly the same laugh again, the identical 3 seconds of it, no breath between. like a piece of tape being played twice. And that is the thing that took my legs out from under me. That laugh played twice. And I got us all three inside, and I got the door shut, and I got my back against it. In the morning, there were tracks. They came in from out toward the point, across the snow that lay over the ice. And they came right up to the shack and around it once, slow, close in against the walls. And then they went back out the way they had come, out toward the point, and they were bare feet. A man's bare feet, near enough, but the stride too long, twice a walking stride, and the toes spread too wide and pressed too deep, and no drag and no stumble, and nothing that said whatever left them had felt the cold, and it had been 30 below all night. And there was the other thing about the tracks that I have not been able to put down. Coming in toward the shack, there were 2 sets. Going out away from the shack, there was 1. 2 sets came to us in the night, and 1 set left. I counted them 3 times, because I could not make it be anything else. Danny would not look at them. Cole looked at them a long time, longer than the rest of us, and there was something on his face looking at them that was not fear, and that scared me worse than the tracks did. I crouched over one of them, one that came in close by the door, and I peeled my glove off and pressed 2 fingers down into the track, which I have wished ever since I had never done, and there was heat in it. The whole surface of that lake was 30 below, and squeaked when you walked on it, and down in the bottom of that one footprint sat a low body warmth, like something had stood there long enough to thaw the snow under it, and nowhere near long enough for it to set back up. And it came to me, kneeling there with my fingers, in that warmth, that a living thing that warm does not walk barefoot in 30 below, and a thing that walks barefoot in 30 below is not living. And both of those were true of the print under my hand. That was when I said we should go in. I said the fishing had been great, we had 2 buckets, we should tow the shack back to the access and go home a day early. We had won, we had limited out, Cole had gotten his big weekend. And I watched Cole's face while I said it, playing to the wind, giving him the out, and Cole looked at me and he said, "We are not leaving." He said it flat, not like himself, and there was that thing on his face again, and he said, "The fish are here." And I understood that it was not Cole talking about fish. Something out on the ice, past the point, had gotten a handle in him in the place where he was starving, and it was not going to let him tow that shack anywhere. Danny and I talked about it, low, while Cole was out at the holes, and Danny said, "We take him by force if we have to. We get in the truck tonight and we go." And I said, "Okay, tonight, after dark, we tell him we are just going for beer at the access and we do not come back." And Danny agreed, and I felt better having a plan, and the plan did not matter at all, because the thing out on the ice did not wait for us to leave. It came in that night. It had been coming closer every night, a circle around the shack the first time and closer the second, and standing at the tip-up in Cole's wife's voice the third, and the 4th night it decided it was done waiting, and it came into the shack after him. The 4th day I barely remember because nothing happened in it, and that is its own kind of bad. The fishing had shut off again, dead, like the first day, like the flat had never held a fish, and Cole sat at the holes anyway, jigging, not talking, and Danny and I watched him, and watched the clock, and waited for dark so we could try to get him off that lake. He would not eat that day. He told me around noon, low, so Danny would not hear, that he could smell food. He said he had been smelling it since the night before, meat cooking, coming from out toward the point, and it was driving him crazy because we were out of the good food and down to crackers and the fish, and out there something was cooking meat, and it smelled like the best thing he had ever smelled. I did not smell anything but the propane and 3 guys who had not showered in 4 days. But I believed that he smelled it, because his face, when he said it was the face of a man looking through a window at a table set with everything he had ever wanted, and I have seen that face with my eyes closed every winter since. It almost got him in daylight that afternoon, before it ever came to the shack. Danny and I had gone out to the truck to talk about the plan, out of Cole's hearing, standing by the tailgate deciding how we were going to get him off that lake after dark. And it was Danny who looked back at the shack and said, "Where is Cole?" And Cole was not at the holes, and he was not in the shack. He was already 40 yards out, walking out toward the point, out toward the open hole and the ring of stripped fish, in the flat gray afternoon light, with no coat on, walking slow and easy, the way you walk toward your own front door. And we went after him, both of us, running and post-holing through the drifts, and I got to him first and got him by the arm and turned him, and his eyes were not right. He looked at me like he was surfacing from deep water, like he did not know quite where he was, and he said, real reasonable, real calm, he said, she is out at the hole, she has the baby, they are waiting. And I said, Cole, there is nobody at the hole. And he looked out toward the point where the open water sat black in the ice, with the fish bones ringed around it. And for 1 second I watched him try to hold two things in his head at the same time, the empty ice and whatever he was seeing on it, and it was the empty ice that looked wrong to him. That is the thing I could not get past, walking him back. To Cole, the empty ice was the lie. Whatever was showing him out there was more real to him than the nothing that was actually there. We got him inside, and Danny stood with his back against the door, and I sat Cole down, and I said, we are leaving. Right now, in daylight, we are towing the shack, or we are leaving it, and we are getting in the truck and going. And Cole came up off the bunk, and he was between me and the door before I got there, and there was a strength in him I had not felt before. And he said, we are not leaving, in a voice that was his and was not his. And Danny and I looked at each other over the top of his head, and we both understood the same thing at the same time, which was that we had waited too long, that the window where we could have just driven off this lake had closed while we stood at the tailgate making a plan, that it had its hand in Cole now, and it was not going to let the three of us drive away with him while there was still light. And so we did the only thing left, which was stay by him and keep him in the middle of us and wait for it to come, because it was going to come, and hope we were still holding on to him when it did. I have been in some bad spots in my life, and I have never known a helplessness like that afternoon, sitting in a warm shack in the last of the daylight with my oldest friend between me and the door, watching the light go, waiting for the dark and the thing the dark would bring, and not able to do one thing about any of it except be there when it happened. It came in around 10 that night. It started with the smell, and this time I smelled it too, and it was not cooking meat. Whatever Cole had been smelling to draw him, that was for Cole. What came into the shack that night was the thing under it, and it was the smell of a deep freeze out in somebody's garage that has stood a week with the breaker tripped and nobody the wiser, that thick spoiled sweetness with a wet meat weight to it and nothing living anywhere in it. Danny gagged. The propane heater was running full, and the shack went cold anyway. Cold from the far wall, the wall that faced the point. The cold walking in past the heater like the heater was not there. Then the weight came onto the roof. The wheelhouse had a low, flat roof, and something came onto it. We felt it in the walls. A weight that shifted its footing up there, and then held still. And then along the far wall came a long, dragging pressure. Something hauling its weight down the outside of that wall, from the roof line to the ice. And then the knock, low, near the floor, 3 slow knocks, patient, and it started talking. It went through voices the way you go through a ring of keys hunting the one that fits. It was Cole's little girl first, a little kid's voice out on the ice in the dark, crying, calling Daddy, calling it the way a scared kid does, Daddy, I'm cold, come get me. And Cole came up off the bunk, and Danny got in front of the door, and I got Cole by the arm, and Cole was crying, saying, that's her, that's my girl. And I said, your girl is asleep in Wisconsin. That is not your girl. And the voice out in the dark heard that, and the crying stopped and came back as his wife, saying his name soft and tired, saying she had driven up, saying she was so cold, saying, let me in. And then it was his mother, who I happened to know had passed a few years back, and Cole made a sound I do not want to remember when he heard his mother, and I got both arms around him then. It ran through everything it had, and it did not hurry, and the worst of it was how patient it was. It had all night, and the cold was on its side, and it knew it. It just kept laying voices against the wall, one after another, waiting us out. It did my voice for Danny. It said, "Danny, help me," from out on the ice, in my voice, while I was 3 feet from Danny with my arms around Cole and my mouth shut, and Danny looked at me, and I looked at him, and neither of us said a word. And then it stopped being patient. There was a long quiet, the longest, and I let my shoulders come down and thought maybe it had quit, and then the whole far wall of the shack came in. Not through, not yet. Driven. The wall bellied in with a groan like something big had thrown its full weight against it, and the propane light swung, and the buckets of fish went over. And it hit again, and the third time it came through the window on the far wall, the little sliding window, and the arm came through it, and I am not going to soften the arm for anybody. It was too long, and thin past what a thing can be and live, wrapped in a hide gone gray and patchy over it, and the hand at the end of it had fingers too long and nails black and packed with dirt. And it came across the shack, and it did not grab at random. It went straight for Cole. It knew exactly where he was, and it closed around his shoulder, and it started to haul him up toward the window. And Cole screamed, and I do not think it was the pain. I think part of him wanted to go. I think it had spent 4 nights working on the starving part of him, and now that part wanted up and out into the cold, and the rest of him was screaming at it. I had Cole around the chest, and Danny got his legs, and for a few seconds it was a tug-of-war over a screaming man, us hauling him down, and in the arm hauling him up and out through the window. And I want to tell you about the strength on the other end, because it is the thing that stayed with me past the smell and the arm and the voices. It was not any kind of strong I have a word for, not a man and not a bear, nothing I had ever braced against on a boat or the wrong end of a rope. The pull on the far end of Cole was more than Danny and me could hold, with our heels dug in and our whole weight thrown back, and here is the part I go back to at 3 a.m, and probably will until I die. It never once felt like it was trying. It did not feel like a fight we were almost losing. It felt like it was letting us pull, curious, like it wanted to see how long we would hang on before it took him anyway. What saved us was the flare. Cole's uncle kept road flares in the shack, in a coffee can by the door, the fat highway kind, because that is what you carry on the ice in case you go through or break down. And Danny let go of Cole with one hand, which nearly lost him, and got a flare out of the can and struck it against the striker cap, and it caught the way they do, that hard hissing red that you cannot put out, brighter than anything in that shack had ever been, and Danny came up with it and drove it into the window, into the dark where the arm came out of, into whatever was pressed against the wall. And there was a sound. It was not a roar, and it was not a scream. It was a short, hard chuff of breath, so low that I felt it come up through the floor into my back teeth more than I heard it with my ears, the sound a big animal lets out when something hurts it that it never believed could. And the arm let go of Cole, and Cole came down on top of us, and we all went over in a pile with the flare hissing red and dripping in Danny's hand, and up above us the wall stopped moving, and the weight went off the roof, slow, unhurried, even then, and the smell started to thin. We did not wait. We got Cole up between us, and I grabbed the coffee can of flares, and Danny kept the lit one in his fist, and we went out the door and across the ice to the truck, and I got it started, and we put Cole in the middle of the bench seat between Danny and me where he could not reach a door, and I drove. I have never driven like that, and never will again. Across the ice, in the dark, no ice road out there past the point, just the drifts and the pressure ridges, the headlights bouncing wild on all that white, hunting for the gap in the ridge we had crossed, coming out and not finding it, and finally just gunning it at a low place in the ridge and going over it with the whole truck slamming down hard on the far side. And for the first stretch, out on the ice to the north of us off the driver's side, it ran with us. I caught it twice when the ground let me swing the lights that way, a tall, thin, low shape out on the open ice, throwing distance behind it, across the drifts, at a speed nothing on 4 legs could have held, holding dead even with the truck, never gaining, just there, wanting us to know it was there. Danny saw it too and kept his mouth shut. Cole watched it out the window with a look on his face that I will not describe. And then we came in off the point onto the main lake and found the plowed ice road and got on it, and we ran it back toward the access, and somewhere in there the shape on the ice fell back and was gone, and I did not see it again, and I did not slow down to look. We came off the ice, up the plowed ramp, into the access lot a little after midnight, and the second the truck's tires came up off the ice onto the frozen gravel of the ramp, off the lake and onto the land, it was like a wire had been cut. Whatever had been out there on the ice behind us, it did not come up off the ice. It stopped where the lake ended. I sat in that plowed lot with the truck running and Cole bleeding against me, and Danny shaking with the dead flare still in his hand, and I looked back out at the lake, and it was just a big flat sheet of white and dark going back forever under the stars, and nothing came off it. There was a light on in the bait shop, even though it was past midnight, and the old man was there. I do not know why he was there at that hour, and I did not ask. He took one look at us coming in the door, at Cole hanging between Danny and me with his shoulder torn open and the blood down his side, and he did not act surprised, which is the thing I think about most. He picked up the phone off the wall and he called somebody, an ambulance out of the town 20 minutes off, and he got a chair under Cole, and he got a clean towel and pressed it against the shoulder himself, and he did not ask us one single question about what had happened out there. He asked us only one thing. He looked at Cole's face, gray and far away, and he looked at me and he said, "Quiet, did you set up past the point?" And I said, "Yes," and he nodded once, like that answered everything, and he went back to holding the towel against Cole's shoulder, and he did not say anything else until the ambulance came. They took Cole to the hospital in the town, and Danny and I followed. Cole had 4 long gouges raked down his shoulder and his upper back deep, and the skin around them was the wrong color, gray-white and hard, and the arm on that side had gone cold, clear down to the fingers, and would not take any warmth back. There was a lot of asking what had done it, and I did the talking, and I kept it short and flat. An animal had come into the shack in the night, and we had not gotten a clear look in the dark. And the nurse cleaning the gouges, an older woman, stopped for just a second when Danny let slip where we had been fishing, out by the far point, and then she went back to the work and she did not ask anything else, and she did not look at us for a while. The gouges did not heal right, and I will say that much about it without making more of it than there is. The cuts closed up more or less on time, but the cold in that arm did not leave. For weeks it stayed cold under the hand below the shoulder when the rest of him was warm as anybody, and the flesh around the deepest of the gouges went a bad gray that the doctors kept treating like frostbite, even though that arm had been under a coat and inside a bag the whole time and had never once been bare in the cold. They talked careful about tissue that was not coming back, about whether he might lose the use of the hand. And then, slow over a couple months, it turned and the color came back and he kept the arm. But he tells me that arm never comes back to the same warm as the other one, and that when a real cold snap moves in, it starts to hurt somewhere down under the muscle, deep in a place a set of scratches on the skin has no business reaching. He keeps it hid, sleeves down over it 3 seasons of the 4. It saves him having to answer for it. We threw out the fish. The 2 buckets we had filled out at the point, the big walleye and the pike, the limit that Cole had needed so bad, they had ridden home in the bed of the truck frozen solid. And when we finally stopped shaking enough to deal with anything, a couple of days later, Danny and I loaded them up without a word between us and drove them to the county transfer station and threw them in the pit. Neither of us said why. Neither of us had to. Cole did not ask about them and did not want them, and I noticed that the man who had needed those fish more than air out on the ice never once asked what became of them once he was off that lake, like whatever had wanted him to catch them had let go of that particular string when he came up off the ice onto the land. I have not eaten a fish out of a lake since. I can eat it out of a store, off a boat, out of the ocean, and I have tried 100 times to explain to myself why a lake is different, and I cannot, except that I stood over an open hole in the ice ringed with things eaten clean to the bone, and I know what eats like that, and I know it eats out of lakes. We never went back for the shack. Cole's uncle called around asking about his wheelhouse, it being a nice one and worth real money, and Cole told him it had gone through the ice, which was a lie, and the uncle was upset about it, but let it go. And I do not know to this day if the uncle knew something and let it go on purpose, or if he was just out of shack. As far as I know, that wheelhouse is still out there, out past the far point, out on the flat where we set it up on its wheels with the far wall stove in and a road flare burned out on the floor, unless the ice took it in the spring, which it probably did. Cole's uncle never fished that lake again. I found that out later. He sold his other gear, and he does not go up there. Here's the part that, for me, settles it, that keeps me from lying awake wondering if I talked myself into something out there in the cold. A couple of winters later I had reason to be up that way, and I stopped at the access, and the old man was still behind the counter, older, and he remembered me. I did not think he would, but he did, right away, the second I came in. And I bought some coffee I did not want, just to have a reason to stand there, and I asked him straight out about the far point. And he looked at me for a while, deciding, and then he told me a little. He told me that his people had a name for that part of the lake that meant, near as he could put it in English, the hungry water, and that the point was the line, that you fished up to the point and no farther, that it had been that way as long as anybody knew. He said the old people used to leave something at the point when they came to that lake, a little food set down on the ice at the line, not as a gift, he said, more the way you leave the porch light on, more the way you keep a thing fed so it does not come looking, and that they had stopped doing it a long time ago because the young people did not believe in it, and that maybe that was the mistake, and maybe it was not, and that either way you did not fish past the point. And he told me that the winter after us, a fellow from downstate had bought a fancy new wheelhouse and had heard the fishing was good out past the point, and had towed it out there against everybody telling him not to, and had lasted 2 nights, and had come off the ice at the access in the dark, hammering on the shop door, alone in his socks, and would not say what had happened to the 2 men who had gone out with him, and that after that the county had run a rule that the ice road would not be plowed past the second pressure ridge anymore, so nobody could easily get a truck out to the point at all, and that people said it was about bad ice out there, and that the old man let people say that. I asked him the one thing I had carried all that way to ask. I asked him why it had used Cole's mother's voice when his mother had passed years back, when it could not have heard her. And the old man was quiet a long time, long enough I thought he was not going to answer. Then he said it does not need to have heard a voice to use it. He said it reaches into you and pulls out the voice of whoever you would open the door for, whoever you are most hungry to hear, and it wears that. He said the fact it reached for the dead mother meant it had gotten all the way down into the bottom of your friend, all the way to the thing he wanted most and could not have, and that this was how it worked. It did not want to eat your friend. It wanted him to be so hungry that he walked out onto the ice to it on his own. And then the old man said, the part I have never been able to put down. He said your friend is lucky it had to reach that deep and still did not get him. He said the ones it does not have to reach for, the ones already halfway out the door, those are the ones that do not come off the ice at all. Cole is all right now. Better than all right, considering. He got the job back when the shift came off idle, and he and his wife did not get back together, but they got right about the girl, and he sees her most weekends, and he stopped needing to win at everything, which is a strange thing to say came out of all that, but it did. He told me once, late, on the phone, that after that lake he stopped caring about coming out ahead of things, that it had scared the reaching out of him. He said the reaching was the whole problem. He said the thing on the ice never once tried to scare him off. Every wrong thing it did, the voices, the fish, the cooking he smelled, every bit of it was shaped like a thing he wanted, like a reason to walk out to it, and that is the part that stays with him. That it did not hunt him with fear, it hunted him with everything he was starving for. He does not ice fish anymore. Neither do I. Danny still does, sometimes, close to home. On small lakes you can see all the way across, and he will not go out on big water, and he keeps a road flare in the truck all year. And When his wife asks why, he says for emergencies, and that is true enough. I keep one too, in the door pocket of the truck, a highway flare, all year, in July, and I check the striker cap on it now and then to make sure it will still catch. My wife found it once and asked what it was for, and I said, in case I ever break down somewhere and need to be seen. She thought that was sensible. Let her think that. I know what it is for. And on the coldest nights, the ones that get down near 30 below, when the house pops and settles in the cold, and I lie there listening, I still sometimes pull the blanket up over my head like a kid, a grown man, and I do it because there is a part of me that has never fully believed that the line at the edge of that lake holds everywhere, that a thing that hunts you with everything you are hungry for stays put behind any line at all, and the only thing that gets me back to sleep is knowing the flare is out there in the truck in the dark, ready to catch. The grid had us walking a compass line due north through the blowdown, 6 of us abreast and arm's length apart, calling his name every 30 steps the way you are trained to. And I had called it maybe 40 times before I understood that one of those times it had answered. Not answered right then. Answered a call or two back, from off to the right, out past the end of our line, and my mind had filed it as one of us, as a searcher down the line calling too, and it was only when I counted the voices, which is a thing I do. I count things, that I understood there were 6 of us on that line, and I had heard a 7th, off to the right, calling the name back at us out of the down timber where there was nobody, and that I had already, without knowing it, turned my head toward it and taken a step that way. I want to go back before that. I need to, because this is not a story that makes sense from the middle, and because there are men I owe it to tell it straight, in order, and one man in particular that I am not going to be able to help no matter how I tell it. His name was Ray Dubois, and I had known him 30 years. We were not close, but we were the kind of close you get in a small town in the north where the same 40 men do all the same things, hunt the same country, drink at the same 2 bars, plow each other out. Ray ran a little skidding outfit, pulled logs for the bigger operations, and I run a saw shop and do some guiding on the side, and our lives had crossed 1,000 times without ever quite becoming a friendship, and that is its own kind of long knowing. Ray was a good woodsman. I want that on the record because of how this went. He was not some flatlander who wandered off a trail. He had spent his whole life in that country, and he could find his way through it drunk in the dark, which he had done more than once. So when Ray Dubois did not come back from a late season hunt, when his wife called it in on the second evening, and the county started making calls, everybody who knew Ray understood right away that this was not a man who had gotten turned around. Something had happened to Ray. A woodsman that good does not just not come home. Ray had gone in alone after a big buck he had been watching all fall, up in a stretch of country north of town that I am going to have to talk about carefully. It does not have a name on the map, or it has some Forest Service designation, but the name everybody local used for it was the old name, and I am not going to write the old name down. It was a low, wet stretch, black spruce and tamarack bog and beaver flowage, miles of it, laced with old logging grade gone back to nothing, and it had a reputation. Not a ghost story reputation exactly, more that it was understood to be bad country. The old people would not go in there, and they had reasons they did not explain, and the loggers did not like working it, and gave the leases up there a wide berth even when the wood was good. And hunters mostly did not hunt it, not because the deer were not there, but because there was a feeling to it that kept men out. I had been to the edge of it many times, and into it a few, and I did not like it, and I could not have told you why, and I was a grown man who did not believe in why. Ray knew all of that same as I did. Ray had gone in there anyway, after that buck, because Ray had gotten it into his head that the biggest deer in the county lived in the one place no other hunter would follow, and Ray was a man who, once he wanted a thing, did not let it go. His wife told the searchers that she said he had been obsessed with that buck since September, that he talked about it at supper, that he had said more than once that he would go get it out of the bad country if that was where it lived, and that she had told him to leave it alone, and that he had gone in on the second morning of the late season and had not come out. Here is the part I have not told anybody, that I have to put in even though I would rather not, because it is the reason this was never just another search for me. Ray had asked me to come with him. 2 weeks before the season, he had come into my shop to have a chain sharpened, and he had told me about the buck, this enormous deer he had on trail camera up in the bad country, and he had asked me to come in with him after it, said it would go better with two, said we could pack it out together, and I had said no. And I want to be honest about why I said no, because I lied to Ray about it at the time. I told him I was booked up guiding, which was true enough, but it was not the reason. The reason was that I did not want to go into that country. I had that feeling about it that I could not explain, and did not want to admit to a man like Ray that grown feeling that there was somewhere a body should not go. And rather than say that out loud to Ray Dubois in my own shop, I told him I was busy, and I sharpened his chain, and I let him walk out and go in there alone. And I have gone over that 1,000 times. If I had told him the truth, if I had said, Ray, I do not like that country, I have never liked it, leave that buck alone, would he have listened? Probably not. Ray did not listen, but I did not even try. I felt the same thing about that country that the old people felt, the thing that kept them out of it their whole lives. And when a friend asked me to walk into it with him, I said I was busy and I went home to my supper. And 2 weeks later, he ran into that bog in the dark, and it took him, and I have to live the rest of my life knowing I felt it coming and said nothing. They mounted a search on the third day. The county sheriff's office ran it with the volunteer fire department and the local search and rescue people, and just about every man in town who could walk a line. 40 or 50 of us at the peak, staged out of a logging landing at the edge of the bad country where Ray's truck was still parked. His truck being still parked there was the first thing that put a stone in my stomach. A man who walks out on his own 2 feet comes back to his truck. Ray's truck sat at that landing for 3 days with a skim of frost on it, and his thermos in the cup holder, and his spare boots behind the seat. And every one of us who walked past it on the way to our grids looked at it and looked away. Ray's wife was at that landing every day. Her name was Diane, and she stood by the command trailer in a folding chair somebody had brought her, wrapped in a blanket with a thermos she never drank from. And she watched every team come out of those woods hoping this would be the one that had him, and every team came out without him. And she watched us walk past her truck and her husband's truck and go home to our suppers, and she stayed. That is the thing that made the search what it was and made it impossible to just quit, and it is the thing that made what the sheriff finally did, pulling the plug on that country, so hard, because it meant somebody had to tell Diane Dubois that we were going to stop looking for her husband. I do not know who told her or how. I know only that she was at that landing every day of the search with her thermos and her blanket, a real woman waiting on a real man, and I could not look at her. None of us could, because every one of us who had been in past the edge was starting to understand that there was no version of this where Ray came walking out to that folding chair, and she did not understand that yet. And none of us had the heart or the words to be the one who took the hope off her face. They brought in an old man to track for us on the third day, the way they did for the hard ones. His name was Moses Greenleaf, and he was somewhere past 70, Ojibwe, from the reservation up the highway, and he had tracked for the county on searches going back longer than I had been alive, found lost kids and drowned men and downed pilots, and there was nobody better in that country at reading the ground. The sheriff put Moses on Ray's trail first thing, and Moses cut Ray's sign at the edge of the bog where he had gone in, and he followed it in a good ways. And I was on the team that went in behind him that first afternoon, and I watched Moses' face change as he followed that trail, and I did not understand what I was watching until much later. Ray's trail went in straight and purposeful the way a hunting man's trail goes, and Moses read it easy for the first half mile, Ray stepping careful, stopping where a man stops to glass an opening, moving on. And then, maybe half a mile in, at the edge of the first big flowage, the trail changed. Moses crouched over it a long time, Ray's stride opened up. He had started moving faster, not the careful still hunt anymore, but long strides, hurrying, and then hurrying more, and Moses followed it with his mouth getting tighter. And then Moses stopped at a place where the sign said Ray had broken into a run. A dead run through bog in the near dark, which is a thing a woodsman as good as Ray would never do, because running through that country in low light is how you break a leg or put a stick through your eye. And Ray had done it anyway, had run flat out deeper into the bad country, away from his truck, away from home, towards something or away from something. And the last of it that Moses could read before the ground went to open water and the trail died was Ray Dubois running as hard as a man can run into the worst country in the county with the night coming down. There was one more thing at the water's edge, and Moses found it, and I saw him find it, and he did not tell the sheriff's people what it was, and I did not ask him then. Off to the side of where Ray's running trail died at the open water, in the soft black muck and the sphagnum at the edge of the flowage, the ground was disturbed, not tracks. I have tried 100 times to describe it to myself, and the closest I get is that something heavy had stood there, at the edge of the water, off to the side, in the dark, while Ray came running, and that the ground where it had stood was pressed down in a way that no track I know makes a long, deep, smoothed place. Too big, and around it the black spruce were rubbed and broken off high up, higher than a man could reach, higher than a moose. Moses crouched by that press place a long time, and he put 2 fingers down into the muck of it the way you test a thing, and he took them out fast, and he wiped them on his pants hard, twice, and he stood up. And his face when he stood up was a face I had not seen on him in all the searches. I had watched him work, and Moses Greenleaf had knelt over drowned children and not made that face. He looked out across the water at the deep country where Ray's trail pointed, into the spruce going black with the evening, and he stood there so still and so long that the sheriff's man started to say something, and Moses held up one hand without turning around, and the sheriff's man shut up. And I stood there behind Moses in that failing light at the edge of the worst country in the county, and I had the strongest feeling I have ever had in the woods, stronger than any bull I ever walked up on, stronger than the time I put my hand down on a bear in the dark. The feeling of being looked at, of something out there across that water in the spruce, standing still the way that press place said it could stand still, looking back at the men who had come to the edge of its country, following the trail of the man it had already taken. And Moses felt it too, I know he did, because that is when he lowered his hand and turned around and said we should go back to the landing. It was still light. We had an hour of it left, easy. One of the sheriff's people said, we had an hour yet, and Moses said we should go back to the landing, and he said it flat, not like a suggestion, and something in how he said it made the sheriff's man not argue, and we went back. And that was the first day I was in it, and I went home that night and I did not sleep well, and I told my wife the search was probably a body recovery at that point, that a man does not run into that bog at night and come out, and I believed that, and I was wrong, because Ray did come out in a way, or something wearing the shape of him did, and it started coming out to us the very next day. They brought dogs in on the 4th morning, before any of the rest of it, and I was at the landing when the handler tried to work them, and what happened with those dogs was the first thing that made me start to believe there was more wrong here than a lost man. The handler was a woman from downstate who did this professional search dogs, and she had 2 of them, big shepherds, well trained, and everybody at the landing perked up when she got there, because dogs are the thing that finds people. Dogs are hope. She scented them off Ray's spare boots out of his truck, and she took them to the edge of the bog where his trail went in, and both dogs would not take it. I do not mean they lost the scent. I have run dogs my whole life. Coon dogs, bird dogs. I know what a dog looks like when it cannot find a track, and I know what a dog looks like when it will not take one, and these 2 would not take it. They got to the edge of that low, wet country where Ray had gone in, and they stopped, both of them, and they put their hackles up, the ridge of hair standing straight up, all down their backs, and they backed up. One of them, the bigger one, started to shake. A big, grown working dog shaking like a whipped pup, and it sat down and would not move, and the other one turned in circles, whining and trying to get back toward the trucks, and the handler could not do a thing with either of them. She got down and talked to them and worked them and tried to walk them in herself with the leads, and the shaking dog laid down flat on the snow and would not get up, and the other one, when she got it a little ways in past the edge, maybe 30 yards into the spruce, it bolted. It tore the lead right out of her hand, and it ran not deeper in, out, back past all of us at the landing and down the logging road toward town, flat out, gone. And it took her most of the day and a couple volunteers to find that dog, and when they found it, it was a couple miles down the road just sitting in a ditch shaking, and it would not work again. She loaded both dogs up before noon, and she left. She said something to the sheriff about the cold being too hard on their feet, that the ice was cutting their pads, and everybody nodded and let her say it. But I had watched those dogs, and there was nothing wrong with their feet. Those dogs knew what was in that country better than any of us men did, knew it from the edge, from 30 yards, and every animal instinct they had built up over 1,000 years of being dogs told them to get away from it, and they were smarter than we were, because they left and we did not. The fourth day is the day I heard it answer, the day I started this with, and I need to tell it right because everything after turns on it. They had the search organized into grids by then, teams walking compass lines through assigned sections, calling and listening, marking their tracks with flagging tape. I was on a team of 6, working a section on the near edge of the bog, and we were walking our line due north through a stretch of old blowdown, big timber knocked flat by a windstorm years back and gone to a tangle you climb over more than walk through, and we were calling Ray's name every 30 steps and stopping to listen, which is the drill. And somewhere in the middle of that line, off to the right, past the end of our formation, out in the down timber where the flagging said no team had gone, the name came back. I did not react the way you would think. That is the thing about it that I've had to sit with. It did not sound wrong. It sounded like Ray. It sounded exactly like Ray Dubois calling his own name back at us, which is a strange thing to think about after a man calling his own name, but in the moment my mind did not catch it. My mind heard a voice out in the timber and did the most natural thing in the world, which was assume it was him, assume we had found him, assume Ray was out there hurt and calling and answering our calls. And I turned toward it, and I called back. I called out here, Ray, keep talking, we are coming. And I took a step off the line toward it, and the man next to me, a younger guy named Cal Pelletier, turned toward it too. And for 1 second, the whole line started to bend toward that voice out in the blowdown. And then Moses Greenleaf, who was not even on our team, who had come up quiet behind our line the way he moved, said one word. He said no. Loud, hard, the first loud thing I ever heard out of him. And we all stopped, and he came up through the line, and he stood there looking out at the blowdown where the voice had come from, and he said, nobody answers that. He said it to all of us, but he was looking at me, because I was the one who had answered. And the voice out in the timber called the name again, closer now, and Moses said, do not answer it, do not go to it, we are walking back to the landing right now, all of you, stay together. And he turned us around, and he walked us out. And the whole way out, that voice followed along off to the side, out past the edge of sight in the down timber, calling Ray's name. Sometimes calling out here and help, and I'm hurt, keeping pace with us, and not one of us answered it again, because Moses walked backward half the way out, with his eyes on the timber, making sure not one of us did. Back at the landing, Moses got the sheriff alone, and I do not know everything he said, but I know the search changed after that. They stopped sending small teams. Everything moved in big groups after the 4th day, and they pulled the grids back closer to the landing, out of the deep bog, and there was talk on the radios about the weather, a big storm coming in off the border, and I think Moses used the weather. I think he told the sheriff whatever a man can tell a sheriff to make him pull his people back without saying the thing you cannot say. And it half worked. The sheriff pulled the teams back. But the sheriff also could not just quit, because there was a man out there, Ray Dubois, a real man with a wife in town, and you do not stop looking for a real man, because an old tracker has a feeling. And so the search went on, smaller, closer in, and the storm came, and that was the setup for the night. Everything went wrong, but I am getting ahead of it. I need to say what Moses told me that evening, because it is the closest anybody came to explaining, and because I broke the first rule of it before I ever heard it, which is maybe why it came from me the way it did later. Moses found me at the landing at my truck, and he did not waste words. He asked me if I had answered it out there on the line. He had seen me do it, but he asked me anyway, and I said yes, I did, before I knew. And he was quiet a second, and then he said, "That was bad." He said the first answer is the one that matters. He said it does not know you can hear it until you answer, and once you answer it, once you have called back to it even one time, it has you marked. It knows you are one who will answer, and it does not stop working on you after that. He said it the way you would tell a man he had been exposed to something, matter of fact, no drama, and it scared me more than drama would have. I asked him what it was. I could not help it, standing there in the cold by my truck with the storm coming. And Moses looked at me hard and he said, "Do not do that." He said, "You do not name it out loud out here. You set the name to it, and you have called it to you. That is the way of the thing. You hand it your attention, and you hand it a name, and you have stood the door wide open." And then he told me the other part, the part I have carried since. He said, "Ray is gone." He said whatever is calling Ray's name out in that bog is not Ray, that Ray ran into that country and it took him, and that the reason it is out there calling to us in his voice is not that it wants to hurt us. Not first. He said it is hungry, that it is the hungriest thing there is, that being hungry is the whole of what it is, and that a search is the worst thing you can bring to it. Because a search is 50 men walking into its country, all wanting the same thing, all wanting to find the lost man, all reaching out into the dark for him, and that reaching is exactly the thing it eats, and it will use the lost man's own voice to pull the searchers to it one at a time, because it knows there is nothing a good man will not walk into the dark toward if he believes it is a hurt man calling for help. And that is the part that has never let me go, that it did not hunt us with fear, it hunted us with the best thing in us. It called in the voice of a man we wanted to save, and it counted on us being the kind of men who would come. 2 things happened between the 4th day and the storm that I have to put in, because they are how I know the cabin was not some fever the 6 of us dreamed up together, and because one of them is about a man besides Ray who did not come all the way back. The first was the sign. On the 4th afternoon, before Moses pulled everybody in close, one of the teams working the near edge of the bog found some of Ray's things, and I was close enough to be there when the sheriff and Moses went to look. It was Ray's rifle first, a nice bolt gun he was proud of, and it was standing upright, butt down in the snow, and barrel up, driven into the ground and standing there on its own like a fence post, which is not a thing a man does with a good rifle, and not a thing that happens by accident. And a little way past it, laid out on the snow, was Ray's blaze orange vest and his cap, not dropped, not torn, laid out flat and neat side by side the way you would lay out clothes on a bed. And there was no blood and no struggle and no Ray. And there were no tracks coming to that spot or leaving it. None in snow that would have held a track clean, like the rifle and the vest and the cap had been set down out there from above. Moses looked at all of it for a long time, and he would not let anybody touch it, and he told the sheriff to leave it exactly where it was and walk away from it, and the sheriff, to his credit, did. And I have thought a lot about that little arrangement out on the snow, the rifle standing up and the clothes laid out, and I think it was not left there by accident, and I do not think it was left there for Ray. I think it was left there for us. I think it was bait, the same as the voice was bait, a thing set out in the open to draw searchers in close. And I think Moses knew that, which is why he would not let a single man walk up to it. The second thing is the one I do not like to tell, because it is about a man who is still alive and still around, and I am going to leave his name out of it. He was on another team working a section over from ours on that same 4th afternoon, and sometime in the middle of the day he walked off the line. His team said one minute he was there and the next he was not, that they had heard him say something like, "I hear him," and turn and walk off into the timber, calm, like he was answering somebody. And by the time they understood, he was gone and went after him. He was a couple 100 yards into the bog and still walking, not running, walking easy toward the deep country with his arms loose at his sides. And they had to run him down and grab him and haul him back, and he fought them. And he kept saying, my boy is out there. I can hear my boy." And this man did have a boy, a grown son who had passed a few years back in a bad way. And out in that bog on the 4th afternoon, this man had heard his dead son calling him, plain as day, calling him deeper in, and he had gone. And if his team had been 30 seconds slower noticing, he would have been gone past finding. They brought him out, and he was not right for a long time, months. And he does not hunt anymore, and he does not talk about it. And when I see him in town, we do not talk about it either. But we know, the two of us, we both know what it is to have that thing reach down and pull the one voice out of you that you cannot say no to, and use it against you in the open daylight. And we both know how close each of us came to walking into that bog after it and never coming out. The storm came in on the 5th day, and it was a bad one, the first real blizzard of the year, and it is what trapped us. The plan that morning had been to work one more day of close grids and then suspend the search until the storm passed, and a group of us had gone in on the near edge to sweep a last section before it hit. Myself and Moses and young Cal Pelletier and 2 of the fire department guys, Cormier and a kid everybody called Beaver. And the storm came faster than the forecast. It came down off the border in the early afternoon, the light going to a flat white nothing, and the wind coming up hard out of the northwest, and the snow coming sideways. And inside of an hour you could not see the man 10 feet from you, and you could not tell the compass line from any other direction, and the flagging tape was disappearing under the snow. We were a good 2 miles in from the landing when it socked in, and Moses made the call that we were not going to make it back to the trucks, and that not in the dark with the trail gone, and that we would shelter and wait it out, and he took us to a cabin. He knew it was there. It was an old logging camp cabin from way back, a low log building somebody had kept up as a hunting shack, tucked in a stand of big pine on a rise at the edge of the bog. And it had a wood stove and a stack of split wood and a couple of bunks, and it was shelter, and we were glad of it. And I want to say that walking into that warm, dry cabin out of that storm was one of the best feelings of my life for about 2 hours before the dark came down, and I understood that Moses had not brought us there because it was safe. He had brought us there because it had walls and a stove, and because being inside 4 walls with a fire was the only card we had, and because he knew what was coming with the dark, and he had decided the cabin was a better place to meet it than the open bog. Those first hours in the cabin before dark are worth telling, because of how ordinary they were, and because ordinary is the thing that makes what came after land the way it does. We were 5 wet men, glad to be out of a blizzard. Cormier got his boots off and hung his socks by the stove. Beaver, who was maybe 22 and treated the whole thing like an adventure right up until it was not, found a deck of cards on a shelf and got a game going. Cal got on the radio to tell the landing we had sheltered and were waiting out the storm, and the radio worked for that one call and then went to nothing but static for the rest of the night, which I did not think about at the time and have thought about plenty since. We had some food in our packs and we ate it. It was, for about 2 hours, just men in a warm cabin in a storm, and I remember letting myself believe we had it made, that we would wait out the weather and walk out in the morning, and this would be a story we told the time we got caught out in the first blizzard and holed up in the old camp. Moses did not sit down. That is the thing I kept half noticing and not letting myself understand. While the rest of us got comfortable, Moses worked. He went around the inside of that cabin slow and checked every wall, put his hand flat against the logs, looked at the chinking, tested the one back window and the shutter over it. He dragged the heavier of the two bunks across the floor and set it against the back wall, the wall that faced the bog. He looked at the door a long time, the latch and the hinges, and then he took a length of firewood and set it where he could reach it, by the door, not on the woodpile, set apart, ready, and I saw him do it, and I did not understand that he was laying out a weapon. And he kept the stove roaring way past what the cabin needed, until we were all in our shirt sleeves, and Beaver was complaining about the heat, and Moses fed it anyway. And when Cormier asked him to ease off the stove, Moses said no, and that no had a weight to it that made Cormier let it go. The light started to go around 4, the way it does up there. The white of the storm outside, the little window going gray and then a deeper gray, and that is when the cabin changed, or when I first caught it changing. The card game had gone quiet. Beaver had stopped narrating his hands, and I noticed I was cold, not all of me. The side of me that faced the back wall, the bog wall, had gone cold, a draft of it coming across that hot cabin from the wall where Moses had set the bunk, and the stove was between me and that wall and glowing. And the cold came across the room and past the stove, like the stove was not there, and laid itself against me. I got up and moved to the other side of the fire without saying why, and I saw Cal watching me do it, and I saw that Cal had already moved to that side himself, and neither of us said anything, and Moses, feeding the stove, watched both of us move and said nothing either. And outside the wind came up another notch, and inside that notch, way down under it, faint, the first time, so faint I told myself it was the wind in the stovepipe. I heard something that was almost a voice, out in the storm, calling, a long way off, and then the wind took it, and I fed a piece of wood into the stove with a hand that was not quite steady, and I did not say a word about it to anybody. Before the last of the light went, Moses made us stay together in the one room, and he said to all of us that when it got dark we were going to hear things, and that nobody was to answer anything, no matter whose voice it was, and nobody was to open the door for anything, no matter what it said, and nobody was to go outside for any reason at all until it was full light. Cormier, one of the fire guys, asked him what the hell he was talking about, and Moses looked at him and said, "You will know soon enough," and something in his face shut Cormier up. It started a little after dark. First was the smell, and I smelled it before anybody said anything, and it came in under the door and through the chinking, and it was not wood smoke, and it was not the bog. It was a smell I knew and could not place for a breath, and then could, the smell of a walk-in cooler at a locker plant when the compressor has been dead a few days, that heavy sweet spoil of hung meat, gone over, with no life left in it anywhere. And Beaver gagged and asked what that was, and Moses said, "Feed the stove," and Cal fed the stove. Then the voice. It came out of the storm, out past the cabin walls, and it was Ray. It was Ray Dubois, and he was out there in the blizzard, and he was hurt, and he was calling for help. He called out that he had been out there 5 days, that his leg was broke, that he had seen our fire, that he had crawled to it, that he was right outside and he could not get up, and please, please, would somebody open the door? He was freezing. He was going to die out here 10 feet from the fire if somebody did not open the door, and it was perfect. That is the thing I cannot get across hard enough. Every word of it was exactly what a man in that shape would say. Every break in his voice was where the break should be. He cried. He begged. He said the names of men in that cabin. Said Cormier. Said he knew Cormier was in there. He had seen him go in. "Come on, Cormier, open the door. Do not leave me out here." And Cormier stood up. Cormier stood up and he took a step toward the door. And his face was coming apart because that was a man he knew out there dying. And Moses got between him and the door and put a hand flat on his chest and said, "That is not Ray." And Cormier said, "The hell it isn't. I have known Ray 20 years. That is Ray." And Moses said, "Ray is dead. That thing has his voice. If you open that door, we are all dead." And Cormier stood there shaking with the voice outside begging in his friend's voice, and it was the longest thing, watching a good man be torn in half like that. And finally Beaver and I got Cormier back and sat him down and held on to him, and the voice outside heard it, or felt it, and it stopped begging Cormier, and it went quiet for a minute, and then it started on me. It called my name, in Ray's voice first, and then, when I did not answer, it changed. It found the voice it wanted from me. And I am not going to write down whose voice it used on me, because it is nobody's business, and because the wound of it is still open all these years later. But I will tell you it was a voice from the deepest part of me, a voice I had not heard in a long time, and would give anything to hear again. And it came out of that storm saying my name soft, and it said it was cold. And it said it had come a long way to find me, and it asked me to come out. And I want to tell you what it is like to have that thing reach down into the very bottom of you and take out the one voice you cannot say no to and use it against you. Because I had answered it out on the line 4 days back, and Moses had told me that answer marked me, and now it had come to collect on that, and it knew exactly which door in me was unlocked. And it stood outside in the dark, and it knocked on that door in the voice I loved most in the world. And God help me, I stood up. I did not get far. Moses had been watching me since the line 4 days back, watching me the way you watch the man you know is exposed, and he had me by the arm before I had taken a full step, and Cal got my other arm, and they put me down on the floor of that cabin, and I fought them. I am not proud of it. I fought my own friends to get to a door with a monster on the other side of it, because the thing behind that door was wearing a voice I would have walked into fire for, and part of me knew it and did not care. Part of me wanted to open the door and go out into the storm and be cold with that voice forever. And it took Moses and Cal and Beaver, all three, to keep me down. And the whole time the voice outside kept saying my name. Patient, soft, so sure of me, and I kept trying to answer it, and Moses kept his hand over my mouth and said into my ear, "Do not answer, do not answer, do not answer," over and over, low, like a prayer, holding me on the floor of that cabin while I came apart. And when it understood it was not going to talk me out the door, it came in. The whole back wall of the cabin took a blow. Not a knock this time. The logs jumped and the chinking cracked and dust came down off the roof beams. And it hit again, and the third time it came through the small window in the back wall, the shutter tearing off its hinges. And the arm came through. And here I am not going to spare you the arm, because it is the middle of the whole thing. It came in too long, thin past anything that can be alive and go on being alive, sleeved in a gray hide, worn patchy down to the bone under it, the fingers on the hand too long and the nails black and split. And it did not grab at random. It came straight across that cabin for me, for the marked man, the one who had answered, and it closed around my forearm where I lay on the floor, and it was cold. A cold that went into the arm like a spike and up into my shoulder and my chest. A cold I have never been warm enough since to fully forget, and it started to drag me toward the window. And here's the thing. I owe those men forever. They did not let go. Moses got both hands locked around my chest, and Cal threw himself across my legs, and Beaver got a grip on my belt, and Cormier, who a minute before had been the one trying to open the door, Cormier came up out of whatever the voice had done to him and grabbed my other arm. All four of them piled onto me and leaning back with everything they had, and for a few seconds it was a tug of war over my body. Them hauling me in, and the thing in the window hauling me out, and I felt the strength on the other end of it, and I will tell you it was nothing I have a name for, not a man pulling and not an animal pulling. It was more than 4 grown men could hold with their heels set and their backs bowed. And the worst of it, the thing that finds me at 3 a.m, and always will, is that there was no strain in it anywhere. It was not laboring. It drew on me the easy way you bring in a fish that has quit fighting, and I understood, lying there, that it was not being held off me at all, that it was taking its time and holding back, seeing how long the men on top of me would keep their grip before it had me. Moses ended it. He let go of me with one hand, which nearly cost me the whole arm, and he reached back to the stove, and the stove door was open, and it was roaring. And he took up a length of split pine burning at one end, and he came around with it, and he drove the burning end straight into the window, into the dark where the arm came out of, into whatever was pressed against the back of that cabin in the storm. And there was a sound, It was not a roar and it was not a scream. It was one hard grunt of air driven out, low and close, a thing I took in through my chest and the floorboards under me before my ears had any part of it, the kind of sound a heavy animal makes when something it never expected to be hurt by hurts it, and the cold let go of my arm, and I came sliding back across the floor into the pile of them, and the arm was gone out of the window, and up against the back wall the weight went off, slow, unhurried even then, and the smell began to thin. And Moses stood there in the middle of that cabin with the burning length of pine held out in front of him and the snow blowing in through the broken window, and he turned in a slow circle with it, and he said, "To the room, to all of us, keep the fire high, nobody sleeps, we are here till light," and nobody slept. We sat with our backs to that hot stove and our faces to the walls, and we fed the fire all night, and outside in the storm the voice came back a few more times, going through voices, Ray, and then the ones it had used on each of us, and then some it had not used yet, out in the wind, patient, all night, and not one of us answered it again, and along toward morning the wind dropped and the snow stopped and the windows went from black to gray, and we had gotten through it. We walked out at first light. The storm had laid down 2 feet of new snow, and the world was white and still and blinding under a hard blue sky, and we broke trail the 2 miles back toward the landing, Moses in front, the 5 of us strung out behind him, nobody talking. And for the first mile, off to our left, back in the black spruce along the edge of the bog, it came along with us. Twice, where the timber opened enough to let me see, I caught it, a tall, thin shape held low to the snow, crossing ground we were sinking to our knees in like the ground carried it, staying level with us, stride for stride, not gaining and not calling anymore, only there, making certain we knew it was there. Cal saw it too. Nobody said anything. We kept walking, and Moses kept us moving, and we came up at last out of the bog onto the old logging grade that ran back to the landing, and where the grade came up out of the low country onto higher dry ground. At the edge of the bad country, it stopped. Whatever had been pacing us in the spruce, it came to the edge of that low wet ground, and it did not come up onto the grade. I looked back, and there was just the bog behind us, white and still and enormous, and nothing came up out of it, and we walked the last mile to the landing on the plowed grade in the sun, and it did not follow. And Ray's truck was still sitting there at the landing with 2 feet of fresh snow on it, and I have never in my life been so glad to see a plowed parking lot full of other men. They suspended the search that day for the storm, officially, and here is the thing that took me a while to understand. They never really started it back up. Not in that country. The storm was the reason on paper, and then more weather came, and then it was deep winter, and the bog was impassable, and the official word was that the search was suspended until conditions allowed, and conditions somehow never allowed, and by spring Ray Dubois was just a man who had gone into that country and not come out, and the file stayed open and nobody worked it. I do not think that was an accident. I think Moses talked to the sheriff, and I think the sheriff, who was not a fool and who had been on the radio hearing his men come out of that bog with the wrong things in their eyes, made a quiet decision that he was not going to send any more men into that country after a man who was past saving. I cannot prove that. I know only that a county that will spend $100,000 and fly in dogs and helicopters to find a lost hunter looked for Ray Dubois hard for 5 days, and then after the night in the cabin just stopped, and nobody ever said out loud why they never found Ray. I want to be careful and honest about that, because I know how a story like this wants to end, with a body found in some impossible condition, and I am not going to give you that, because it did not happen. Ray Dubois was never found. Not that spring, not the springs after. A stretch of country that men know, that gets hunted around the edges every fall, and a good woodsman went into it, and it kept him, all of him, and gave nothing back. His wife had a service without him after a couple of years. I went. Moses did not, and I understood why. There was nothing of Ray at that service to say goodbye to, and Moses knew better than any of us that there was nothing of Ray left anywhere to say goodbye to, that whatever was still out in that bog answering to Ray's name was not Ray, and had not been for a long time, and you do not hold a funeral for the thing that ate a man. You just stay out of its country, and you do not say its name. My arm did not heal right, and I will say that much about it without making more of it than there is. There was no cut, no wound, nothing for a doctor to treat. But where that cold hand had closed around my forearm, the flesh went gray and hard, and stayed cold under the fingers for weeks when the rest of me was warm, and a doctor I finally saw called it a cold injury and could not explain how I had gotten frostbite on a forearm that had been inside a coat inside a warm cabin all night. And he treated it like frostbite anyway, because it was the only thing it looked like, and slow, over a couple of months, the color came back and the feeling mostly came back. But that arm has never come back to the warmth of the other one. On a cold morning it aches in the bone, deep, lower than anything ever touched it, which a hand closed on the skin has no business reaching. And there are days in the hard part of winter when I cannot make that hand shut all the way. I wear it covered, sleeves down the year round. It is less trouble than telling people why. Moses passed a few winters after that. He was an old man, and it was his time, and there was nothing strange about it, and I went to the wake-up on the reservation, and Cormier came with me, and we did not talk about the cabin, and that was right. But I had one conversation with Moses the spring after the search that I have carried, and it is the closest thing to an ending I have. I drove up to see him, and I asked him the thing I had needed to ask since that night, which was why it had come for me the way it did, why me and not one of the others. And Moses looked at me a long time, and then he said, because you answered it. He said out on the line, that first day, when it called, and you called back before you knew, you told it you could hear it, and that is the door. He said most men it has to work at, has to reach down into and find the voice, has to talk at through a door for hours. He said with you it did not have to work, because you had already answered once, and once you answer it, you are answering it the rest of your life, in the back of your mind, and the only thing you can do is never answer it out loud again. And then he told me the thing I think about most, the thing I will end on, because he ended on it too, and would not say any more after. He said the reason a search is the most dangerous thing you can bring into that country is that a searcher is already reaching. He said a man walking a grid line calling a lost man's name is a man with his heart wide open, reaching out into the dark, wanting with everything in him to hear an answer come back, and that this is a good thing, the best thing, that this is what makes a man go out in a storm to look for another man. And he said that is exactly the thing it eats, that it does not have to break a searcher down the way it breaks other men, because a searcher walks into its country already open, already calling, already wanting the answer, and all it has to do is give him one. I heard it one more time. I have gone back and forth on whether to tell this part, because it is the part that a man cannot prove, and that sounds told plain, like the imagining of somebody who has spent too many years chewing on a bad night. But I know what I heard, so I will put it down. It was maybe 4 years after a fall evening, and I was driving the county road that runs along the bottom of the bad country, coming home from a job over on the far side, and I had my window down because it was one of those warm evenings you get right before the weather turns, and the sun was going down red through the tamarack. And as I came along the low stretch, where the road runs closest to the bog, from off in the tree line, out of that country, a voice called my name. Once. Clear, carrying across the ditch and the cattails on the still evening air, in the voice it had used on me in the cabin, the one voice I will not write down, the one I would give anything to hear again. It called my name, the way you call to somebody you are glad to see, warm, a little question in it, my name, and then nothing, waiting, and I want to tell you what 4 years had done, which was nothing. 4 years of telling myself it was over, that the line held, that it stayed in its country, and in 1 second all of it was gone, and I was that man on the floor of the cabin again with my friends piled on top of me, because everything in me wanted to answer. My foot came off the gas. I swear to you, my foot came off the gas and the truck started to slow and my mouth started to open. 4 years later, on a paved county road in my own truck with my own supper waiting at home, because that voice had asked for me. And there is a part of me that has been answering it since the day I called back on the line, and that part does not care about 4 years or 400. And what saved me was not courage. I want to be honest about that. It was Moses, dead by then a couple of winters, but Moses in my head. The memory of him with his hand over my mouth on that cabin floor saying, "Do not answer, do not answer, do not answer." And I put my foot back down on the gas and I put both hands on the wheel. And I drove. And I did not answer it. And I did not look at the tree line. And I have driven that stretch of road 100 times since. And I keep the window up now, all seasons. And I do not slow down. So I have gone through the whole of it now, start to finish, every part I can stand to put down. And I have never once set the name to the thing that came through the back wall of that cabin and closed its hand on my arm and is out in that bog to this day, calling in a dead man's voice. And I am not about to set the name to it here at the end. I do not hunt that country, and I never will. I have turned down good money over it, guiding trips that would have put me in that bog for a week, and I have watched the work walk to another outfit and never once been sorry. I do not go north of the county road that runs along the bottom of it, not in any season, not for any reason. I keep the wood stove in my shop going all winter, hotter than it needs to be, and I keep a road fusee and a coffee can by the door, the striker checked. And my wife thinks it is for a chimney fire, and I let her think that. And every year in the late season, when some other man does not come home from the woods and the phone tree starts and they ask me to come walk a line, I say no. I have said no every year since, to every search, and men who do not know look at me funny for it, a woodsman who will not help look for a lost man. But I know what I would be walking into, and I know what is waiting to hear me call a name into the dark. And I know that somewhere in the back of my head, it is still waiting for me to answer it again, patient, in a voice I loved. And I am not going to. Not out loud, not ever again.